Varanasi court is going to release the highly anticipated video survey on Monday. Both the mosque panel and the Hindu side oppose video release. From Mandya to Bidar, clamour grows to reclaim allegedly demolished temples in Karnataka. Hindu outfit Vishwa Hindu Parishad has now demanded madrasa run by the Jamia Masjid to be vacated. Claims the mosque was once a Hanuman temple. Horrific assault caught on camera. A 29-year-old woman was allegedly stabbed by TRS leader Habib with sharp-edged weapon on a busy street in Hyderabad. Josh Butler's fourth turn of the season steers Rajasthan Royals into the finals of IPL 2022 as they beat Royal Challengers Bangalore by 7 wickets. Rajasthan will now face Gujarat Titans in the finals on Sunday.
That the Double R will play in an IPL final. The only time they've been near them.
Prime Minister Modi is in Gujarat for a mega one-day visit. He will be accompanied by Home Minister Shah, who will stay there for 2 days. Modi will kick off his visit with a big boost in the state's health infrastructure by inaugurating a 200-bed multi-speciality charitable hospital in Rajkot. After that, Prime Minister Modi will be addressing a crowd of over 3 lakh people. Later at 4 p.m, he will be addressing a seminar of leaders of various cooperative institutions at the Sahakar Se Samriddhi event in Gandhinagar. An address to the Patidar community may be on the cards, followed by a joint speech with Amit Shah in Gandhinagar. Modi's visit is largely being seen as an attempt to woo the Patels of Gujarat. Support of the Patidar vote bank is seen as crucial for the Gujarat elections, which are around the corner. The visit also comes as questions loom on whether Patidar leader Hardik Patel is going to be joining the BJP after dumping the Congress. Saurabh Bhaktania is getting us more details on that story, joining us from Ahmedabad right now. Kickstarting the Gujarat campaign essentially is the Prime Minister in the state today in his home state, accompanied with the Home Minister. Give us an idea about what today looks like for the Prime Minister, Saurabh.
So, well, Sneha, very important visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and the place of visit is very important. The place is the Saurashtra. It's the Atkot area in the Rajkot district. Now, this particular hospital, the KD hospital, is built by the Patel Samaj, and the Patidars are the very important voters in terms of Gujarat Assembly elections. They are also been said as the kingmakers. Now, over 60 to 65 seats are dominated by the Patidar community in Gujarat, and today Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be in Atkot, where he will be inaugurating this particular hospital built by the Patel Seva Samaj. Sneha, let me give you the latest information that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi has landed at the Rajkot airport. He will be now heading to this particular hospital where the inauguration will be done. It's a 200-bed hospital built at the cost of 40 crores, and a lot of concession will be given because this is a charity hospital. Now, again, after this particular inauguration, Sneha, he will be addressing a public meeting in the same area, in the Patidar-dominated area. And let me tell you, the BJP are telling us that the crowd will be, the public over there in this particular rally will be of around 3 lakhs people. So it is going to be a huge public meeting, and after which he will be, later in the evening, he will be coming to Gandhinagar, where the cooperative society function is there. Also, a nano urea plant for the farmers will also be inaugurated by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And very importantly, Sneha, here Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, will also be present with him. Both will be delivering a speech. So back-to-back function for Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Amit Shah today. Amit Shah currently is in Dwarka, where he will be visiting the Dwarka temple, after which there is a police academy training center where he will be visiting that particular center as well. So Amit Shah and Prime Minister Narendra Modi have back-to-back programs today. where they will be inaugurating so many things and also delivering two important speeches. Narendra Modi will be going back to Delhi later in the evening, but Amit Shah will have several other functions lined up tomorrow as well. Back to you, Sneha.
I'm just curious, Saurabh, what this meeting really means for Hardik Patel and for the crucial Patidars, the vote bank in the state of Gujarat. How do you see this panning out essentially vis-a-vis Hardik Patel then choosing to join the BJP? He's in fact indicated already that he's not ruling that out.
So Sneha, let me tell you, Patidar voters are extremely important in terms of Gujarat Assembly elections. Now, like I told you, they are the kingmakers. Around 60 to 65 seats are dominated by the Patidar community. But when we look back at the Andolan which took place in the year of 2015, let me tell you, Sneha, there was a lot of anger in the Patidar community for the reservation, and that actually showed in the 2017 election as well, where Congress performed very well, but BJP managed to win the 2017 elections. Now what happened is, several of the Patidar community leaders, there was rift amongst them. Some of them joined the BJP party, Hardik Patel joined the Congress party, some of them are still working as an activist. So today, booing, basically targeting the Patidar community is very important. Let me tell you, most of the CMs in the Gujarat are from the Patidar community. The current CM, Bhupendra Patel, comes from the Patidar community, and therefore the Patel votes are very important, and the BJP knows this clearly well, and therefore Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself is in the Patel-dominated area in Rajkot, Atkot, where this particular the public meeting is happening. The hospital is built by the Patel Seva Samaj. So the Patidar votes are very important in that terms. This particular visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Gujarat today is very important. And remember, Sneha, this is not the first visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The kickstart of the campaign actually started just a day after the results of the 5 state elections which happened, and he was here where back-to-back 4 road shows actually happened. Today also we are being told that while Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be coming out from the Rajkot airport, there is lot of events and a lack of road show which will be happening.
We'll come back to you, Saurabh, for more on that in a bit from now. Do continue to be with us, because we're keeping a close eye on all of those developments from the state of Gujarat. Now, suspense seems to be growing over the Gyanvapi survey report, as the court is all set to release a survey video on the 30th of May. Multiple pleas have been filed in court to not make the report public. The Moss panel has insisted not to publicize the survey report in the public interest. The Hindu side has also filed a fresh plea in the Varanasi court demanding a complete ban on making the video content of the survey public in the interest of national security and communal harmony. Meanwhile, the Hindu side's lawyer has made some shocking charges, saying that half an inch thick and 63 centimeters deep hole was made into the alleged shivling. The Muslim side says the lawyer is making false claims.
Sensational claim made by the lawyer for the Hindu petitioner in the Gyanvapi case in Varanasi. Advocate Vishnu Shankar Jain claimed that an attempt was made to tamper with the evidence in the Gyanvapi case at the mosque premises.
मेरा क्लेम यह है कि जब ये उनकी पोजीशन में था, इसको एक फव्वारा बनाने की कोशिश की गई है और इसमें छेद किया गया है, और वो चक्री जो इनकी पूरी थ्योरी है फाउंटेन की, वो वहाँ से उत्पन्न हो रही है. इसलिए मेरा ये कहना है कि ये जो इन्होंने छेद किया है, इसमें ये इंटेंशनली किया है और इसको फव्वारा बताने की कोशिश की है, जो कि एकदम गलत है.
The Hindu side has made a huge claim that an half-inch thick and 63 centimeters deep hole was made into the oval-shaped structure they describe as the shivling.
एडवोकेट कमीशन की जो रिपोर्ट है उसमें स्पष्ट रूप से लिखा हुआ है कि उसमें 63 सेंटीमीटर का छेद है, और वो छेद जाहिर सी बात है हम लोगों ने नहीं किया, क्योंकि वो हमारे पोजीशन में नहीं था. पिछले 40-50 सालों से वो एरिया, अपर एरिया जो मस्जिद का है जहाँ पे शिवलिंग मिला है, वो मुस्लिम पक्ष के कब्जे में था और जिसको वजू खाना बनाने की कोशिश की गई.
The Hindu side also claims that an attempt was made to remove a disc-like object from the basement of the Gyanvapi premises after the place was sealed on orders of the court, and that alert security personnel prevented the removal of the evidence in the form of a disc-shaped object similar to the shape that was found on top of the structure, being described as the holy shivling.
कोरोबोरेटेड बाय गवाही जो वहाँ के केयर टेकर है, उनसे पूछा गया कि इसके ऊपर क्या रखा है आपने, तो उन्होंने कहा कि इसके ऊपर फव्वारा चलता था जो 12 साल पहले चलता था, फिर बोला 20 साल पहले चलता था। और उसके बाद नेक्स्ट कोरोबोरेशन ये है कि अभी रिसेंटली वहाँ से कुछ लोग, एक चक्री थी जो स्टोर रूम में रखी हुई थी मस्जिद के, वहाँ से उसको ले जा रहे थे। जब सीआरपीएफ ने मना कर दिया तो उसको वापस अंदर रख दिया गया, क्योंकि वो रेड जोन है, ना उसमें कोई सामान ले जा सकता है ना ला सकता है।
The Gyanvapi Masjid Intizamiya Committee, on the other hand, has disputed the claims of the structure being a shivling or an attempt being made to drill a hole in the structure. They insist there was no tampering with evidence either with the structure or at the premises, especially with the entire sealed off area now being in control of the Central Reserve Police Force.
झूठ की भी कोई सीमा होती है। ऐसा झूठ बोलने और झूठ को बढ़ावा देने वालों के लिए हमारी गुजारिश है कि कम से कम सीमा के अंदर झूठ ही अगर बोलना है तो कम से कम सीमा के अंदर तो रहकर झूठ बोले। आप खुद अंदाज़ा लगाइए कि जिस दिन ये सब मामला सामने आया है उसी दिन से वो वज़ू खाना सील कर दिया गया, तो कौन जाकर छेड़छाड़ कर रहा है उससे?
There are no details yet in public domain when the attempt was allegedly made to remove the evidence from the premises or to drill a hole in the structure being described as the shivling by the Hindu side. Advocate Vishnu Shankar Jain claims they will bring up the matter in court. With Samarth Srivastav and Kumar Abhishek in Varanasi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Samarth Srivastav is getting us more details, joining us from Varanasi right now. Samarth, all eyes on the 30th of May when the report is given to court. Meanwhile, both sides are making these claims and counterclaims. The Muslim side, interestingly, is making this sort of a counter essentially to the Hindu side that says the shivling was tampered with. If this area has been sealed, the question is how can that be done?
See, it's clear. When the first survey report came, it was also mentioned in the report, and when they went to the survey area, the Vishnu Jain, the Hindu side Vakil, claimed that the shivling has been tampered, and yet again this claim has come to light when he has said that somebody is trying to pick a hole and trying to tamper that particular shivling, while the Muslim advocates are completely denying the fact, while the members of Masjid committee are completely denying this fact and saying how could it be possible to tamper the shivling when the entire area has been sealed as per the directions of the apex court. So it's going to be very crucial because counter arguments are taking place since May 6th, the day when survey began in the city of Varanasi. But what we are getting is the important date of 30th May when things might get a bit clear, because we can't say things will get properly clear because 3 to 4 petitions are already in the district judge code, and many more petitions are likely to come in the days to come, because that Vaidik Sanatan Sangh chief Singh Visain has already put another petition which saying that nobody should be allowed, Muslims should be allowed to the area of Kashi Vishwanath in 5 courts. So that were the things, the latest updates coming in from Varanasi. But what is concrete is the video footages. All eyes are on the video footages. That is important for the Hindu side, while the Muslim side is claiming that it will hurt the harmony and unity of the city of Varanasi. It's going to be very crucial how the video footages come to light, and as per the judge, these will be handed over to the petitioners, and we'll have to wait and see like what these video footages of the survey will have in the box.
Samarth Srivastav, thanks for getting us all of those details. The Gyanvapi fire is spreading in Karnataka now. From Mandya to Bidar, many mandir masjid disputes are growing in the state. Here's more.
Gyanvapi fire is spreading across the country. Clamour to reclaim allegedly demolished temples is growing. From Mandya to Bidar, many mandir masjid disputes are brewing in Karnataka. The latest claim is from Mandya, where the Vishwa Hindu Parishad has demanded madrasa run by the Jamia Masjid be vacated. The VHP claims the mosque was once a Hanuman temple.
ಆಗಿರುವಂಥ ಹಿಂದೂ ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕ ಚಿಹ್ನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕಂಬಗಳಲ್ಲಿರುವುದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಮದ್ರಾಸವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸುವಂಥ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ನಮಾಜು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುವಂಥವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಆ ವಿಗ್ರಹಗಳನ್ನು ನಾಶಪಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಪ್ರಕರಣವನ್ನು ದಾಖಲು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಾವು ಡಿಮ್ಯಾಂಡನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು 20ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಮೇ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಶ್ರೀರಂಗಪಟ್ಟಣದ ತಹಸೀಲ್ದಾರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಮೆಮೊರಾಂಡನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ. 14 ದಿನದ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ FIR ಅನ್ನು ದಾಖಲು ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಮಾನ್ಯುಮೆಂಟಿನ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿನ ವಿರುದ್ಧವಾಗಿ ಏನು ವಾಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಮದ್ರಸವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಮತ್ತು ನಮಾಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅಡುಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ತೆರವುಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಆಗ್ರಹವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. 14 ದಿನಗಳ ಗಡುವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ. 14 ದಿನಗಳು ಅಂದರೆ 14ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಆ ಗಡುವಿನ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಏನಾರ ನಮ್ಮ ಡಿಮ್ಯಾಂಡನ್ನು ಈಡೇರಿಸದೇ ಇದ್ದಲ್ಲಿ 4ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಶ್ರೀರಂಗಪಟ್ಟಣ ಜೂನ್ 4ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಶ್ರೀರಂಗಪಟ್ಟಣ ಕರೆಯನ್ನು ವಿಶ್ವ ಹಿಂದೂ ಪರಿಷತ್ ಬಜರಂಗದಳ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಘಟಕ ಕರೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
Senior BJP leader Ishwarappa has backed VHP's claims.
36,000 ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಗಳನ್ನ ಧ್ವಂಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಸೀದಿಗಳು ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೊಸ ಮಸೀದಿ ಕಟ್ಟುವಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೂ 1,000 ಕಟ್ಟಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ನನ್ನ ಅಭ್ಯಂತರ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಮಸೀದಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಾಜ್ ಮಾಡಲಿ, ಸಂತೋಷವಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡಲಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಈಶ್ವರನ ಲಿಂಗವನ್ನ, ಸೋಮನಾಥ ಲಿಂಗವನ್ನ, ಕಾಶಿ ವಿಶ್ವನಾಥ ಲಿಂಗವನ್ನ, ಮಥುರಾದ ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಲಿಂಗವನ್ನ, ಅಯೋಧ್ಯೆಯ ಶ್ರೀರಾಮಚಂದ್ರ ಭೂಮಿಯನ್ನ ಪುಡಿ ಮಾಡೋರನ್ನ ನಾವು ಬಿಡ್ತೀವ? ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ, ಆ 36,000 ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಗಳ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಗಳನ್ನು ಪುಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಸೀದಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿದಾರೋ ಆ 36,000 ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಹಿಂದೂಗಳ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನಾಳೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಕಾನೂನುಬದ್ಧವಾಗಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಯಾವ ಕಾನೂನು ಇಲ್ಲ.
In Bidar, the VHP has claimed a dargah at Basava Kalyan was a temple of Basavanna earlier.
ನಿಜವಾಗಿಯೂ ಅದು ಬಸವಣ್ಣನ ಒಂದು ಪುಣ್ಯಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಂಥ ಮೂಲ ಅನುಭವ ಮಂಟಪ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇತ್ತೀಚಲಾಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಜಾಮನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತೊಂದರೆಯಾಗಿ ನಿಜಾಮ ಅದನ್ನು ವಶಪಡಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ತನ್ನ IBN ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ದಾಖಲಾತಿಗಳು, ಪುರಾವೆಗಳು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗಲೂ ಸಿಗ್ತವೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪುಷ್ಕರಣಿ ಇದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನದ ಕಳಶಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿವೆ. ಇಂಥದ್ರಿಂದ ಅದು ಮೂಲ ಅನುಭವ ಮಂಟಪ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಕ್ಷ್ಯಾಧಾರಗಳು ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇವೆ.
The claims in Mandya and Bidar come close on the heels of a similar demand in Mangaluru. Their Hindu groups have said a temple has been found during the renovation of a mosque. After hijab, halal and Muslim traders ban, a new chapter has opened in polarization Nataka. Bureau Report, India Today.
Some news just coming in. The chorus for Uniform Civil Code is getting louder. Uttarakhand Chief Minister has formed a panel for Uniform Civil Code implementation. 6-member committee to implement Uniform Civil Code in Uttarakhand. It's a big statement on UCC by Chief Minister Dhami. The question is it time for one India, one law, now one nation, one law?
जस्टिस रंजना देसाई के अध्यक्षता में एक 5 सदस्यीय कमेटी हमने गठित कर दी है. हम जो कहते हैं वो करते हैं और हमने पहले ही कहा था कि हम इस पर हमारी सरकार ने निर्णय ले लिया है. चुनाव से पहले हमने संकल्प लिया था. चुनाव के बाद पहली जो हमारी मंत्रिमंडल की बैठक हुई थी, पहली शपथ ग्रहण के बाद हमने उसमें ये सर्वसम्मति से फैसला ले लिया था कि हम उत्तराखंड के अंदर सभी के लिए समान नागरिक संहिता लाएंगे और उसके लिए कमेटी बनाएंगे. आज हमने वो कमेटी बना दी है और कमेटी जल्दी ही ड्राफ्ट तैयार करेगी और ड्राफ्ट तैयार होने के बाद हम उसको लागू करेंगे.
सरकार की नीयत बहुत साफ है, किसी को तंग और परेशान करने की नीयत नहीं है. जो ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जो देश के लिए खतरा है, प्रदेश के लिए तो है ही है, साथ में देश के लिए भी खतरा है, तो वो कैसे यहाँ पर बिना परमिशन के यहाँ आ रहे हैं, कैसे रह रहे हैं, उनकी एक्टिविटीज़ क्या है, वो क्या कर रहे हैं, इन सारी चीज़ों को देखते हुए कॉमन सिविल कोड की बात मुख्यमंत्री जी ने कही है, जिसका सभी ने समर्थन किया है, पूरा प्रदेश साथ में है.
यूनिफॉर्म में करना मैं समझता हूँ कि मुश्किल ज़रूर है, लेकिन अगर राज्य सरकार की ये का प्रयास है तो ठीक है, वो उसका मसवदा तैयार करे और मसवदा को पेश करे और उस पर बहस होनी चाहिए उस पर चिंतन होना चाहिए। अगर ये इतना आसान होता यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड तो ये कब का बन गया होता।
In other news today, horrific assault has been caught on camera where a woman is being assaulted by a TRS leader. The 29-year-old woman was allegedly stabbed by her ex-boyfriend near Hafiz Baba Nagar in Hyderabad. The accused TRS leader Habib attacked the woman with sharp-edged weapon is what is being said. She was rushed to the hospital after being injured. The police said the woman and the suspect were in a relationship earlier and had just parted ways very recently. With that report, it's time for a quick commercial break here. News continues in just 2 minutes.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@ajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
5 days of global brainstorm. 70 plus interviews. +20 panel discussions. India Today and Business Today leads the Davos coverage.
You are watching India Today.
"21 funerals are being planned in Texas following the school shooting on Tuesday. Along with the grief, there are questions over the actions of police that day. Parents say that officers could and should have done much more. Here's more.
It was supposed to be the last day of school for the children of Robb Elementary. Instead, on the lawn lay a line of crosses marked with the names of the 19 children and 2 teachers gunned down on Tuesday. Fernando Rodriguez was among the students hunkered down as the gunman fired 233 rounds. Now, at the age of 9, he's a survivor of a school massacre.
They were shooting. I was hiding next to the door. They were shooting in front of my class.
It's brave of you to come back here and to give flowers.
Yeah, to support other people who lost their kids.
Did you know some of those kids? You missed them. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. This boy was also inside, returning today to bring flowers to his fallen classmates.
I feel safer now.
This rural town of 16,000 people is a profile in mourning. The front page of the local paper black, but for the date of the massacre. Crosses filling the town square. Shane Raymond came to write a farewell message to 8-year-old Uzziah Garcia, another victim in the shooting and one of the latest of America's decades-long epidemic of gun violence.
Amazing kid. Definitely didn't deserve this.
On the day parents came to retrieve the bodies of children who were gunned down 2 days ago, more flowers have arrived here at Robb Elementary School, and more questions have arisen about what exactly happened here. Some here say police acted too slowly to stop the gunman, who was locked inside the school for an hour before Border Patrol agents found a key to the classroom he was in and killed him. In this video circulating on social media, as the shooting was going on, parents urged police to go inside.
Man, y'all can't be like that, man. Y'all can't be like that when there's people. Yes, I do. Get across the street. You know that there are kids, right? They're little kids. They don't know how to defend themselves.
Asked why it took so long, police on Thursday had no answers.
We want to give you the why. That's our job. So give us time.
At a tear-filled vigil, Senator Ted Cruz and Governor Greg Abbott mourned the loss, yet both continue to oppose gun control legislation. As another town in America joins the long list of places whose names are synonymous with tragedy. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Uvalde, Texas.
Well, 87 people were killed in a Russian airstrike in the town of Desna last Tuesday. It is said to be Ukraine's biggest military death toll in a single strike of the war so far. Russian long-range missiles had hit Ukrainian reserves forces at a training center near Desna in the northern Ukrainian region of Chernihiv. Here's a report.
The road to Desna is thick with roadblocks and checkpoints. But the Russian attack that resulted in the single worst loss of military life since the start of the war came from the sky. 4 or 5, some witnesses say 7 missiles hit the army base at the garrison town of Desna on May 17th. The official death toll confirmed only a week later. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, in a speech to Davos, said 87 people were killed, mostly young recruits in training, who had yet to make it to the war. 2 towns over, witnesses say the explosions were loud enough for them to hear and feel, shaking nearby homes. One woman said she was near Desna at the time of the attack.
We are scared of a repeat of Irpin. We don't have enough to keep us safe, and we ask everyone to close the sky. Tanks will not get through here, but helicopters and planes are a big problem.
The military being so close by for those living in nearby towns instills confidence, but also fear.
In the morning, I heard the news that it happened in Desna, which is 30 kilometers from here, but I still heard the explosions. It's very scary. I'm still panicking.
The small city closest to Desna is now home to Ukrainian troops relocated from the base since the attack. Many Ukrainians are asking why relocating troops wasn't more of a priority after similar attacks on army barracks in Yavoriv in the west and Mykolaiv in the south.
The people in this town are very tense. We were just here filming at a local market when a crowd gathered around us and began yelling. They were very upset that we were there. We were escorted away by police to a local government building, and an official there has now asked us to leave. What people here are saying is that after what happened at the army base in Desna, not too far from here, they're worried that their town might be next.
Secrecy surrounds what happens at sensitive military locations. But on social media channels dedicated to raising awareness of missing persons in this war, friends and family are posting the names and pictures of men who were serving at Desna in search of answers. Some of the dead were taken to Kyiv, others were brought to this morgue in Chernihiv. Refrigeration trucks will soon be emptied to fill freshly made coffins. Chernihiv region is no stranger to Russian aggression. The main city bears the scars of this conflict, and the strain of months of fighting, occupation, and continued airstrikes is also visible on people's faces. As the dead from Desna are buried, Ukraine's president reminded the world that 50 to 100 Ukrainian soldiers are dying in this war every day. And even in death, Ukrainian soldiers laid to rest here from past battles were not spared the indignities of this invasion. The ground fighting may now be in the east and the south, but with the skies firmly in Russian hands, the front line, people in towns and villages like this say, is everywhere. Zain Basravi, Al Jazeera, near Desna in Chernihiv region.
Moscow's invasion of Ukraine has entered its 3rd month now. After failing to seize the capital of Kyiv, Russia is now trying to take full control of the eastern region from Donbas to Crimea. Here's more.
The Russian invasion of Ukraine has entered its 3rd month. But the offensive is focused on eastern Ukraine now. After failing the siege of the capital Kyiv, Russia is now trying to wrest full control of the eastern region from Donbas to Crimea. On Friday, multiple explosions were reported at an oil field in Donetsk from Russian strikes. this crucial supply road bombed into ashes. Thousands of troops have poured into the region from 3 sides in an attempt to encircle Ukrainian troops. In the northeast region, Kharkiv, Ukraine's second biggest city, continues to bear much of the Russian onslaught. Ukraine is fighting back. Tanks are rolling into the eastern region. Howitzers, FH-70 are also moving in. A Russian strategic base was destroyed in Ukrainian attacks. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has again urged Russian President Vladimir Putin to hold talks and end the war immediately.
В цілому це до 12 мільйонів. Це велика кількість для держави, яка 40-мільйонним населенням. 12 мільйонів людей виїхало, з них біля 5-5,5 вже виїхало за кордон нашої держави. А все, що за кордоном нашої держави, дуже допомагають люди, які приймають наших людей, приймають не як біженців. Тут я вдячний, що більшість країн Європейського Союзу приймають їх як навіть не як гостей, а як своїх людей, як рідних, як близьких. І я думаю, що без їх допомоги, без об'єднання Європейського Союзу навколо цих людей, навколо цієї гуманітарної кризи нам було би складно.
While speculations are rife over Putin's health, the Russian leader has given no indication what his next move would be. Bureau Report, India Today.
Some news just coming in. School police chief has been faulted in the Texas shooting. The police chief has been blamed for inaction to stop the shooting. Sources telling us security failures allowed the shooting in Texas that killed over 21 people. We're getting you all the details of the shooting in Texas that has taken the lives of children as well as teachers in the school. The school police chief has been faulted in Texas. There were lapses on the part of the school police chief. Is what we are learning in action. To stop shooting is what led to an 18-year-old kill just so many people in a school. Getting you all the details of the school shooting in Texas. The school chief, the school police chief essentially, has been faulted for the shooting, and also a lot is being said about the police should be, in fact, have been doing much more to control the 18-year-old and to prevent the shooting from happening as well. In fact, the killer was neutralized 1 hour after he went into a rampage. It brings us to the end of this edition. For all news and updates, do log on to our website, that's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
It's the biggest football game of the year. featuring two of the biggest clubs in the world.
Fans from Liverpool and Real Madrid trickle into Paris. Catch all the fans' reactions, celebration and excitement live from Paris.
Watch a special build-up exclusively on India Today at these times on Saturday.
You are watching India Today.
On your screens are the victims of jihadi terrorism in Kashmir. More than 5 innocent unarmed civilians were shot dead, their minor-age children injured in Jammu and Kashmir just in past 1 month. Angry protests erupting against these targeted killings by Pakistan-sponsored terrorists. Next half an hour, I'll be taking you through the recent developments from the Kashmir rally. In a series of latest targeted killings by terrorists in Kashmir, the latest victim was a young Kashmiri woman, an actor with local television station, a social media influencer, but she was shot dead in cold blood right outside her house. Terrorists then also shot at and injured her 10-year-old nephew. The question we're asking today, are radical Islamists now targeting even liberal Kashmiri Muslims, and why? Take a look at this report. She loved to sing, dance and perform. Her talent made her a well-known figure in the Kashmir Valley. But radical Islamists in Kashmir fumed at her popularity. On Wednesday, she fell to terrorists' bullets. Kashmiri television actor and social media star Amreen Bhatt was shot at right outside her home. Just like policeman Saifullah Qadri's 9-year-old daughter, who witnessed her father's killing and was shot and injured by terrorists, in this case as well, Amreena's 10-year-old nephew also was shot at and was injured. Family and colleagues are in shock that Amreen became an innocent target of terror.
पौने 8 बजे 2 बंदे आए, उसने ढूंढा अमरीना, मेरा छोटा भाई उधर, उसी को बोला अमरीना कहाँ है, उसने बोला वो अंदर है कमरे में, उसने बोला उसको आवाज़ मारो यहाँ निकालो बाहर। अमरीना आया बाहर उधर, उसने बोला 2-3 दिन हमारे साथ आओ शूटिंग पर। मैं शूटिंग कहाँ वो बड़गाम के साइड में, उसने बोला हम उधर आज नहीं आऊँगा, मैं 5-6 दिन रेस्ट करूँगा। बस इसने पिस्तौल निकाला तो मारा फायरिंग, मारा गोली यहाँ बच्चे को आए यहाँ।
2 बंदे आए थे, मेरी बीवी यहाँ पर गाय को दूध लेने गई थी, वो इस साइड में थी, तो अंदर से ये वो थी मेरी सिस्टर और मेरा बेटा है छोटा। तो 2 बंदे आ रहे हैं, वो कह रहा है कि 2 बंदे आए, उन्होंने बुलाया उसको, कहा कि हमारे आज बड़गाम में शूटिंग है, इधर देखो। वो तो गेट पे निकले उस दरवाजे पे, तो उन्होंने फायर खोला, वहाँ से फायर 2-3 मारा उनको, इतना ही पता है। फिर मैंने नमाज खत्म किया, तब तक वो भाग चुके थे।
India Today has found out that Amreen was being regularly trolled and shamed by radical Muslim handles on her social media profiles for her videos. A month leading up to the murder, comments on her Instagram profile turned into blatant threats and intimidation. Comments read, "Aren't you ashamed to dance and upload videos as a Muslim woman? I know where you live. You have brought shame to Kashmir." And after her murder, there was celebration, with laughing emojis and one even shockingly stating, "Dance in hell now, well done boys." Amreen is the latest victim in an orgy of terror unleashed by Pakistan-based terror groups in the Kashmir Valley, which has seen Kashmiri Pandits, police personnel on leave, and non-local residents being murdered in targeted attacks. Bureau Report, India Today. In less than 24 hours, the Indian Armed Forces gunned down the killers of Kashmiri TV actor Amreen Bhatt. Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists who had killed the TV actor and also injured her nephew have now been neutralized in Kashmir's Avantipura. This next report will tell you the details.
Justice for Kashmiri TV actor Amreen Bhatt.
ये जात है, एक कहावत है कश्मीर में, मुसलमान मुसलमान को मारता है। क्या करे, मेरी बेटी ने क्या किया उसको, क्या खाया उसको? अपना काम कर रहे हो, अपना बाप को पालता है, बेटे दूसरे बहन को पालता है, इसके बच्चे को पालता है। इसने क्या गुनाह किया उसने?
Within 24 hours of her murder, Bhatt's killers are eliminated. Two Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists allegedly behind the assassination were killed by security forces in an encounter in Avantipura. The police say both suspects were fresh terror recruits. They were allegedly acting on directions of Lashkar-e-Toiba commander Latif.
LT का टेररिस्ट मारा गया है और हम सब को याद है कि 2 दिन पहले एक टीवी एक्ट्रेस को मारा था। हम लोग तभी से उसको ट्रैक कर रहे थे, उसमें से दोनों मारे गए हैं। लतीफ के डायरेक्शन पर दोनों ने किल किया था।
Amreen Bhatt, who was accompanied by her nephew, was gunned down by the terrorist in front of her house on Wednesday. While Amreen succumbed to the shots, her 10-year-old nephew was injured. The child is still in shock.
मुझे दुकान पे जाना था, वहाँ से 2 लड़के आए, उन्होंने बोला अपनी मौसी को बुलाओ। मैंने जब बुलाया तो वो आई, उन्होंने बोला उसे बड़गाम में प्रोग्राम है, वो आ गई। फिर मेरी मौसी, उन्होंने बोला, मेरी मौसी ने बोला उनको आप कौन हो? उन्होंने उसी वक्त गन निकाला और फायरिंग की, उसके बाद मुझे पता नहीं।
This attack came just days after Jammu and Kashmir constable was shot dead and his daughter fired at, sparking massive condemnation and a violent crackdown on terror.
नया ट्रेंड है टेररिस्ट का कि लोगों में टेरर फैलाना, भय फैलाना, इसलिए सिविलियन को, वुमेन्स को, छोटे बच्चों को टारगेट कर रहा है।
मरकजी सरकार है, वो जूं की तू है, उनकी जो उनकी मस्कुलर पॉलिसी है, दबाव की पॉलिसी है, दोन्स की पॉलिसी है, उसका ये नतीजा है कि दिन ब दिन जम्मू कश्मीर में हालात बेहतर होने के बजाय बिगड़ रहे हैं।
Justice for Amreen delivered. Now to ensure justice for Safa. With Ashraf Wani in Srinagar, Bureau Report, India Today.
Going across straight to this news coming in from the state of Gujarat, where the Prime Minister has landed. The Prime Minister has a hectic day in his home state of Gujarat today. This essentially is kick-starting the campaign for the state that goes to polls in just 6 months or so from now. Home Minister Amit Shah is with the Prime Minister in Gujarat today. The Prime Minister is participating in various functions, including seminar of leaders of various cooperative institutions. He will also be holding a mega show in Patidar community-dominated belt. The Home Minister is in Gujarat for 2 days. The Prime Minister is there for 1 day. Today in the evening, both the Prime Minister and the Home Minister will be sharing the same stage at an event in Gandhinagar. The Prime Minister is having a mega event at Patidar-dominated belt Saurashtra as well to woo Patel voters. Patidar's, remember, Patidar votes are very important for Gujarat Assembly elections. They've always had to be the kingmaker for the Assembly elections. The Prime Minister's schedule is as follows. He is, in fact, right now at a hospital in Rajkot. This is a hospital that is being inaugurated. It is a charity hospital and it's a multi-speciality hospital that is being inaugurated by the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister will then be addressing a crowd of over 3 lakh people is what is being said by the BJP. At 4 o'clock, the Prime Minister will be addressing the seminar of leaders of various cooperative institutions. We're getting you all the details of the Prime Minister's hectic one-day visit to the state of Gujarat, which is poll-bound. He is being accompanied by Union Home Minister Amit Shah. The Prime Minister right now is in Rajkot. He is visiting the newly built Matushri KDP Multispeciality Hospital in Atkot in Rajkot. This is going to be followed by his address at a public function at the same venue. Interestingly, this hospital is also managed by Shree Patel Seva Samaj. Remember, the Patels and the Patidars, an important vote bank for all political parties in the state of Gujarat, also for the BJP. Hence, this is also being looked at as an attempt to woo the Patidars in the state of Gujarat. There's a mega outreach. He's also be addressing a crowd of over 3 lakh people is what the BJP has said. At 4 o'clock, the Prime Minister will be addressing a seminar of leaders of various cooperative institutions. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be present and accompanying him today. The Prime Minister later is also going to be inaugurating a nano-urea liquid plant constructed in Kalol. Saurav Vaktania getting us the highlights of this crucial visit. Saurav, right now the Prime Minister is at the Multispeciality Hospital, interestingly, which is also managed by the Patel Seva Samaj, isn't it?
Well, absolutely, Sneha. This particular hospital is being managed by the Patel Seva Samaj, and it is built at the cost of 40 crores. And let me tell you, the most important part is that it is in the main Patel-dominated area in Atkot, which is in the Rajkot district, and very important in terms of elections as well. When we speak about this particular hospital, Sneha, this is a multi-speciality hospital. All round of treatment, diagnosis and operations can happen in this particular hospital. It is again now a charity hospital, and therefore the prices which will be applied as pretty less, and it will be completely managed by the Patel Seva Samaj. The BJP leader from there who has made a very important role in building this particular hospital. We can clearly see in the visuals right now, currently with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And let me tell you that when Prime Minister Narendra Modi reached at Rajkot, there was a great warm welcoming by the people of Rajkot. Later on, he reached the Atkot area. This is in the Rajkot district. And the hospital is now been inaugurated by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Will be very important for the people in that particular area. But let me tell you that in that particular area, there is no such multi-speciality hospital, but this will be a very important hospital dedicated by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi to the people. And after this inauguration, it will be in just 10 to 15 minutes from now on that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also be addressing a huge public rally. BJP officials are telling us that around 3 lakh people are present in that particular rally where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing this rally.
In the same time, Sneha, let me also tell you that Union Home Minister Amit Shah too has reached Gujarat. He has arrived at the Jamnagar airport, while after which he will be straight heading to the Dwarka temple, and from Dwarka he will be going to the Dwarka, and here there is a police training camp institute where he will be addressing a speech. So at a time when Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing a speech in Atkot, Rajkot, Amit Shah will be addressing a speech in Dwarka. Later on, after finishing both this event, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be heading to Gandhinagar, and in Gandhinagar both will be sharing a same stage. It's a back-to-back events which are lined up for both the people over here in Gujarat. It's their hometown. It's an election-bound state. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, it's the third visit in Gujarat in terms of the election. Amit Shah has been very frequent arriving in Gujarat, but the first time they both will be sharing a same stage. This again at the Gandhinagar, the event is about the cooperative societies. The Gujarat has highest number of cooperative society, and both of them will be addressing the barriers or the office barriers of the cooperative society. So once this the event is over, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be going back to Delhi, but Amit Shah will be over here, and several functions and events are lined up for tomorrow.
That's right. Sort of talk to us a little about the manner in which, an attempt is being made in fact, by both the leaders, the Prime Minister and also the Home Minister there, to reach out, to make an outreach essentially to the Patidar community in both of these days, the Prime Minister today and the Home Minister today and tomorrow.
So, well, Sneha, the Patidar community, like I said, is the kingmaker for the Gujarat Assembly election, and their votes are very important, because we have to understand that after the 2015 Patidar Andolan, there were the Patidar community who were not happy with the BJP, and it was directly reflected in the 2017 elections as well, where the Congress performed pretty much well. But having said that, BJP managed to win the 2017 elections by nick, but therefore to gain those trusts again, it is very important for the BJP to move the Patidar voters, and therefore this particular event of Prime Minister Narendra Modi stands very important. We have recently also seen that how Hardik Patel have left the Congress party, and the speculations are pretty much high, Sneha. Let me tell you that after this particular visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, we are being told by the sources in the BJP that on 30th or 31st it will be Hardik Patel be joining the BJP party. So for the BJP, the Patidar voters are very important, and therefore we have also seen that most of the CMs of Gujarat come from the Patel community. The current Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel is from the Patidar community. So the Patidar community is very important, and the current place right now the Prime Minister Narendra Modi is inaugurating this particular hospital is the Patel dominated area. It's the complete Patel dominated area which we called as a Saurashtra. We also have leaders like Naresh Patel. The speculations are still made that whether Naresh Patel will be joining politics or not, or whether he will be joining which party, but the sources are telling us that Naresh Patel might not join any political party. For the current event, let me tell you, Sneha, Naresh Patel was also given invitation for this particular event of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, but Naresh Patel clearly said that he has his events schedule, which already he has to go somewhere else, and therefore he will not be attending the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's event. But having said that, the BJP has a very good hold at the Patel community after the 2015 Andolan as well. Several of the Patidar leaders had joined the BJP party who were the part of this whole Andolan. But many of them are still basically not joined any party, and they are still activists. The most important part will be, Sneha, for the upcoming election to take back the Patidar cases which are against them. Let me tell you, there are over 150 cases against the Patidar community for the 2015 Andolan which took place. The Patidar community leaders are clearly telling them that till the time all the cases are not taken back, they won't be supporting the BJP party. So it's a very interesting stage of the election. The BJP and the government of Gujarat has said that slowly and steadily, after reviewing all the cases, they will be taking back all the cases. But then how and when they take cases back, it will be very important to see, and it will be also very interesting to see that whether this time the Patidar voters actually supports the BJP party. But clearly, having said that, Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself on ground at the Patel dominated area inaugurating this particular hospital, and afterward he will be addressing the public meeting. It stands very important, Sneha.
Yes, Saurabh, you spoke about the support of the Patidars, but some of that support did wane away, and I think this was reflective in the 2017 assembly elections in the state of Gujarat. I think some of the anger from the Andolan in 2015, the Patidar Andolan, spilled over to 2017 assembly elections in the state. I think that is a chance that the BJP doesn't really want to take this time around, isn't it?
Absolutely, Sneha, because BJP doesn't want to take any chances, because what happened after the Patidar Andolan is that there were so many cases registered against the Patidar community people, and they were absolutely not happy, and many of them joined the Congress. And let me tell you, Hardik Patel was one of them who joined the Congress in 2019 elections, and the dominance of Patidar community is around 60 to 65 seats, Sneha. Let me tell you, not just the Saurashtra belt, but for the North Gujarat, South Gujarat, there are important pockets, important belts in which the Patidar community stands very important, and they are actually called the kingmaker for the Gujarat Assembly election. And therefore we have seen in the past and the current CM as well that the most of the CMs of Gujarat are from the Patidar community. Now, having said that, what the Congress now is doing it, that they have started a new campaign, because they are clearly seeing that BJP and the Gujarat government somewhere down the line in the coming months, they will be taking back cases of the Patidar community. So what now Congress is doing is, they are raising a question that we don't have any problem with Patidar's cases being taken back, but why only Patidar? There are the cases on Dalit community, there are cases on the Kshatriya community, there are cases against the individuals and the youth who have fought for their rights against the government. The cases have been registered against them. So what the Congress is now taking a new track in this particular case, and they are saying that the cases against all the community and the youths and the students should be taken
We'll talk
back.
about that
So
in a
very
bit from now,
interesting
Saurav. We are
politics right now.
keeping our very, very close eye on all of those developments from the state of Gujarat, where the Prime Minister is, in Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar, right now in Rajkot, where these pictures are coming from. For the moment, it's time for...
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching You are watching India Today.
Hello, you're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get started with the headlines in this edition first. Prime Minister Modi and Union Home Minister Amit Shah kickstart their visit to pole-bound Gujarat. Modi inaugurated the newly built Matushri KDP Multispeciality Hospital in Rajkot. There is going to be a joint speech with Shah in Gandhinagar later in the evening. Suspense mounts over 8-hour Gyan Vapi survey report. The Varanasi court is going to release the highly anticipated survey video on Monday. Both the Mosque panel and the Hindu side opposed video release. From Mandya to Bida, clamour grows to reclaim allegedly demolished temples in Karnataka. Hindu outfit Vishwa Hindu Parishad has now demanded madrasa run by the Jamia Masjid to be vacated, saying that this is a Hanuman temple. Horrific assault caught on camera where a 29-year-old woman was allegedly stabbed by a TRS worker with sharp-edged weapon on a busy street in Ahmedabad. Jos Butler's fourth turn of the season steers Rajasthan Royals into the final of IPL 2022 as they beat Royal Challengers Bangalore by 7 wickets. Rajasthan will now face Gujarat Titans in the finals on Sunday. We're getting you all details from the Prime Minister's much talked about visit to his home state of Gujarat. Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, is also with him. The Prime Minister is there for a day. The Home Minister is going to be spending 2 days in Gujarat. Saurav Akhtania is in Ahmedabad getting us more on that story. Saurav, first of all, take us to the details of what the Prime Minister's day today in Gujarat looks like.
So, Sneha, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has reached the Rajkot airport, and after which he's straight headed to the KDP hospital. Now, this is the hospital which has been built by the Patel Seva Samaj, built at the cost of 40 crores. Let me tell you that all sorts of high-end facilities, equipments and the machines are available in this particular hospital. It took a lot of time to build this particular hospital, and it's a very important place. This is the Atkot area, the small town in the Rajkot district. Again, it is a very highly Patel-dominated area, very important vote bank for the Gujarat Assembly election. Remember, this is the third visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the state of Gujarat. It's the hometown of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Earlier, he had meetings at the public rallies and several others inauguration done at the tribal belt area. Tribal belt again is a very important belt for the Gujarat Assembly election. After which now he has reached the Patel-dominated area, the Patidar community area. This is the Saurashtra, a very important place in the state of Gujarat. The BJP had lost a lot of seats in the 2017 election, which the BJP wants to regain all those seats, and therefore Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself on the field in this particular area. Now, what and why the Patidar votes are important? 60 to 65 seats. First, Saurashtra has the highest seats of around 30 to 35 seats. Later on, the North Gujarat and then the South Gujarat. Okay. These are the particular areas where there is lot of dominance of the Patidar community. And after this particular event, Sneha, he is going to address a huge public meeting. Around 3 lakhs people will be present in this. Yes, it also is being seen as an outreach to the Patidars in the state of Gujarat, who have actually been a little disappointed with the BJP, as was evident in the 2017 assembly elections. The BJP hopes to retain the votes of this crucial community there. Saura, thanking you for the moment. We'll come back to you for more on that in just a bit from now. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami led government on Friday announced a drafting committee to implement the Uniform Civil Code in the state. In this notification, Dhami-led government has said the panel is going to examine and report on all relevant laws governing the individual civil affairs of all citizens residing in Uttarakhand. Back on the 2nd of May, Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister Jairam Thakur
had also announced that UCC will be brought into the state soon. Meanwhile, opposition has called Uniform Civil Code an unconstitutional and anti-minorities move, calling this rhetoric and diversion from concerns of inflation and a weakened economy.
जस्टिस संजना देसाई के अध्यक्षता में एक 5 सदस्यीय कमेटी हमने गठित कर दी है। हम जो कहते हैं वो करते हैं और हमने पहले ही कहा था कि हम इस पर हमारी सरकार ने निर्णय ले लिया है। चुनाव से पहले हमने संकल्प लिया था। चुनाव के बाद पहली जो हमारी मंत्रिमंडल की बैठक हुई थी, पहली शपथ ग्रहण के बाद हमने उसमें ये सर्वसम्मति से फैसला ले लिया था कि हम उत्तराखंड के अंदर सभी के लिए समान नागरिक संहिता लाएंगे और उसके लिए कमेटी बनाएंगे। आज हमने वो कमेटी बना दी है और कमेटी जल्दी ही ड्राफ्ट तैयार करेगी और ड्राफ्ट तैयार होने के बाद हम उसको लागू करेंगे।
सरकार की नीयत बहुत साफ है, किसी को तंग और परेशान करने की नीयत नहीं है। जो ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जो देश के लिए खतरा है, प्रदेश के लिए तो है ही है, साथ में देश के लिए भी खतरा है, तो वो कैसे यहाँ पर बिना परमिशन के यहाँ आ रहे हैं, कैसे रह रहे हैं, उनकी एक्टिविटीज़ क्या है, वो क्या कर रहे हैं, इन सारी चीज़ों को देखते हुए कॉमन सिविल कोड की बात मुख्यमंत्री जी ने कही है, जिसका सभी ने समर्थन किया है, पूरा प्रदेश साथ में है।
ये जो इनके तर्कस में जितने सारे एजेंडा हैं, वो एजेंडाओं पर ही बहस चल रहा है, तो इसलिए यहाँ होड़ लगी हुई है कि कौन आगे बढ़ के कितना ज़्यादा लोगों को चुट्टी काटने वाला, कितना ज़्यादा लोगों को में तनाव पैदा करने वाला कार्यक्रम करता है। वही सबसे बड़ा सफल इनका मुख्यमंत्री है, वही सरकार है।
यूनिफॉर्म में करना मैं समझता हूँ कि मुश्किल ज़रूर है, लेकिन अगर राज्य सरकार की ये का प्रयास है तो ठीक है, वो उसका मसवदा तैयार करे और मसवदा को पेश करे और उस पर बहस होनी चाहिए, उस पर चिंतन होना चाहिए। अगर ये इतना आसान होता यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड तो ये कब का बन गया होता।
ऐसे मामलों में जो सभी जो स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, प्रमुख उनके जो लोग हैं, उनको कॉन्फिडेंस में लेकर एक सर्वदलीय बैठक करके, सर्व समुदाय की बैठक करके और सबको साथ लेके, उनका सबकी सहमति लेके एक तभी कार्रवाई सब पूरी होनी चाहिए।
Colleague Dilip Singh Rathore is getting us more details on that story, joining us from Uttarakhand right now. The statements had been made by the Chief Minister in the past, after which several BJP Chief Ministers had spoken about the need for a uniform civil code, but it does appear that Uttarakhand has put this into action mode right now when it comes to implementation of uniform civil code. Dilip.
देखिए, शुरुआती दौर में अगर हम बात करें, जब इलेक्शन का टाइम था, तो उस समय यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के बारे में पुष्कर सिंह धामी ने ऐलान किया था कि हम इसको उत्तराखंड के अंदर लागू करेंगे। उसी समय से ये कहीं पर इसका स्वागत हुआ था, कहीं पर इसका विरोध हुआ था और आखिरकार कल पुष्कर सिंह धामी ने इसके लिए कमेटी का गठन कर दिया है, जिसमें 5 लोगों को टीम बनाई है। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं इससे देखिए 2 क्षेत्र लगते हैं यहाँ पर, एक मैदानी क्षेत्र लगता है, एक पहाड़ी क्षेत्र लगता है। और जहाँ पर मैदानी क्षेत्र की हम बात करें तो अलग अलग सोसाइटी के लोग यहाँ रहते हैं, चाहे हम किसी भी धर्म विशेष की बात करें, तो कहीं ना कहीं वहाँ पर इसमें विरोध के स्वर जरूर है। लेकिन हाँ, पहाड़ी क्षेत्रों की अगर हम बात करें तो यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के बारे में लोग स्वागत भी कर रहे हैं इसका।
जी बिल्कुल दिलीप, शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए दिलीप, with those details on what next as far as the uniform civil code in the state of Uttarakhand is concerned. Meanwhile, suspense is growing over Gyan Vapi survey report as the court is also to release the survey video on the 30th of May. Multiple pleas have been filed in court to not make the report public. The Moss panel has insisted, saying that this must not be publicized in public interest. The Hindu side, interestingly, has also said the same, saying that there should be a complete ban on making the video content of the survey public, and this is in the interest of national security and communal harmony. Meanwhile, the Hindu side's lawyer has made some shocking charges. The lawyer said that half an inch thick and 63 centimeters deep hole was made into the alleged shivling. The Muslim side says these are false claims.
Sensational claim made by the lawyer for the Hindu petitioner in the Gyanvapi case in Varanasi. Advocate Vishnu Shankar Jain claimed that an attempt was made to tamper with the evidence in the Gyanvapi case at the mosque premises.
मेरा क्लेम ये है कि जब ये उनकी पोजीशन में था, इसको एक फव्वारा बनाने की कोशिश की गई है और इसमें छेद किया गया है और वो चक्री जो इनकी पूरी थ्योरी है फाउंटेन की, वो वहाँ से उत्पन्न हो रही है. इसलिए मेरा ये कहना है कि ये जो इन्होंने छेद किया है इसमें, ये इंटेंशनली किया है और इसको फव्वारा बताने की कोशिश की है, जो कि एकदम गलत है.
The Hindu side has made a huge claim that an half-inch thick and 63 centimeters deep hole was made into the oval-shaped structure they describe as the shivling.
एडवोकेट कमीशन की जो रिपोर्ट है उसमें स्पष्ट रूप से लिखा हुआ है कि उसमें 63 सेंटीमीटर का छेद है और वो छेद जाहिर सी बात है हम लोगों ने नहीं किया क्योंकि वो हमारे पोजीशन में नहीं था. पिछले 40-50 सालों से वो एरिया, अपर एरिया जो मस्जिद का है जहाँ पे शिवलिंग मिला है, वो मुस्लिम पक्ष के कब्जे में था और जिसको वजू खाना बनाने की कोशिश की गई.
The Hindu side also claims that an attempt was made to remove a disc-like object from the basement of the Gyanvapi premises after the place was sealed on orders of the court, and that alert security personnel prevented the removal of the evidence in the form of a disc-shaped object similar to the shape that was found on top of the structure, being described as the holy shivling.
कोरोबोरेटेड बाय गवाही जो वहाँ के केयर टेकर है, उनसे पूछा गया कि इसके ऊपर क्या रखा है आपने, तो उन्होंने कहा कि इसके ऊपर फव्वारा चलता था जो 12 साल पहले चलता था, फिर बोला 20 साल पहले चलता था. और उसके बाद नेक्स्ट कोरोबोरेशन ये है कि अभी रिसेंटली वहाँ से कुछ लोग, एक चक्री थी जो स्टोर रूम में रखी हुई थी मस्जिद के, वहाँ से उसको ले जा रहे थे. जब सीआरपीएफ ने मना कर दिया तो उसको वापस अंदर रख दिया गया क्योंकि वो रेड जोन है, ना उसमें कोई सामान ले जा सकता है ना ला सकता है.
The Gyanvapi Masjid Intizamiya Committee, on the other hand, has disputed the claims of the structure being a shivling or an attempt being made to drill a hole in the structure. They insist there was no tampering with evidence either with the structure or at the premises, especially with the entire sealed off area now being in control of the Central Reserve Police Force.
झूठ की भी कोई सीमा होती है. ऐसा झूठ बोलने और झूठ को बढ़ावा देने वालों के लिए हमारी गुजारिश है कि कम से कम सीमा के अंदर झूठ ही अगर बोलना है तो कम से कम सीमा के अंदर तो रहकर झूठ बोले. आप खुद अंदाज़ा लगाइए कि जिस दिन ये सब मामला सामने आया है उसी दिन से वो वज़ू खाना सील कर दिया गया, तो कौन जाकर छेड़छाड़ कर रहा है उससे.
There are no details yet in public domain when the attempt was allegedly made to remove the evidence from the premises or to drill a hole in the structure being described as the shivling by the Hindu side. Advocate Vishnu Shankar Jain claims they will bring up the matter in court. With Samarth Srivastav and Kumar Abhishek in Varanasi, Bureau Report, India Today.
This is a horrific assault caught on camera where a woman is being assaulted by a TRS leader. The 29-year-old woman was allegedly stabbed by her ex-boyfriend near Hafiz Baba Nagar in Hyderabad. The accused, Habib, attacked the woman with sharp-edged weapon. She was rushed to the hospital after being critically injured. The police have said the woman and the suspect were in a relationship but parted ways just recently. A woman in Hyderabad was attacked with a sharp-edged weapon allegedly by her ex-boyfriend, who happens to be a TRS leader. It's time for a quick commercial break and news continues on the other side. Do stay on with us.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
It's the biggest football game of the year, featuring two of the biggest clubs in the world.
Fans from Liverpool and Real Madrid trickle into Paris. Catch all the fans' reactions, celebration and excitement live from Paris.
Watch a special build-up exclusively on India Today at these times on Saturday.
You are watching India Today.
"21 funerals are being planned in Texas following the school shooting on Tuesday. Along with the grief, there are questions over the actions of police that day. Parents say that officers could and should have done much more. Here's more.
It was supposed to be the last day of school for the children of Robb Elementary. Instead, on the lawn lay a line of crosses marked with the names of the 19 children and 2 teachers gunned down on Tuesday. Fernando Rodriguez was among the students hunkered down as the gunman fired 233 rounds. Now, at the age of 9, he's a survivor of a school massacre.
They were shooting. I was hiding next to the door. They were shooting in front of my class.
It's brave of you to come back here and to give flowers.
Yeah, to support other people who lost their kids.
Did you know some of those kids? You missed them. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. This boy was also inside, returning today to bring flowers to his fallen classmates.
I feel safer now.
This rural town of 16,000 people is a profile in mourning. The front page of the local paper black, but for the date of the massacre. Crosses filling the town square. Shane Raymond came to write a farewell message to 8-year-old Uzziah Garcia, another victim in the shooting and one of the latest of America's decades-long epidemic of gun violence.
Amazing kid. Definitely didn't deserve this.
On the day parents came to retrieve the bodies of children who were gunned down 2 days ago, more flowers have arrived here at Robb Elementary School, and more questions have arisen about what exactly happened here. Some here say police acted too slowly to stop the gunman, who was locked inside the school for an hour before Border Patrol agents found a key to the classroom he was in and killed him. In this video circulating on social media, as the shooting was going on, parents urged police to go inside.
Man, y'all can't be like that, man. Y'all can't be like that when there's people. Yes, I do. Get across the street. You know that they're kids, right? They're little kids. They don't know how to defend themselves.
Asked why it took so long, police on Thursday had no answers.
We want to give you the why. That's our job. So give us time
At a tear-filled vigil, Senator Ted Cruz and Governor Greg Abbott mourned the loss, yet both continue to oppose gun control legislation. As another town in America joins the long list of places whose names are synonymous with tragedy. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Uvalde, Texas.
87 people were killed in a Russian airstrike in the town of Desna last Tuesday. It's said to be Ukraine's biggest military death toll in a single strike of the war so far. Russian long-range missiles had hit Ukrainian reserve forces at a training center near Desna in the northern Ukrainian region of Chernihiv. Here's more.
The road to Desna is thick with roadblocks and checkpoints. But the Russian attack that resulted in the single worst loss of military life since the start of the war came from the sky. 4 or 5, some witnesses say 7 missiles hit the army base at the garrison town of Desna on May 17th. The official death toll confirmed only a week later. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, in a speech to Davos, said 87 people were killed, mostly young recruits in training, who had yet to make it to the war. 2 towns over, witnesses say the explosions were loud enough for them to hear and feel, shaking nearby homes. One woman said she was near Desna at the time of the attack.
We're scared for repeat of Irpin. We don't have enough to keep us safe, and we ask everyone to close the sky. Tanks will not get through here, but helicopters and planes are a big problem.
The military being so close by for those living in nearby towns instills confidence, but also fear.
In the morning, I heard the news that it happened in Desna, which is 30 kilometers from here, but I still heard the explosions. It's very scary. I'm still panicking.
The small city closest to Desna is now home to Ukrainian troops relocated from the base since the attack. Many Ukrainians are asking why relocating troops wasn't more of a priority after similar attacks on army barracks in Yavoriv in the west and Mykolaiv in the south.
The people in this town are very tense. We were just here filming at a local market when a crowd gathered around us and began yelling. They were very upset that we were there. We were escorted away by police to a local government building, and an official there has now asked us to leave. What people here are saying is that after what happened at the army base in Desna, not too far from here, they're worried that their town might be next.
Secrecy surrounds what happens at sensitive military locations. But on social media channels dedicated to raising awareness of missing persons in this war, friends and family are posting the names and pictures of men who were serving at Desna in search of answers. Some of the dead were taken to Kyiv, others were brought to this morgue in Chernihiv. Refrigeration trucks will soon be emptied to fill freshly made coffins. Chernihiv region is no stranger to Russian aggression. The main city bears the scars of this conflict, and the strain of months of fighting, occupation, and continued airstrikes is also visible on people's faces. As the dead from Desna are buried, Ukraine's president reminded the world that 50 to 100 Ukrainian soldiers are dying in this war every day. And even in death, Ukrainian soldiers laid to rest here from past battles were not spared the indignities of this invasion. The ground fighting may now be in the east and the south, but with the skies firmly in Russian hands, the front line, people in towns and villages like this say, is everywhere. Zain Basravi, Al Jazeera, near Desna in Chernihiv region.
Moscow's invasion of Ukraine has entered its 3rd month now. After failing to seize the capital of Kyiv, Russia is now trying to take full control of the eastern region from Donbas to Crimea. Here's more.
The Russian invasion of Ukraine has entered its 3rd month. But the offensive is focused on eastern Ukraine now. After failing the siege of the capital Kyiv, Russia is now trying to wrest full control of the eastern region from Donbas to Crimea. On Friday, multiple explosions were reported at an oil field in Donetsk from Russian strikes. This crucial supply road bombed into ashes. Thousands of troops have poured into the region from three sides in an attempt to encircle Ukrainian troops. In the northeast region, Kharkiv, Ukraine's second biggest city, continues to bear much of the Russian onslaught. Ukraine is fighting back. Tanks are rolling into the eastern region. Howitzers, FH-70 are also moving in. A Russian strategic base was destroyed in Ukrainian attacks. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has again urged Russian President Vladimir Putin to hold talks and end the war immediately.
В цілому це до 12 мільйонів. Це велика кількість для держави, яка з 40-мільйонним населенням. 12 мільйонів людей виїхало, з них біля 5-5,5 вже виїхало за кордон нашої держави. А все, що за кордоном нашої держави, дуже допомагають люди, які приймають наших людей, приймають не як біженців. Тут я вдячний, що більшість країн Європейського Союзу приймають їх як навіть не як гостей, а як своїх людей, як рідних, як близьких. І я думаю, що без їх допомоги, без об'єднання Європейського Союзу навколо цих людей, навколо цієї гуманітарної кризи нам було би складно.
While speculations are rife over Putin's help, the Russian leader has given no indication what his next move would be. Bureau Report, India Today.
It brings us to the end of this edition. For all news and updates, do log on to our website, that's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Captain Abhilasha Bharat is the first woman officer to join the Army Aviation Corps as an aviator.
This is a moment of pride for India. Captain Abhilasha Bharat has scripted history by becoming the first woman officer to join the Army Aviation Corps as combat aviator. Captain Bharat has been awarded coveted wings upon completion of her training. She was conferred with the award along with 36 other Army pilots by the Director General and Colonel Commandant of Army Aviation. The valedictory ceremony was held at the Combat Army Aviation Training School in Nasik. Captain Abhilasha's achievement has been declared as a golden letter day in the history of Indian Army Aviation. Captain Bharat hails from Panchkula in Haryana. Both her father and brother are from the Indian Army. She had attended her brother's convocation ceremony, and that's when she decided to join the Indian Defence Force. She was commissioned into the Army Air Defence Corps in September of 2018. Captain Bharat did many professional military courses before joining the Army Aviation Corps. At present, women are given the responsibility of air traffic control and ground duty in the aviation department. But now, she will take over the responsibility of the pilot.
You are watching India Today.
5 days of global brainstorm. 70 plus interviews. +20 panel discussions. India Today and Business Today leads the Davos coverage.
Welcome to this week's episode of World Today. This week, Japan hosted the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, or the Quad Summit, where the United States of America launched the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework to enhance trade among partner nations and counter China's expansion in the Asia-Pacific or the Indo-Pacific region. We'll talk about that in detail, but first up, the headlines. At least 19 children and 2 teachers were killed in a shootout at Texas's Robb Elementary School, raising again the debate on law regarding gun violence in the United States of America. The US launched the IPEF during Quad Summit hosted by Japan. French President Emmanuel Macron has urged Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan to respect the sovereign choice of Finland and Sweden to join NATO. And actor Kevin Spacey has been charged with 4 counts of sexual assault against 3 men. The horrific Texas elementary school shooting shocked the world. An 18-year-old gunman opened fire inside an elementary school in Texas. A total of 21 people were killed in the incident, including 19 children and 2 teachers. The suspected shooter, Salvador Ramos, was shot dead by the cops. He was armed with a handgun and a rifle.
Innocence lost to school carnage. Smiles wiped out by mindless savagery. The victims of Texas shooting horror, who fell to volleys of automatic gunfire by a gunman who was just 18 and himself perished. Children not older than 10 years old and their teachers in their US primary school were the latest victims of United States gun culture. The butcher this time, an 18-year-old, Salvador Ramos, who opened fire on children and staffers at Robb Elementary School. Using handgun, automatic rifle and high-capacity magazines. Clad in body armor, Ramos had just shot his aging grandmother before bursting into the school premises. He was eventually gunned down by security personnel who responded to distress calls. But by that time, America had seen one of its biggest school slaughters.
I can confirm right now that we have several injuries, adults and students, and we do have some deaths. The suspect is deceased at this point. DPS is assisting with the investigation. And at this point, the investigation is leading to tell us that the suspect did act alone during this.
We're going straight to the visuals of the Prime Minister, who in fact is addressing a crowd of over 3 lakh people in Rajkot.
सहयोगी पुरुषोत्तम रूपाला जी, मनसुख मांडविया जी, डॉक्टर महेंद्र मुजपरा जी, हमारे वरिष्ठ नेता श्री वजूभाई वाला, श्री विजयभाई रूपाणी, पटेल सेवा समाज ट्रस्ट के सभी ट्रस्टी, सभी दाता, विशाल संख्या में हमें आशीर्वाद देने के लिए यहां पधारे हुए पूज्य संतगण, गुजरात सरकार के अन्य मंत्रीगण, सांसदगण, विधायकगण और इतनी गर्मी के बावजूद भी आटकोट में इतनी बड़ी संख्या में आशीर्वाद देने के लिए आए हुए मेरे प्यारे भाइयों और बहनों, मुझे खुशी है कि आज यहां मातुश्री केडीपी मल्टी स्पेशलिस्ट हॉस्पिटल का शुभारंभ हुआ है। ये हॉस्पिटल सौराष्ट्र में स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं को और बेहतर बनाने में मदद करेगा। जब सरकार के प्रयास में जनता का प्रयास जुड़ जाता है तो सेवा करने की हमारी शक्ति भी अनेक गुना बढ़ जाती है। राजकोट में बना यह आधुनिक अस्पताल एक इसका बहुत बड़ा उत्तम उदाहरण है। भाइयों और बहनों, केंद्र में भाजपा के नेतृत्व वाली एनडीए सरकार राष्ट्र सेवा के 8 साल पूरे कर रही है। आठ वर्ष पहला તમે બધા મને વિદાય આપી હતી। પરંતુ તમારો પ્રેમ વધતો જ જાય છે। आज जब गुजरात की धरती पर आया हूं तो मैं सर झुका करके गुजरात के सभी नागरिकों का आदर करना चाहता हूं। आपने मुझे जो संस्कार दिए, आपने मुझे जो शिक्षा दी, आपने जो मुझे समाज के लिए कैसे जीना चाहिए, ये जो बातें सिखाई, उसी की बदौलत गत 8 वर्ष मातृभूमि की सेवा में मैंने कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ी। ये आप ही के संस्कार है, इस मिट्टी के संस्कार है। पूज्य बापू और सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल की इस पवित्र धरती के संस्कार है कि 8 साल में गलती से भी ऐसा कुछ नहीं होने दिया है, न ऐसा कुछ किया है जिसके कारण आपको या देश के किसी नागरिक को अपना सर झुकाना पड़े। इन वर्षों में हमने गरीब की सेवा, सुशासन और गरीब कल्याण को सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास, इस मंत्र पर चलते हुए हमने देश के विकास को नई गति दी है। इन 8 सालों में हमने पूज्य बापू और सरदार पटेल के सपनों का भारत बनाने के लिए ईमानदार प्रयास किए हैं। पूज्य बापू एक ऐसा भारत चाहते थे जो हर गरीब, दलित, वंचित, पीड़ित, हमारे आदिवासी भाई बहन, हमारी माताएं बहनें, उन सबको सशक्त करे। जहां स्वच्छता और स्वास्थ्य जीवन पद्धति का हिस्सा बने, जिसका अर्थतंत्र स्वदेशी समाधानों से समर्थ हो। साथियों, 3 करोड़ से अधिक गरीबों को पक्के घर, 10 करोड़ से अधिक परिवारों को खुले में शौच से मुक्ति, 9 करोड़ से अधिक गरीब बहनों को धुएं से मुक्ति, 2.5 करोड़ से अधिक गरीब परिवारों को बिजली कनेक्शन, 6 करोड़ से अधिक परिवारों को नल से जल, 50 करोड़ से अधिक भारतीयों को 5 लाख रुपए तक मुफ्त इलाज की सुविधा। ये सिर्फ आंकड़े नहीं है मेरे भाइयों बहनों, ये सिर्फ आंकड़े नहीं है, बल्कि गरीब की गरिमा सुनिश्चित करने के हमारे कमिटमेंट के ये प्रमाण है, प्रमाण साथियों। भाइयों और बहनों, गरीबों की सरकार होती है तो कैसे उसकी सेवा करती है, कैसे उसे सशक्त करने के लिए काम करती है, ये आज पूरा देश देख रहा है। 100 साल के सबसे बड़े संकट काल में, कोरोना महामारी के इस समय में भी देश ने ये लगातार अनुभव किया है। महामारी शुरू हुई तो गरीब के सामने खाने पीने की समस्या हुई तो हमने देश के अन्न के भंडार देशवासियों के लिए खोल दिए। हमारी माताओं बहनों को सम्मान से जीने के लिए जनधन बैंक खाते में सीधे पैसे जमा किए, किसानों और मजदूरों के बैंक खाते में पैसे जमा किए, हमने मुफ्त गैस सिलेंडरों की भी व्यवस्था की ताकि गरीब के घर की रसोई चलती रहे, उसका घर का चूल्हा कभी बुझ न पाए। जब इलाज की चुनौती बढ़ी तो हमने टेस्टिंग से लेकर ट्रीटमेंट की सुविधाओं को गरीब के लिए सुलभ कर दिया। जब वैक्सीन आई तो हमने ये सुनिश्चित किया कि हर भारतीय को वैक्सीन लगे, मुफ्त लगे। તમારા બધાના વેક્સિન લાગ્યા છે ને? ટીકાકરણ થઈ ગયું છે ને? કોઈને કાણી પાઈ આપવી પડી છે? 1 રૂપિયો ખર્ચવો પડ્યો છે? भाइयों बहनों, एक तरफ कोरोना का ये विकट समय, वैश्विक महामारी, और आजकल तो आप देख रहे हैं युद्ध भी चल रहा है। टीवी पर आधा समय युद्ध की खबरें हर किसी को चिंतित करती है। इन परिस्थितियों में भी हमने निरंतर प्रयास किया कि हमारे गरीब भाई बहन को, हमारे मिडिल क्लास को, मध्यम वर्ग के भाई बहनों को मुश्किल का सामना करना न पड़े। अब हमारी सरकार सुविधाओं को 100% नागरिकों तक पहुंचाने के लिए अभियान चला रही है। जो जिस बात का हकदार है उसे उसका हक मिलना चाहिए। जब हर नागरिक तक सुविधाएं पहुंचने का लक्ष्य होता है तो भेदभाव भी खत्म होता है, भ्रष्टाचार की गुंजाइश भी नहीं रहती, न भाई भतीजावाद रहता है, न जात पात का भेद रहता है। इसलिए हमारी सरकार मूलभूत सुविधाओं से जुड़ी योजनाओं को सैचुरेशन तक, 100% तक पहुंचाने में जी जान से जुटी हुई है। राज्य सरकारों को भी हम लगातार इस काम के लिए प्रेरित कर रहे हैं, सहायता कर रहे हैं। हमारा ये प्रयास देश के गरीब को देश के मध्यम वर्ग को सशक्त करेगा, उनका जीवन और आसान बनाएगा। અને આજે જ્યારે અહીંયા જસદણમાં પહેલું સુપર સ્પેશિયાલિટી अस्पताल અને આટકોટમાં અને મને આવ્યો તો હોસ્પિટલ જોવા જવાનો અવસર મળ્યો, બધા દાતાઓનો દર્શન કરવાનો મોકો મળ્યો, ટ્રસ્ટીઓને મળવાનો મોકો મળ્યો અને ટ્રસ્ટીઓ મને કહ્યું છું સાહેબ પાછું વળીને જોતા જ નહીં, અહીં કોઈ પણ આવશે ને ક્યારેય પાછો નહીં જાય। આ ટ્રસ્ટીઓના શબ્દો, એમની ભાવના, અનેક આધુનિક હોસ્પિટલ આપણા ઘર આંગણે, હું ભરતભાઈ બોગરાને, પટેલ સેવા સમાજના સૌ સાથીઓને જેટલા અભિનંદન આપું એટલા ઓછા છે। પટેલ સેવા સમાજે સમર્પિત ભાવથી આજે જે એક મોટું કામ કર્યું છે એના માટે આપ સૌ અભિનંદનના અધિકારી છો અને આમાંથી પ્રેરણા લઈને અનેક લોકો સમાજ માટે કંઈ ને કંઈ કરવાની ઈચ્છા રાખશે। સામાન્ય રીતે કોઈ કારખાનાનું ઉદ્ઘાટન કરવા ગયા હોઈએ, કોઈ બસ સ્ટેશનનું ઉદ્ઘાટન કરવા ગયા હોઈએ, રેલવે સ્ટેશનનું ઉદ્ઘાટન કરવા ગયા હોઈએ તો આપણા મનથી વઈ કહીએ કે ભાઈ તમારું બધું કામ આગળ વધે, ખૂબ આગળ વધે, ખૂબ લોકો પ્રવાસ કરે, કારખાનામાં ઉત્પાદન ખૂબ સરસ થાય। પણ હવે હોસ્પિટલમાં શું કહેવું બોલો? કે ભરેલી રહે એટલે મેં ઉદ્ઘાટન તો કર્યું છે પણ અને જો આવવું જ પડે તો પહેલા કરતા તાજો તમતમતો થઈને ઘેર પાછો જાય, આવું કામ આ હોસ્પિટલમાં થવાનું છે। આજે ગુજરાતમાં સ્વાસ્થ્યની બાબતમાં જે હરણફાળ ભરી છે, જે ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર તૈયાર થયું છે, જે સ્તર પર કામ કરવામાં આવી રહ્યું છે, ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈને, એમની પૂરી ટીમને સ્વાસ્થ્યની બાબતમાં જે હરણફાળ ભરી છે, જે ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર તૈયાર થયું છે, જે સ્તર પર કામ કરવામાં આવી રહ્યું છે, ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈને, એમની પૂરી ટીમને હૃદયથી અનેક અનેક અભિનંદન આપું છું। અને આનો લાભ ગુજરાતને ખૂણે ખૂણે સામાન્યમાં સામાન્ય માનવીને પણ મળવાનો છે। અને આજે અમારું આ આટકોટ તો જગ્યા એવી કે આજુબાજુના 3-4 જિલ્લાને એમ લાગે કે અમારું પાસે જ છે। બધા થવડા નીકળ્યા કે અડધા પોણા કલાક 2 કલાકમાં પહોંચ્યા ભેગા છીએ। આપ તો જાણો છો હવે આપણા ત્યાં રાજકોટમાં ગુજરાતને જે એમ્સ મળી છે એનું કામ રાજકોટમાં તેજ ગતિથી ચાલી રહ્યું છે। થોડા દિવસ પહેલા હું જામનગર આવ્યો હતો અને જામનગરમાં વિશ્વનું ટ્રેડિશનલ મેડિસિનનું મોટું સેન્ટર WHO દ્વારા આપણે જામનગરમાં એનો શિલાન્યાસ કર્યો છે। આ બાજુ જામનગરમાં આયુર્વેદ, અહીંયા રાજકોટમાં મારું એમ્સ અને હવે અમારું આમાં આટકોટમાં। આ બાપુડી વધ પડી ગયો તમારે તો। સાથીઓ 2 દશક પહેલા ત્યારે આપણા ગુજરાતમાં માત્ર ને માત્ર 9 મેડિકલ કોલેજો હતી. આ બધું યાદ રાખો તો ભૂલી જાવ છો લ્યા. આ નવી પેઢીને કહેજો પાછું, નહીં તો એમને તો ખબર જ નહીં હોય કે શું હાલ હતા. માત્ર 9 મેડિકલ કોલેજો અને ડોક્ટર બનવાની ઈચ્છા કેટલા બધાની હોય ત્યારે માંડ 1100 બેઠકો હતી જેમાંથી ડોક્ટર માટે ભણી શકે. આવડું મોટું ગુજરાત 2001 પહેલા 1100 બેઠક. અને તમને જાણીને આનંદ થશે ભાઈઓ કે આજે સરકારી અને પ્રાઇવેટ મેડિકલ કોલેજો મળીને 30 મેડિકલ કોલેજ એકલા ગુજરાતમાં છે. અને એટલું જ નહીં, ગુજરાતમાં પણ અને દેશમાં પણ દરેક જિલ્લામાં એક મેડિકલ કોલેજ બનાવવાની ઈચ્છા છે. MBBS અને PG એની મેડિકલ સીટો એક જમાનામાં 1100, આજે 8000 સીટો છે. 8000. ભાઈઓ બહેનો, અને એમાં પાછું આપણે નવી હિંમત કરી છે. તમે મને કહો, ગરીબ મા બાપને પણ દીકરો કે દીકરી ડોક્ટર બને એવી ઈચ્છા થાય કે ના થાય? જરા કહો તો ખબર પડે. થાય કે ના થાય? થાય કે ના થાય? પણ હવે એને પેલો પૂછે કે તમે અંગ્રેજી માધ્યમમાં ભણ્યા હતા કે ગુજરાતી માધ્યમમાં? હવે તમે અંગ્રેજી માધ્યમમાં ભણ્યા હો તો ડોક્ટર બનવાનો દરવાજો ખુલે. તમે ગુજરાતી માધ્યમમાં ભણ્યા હો તો તમે ડોક્ટરનો દરવાજો બંધ. હવે આ અન્યાય છે કે નહીં? અન્યાય છે કે નહીં ભાઈ? આપણે નિયમ બદલ્યો અને નક્કી કર્યું કે ડોક્ટર થવું હોય, એન્જિનિયર થવું હોય, માતૃભાષામાં ભણીને પણ થઈ શકાય અને લોકોની સેવા કરી શકાય. સાથીઓ, ડબલ એન્જિનની સરકાર, ડબલ લાભ તો હોય જ, હોય કે ના હોય? અને આપણા ગુજરાત વાળાને સમજાવવું પડે કે મોસાળમાં જમણ હોય ને માં પીરસનારી હોય. હવે આનો કઈ અર્થ સમજાવવો પડે ભાઈ. આ ડબલ એન્જિનની સરકારે ગુજરાતના વિકાસને નવી ઊંચાઈ પર પહોંચાડવા માટેનું કામ આપ્યું છે ભાઈઓ. વિકાસની આડેની બધી અડચણો દૂર કરી છે અને એનો લાભ, તેજ ગતિથી વિકાસનો લાભ આજે એનો ગુજરાતને મળી રહ્યો છે. 2014 પહેલા ગુજરાતમાં એવા અનેક પ્રોજેક્ટ હતા કે દિલ્હીમાં એવી સરકાર હતી કે અહીંથી પ્રોજેક્ટ જાય ને તો એમને પ્રોજેક્ટ નહોતો દેખાતો, એમને અંદર મોદી જ દેખાય. અને એવું મગજ ફટકે, તરત જ કેન્સલ, રિજેક્ટ, કેન્સલ, રિજેક્ટ. બધા કામોને તાળા મારી દીધા હતા. એટલી બધી ઉદાસીનતા. આપણી માં નર્મદા, તમે વિચાર કરો, આ નર્મદા માને રોકીને બેઠા હતા. આ સરદાર સરોવર બાંધ બાંધવા માટે આપણે ઉપવાસ પર ઉતરવું પડ્યું હતું, યાદ છે ને સાથીઓ? અને ઉપવાસે રંગ લાયા કે સરદાર સરોવર બાંધ બની ગયો, સૌની યોજના બની ગઈ અને નર્મદા માતા કચ્છ કાઠિયાવાડની ધરતી પર આવીને આપણું જીવન ઉજાળવા માંડી પડી. માત્ર આ કામ થાય છે આપણે ત્યાં. અને હવે તો સરદાર સરોવર બાંધ, સરદાર વલ્લભભાઈ પટેલ, આખી દુનિયાનું સૌથી ઊંચામાં ઊંચું સ્ટેચ્યુ, આખી દુનિયામાં સરદાર સાહેબનું નામ ગુંજી રહ્યું છે ભાઈ. અને લોકો જાય તો અચરજ થાય છે કે આપણા ગુજરાતમાં આવડું મોટું કામ આટલું જલ્દી, એ તો ગુજરાતની તાકાત છે ભાઈ.
The work was done at such a huge space and now the Statue of Unity stands tall high in the whole world.
અભૂતપૂર્વ સ્પીડથી અભૂતપૂર્વ સ્કેલ પર આજે ગુજરાતમાં ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચરનું કામ આગળ ધપી રહ્યું છે. એનો લાભ ગુજરાતના
There's a major boost in the development and infrastructure structure. Let me tell you that the way the development of Gujarat is happening is one cannot believe in such a huge speed the development is happening in Gujarat.
એ જ આપણો ઔદ્યોગિક વિકાસ હતો. આજે તમે ગુજરાતની કોઈ પણ દિશામાં જાઓ, નાના મોટા કારખાનાઓ, ઉદ્યોગો, પ્રવૃત્તિ પૂરજોશ ચાલી રહી છે. આપણો રાજકોટ
Today you go in whichever direction of Gujarat, be it in the any corner of Gujarat, there are industries, there are factories, and there is so much of development work in whole of Gujarat.
आप विचार करो, अहमदाबाद मुंबई बुलेट ट्रेन, हाई स्पीड ट्रेन तेज गति से चालू રહ્યું છે. વેસ્ટર્ન ડેડિકેટેડ ફ્રેટ કોરિડોર મુંબઈ થી દિલ્હી સુધીનો, અને જેના કારણે લોજિસ્ટિક માટેની વ્યવસ્થા તેજ ગતિથી કામ ચાલી રહ્યું છે. આ બધાનો
The work of development is going at such a huge speed. Let me tell you, the western corridor, be it the Ahmedabad, Mumbai bullet train project, the work is going on at such a high speed, and it will be delivered to the public very soon.
આજે ગુજરાતમાં ભૂતપૂર્વ વિસ્તાર જોવા મળે છે. અને રોરો ફેરી સર્વિસ, મને યાદ છે, અમે નાના હતા ને છાપામાં વાંચીએ તો એમ તો કે આ રોરો ફેરી સર્વિસ શું છે. હું મુખ્યમંત્રી બન્યો, મેં પૂછ્યું કે આ છે શું, કયા ખૂણામાં છે. બચપણથી સાંભળતા આવ્યા હતા. આજે રોરો ફેરી સર્વિસ ચાલુ થઈ ગઈ, અને આ લોકો 300-350 કિલોમીટરના બદલે સુરતથી કાઠિયાવાડ આવવું હોય તો 8 કલાક બચીને ગણતરીના સમયમાં આપણે પહોંચી જઈએ છીએ. વિકાસ કેવી રીતે થાય?
I used to ask, what is this Roro ferry?
MSME
But today, our
ગુજરાતની
Gujarat
સૌથી
has
મોટી
this Roro
તાકાત
ferry,
તરીકે ઉભરી
and
છે.
if you want to
આખા
reach from Surat
સૌરાષ્ટ્રની
to
અંદર એક
Kathmandu
જમાનો
at this
હતો,
particular place,
મીઠા સિવાય
the
કોઈ
whole
ઉદ્યોગ નહીં.
time of 8-hour journey is completely cut down to just 1.5 hours, and this is the development of Gujarat.
હિન્દુસ્તાનના ખૂણે ખૂણે ભટકવું પડતું હતું. આજે હિન્દુસ્તાનના લોકોને કચ્છ કાઠિયાવાડ આવવાનું મન થાય છે. બંદરો ધમધમી રહ્યા છે. આ ગુજરાતની તાસીર બદલાણી છે દોસ્તો. આપણો મોરબીનો
The people of Gujarat, especially the Kutch and the Kathiawad, earlier had to go to different places, but now people from different places are coming to this particular area for work and business. This is huge achievement.
દવાની કંપનીઓ, એક જમાનામાં સુરેન્દ્રનગર પાસે દવાની કંપનીઓ આવે એના માટે ગુજરાતની સરકારો ભૂતકાળમાં એટલા બધા લાણી કરવાની જાહેરાતો કરી હતી, કાંઈ થતું નહોતું. આજે દવાની મોટી મોટી કંપનીઓ ગુજરાતની ધરતી પર, સૌરાષ્ટ્રની ધરતી પર અડંગો જમાવીને આગળ વધી રહી છે ભાઈઓ.
Just imagine that not just infrastructure and the medical schools, but also the companies of the medicine are completely now based in Gujarat. The huge manufacturers of the medicine are currently based in Gujarat.
એમાં વન ડિસ્ટ્રિક્ટ વન પ્રોડક્ટ એનું એક મોટું અભિયાન આપણે આખા દેશમાં ઉપાડ્યું છે. અને સૌરાષ્ટ્રની તો ઓળખ પણ છે. અને એ કાઠિયાવાડની અમારી ઓળખ, અમારી કચ્છની ઓળખ, અમારી ગુજરાતની ઓળખ સાહસિક સ્વભાવ, ખમીરવંતું જીવન, પાણીના અભાવ વચ્ચે પણ જિંદગી જીવનારો ગુજરાતનો નાગરિક આજે ખેતીના ક્ષેત્રમાં પણ ડંકો વગાડી રહ્યો છે. આ ગુજરાતની તાકાત છે ભાઈઓ, અને એ તાકાત પ્રગતિના પંથે લઈ
One project was a major boost for Gujarat, and this is a model for whole of India as well. Even when there was so much of scarcity of water in Gujarat, but the farmers of this particular soil have done so much hard work, and today we are most ahead in terms of farming.
અને આપ વિશ્વાસ રાખજો, હમણાં ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈ વર્ણન કરતા હતા પીએમ જય યોજનાનું. આયુષ્માન યોજના દુનિયામાં સૌથી મોટી આયુષ્માન યોજના આપણે ત્યાં ચાલે છે. અમેરિકાની કુલ જનસંખ્યા કરતા વધારે લોકો એનો લાભ હિન્દુસ્તાનમાં લે એવી યોજના ચાલે છે. યુરોપના દેશોની સંખ્યા કરતા વધારે લોકો લાભ લે એની યોજના ભારતમાં ચાલી રહી છે. 50 કરોડ લોકોને
Take back the whole population of America itself. More than the population of America are the people who are getting benefits from this particular Ayush Yojana.
સરકાર ઉઠાવે છે ભાઈઓ. આજે ભાઈઓ ગરીબી અને ગરીબને પડતી તકલીફો એ મારે ચોપડીમાં નથી વાંચવી પડી, ટીવીના પડદા પર નથી જોવું પડ્યું. મને ખબર છે કે ગરીબીમાં જિંદગી કેમ જીવાતી હોય છે. આજે પણ આપણા સમાજમાં માતાઓ બહેનો માંદગી હોય, પીડા થતી હોય, પરિવારમાં કોઈને કહે નહીં, સહન કર્યા કરે, ઘરના કામ પણ કરે, ઘરમાં કોઈ માંદું સાચું હોય તો એને સાચવે, પોતાને થતી પીડાની વાત આપણી મા બહેનો કોઈને કરે નહીં અને ખૂબ વકરી જાય.
I don't want to read about the poverty. I don't want to see news about poverty. There shouldn't be poverty because I myself in my childhood have seen so much of poverty. And let me tell you, the women, the mothers and the sisters in the house, they work so hard. They work for the betterment of their house. And even if they are suffering from something, but they have to get going and to build a strong house, and their effort for building a house is so much.
ભગવાને કહ્યું છે હું આ રહીશ અને દુઃખ ભોગવીશ, પણ આપણે હોસ્પિટલ નથી જવું, આપણે દેવું કરીને દવા નથી કરાવી. અને આપણા દેશની માતાઓ બહેનો પૈસાના અભાવે ઉપચાર નહોતી કરાવતી, દીકરો દેવાના ન ડૂબી જાય એના માટે થઈને હોસ્પિટલ નહોતી જતી.
Poverty is such a situation, and our mothers and sisters who need medical treatment, but that they are financially weak, they don't have money, they don't go to hospitals for treatment, and they keep suffering. This is such a sad situation, let me tell you people.
પૈસાના ભાવે રોકાય નહીં, એના માટેનું કામ આયુષ્માન યોજનાથી ચલાવ્યું છે. અને મને ખુશી છે
this mother and sisters don't have to wait for treatment because they don't have money, and this is where the whole Ayush Yojana was implemented, that they get free treatment and they don't have to wait or without the medical treatment. This is the work which is done by the Young Social, and this is a huge achievement.
મધ્યમ વર્ગનું કુટુંબ હોય, બાંધી આવક હોય અને કુટુંબમાં એક વડીલ ડાયાબિટીસનો રોગ હોય માનો, તો એને મહિને 1200, 1500, 1000, 2000 રૂપિયાની દવા કરાવવી પડે, કારણ રોજ એને ઇન્જેક્શન લેવું પડે, કાં ગોળીઓ ખાવી પડે. હવે આવી મોંઘી દવાઓ આ મધ્યમ વર્ગના પરિવારનું શું થાય? આપણે ઔષધિ કેન્દ્રો ખોલ્યા છે અને જે દવા મહિને 2000 રૂપિયા હોય એ દવા 100 રૂપિયામાં મળે અને કોઈને દવાના અભાવે દુઃખી ન થવું પડે. સેંકડોની સંખ્યામાં જન ઔષધિ કેન્દ્રો આપણે ચલાવી રહ્યા છીએ અને જેના કારણે સામાન્ય માનવી સસ્તામાં દવા લઈને પોતાની શરીરની સુખાકારી માટે થઈને કોઈ પણ નવા બોજ વગર વ્યવસ્થા સંભાળી શકે છે.
We are running this Jan Ayush Yojana, wherein this particular treatment to such middle class families is given free of cost. No money is taken from them.
આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય યોગા દિવસ સ્વાસ્થ્યના માટે થઈને આપણે ચલાવી રહ્યા છીએ. મારી આપ સૌને આજે જે પ્રાર્થના છે, આપનું સ્વાસ્થ્ય ઉત્તમ રહે, તંદુરસ્ત રહો, આપણું ગુજરાતનું એક એક બાળક તંદુરસ્ત હોય, આપણી ગુજરાતની આવતી કાલ તંદુરસ્ત રહે એના સંકલ્પ સાથે
We are celebrating the International Yoga Day. Yoga is so much important for our proper health. I appeal to the people of Gujarat that we need to be healthy. Our children need to be healthy, and yoga is very important for that. So keep yourself healthy, and only then we can progress ahead.
આપ સૌને પ્રણામ કરીને આપે આટલો બધો પ્રેમ વરસાવ્યો. લાખોની તાદાદમાં આવી ગરમીમાં અહીં આપનું આવવું, આશીર્વાદ એ જ મારી મોટી શક્તિ છે, એ જ મારી મૂડી છે. હજારો બહેનો આપણી પરંપરાગત કાઠિયાવાડી પરંપરા કળશ માથે લઈને
on this particular important occasion, I thank all of you for coming to this place.
બહેનો અને સર્વ સમાજની બહેનો પોતાના ઘરનો અવસર હોય એવી રીતે જે રીતે મને આશીર્વાદ આપ્યા છે, હું એ બધી માતાઓ બહેનોને પ્રણામ કરું છું. એમના આશીર્વાદને અનુરૂપ ભારતની સેવા, ગુજરાતની સેવા કરતો રહું, એ જ આપના આશીર્વાદ રહે. ખૂબ ખૂબ ધન્યવાદ. ભારત માતા કી, ભારત માતા કી.
I thank all the people, all the mothers and sisters who have come over here and treated this event as their home event. Thank you so much for coming.
શ્રીને આપણે સૌ વધાવીએ. આપનો ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર આપના પ્રેરક અને ઉર્જામય ઉદ્બોધન બદલ.
These pictures are from a rally in Rajkot, which is being attended by close to 3 lakh people, is what the BJP says. Remember, he is in Gujarat for 1 day. He's being accompanied by Home Minister Shah, who is going to be there for 2 days starting today. This essentially is being seen as a start really of the Gujarat campaign. This is the state, the home state of the Prime Minister and also the Union Home Minister. The state is going to pose in just 6 months from now. The Prime Minister in Gujarat has spoken about the need to take everybody along when it comes to development. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas is what the Prime Minister spoke about. Earlier today, he inaugurated a hospital in Rajkot. A few minutes ago, a few moments ago, you heard the Prime Minister addressing a huge crowd of supporters in Rajkot.
प्रधानमंत्री एक जनसभा को भी यहाँ पर संबोधित करेंगे, वो भी अपने आप में.
Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami led government on Friday announced a drafting committee to implement the Uniform Civil Code in the state. In the notification, the Dhami-led government said that the panel is going to examine and report on all relevant laws governing the individual civil affairs of all citizens in Uttarakhand. This committee is going to be chaired by Supreme Court Justice Ranjana Prakash Desai. Other members of the committee are former Sikkim High Court Chief Justice Pramod Kohli, former Uttarakhand Chief Secretary, Vice Chancellor of the Doon University and social activist Manu Gaur. The opposition has hit out at the implementation panel, calling it unconstitutional and anti-minorities.
जस्टिस रंजना देसाई के अध्यक्षता में एक 5 सदस्यीय कमेटी हमने गठित कर दी है. हम जो कहते हैं वो करते हैं और हमने पहले ही कहा था कि हम इस पर हमारी सरकार ने निर्णय ले लिया है. चुनाव से पहले हमने संकल्प लिया था. चुनाव के बाद पहली जो हमारी मंत्रिमंडल की बैठक हुई थी, पहली शपथ ग्रहण के बाद हमने उसमें ये सर्वसम्मति से फैसला ले लिया था कि हम उत्तराखंड के अंदर सभी के लिए समान नागरिक संहिता लाएंगे और उसके लिए कमेटी बनाएंगे. आज हमने वो कमेटी बना दी है और कमेटी जल्दी ही ड्राफ्ट तैयार करेगी और ड्राफ्ट तैयार होने के बाद हम उसको लागू करेंगे.
सरकार की नीयत बहुत साफ है, किसी को तंग और परेशान करने की नीयत नहीं है. जो ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जो देश के लिए खतरा है, प्रदेश के लिए तो है ही है, साथ में देश के लिए भी खतरा है, तो वो कैसे यहाँ पर बिना परमिशन के यहाँ आ रहे हैं, कैसे रह रहे हैं, उनकी एक्टिविटीज़ क्या है, वो क्या कर रहे हैं, इन सारी चीज़ों को देखते हुए कॉमन सिविल कोड की बात मुख्यमंत्री जी ने कही है, जिसका सभी ने समर्थन किया है. पूरा प्रदेश साथ में है.
ये जो इनके तर्कस में जितने सारे एजेंडा हैं, वो एजेंडाओं पर ही बहस चल रहा है. तो इसलिए यहाँ होड़ लगी हुई है कि कौन आगे बढ़ के कितना ज़्यादा लोगों को चुट्टी काटने वाला, कितना ज़्यादा लोगों को में तनाव पैदा करने वाला कार्यक्रम करता है। वही सबसे बड़ा सफल इनका मुख्यमंत्री है, वही सरकार है।
यूनिफॉर्म में करना मैं समझता हूँ कि मुश्किल ज़रूर है, लेकिन अगर राज्य सरकार की का प्रयास है तो ठीक है, वो उसका मसवदा तैयार करे और मसवदा को पेश करे और उस पर बहस होनी चाहिए, उस पर चिंतन होना चाहिए। अगर ये इतना आसान होता यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड तो ये कब का बन गया होता।
ऐसे मामलों में जो सभी जो स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, प्रमुख उनके जो लोग हैं, उनको कॉन्फिडेंस में लेकर एक सर्वदलीय बैठक करके, सर्व समुदाय की बैठक करके और सबको साथ लेके, उनका सबकी सहमति लेके एक तभी कार्रवाई सब पूरे होनी चाहिए।
Dilip is getting us more details on this big story from Uttarakhand. Dilip, इसकी शुरुआत हो गई है उत्तराखंड से, जहां पर कि पहले बयान आता था वहां के मुख्यमंत्री की तरफ से और अभी एक पैनल को इन्होंने कॉन्स्टिट्यूट कर दिया है। तो ऐसा लगता है कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड कुछ ही समय में उत्तराखंड में एक रियलिटी हो जाएगी।
इलेक्शन के दौरान ये बात की थी कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लागू किया जाएगा, कम से कम उत्तराखंड में पहले किया जाएगा। और इसके साथ ही इलेक्शन ओवर होने के बाद में सबसे पहले स्टेप उठाया गया और उसके बारे में बात की गई और कल इस पर एक कमेटी गठित कर दी गई और कमेटी को साफ तौर पर कहा गया कि जल्द से जल्द अपना निर्णय दें। ये साफ, ये देखिए दोनों तरफ की बात है। इससे पहले अगर हम उत्तराखंड में के पहाड़ी परिक्षेत्र की बात करें तो बीजेपी के कई नेताओं ने ये कहा था कि कुछ विशेष समुदाय के लोग बिना किसी इजाजत के, बिना किसी परमिशन के, बिना किसी आइडेंटिटी के उत्तराखंड के क्षेत्र में घुस रहे हैं, जो कहीं ना कहीं एक अच्छा संकेत बिल्कुल नहीं है और इसके लिए बाकायदा आवाज भी उठाई गई थी। लेकिन उस पर अब यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लागू करके कम से कम, ऐसा बीजेपी के नेताओं का जरूर मानना है कि कम से कम उन लोगों पर जो है प्रतिबंध जरूर लगेगा। और क्योंकि ये क्षेत्र उत्तराखंड इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर से लगा हुआ क्षेत्र, तो इसको लेकर सुरक्षा की भी बात की गई थी। जैसे कि रक्षा राज्य मंत्री अजय भट्ट ने भी कई बार कहा कि सुरक्षा की लिहाज से यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड का होना बेहद जरूरी है। लेकिन इसके अलावा उत्तराखंड दो क्षेत्रों से बटा हुआ है, एक पहाड़ी परिक्षेत्र और एक मैदानी परिक्षेत्र है। हम मैदानी परिक्षेत्र की अगर हम बात करें तो यहाँ पर विशेष समुदाय और अलग अलग समुदाय के काफी लोग रहते हैं, जिनमें कहीं ना कहीं इस यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड को लेकर विरोध के स्वर उठ रहे हैं और वो कहीं ना कहीं इसका विरोध भी कर रहे हैं। लेकिन वहीं दूसरी तरफ अगर हम पहाड़ की बात करें, पहाड़ी परिक्षेत्र की बात करें, तो वहां पर इसका स्वागत भी किया जा रहा है। स्नेहा
जी बिल्कुल दिलीप, शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। दिलीप विद अ डिटेल्ड रिपोर्ट ऑन द यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड एंड इट्स पॉसिबल इम्प्लीमेंटेशन इन उत्तराखंड। Some news just coming in amid the Gyanvapi controversy. Jamiat Ulama-e-Hind is holding a key meeting. This Muslim body's resolution is amid alleged attacks on mosques. The Muslim body is called for resolution on attacks on mosques and minorities. Massive gathering of Muslims in Deoband is what is taking place right now. The body says the Muslim community is being maligned. Jamiat Ulama-e-Hind has said Muslims are not afraid of anyone. This in the context of the controversies surrounding the Gyanvapi mosque and other similar controversies around India right now.
की तरफ से बार बार ज्ञानवापी का मुद्दा हो, कुतुब मीनार का मुद्दा हो, अयोध्या का मुद्दे में एक मामला आ चुका है। लेकिन अगर आप बात करें तो क्या आपको लगता है कि ये एक सियासी मुद्दा है या फिर ये कोई लेजिटिमेट रीजंस है जिसको बार बार उठाया जा रहा है?
नहीं, ये सियासी मुद्दा है, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है कि इसकी कोई बुनियाद न हो। ये तारीख में हमेशा से ये मुद्दे रहे हैं। कभी इनको आज बाबरी मस्जिद या ये जो है आपका ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद का मुद्दा है, ये कोई आज के पैदा थोड़ी हुए, इतने अरसे से चल रहा है, हर जमाने में रहा है। तो क्या इसके देश हमारा रुक गया? ये ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद और ये मंदिर वहाँ पहले से है सब लोग इबादत करते रहे, हिंदू अपने हिसाब से कर रहे हैं, मुसलमान अपने हिसाब से कर रहे हैं, लेकिन क्या हमारा देश रुक गया? नहीं, हमारा देश चलता रहा और हम उसको इस मुद्दे के साथ साथ भी हम साथ में काम करते रहे। तो अब ऐसा क्यों, अचानक ऐसा क्यों कि बिल्कुल सड़क के ऊपर जंग छिड़ जाए? तो हमारा यही कहना है कि ये मुद्दे हैं और ये हमारी कम्युनिटी के दरमियान ये अगर मुद्दे ना हो तो फिर ये कम्युनिटी जो है वो अलग अलग क्यों हो? ये मुद्दे पहले से चले आ रहे हैं और ये हिस्टोरिकल गलतियां हुई हैं।
लेकिन ये गलतियों को कभी सुधारा नहीं गया है ठीक तरीके
से। उनको सही तरीके से न सुधारा गया, न इस देश को मौका मिला सुधारने का।
क्या आपको लगता है कि मुस्लिम लीडरशिप में भी अभी एक वॉइड है देश में, जो कि एक तरीके से कोई एकजुट करके कम्युनिटी को सही दिशा पे ले जाए? क्या वो वॉइड भी है अगर मुस्लिम लीडरशिप की हम बात करें?
आपने बहुत सही परसीव किया है इस बात को, इस परसेप्शन को, कि सोच समझ करके हम ठंडे दिल से बात कर रहे हैं। ये हमारा जो संगठन है जमीयत उलमा हिंद, ये दूसरे संगठनों से डिफरेंट है। आपने देखा होगा पाकिस्तान बना, कितने लोग गर्म थे, लेकिन हमने पाकिस्तान की मुखालफत की। हमने कहा नहीं, देश एक है, हम सब एक कौम है और उस पर आज तक हम कायम हैं। तो ये जो है दहशतगर्दी का मुद्दा था, उस पर हम सब खड़े होकर के हमने उसकी मुखालफत की। ये संगठन और संगठन नहीं है।
न किसी को डरने की जरूरत है, न किसी को डराने की जरूरत है, न किसी को भय का भौकाल खड़ा करने की जरूरत है और न भ्रम का भूत खड़ा करने की जरूरत है। जहाँ तक सवाल है कानून अपना काम कर रहा है। कोर्ट में कोई मैटर है तो कोर्ट के फैसले का इंतजार करना चाहिए और देश के सौहार्द को बिगाड़ने की किसी को भी इजाज़त नहीं दी जा सकती। सभी लोगों की ये सामूहिक जिम्मेदारी है कि देश के भाईचारा, देश की एकजहती, देश का सौहार्द किसी भी तरह से बिगड़ने ना पाए, किसी तरह से भी बिगाड़ने की कोशिश न होने पाए।
Chatterjee is getting us more details on that story. Joining us from Deoband right now. Shreya, there are growing concerns among the minorities, and I think this meeting is reflective of that there could be a big pattern to this. There could be, in fact, many more such events in the country. We're already seeing this play out in the state of pole-bound Karnataka as well. Then many mosques may be targeted in this fashion, isn't it?
Well, Sneha, to first give a sense of what this meeting is about, this is a national governing body meeting of the Jamiat Ulema Hind, and it will go on for 2 days in Devbhoomi. You can see the kind of gathering that has taken place here in Devbhoomi. People from across the country associated with Jamiat as well as those concerned with the minority community's voice are participating in this conference. And as you rightly pointed out, that there are certain concerns about the minority community. They feel that they are being targeted. They feel that there is an idea to malign the community. So they are now participating in a dialogue which they feel will give them a roadmap. So they are trying to say that there are issues. For example, when we spoke with them about the Gyanvapi Row, they acknowledged that this is an issue, and they acknowledged that historically these issues have never been correctly dealt with, is why they feel that requirement of a dialogue is required from which a constructive measure can be taken place. For example, they're talking about reformation of education and other issues, and this meeting will go on for 2 days, which is today and tomorrow. Over to you, Sneha.
Thanks for getting us all of those details. Shreya reporting on that 2-day meeting in Deoband. Meanwhile, suspense is growing over Gyanvapi survey report as the court is all set to release a survey video on Monday. Multiple pleas have been filed in court to not make this report public. The Mosque panel has insisted that this must not be publicized in public interest. The Hindu side has also said that there should be a complete ban on making the video content of the survey public in the interest of national security and communal harmony. Meanwhile, the Hindu side's lawyer has made some shocking charges, saying that half-inch thick and 63 centimeters deep hole has been made into the shivling. The Muslim side says these are false claims. Horrific assault has been caught on camera where a woman is being assaulted by a TRS leader. 29-year-old woman was allegedly stabbed by her ex-boyfriend near Hafiz Baba Nagar in Ahmedabad. The accused, a TRS leader, attacked the woman with a sharp-edged weapon. She was rushed to the hospital after being injured critically. The police has said the woman and the suspect were reportedly in a relationship but parted ways very recently. With that, it's time for a quick break. Here on the other side, Fareed Zakaria, exclusive conversation with India Today's Rahul Kanwal from Davos.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are...
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Powered by Berger Paints, paint your imagination. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-powered by NetMeds, India की अपनी pharmacy.
Hello and welcome. We are living through greater uncertainty than the world has seen at any time since the Second World War. It is almost impossible to say with certainty what might happen next, but for a sharp insight into what could happen next and why, and to help you navigate these choppy waters, we're joined at the India Today studios at the World Economic Forum by one of the world's leading foreign affairs experts, Fareed Zakaria. Fareed, fantastic to see you again. Thank you for your time.
Great to see you, Rahul, always.
We are currently in a situation where Russia isn't winning a war they were supposed to win in less than a week. Ukraine isn't losing, fighting harder than anybody would have anticipated. Where do you think Russia and Ukraine war is going from here?
It's a very good question because you describe it exactly right. The Russians are not winning, the Ukrainians are not losing, but it's fair to say they're not winning either. So you can imagine this moving into a kind of stalemate, which can go on for a long time because the Ukrainians now have a lot of assistance in terms of material, in terms of money. The Russians, I mean, it's a much bigger country, it's 10 times the budget of defense budget of Ukraine, so they could also keep going for a while. All of which is to say, I think that this feeling of dislocation, of the, kind of uncoupling of the world, the high food prices, the high energy prices, this is not a momentary thing. This is not a spasm. I think this is what the next year, 2 years, maybe more will look like. This is the kind of new normal.
The fear, though, is that as Russia continues to take losses, could there be a moment, whether it's the sinking of the Moscow or anything like that, which leads to an escalation? What's your reading at this time of Vladimir Putin's red lines? We're seeing new countries wanting to join the NATO. We're seeing generals in Russia speak continually about nuclear escalation. How do you read the mind of the Russian army and Vladimir Putin?
It's a very good question because so far, Putin has been rational and calculating. When I say so far, I mean until about a year ago. I met Putin a bunch of times, interviewed him once. He's a tough guy, very anti-Western, very anti-American. But he was always rational, cold, calculating. And his decision-making was incremental. He took the little pieces of Georgia that were pro-Russian, Russian-speaking, maybe not pro-Russian. When he went into Ukraine, he took Crimea, which was largely Russian-speaking. Then he, nibbled at the Donbass. Then he went further, and always places that are heavily Russian-speaking, always limited in his actions. Syria, he went in for a limited. Now what you're seeing is a kind of weird, emotional. He speaks about the issues in a kind of mythological, which is to say in some sense nonsensical way. He talks about Nazis in Ukraine, talks about how the Ukrainian people are dying to have the Russians liberate them. Even now, I was talking to a head of state who was on the phone with him last week, and he said even now, he says, Ukraine is not a real country, these are not real people, they're all just, in a sense, Russians. So he seems to have gone in a very different direction. And the fundamental issue is this: can he afford to lose this war? Or in his mind, does he think he cannot afford to lose this war? And if that's the case, then your question is very apt, which is, facing loss, will he just escalate? My own sense is that there is probably a place where you could end up, which is he gives back most of the territories conquered in the last 3 months, which are 10 or 15% of Donetsk and Luhansk, those two areas in the Donbass. Ukraine, in turn, says it won't join NATO. Those are the two areas where I think you could achieve but getting there is going to be very hard. The Ukrainians don't want to compromise because they've lost. For each side, when you've had losses, it's harder to compromise because then what was the fighting for? So the Ukrainians say, we sacrificed all this and we're going to give away territory. The Russians say, we sacrificed all. So it's a very tough one. My sense is there is going to be some moment at which the Russians realize that they are losing. That hasn't come yet. The Russians are the ones not willing to negotiate, not willing to back down. The Ukrainians have offered several times to negotiate. If that happens, I do believe there is a formula within the realm of possible. I don't know if he would go back to this, but Zelensky, when I interviewed him a couple of weeks into the conflict, said essentially, and I'm paraphrasing, and obviously these are very delicate issues, but he seemed to be saying to me, look, if the Russians move back, give back all the territory they've gained, we're not going to concede to them Crimea and the Donbass that they took in 2014. We will consider those frozen conflicts. We don't recognize them as Russian. The Russians don't recognize them as Ukrainian, but life can go back to normal.
But that's a big loss of face for Vladimir Putin. He's hoping to go down in history as the modern-day Tsar, the great unifier. If he has to go away with his tail between his legs, that doesn't help Putin send the right message.
Yes, so Putin would have to accept that this conquest, this adventure, didn't work. but it wouldn't be unraveling the 2014 annexations. But he'd get something big in return, which is the relaxation of Western sanctions. So the question is, how much does he care about that? And again, the rational calculation would be, my God, I mean, the Russian economy is in free fall. But does Putin care?
But are we dealing at this moment, in your best estimate, with a rational actor or an irrational actor?
Everything I've seen about him has always said to me that he was rational. But these last 3 months, he seems to have taken a very strange turn. My hope is that this was a case where he was in a bubble, 22 years in power, 2 years of COVID, completely autocratic system where only yes men and chamchas around him. So he got a lot of bad information. He had his own crazy theories about how they were going to win. Kind of defeat forces a kind of clarity, a reality check, and maybe he will climb down from this. Look, I don't think you can appease him by worrying too much about what happens when he's backed into a corner. The one thing we do know about Putin, and this is now 20 years of history, he respects strength. He respects you if you stand up to him. If you preemptively make concessions and start worrying about what are the off-ramps for him, my advice would be show him strength, let him worry about the off-ramps. There are, as I pointed out, there are a lot of potential off-ramps there. The problem right now is the Russians don't want to negotiate.
If we step out of just what's happening between Russia and Ukraine and focus on the impact this is having on the rest of the world, the one big concern at this moment is because of the supply shocks to food grain systems. How real, according to you, is the prospect of famine, especially in North Africa, and what could potentially be done to try and prevent that?
I think it's a very, very serious problem. I think this is probably, we're almost seeing 3 crises. The first was COVID, the second is the Russian invasion of Iraq, and the third is going to be a global food crisis. Not as much a global energy crisis, we have that, but energy is largely consumed by rich and middle income countries. They will find ways to manage. Food, what do you do when the poorest people can't get food? What do you do when, in countries in sub-Saharan Africa, even places like Pakistan or Egypt, when the shortfalls are as great as they are? So this is going to be a massive challenge. One thought would be to try to organize a kind of global humanitarian effort to say, because the food is all lying in Ukraine. I mean, Ukraine is the world's breadbasket in many ways. I don't remember the numbers, but 8 or 10% of the entire world's calories comes from that one place. And if you could say, take the grain that is in storage in Ukraine, move it out of Odessa. The Russians are blockading Odessa right now, this port city. And, create a kind of international humanitarian shipping mission to just get the food out to feed the world. I think it would also help the global south that has been, in a kind of way sitting on the fence here, to realize this is a real problem. You have to solve it. And, frankly, it's Russia that is blocking it. Ukraine would desperately like to sell its grain to the world, but it cannot because Russia will bomb all those ships. So if you could do that, it might also be a way of just beginning to get us back to, the first part you were trying to get at, which is there some diplomatic endgame. So you begin to talk just about these humanitarian corridors. Maybe you can expand that into talking about more other humanitarian corridors, perhaps even a diplomatic solution.
Some Russians suggested it, saying that if economic sanctions are taken away, then they'd be willing to consider removing the naval blockade, but that's not something the West would be willing to consider, or should it, according to you?
No, of course it can. Look, the sanctions can only be lifted if the cause of the sanctions is unraveled, which is the aggression, the the attempts to conquer Ukraine, the destruction of Ukraine, and what is still, they've annexed about 20% more land than they had on February 23rd. So all that has to be unraveled. The point about the food would be it is literally going to cause a global humanitarian catastrophe. Does Russia want to be the country blocking that? It would seem to me that there would be a path there. But by the way, the fact that the Russians raised this is positive. You know, I mean, in a sense, they're saying this is our price for a humanitarian corridor. We can counter with another price. We can say, you know, what about if, you know, one sanction or, you know, or some measures were taken. The problem so far, though, has been the Russians had agreed to a number of humanitarian corridors within Ukraine to let women and children out. They violated every single one. So, you know, this is one of those cases where Reagan said about the Soviet Union, trust but verify.
We've seen the European Union demonstrate greater solidarity and purpose than at any time in the last several decades. Do you see this EU solidarity last? And what form and shape could it take from a lot of the countries talking about arming themselves? Do you see nuclear weapons proliferate much more than earlier because countries say, hey, maybe that's the only defense we actually have?
I think the most significant development that could come out of this Ukraine crisis is a Europe that decides to be a kind of strategic actor on the world stage. So far, Europe has been the kind of black hole of international politics. Here's this part of the world, 25% of global GDP, I think 35% of global military spending, maybe 40% of global military spending, but totally passive, totally inactive. You know, their defense spending is all just jobs programs. It's not real defense spending for the most part. What this has sort of, I think, jolted them to realize is, you know, we've been living with free security, essentially given by the Americans, an outgrowth of the Cold War and World War II and, you know, and all that. Maybe security has to be earned. Maybe we have to spend on defense. Maybe we have to deploy those defense resources in a purposeful, strategic way. You know, so a country like Belgium, what are you spending money on for territorial defense? Who's going to attack Belgium? The money needs to, you know, the whole strategic focus of Europe has to be defending its eastern border. That's where the threat comes from. So if that were to happen, I think it's a sea change in global affairs. It's a sea change for Europe, which could become a much more purposeful actor on other things, energy policy, all kinds of things. The question of nuclear weapons will be the ultimate one. I think they won't go there for a long time. I think that they're very comfortable with the American nuclear umbrella. Remember, the British have nuclear weapons, the French have nuclear weapons, so there is an additional layer. But they have the capacity. I mean, the other part of this that we should talk about is what we've realized is the Russian army is disastrous. So the Europeans don't need that much. You know, if the Germans really double their defense spending and all these people start focusing their strategic armament, they will be able to deter against the Russian army. In the old days, you worried about the Soviet army, which was much larger. By the way, this is something India needs to think a lot about, because a lot of India's most advanced defense weaponry is Russian. And, you know, what we're watching is that should probably not have come as a surprise to us, but I mean, it's very, very second rate. And it's very hard to see it being able to match the most advanced weaponry in the world, which, while China doesn't have now, China is clearly moving towards.
But Russia hasn't deployed some of its most potent weapon systems, whether it's in the realm of cybersecurity, whether it's in the realm of trying to ensure energy blackouts in Ukraine. So a lot of the asymmetric weapon systems that they could have used, they haven't. And even advanced technological weapon systems, either they don't have enough of them and they want to keep them in reserve. But what's your reading of why Russia hasn't been deploying the best of what they have? Because the whole world is looking at the inability of the Russian army to deliver a killer blow.
So it's a mixed bag. I have it on very good authority that they have actually tried to deploy all their cyber arsenal. The problem is the Ukrainian counterattack was much more effective than they expected. Now, it was much more effective because clearly the Americans helped them. But the Ukrainians jammed all Russian cyber efforts, and the Russians turned out to be very bad at cyber. So there's probably small units in Moscow that are very good at what they were doing, but they got countered. But to give you a simple example, which has not been reported as clearly. So what is happening is Russian soldiers are bringing their phones into battle with traditional SIM cards. The Ukrainians jam those SIM cards, and then these Russians go and buy new SIM cards in Ukraine. All those Ukrainian SIM cards allow the Ukrainian army to target them precisely, which is why Russia has lost almost 10 generals, because these generals were using cell phones with GPS systems that could be tracked very easily. So the Russians turn out to have more second-tier stuff than people realize. The counterattacks are working better. They haven't deployed their most sophisticated missile systems, particularly obviously relating to tactical nuclear weapons. And I think there they realize that would really be crossing a Rubicon. If they were to do that, my own sense is NATO would then get involved militarily, even though Ukraine is not a member of NATO. To have a nuclear weapons state use nuclear weapons for the first time since 1945 would be a game changer for the world we live in. And I don't think you'd want to leave that precedent. So there would be, I think, a much more significant NATO and US response.
There's been so much conversation at the World Economic Forum this year about Ukraine and Russia. It almost seemed like the Ukraine Davos. How do you think the mandarins in China are looking at what's playing itself out, and what are they taking away from this conflict?
Look, China is to a certain extent a black box, and Xi Jinping's China is a particular black box because it's really become a bit of a one-man rule. But what we can look at is their actions. So the Chinese have given Russia rhetorical support. But what is interesting is beyond that, they have done almost nothing to support the Russians. They have given it no military assistance. They have not even given the military, non-military assistance, by which I mean the Russians apparently asked for food for their army. The army's in bad shape. The Chinese refused to give, MREs, the military rations. The Russians asked them not to give the Ukrainians humanitarian aid. The Chinese have twice given the Ukrainians humanitarian aid, and no Chinese firm or bank is violating the sanctions. And so the picture you get is of a China that realizes that it is not in a good place. There's a very interesting article or paper written by a Chinese diplomat, retired ambassador to Ukraine, in which he said, why are we allied with Russia? Russia is a declining power, our interests are not aligned, and every year it's going to cause us more trouble as it's going to drag us down with them. As happens often in China when there is an expression of truth, it was quickly pulled off after a couple of hours off the website it was posted on. But it tells you something, that there is a debate in China going on about why are we hooking ourselves to this sinking star? So I think the Chinese internal position is probably much more complicated. We'll never see this because Xi believes that he has a kind of an ideological alliance with Putin, which he does. They're both autocrats, they both don't like the West, they both want to stand up to American hegemony. But that's an alignment of ideology. Is there an alignment of real strategic interests? I don't know. I mean, I think we're watching in a weird way play out a version of the Cold War. If you remember, in the 50s and 60s, there was ideological alignment between Soviet Union and China. And then they discovered their strategic interests were parting. In those days, Russia was the senior partner, China was the junior partner. Today, the roles are reversed.
This is a very important year for Xi Jinping. He's up for re-election, which so far was considered a done deal. Do you still think of it as a done deal? Because there seemed to be pressure building in China on account of the zero COVID strategy. We've seen videos of Chinese citizens out in the streets. They've been whisked away to centers where they're supposed to be safe, but they clearly don't feel safe. How do you see these pressures and tensions building up within mainland China, especially in big cities like Shanghai?
So there's no question that China, and this is very surprising to say, but China is stumbling. Its policy is failing. The way I would put it is they are going for zero COVID and they're getting zero growth. And if you think that's an exaggeration, the premier of China, Li Keqiang, this morning said, we think we are at zero growth. We think we are not growing as a country. Just to remind you, their estimate for this year was 5.5%. It will be the first time in 35 years, I think, that China misses its growth estimate. It will be the first time in 46 years that the United States will grow faster than China. So it's a huge deal. COVID is going badly. They have to open up, but once they open up, there will be lots of COVID deaths. Growth is slowing. You also have the reality of China having annoyed all its neighbors. So Xi's policies are not working, but he has a very tight grip on power. Those whole corruption the sweeps, anti-corruption sweeps, allowed him to eliminate a lot of his enemies, a lot of his rivals. So I suspect it would take more than just these few months of bad policy and bad outcomes to dislodge him.
One of the hallmarks of China's rise has been that China has been a very pragmatic power. Now it comes back to the question of rationality versus irrationality. Zero COVID is a clear case of irrationality, but China, because they've kind of, especially Xi's, built it up so much, there's pride, patriotism, ego, vanity associated with it. Will that continue, or do you think they'll just cut their losses and say, hey, we made a mistake and now we need to change course?
So historically, you would say that based on the last 30 years, they would do exactly what you're suggesting. Cut their losses, be pragmatic. That's what they've done in the past, even when they've made mistakes after they've realized it. But Xi seems to be different. He seems to be a more traditional autocrat. The Chinese had a weird dictatorship where it was a dictatorship with term limits. Who has a dictatorship with the whole point of being a dictator is so you can reign forever, right? But they had these two-term limits, and it wasn't just for the senior leadership. Everybody was termed out after 2 terms. This doesn't seem to be that kind of leadership. Look, it's a wonderful example of, we often forget the underlying strength of democracy. At the end of the day, whatever Modi does, there are checks, even for somebody as popular as him and who's been as successful in elections. There are state elections. There are by-elections. There is the reality of, the farmers' protest you saw. There are these checks on your power. There are these checks that remind you that you are human. Imagine being in Putin's world or Xi's world, where there is never any pushback. There is never any point at which you have to recognize failure. There is never a press hounding you, checking you. So I would, the one hope I have for India is that these checks on power, independent media, opposition parties, local legislatures, thank God for the South in India right now. These are all so important to the stability and success of India, because you don't measure this by 1 or 2 decades. You measure this by the fact that, look at India, since 1947, it has had a stable political system with 18-month exception, right? That's extraordinary.
So 2 things could happen. Either this is just a trip and China just starts running again and they just stumbled momentarily, or because there's such an information void and it's difficult to say what's bubbling within the surface, that this could potentially be a much bigger fall for China. This growth that we've seen, fueled as it is by debt, fueled as it is by a real estate bubble, which has been going on in a very unsustainable fashion according to various Western observers, finally starts taking a hit, and not just temporarily but for longer. Which of the two is more, it's impossible to say, I realize, but which of the two is more likely?
So if they don't course correct, they're clearly headed towards the second, which, by the way, is not a scenario of a Chinese collapse. It's a scenario of a Chinese slowdown, that Chinese growth will move more into the 4% range rather than the 5.5% to 6% range which they're hoping for, which is a big problem for them because they have very bad demographics. They need growth. They still are only a middle-income country. But, the forces that propelled China's growth were the private sector. It was the unleashing first of productivity in the agricultural sector, where they really opened up. Then these sectors like consumers, technology, things like that. The state-owned enterprises in China, the state-run parts of the Chinese economy, are as badly run as the state-run parts of the Indian economy. The Chinese do not do any better at state capitalism than anyone else does. That's the thing people need to understand. It's the private entrepreneurship that Xi is now trying to double down on state ownership and state-led growth. So unless there is a big course correction, I suspect a significant Chinese slowdown for several years. Again, a great opportunity for India.
So let's build on that for a moment. From what you've picked up at Davos and in general, how are you seeing India being able to or failing to capitalize on the opportunity that China's troubles present?
So India is, without any question, the best country positioned to take advantage of these concerns about China, both externally and internally. Externally, the concern that China is becoming expansionist and predatory in many ways. Internally, the reality of Chinese slowing growth. India is perfectly positioned to pick up the slack in some areas by being able to manufacture goods at lower cost than China. In some areas, by being able to manufacture high-tech goods. I mean, that's the great advantage India has. As Manmohan Singh used to say, India exists in several centuries at the same time. So you have low-wage labor, but you also have the extraordinary tech sector. So you could imagine being able to, to deal with Apple on the one hand and Walmart at the other, which are both important parts of Chinese growth if you think about it. You still need a more open, business-friendly, can-do attitude in India. You still need to cut the mountains of red tape that still exists. I've been dealing with some of this personally. My mother died, and so I've been dealing with some of the issues. I mean, the form filling in the Indian bureaucracy, which continues even into the banks now, is just mind-boggling. I mean, you sit there and think to yourself, and of course, all of it is going to lie in some go down somewhere. Nobody's ever going to look at it. Like, why is somebody not able to just cut through all this and look at Vietnam? Vietnam is prospering as a result of all these China issues, but it's small. India has the capacity, the real heft to do it. Modi is doing a good job economically. From the point of view of managing the economy, and obviously I'm not talking about non-economic issues, but from the point of view of managing the economy, he's not a Reagan or Thatcher. He's not a great reformer, but he's a competent manager, and he's done it well. And many of the areas which are kind of second-tier reforms which need to be implemented properly, like GST, he's done a very good job. The other piece of India that I think is worth noting is the states are becoming more adventurous, but you still don't have that push, and maybe it's hard to get in a big, raucous, fractious democracy like India. But look, India is going to do well. Will it grow as fast as China did at its heyday? No, that's not possible, I think, in a complicated democracy like India. But that's also okay, I mean, Chinese economy was able to double, I think, every 7 years. If the Indian economy can double every 10 years, it's still going to lift hundreds of millions of people out of poverty.
What happened in Sri Lanka? Do you see that being unique to the manner in which the Rajapakses ran Sri Lanka, or do you see that being a potential threat given China's increasing debt to several of these countries and some of the factors are similar? Do you think it could happen in other places in India's neighborhood and elsewhere as well?
Look, from a strategic point of view, India has to be worried about a Chinese foreign economic policy that is strategically oriented in a way that encircles India. You cannot help but look at the ports that China is financing and notice that they do seem to be encircling one country. I think the circumstances in Sri Lanka were unusual, and I think countries are becoming more aware of it. But look, India has to accept that Pakistan has essentially aligned itself with China, and it has to recognize that reality, and that has very large strategic implications. I think much larger than at any previous point, because China is right there. It's a neighboring country. It's allying itself with another neighboring country with a history of hostility, disputed territory, a history of sending militants into the area to destabilize India. So it has to figure out how to deal with this. Look, one piece of this may be for India to try to have a working relationship with Pakistan to diffuse some of that crisis and that access. I'd be perfectly open to seeing this kind of interesting strategic dialogue between India and Pakistan to try and lessen some of the tensions, because it's to both sides' interest, particularly on the economic and trade side, for that to happen. But the Indians need to realize they do need to think about this and have a strategy, not just, a lot of Indian foreign policy seems to me default. We have default non-alignment. We have default anti-Pakistan. We have default, we need to stop default and actually actively, strategically think about this very new world, as you say, changing more than since 1945. How should Indian strategy change? It can't be that the world is changing so much and it just turns out that Jawaharlal Nehru's foreign policy from the 1950s happens to work perfectly in this completely different world.
India and China's relationship is deadlocked. Is that the way you think it's likely to stay? The People's Liberation Army still amassed on the other side of the Himalayas? Or do you see some of these geopolitical tensions leading to a thaw even if it's not a very big thought, but a marginal thought to begin with.
I'm surprised that China has not made more of an effort to ease tensions with India. It's actually one more of these examples of Xi's non-pragmatic policy. I mean, Chinese have resolved their border disputes with about 15 countries around them. The one country they have not resolved the border dispute with is India.
Why do you think that's the case?
It's an interesting question, Rahul. I don't think anyone completely understands. Part of it, I think, has to do with the fact that it involves Tibet, in a sense. The territories are overlapping, and China, if you look at China on issues that are about the control of what it regards as the integrity of Chinese territory and creating a kind of Han-dominated China, in other words, destroying its separate entities like Tibet, Xinjiang, they're very hardline. They always have been very hardline. And maybe the Indian thing falls into that. Maybe they view India as the only country that could, in Asia, really equal China. They really don't regard Japan that way. They regard Japan as a kind of lesser than country. It's a kind of weird East Asian rivalry. Maybe they view India that way. But it's striking that even, it's been years now since the clash in the Himalayas. Still, the Chinese are not really reaching out, even though they've paid a pretty heavy price for it. And what did they get in return? I mean, a bunch of 20 square miles of frozen tundra. I don't understand it.
And they've got a lot of deployment on their side, building infrastructure. To what end? The sun is setting at Davos. Farid, what's your biggest takeaway from the World Economic Forum this year?
I think my biggest takeaway was that people have realized that we lived for the last 30 years in a kind of cocoon. We lived from the fall of the Berlin Wall to the invasion of Ukraine. It's almost 2 capstones. And between those years, 30 years of globalization, democratization, information revolution, almost a sense of a kind of common global culture, all that turns out to be, as always in international politics, it's all about power. It was built on American power. The edifice was American power, the undisputed nature of American power, which meant there was the one thing that's absent from that world of 30 years was geopolitical competition, geopolitical rivalry, the tensions that produces, the distortions that produces in economics, because politics always trumps economics when politics flares up. And maybe what we're coming back to is a more normal world, a world that during the Cold War, World War II, World War I, 400 years of European conflict before, it's a more tense world, it's a more unstable world, it's a more dangerous world. But in a strange sense, it may be a more normal world.
Well, a lot of your insights will help those who are watching hopefully get a better sense of this choppy world. And it's always a pleasure having you with us. Farid Zakaria, thank you for taking our time.
Thank you, Rahul. Always a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Hello, very good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get you the headlines this Saturday afternoon first. Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah kickstart their visit to pole-bound Gujarat. Modi inaugurated the newly built Matushri KDP Multispeciality Hospital in Rajkot, addressing a mega event in Patidar-dominated Saurashtra. Suspense mounts over 8-hour Gyanvapi survey report. The Varanasi court is going to release the highly anticipated video survey on Monday. Both the Moss panel and the Hindu side have said that this should not be made public. From Mandya to Bidar, clamour grows to reclaim allegedly demolished temples in Karnataka. Hindu outfit Vishwa Hindu Parishad has now demanded madrasas run by the Jamia Masjid be vacated, claiming it was a Hanuman temple. Horrific assault caught on camera. A 29-year-old woman was allegedly stabbed by a TRS leader with a sharp-edged weapon on a busy street in Hyderabad. Prime Minister Modi is on a one-day visit to Gujarat. He inaugurated a 200-bed multi-speciality charitable hospital in Rajkot, after which he held a massive rally in Rajkot attended by over 3 lakh people. He said his government is committed to work for the underprivileged. He's also remembered Mahatma Gandhi and Sardar Patel. He slammed the Congress and said BJP refrained itself from dynastic politics. Later, he will be addressing a seminar of leaders of various cooperative institutions at the Sahakar Se Samriddhi event in Gandhinagar. He will be accompanied by Home Minister Amit Shah, who will be in Gujarat today and tomorrow. Modi's visit is largely being seen as an attempt to woo the Patels of Gujarat. Support of the Patidar vote bank is being seen as crucial for the Gujarat elections just on the corner. Also, questions are being raised on whether Hardik Patel will eventually be joining the BJP or not. Modi's visit, coupled with Shah's 2-day visit, suggests a big Patidar outreach by the BJP.
इन 8 सालों में हमने पूज्य बापू और सरदार पटेल के सपनों का भारत बनाने के लिए ईमानदार प्रयास किए हैं। पूज्य बापू एक ऐसा भारत चाहते थे जो हर गरीब, दलित, वंचित, पीड़ित, हमारे आदिवासी भाई बहन, हमारी माताएं बहनें, उन सबको सशक्त करे। 2014 પહેલા ગુજરાતમાં એવા અનેક પ્રોજેક્ટ હતા કે દિલ્હીમાં એવી સરકાર હતી કે અહીંથી પ્રોજેક્ટ જાય ને તો એમને પ્રોજેક્ટ નહોતો દેખાતો, એમને અંદર મોદી જ દેખાય અને એવું મગજ ફટકે તરત જ કેન્સલ રિજેક્ટ બધા કામોને તાળા મારી દીધા था। इन वर्षों में हमने गरीब की सेवा, सुशासन और गरीब कल्याण को सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास, इस मंत्र पर चलते हुए हमने देश के विकास को नई गति दी है।
Saurav Akhtania is getting us more details on that big story, joining us from Ahmedabad right now. Saurav, the Prime Minister is there for 1 day. He's already been a part of 2 events. One was in Rajkot, where he inaugurated the hospital. It's a charity hospital, is what the Prime Minister said. Interestingly, also run by the Patidar community. Also, he's addressed a group of people talking about Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Give us an idea about what the rest of the day looks like in terms of this big outreach that is being made to the Patidar community in the state of Gujarat, which has been fairly upset with the BJP, as was evident in the 2017 elections.
Well, absolutely, Sneha. And this particular inauguration of this particular hospital is being made by the Patel Seva Samaj. The hospital is a charity hospital and will be run by the Patidar community. Most importantly, you see what Prime Minister Narendra Modi said, that it is a mega boost in the medical facility. He went on to say that mini AIMS is coming in Rajkot. There is already World Traditional Medicine Center in Jamnagar, and now this particular hospital in Atkot of Rajkot. So he's saying there is a major boost of medical facility in Saurashtra area, a major Patidar community belt. Now, what importantly, interestingly, in his speech, Prime Minister Narendra Modi clearly said that he targeted the UPA government. What he said that before 2001, the situation and the things in Gujarat were completely different. He went on to speak that only 8 medical colleges and only 1100 medical seats were there. But now the progress of Gujarat, you have to see that over 30 private and government medical colleges are there in Gujarat, and with over 30,000 seats. So clearly, he went on to also say that there are a lot of development projects which are coming up, say about the Western Corridor, say about the Ahmedabad-Mumbai bullet train project. He also said that earlier there were no medical and medicine companies, the pharmaceutical companies in the state of Gujarat, but now most of the important pharmaceutical companies are present in Gujarat, and lot of roads are being built. In every district and every corner of Gujarat, there is a lot of infrastructure boost. There is factories, there are industries which are giving employment. So clearly, what the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, ahead of the Gujarat Assembly election, is trying to say that
he's trying to drive home that point, obviously, that when it comes to the BJP, there is going to be a double engine sort of a growth in Gujarat like in many other states. Saurav, I'm thanking you for the moment. We'll come back to you for more on that in a few moments from now. We're shifting focus. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami-led government on Friday announced a drafting committee to implement the Uniform Civil Code in the state. In this notification, the Dhami-led government has said the panel is going to examine and report on all relevant laws governing the individual civil affairs of all citizens residing in Uttarakhand. This committee is going to be chaired by Supreme Court Justice Ranjana Prakash Desai. Other members of the committee are former Sikkim High Court Judge Justice Pramod Kohli, former Uttarakhand Chief Secretary, Doon University Vice Chancellor and social activist Manu Gaur. The opposition has hit out at this possible implementation panel, calling it unconstitutional and anti-minorities.
जस्टिस रंजना देसाई के अध्यक्षता में एक 5 सदस्यीय कमेटी हमने गठित कर दी है। हम जो कहते हैं वो करते हैं, और हमने पहले ही कहा था कि हम इस पर, हमारी सरकार ने निर्णय ले लिया है। चुनाव से पहले हमने संकल्प लिया था। चुनाव के बाद पहली जो हमारी मंत्रिमंडल की बैठक हुई थी, पहली शपथ ग्रहण के बाद हमने उसमें ये सर्वसम्मति से फैसला ले लिया था कि हम उत्तराखंड के अंदर सभी के लिए समान नागरिक संहिता लाएंगे और उसके लिए कमेटी बनाएंगे। आज हमने वो कमेटी बना दी है और कमेटी जल्दी ही ड्राफ्ट तैयार करेगी, और ड्राफ्ट तैयार होने के बाद हम उसको लागू करेंगे।
सरकार की नीयत बहुत साफ है, किसी को तंग और परेशान करने की नीयत नहीं है। जो ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जो देश के लिए खतरा है, प्रदेश के लिए तो है ही है, साथ में देश के लिए भी खतरा है, तो वो कैसे यहाँ पर बिना परमिशन के यहाँ आ रहे हैं, कैसे रह रहे हैं, उनकी एक्टिविटीज़ क्या है, वो क्या कर रहे हैं, इन सारी चीज़ों को देखते हुए कॉमन सिविल कोड की बात मुख्यमंत्री जी ने कही है, जिसका सभी ने समर्थन किया है, पूरा प्रदेश साथ में है।
ये जो इनके तर्कस में जितने सारे एजेंडा हैं, वो एजेंडाओं पर ही बहस चल रहा है, तो इसलिए यहाँ होड़ लगी हुई है कि कौन आगे बढ़ के कितना ज़्यादा लोगों को चुट्टी काटने वाला, कितना ज़्यादा लोगों को में तनाव पैदा करने वाला कार्यक्रम करता है। वही सबसे बड़ा सफल इनका मुख्यमंत्री है, वही सरकार है।
यूनिफॉर्म में करना मैं समझता हूँ कि मुश्किल ज़रूर है, लेकिन अगर राज्य सरकार की ये का प्रयास है तो ठीक है, वो उसका मसवदा तैयार करे और मसवदा को पेश करे और उस पर बहस होनी चाहिए, उस पर चिंतन होना चाहिए। अगर ये इतना आसान होता यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड तो ये कब का बन गया होता।
ऐसे मामलों में जो सभी जो स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, प्रमुख उनके जो लोग हैं, उनको कॉन्फिडेंस में लेकर एक सर्वदलीय बैठक करके, सर्व समुदाय की बैठक करके और सबको साथ लेके, उनका सबकी सहमति लेके एक तभी कार्रवाई सब पूरी होनी चाहिए।
Meanwhile, suspense is growing over Gyan Vapi survey report as the court is all set to release the video on the 30th of May. Multiple pleas have been filed in court to not make this report public. The mosque says this should not be publicized in public interest. The Hindu side also says that there should be a complete ban on making this video content of the survey public in the interest of national security and communal harmony. Meanwhile, the Hindu side's lawyer said that half-inch thick and 63 centimeters deep hole has been made into this alleged shivling that was found. The Muslim side says this is a false claim. Jamiat Ulama-e-Hind held a huge gathering of Muslim bodies in UP's Deoband amid this controversy involving the Gyan Vapi Mosque in Qutub Minar. The meeting was organized to discuss issues surrounding mosques in Gyan Vapi, Mathura and monuments like Qutub Minar. The group has passed a memorandum against alleged Islamophobia and also ongoing this controversy around the Mandir and Masjid. The Muslim outfit has said Muslims are being maligned and targeted. The outfit is set to hold another massive gathering in UP's Deoband tomorrow, where at least 5,000 Muslim organizations are going to participate. Chief of the group had urged organizations not to intervene in the Gyan Vapi case.
न किसी को डरने की ज़रूरत है, न किसी को डराने की ज़रूरत है, न किसी को भय का भौकाल खड़ा करने की ज़रूरत है और न भ्रम का भूत खड़ा करने की ज़रूरत है। जहाँ तक सवाल है कानून अपना काम कर रहा है। कोर्ट में कोई मैटर है तो कोर्ट के फैसले का इंतज़ार करना चाहिए और देश के सौहार्द को बिगाड़ने की किसी को भी इजाज़त नहीं दी जा सकती। सभी लोगों की ये सामूहिक जिम्मेदारी है कि देश के भाईचारा, देश की एकजहती, देश का सौहार्द किसी भी तरह से बिगड़ने ना पाए, किसी तरह से भी बिगाड़ने की कोशिश ना होने पाए।
मोहब्बत के चिरागों को जो आंधी से डराते हैं, उन्हें जाकर बता देना कि हम जुगनू बनाते हैं, उन्हें जाकर बता देना कि हम जुगनू बनाते हैं। और ये दुनिया दो किनारों को कभी मिलने नहीं देती, ये दुनिया दो किनारों को कभी मिलने नहीं देती। चलो दोनों किसी दरिया पे मिलकर पुल बनाते हैं। तो जरूरत इस बात की है कि हिंदू, मुसलमान, सिख, ईसाई एक ऐसा मोहब्बत का पुल बनाएं कि जहां पूरा मुल्क आकर के तिरंगे झंडे के साथ खड़ा हो और कहा जा सके कि हिंदुस्तान जिंदाबाद।
हिंदू पक्ष की तरफ से बार बार ज्ञानवापी का मुद्दा हो, कुतुब मीनार का मुद्दा हो, अयोध्या का मुद्दे में एक मामला आ चुका है, लेकिन अगर आप बात करें तो क्या आपको लगता है कि ये एक सियासी मुद्दा है या फिर ये कोई लेजिटिमेट रीजंस है जिसको बार बार उठाया जा रहा है?
नहीं, ये सियासी मुद्दा है, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है कि इसकी कोई बुनियाद न हो। ये तारीख में हमेशा से ये मुद्दे रहे हैं। कभी इनको आज बाबरी मस्जिद या ये जो है आपका ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद का मुद्दा है, ये कोई आज के पैदा थोड़ी हुए है, इतने अरसे से चल रहा है, हर जमाने में रहा है। तो क्या इसके देश हमारा रुक गया? ये ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद और ये मंदिर वहाँ पहले से है, सब लोग इबादत करते रहे, हिंदू अपने हिसाब से कर रहे हैं, मुसलमान अपने हिसाब से कर रहे हैं, लेकिन क्या हमारा देश रुक गया? नहीं, हमारा देश चलता रहा और हम उसको इस मुद्दे के साथ साथ भी हम साथ में काम करते रहे। तो अब ऐसा क्यों, अचानक ऐसा क्यों कि बिल्कुल सड़क के ऊपर जंग छिड़ जाए? तो हमारा यही कहना है कि ये मुद्दे हैं और ये हमारी कम्युनिटी के दरमियान ये अगर मुद्दे न हो तो फिर ये कम्युनिटी जो है वो अलग अलग क्यों हो? ये मुद्दे पहले से चले आ रहे हैं और ये हिस्टोरिकल गलतियां हुई हैं।
लेकिन ये गलतियों को कभी सुधारा नहीं गया है ठीक तरीके,
उनको सही तरीके से न सुधारा गया, न इस देश को मौका मिला सुधारने का।
क्या आपको लगता है कि मुस्लिम लीडरशिप में भी अभी एक वॉइड है देश में, जो कि एक तरीके से कोई एकजुट करके कम्युनिटी को सही दिशा पे ले जाए? क्या वो वॉइड भी है अगर मुस्लिम लीडरशिप की हम बात करें?
आपने बहुत सही परसीव किया है इस बात को, इस परसेप्शन को, कि सोच समझ करके हम ठंडे दिल से बात कर रहे हैं। ये हमारा जो संगठन है जमीयत उलमा हिंद, ये दूसरे संगठनों से डिफरेंट है। आपने देखा होगा पाकिस्तान बना, कितने लोग गर्म थे, लेकिन हमने पाकिस्तान की मुखालफत की। हमने कहा नहीं, देश एक है, हम सब एक कौम हैं और उस पर आज तक हम कायम हैं। तो ये जो है दहशतगर्दी का मुद्दा था, उस पर हम सब खड़े होकर के हमने उसकी मुखालफत की। ये संगठन और
The Gyanvapi fire is spreading in Karnataka now. From Mandya to Bidar, many mandir masjid disputes are growing in the state. Here's more.
Gyanvapi fire is spreading across the country. Clamor to reclaim allegedly demolished temples is growing. From Mandya to Bidar, many mandir masjid disputes are brewing in Karnataka. The latest claim is from Mandya, where the Vishwa Hindu Parishad has demanded madrasa run by the Jamia Masjid be vacated. The VHP claims the mosque was once a Hanuman temple.
ಹಿಂದೂ ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕ ಚಿಹ್ನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸ್ತಂಭಗಳಲ್ಲಿರುವುದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಮದ್ರಾಸವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸುವಂಥ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ನಮಾಜು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುವಂಥವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಆ ವಿಗ್ರಹಗಳನ್ನು ನಾಶಪಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಪ್ರಕರಣವನ್ನು ದಾಖಲು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಾವು ಡಿಮ್ಯಾಂಡನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು 20ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಮೇ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಶ್ರೀರಂಗಪಟ್ಟಣದ ತಹಸೀಲ್ದಾರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಮೆಮೊರಾಂಡವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ. 14 ದಿನದ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ FIR ಅನ್ನು ದಾಖಲು ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಮಾನ್ಯುಮೆಂಟಿನ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿನ ವಿರುದ್ಧವಾಗಿ ಏನು ವಾಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಮದ್ರಸವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಮತ್ತು ನಮಾಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅಡುಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ತೆರವುಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಆಗ್ರಹವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. 14 ದಿನಗಳ ಗಡುವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ. 14 ದಿನಗಳು ಅಂದರೆ 14ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಆ ಗಡುವಿನ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಏನಾರ ನಮ್ಮ ಡಿಮ್ಯಾಂಡನ್ನು ಈಡೇರಿಸದೇ ಇದ್ದಲ್ಲಿ 4ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಜೂನ್ 4ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಶ್ರೀರಂಗಪಟ್ಟಣ ಕರೆಯನ್ನು ವಿಶ್ವ ಹಿಂದೂ ಪರಿಷತ್ ಬಜರಂಗ ದಳ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಘಟಕ ಕರೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
Senior BJP leader Ishwarappa has backed VHP's claims.
36,000 ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಗಳನ್ನ ಧ್ವಂಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಸೀದಿಗಳು ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೊಸದೇ ಮಸೀದಿ ಕಟ್ಟುವಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೂ 1,000 ಕಟ್ಟಿಸೋದು ನನ್ನ ಅಭ್ಯಂತರ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಮಸೀದಿಗಳು ನಮಾಜ್ ಮಾಡಲಿ, ಸಂತೋಷವಾಗಿ ದೇವ್ರ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡಲಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಈಶ್ವರನ ಲಿಂಗವನ್ನ, ಸೋಮನಾಥ ಲಿಂಗವನ್ನ, ಕಾಶಿ ವಿಶ್ವನಾಥ ಲಿಂಗವನ್ನ, ಮಥುರಾದ ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಲಿಂಗವನ್ನ, ಅಯೋಧ್ಯೆಯ ಶ್ರೀರಾಮಚಂದ್ರ ಭೂಮಿಯನ್ನ ಪುಡಿ ಮಾಡೋರನ್ನ ನಾವು ಬಿಡ್ತೀವ? ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ, ಆ 36,000 ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಗಳ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಗಳನ್ನು ಪುಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಸೀದಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿದಾರೋ ಆ 36,000 ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಹಿಂದೂಗಳ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನಾಳೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಕಾನೂನುಬದ್ಧವಾಗಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಯಾವ ಅನುಮಾನವೂ ಇಲ್ಲ.
In Bidar, the VHP has claimed a dargah at Basava Kalyan was a temple of Basavanna earlier.
ನಿಜವಾಗಿಯೂ ಅದು ಬಸವಣ್ಣನ ಒಂದು ಪುಣ್ಯ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಂಥ ಮೂಲ ಅನುಭವ ಮಂಟಪ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇತ್ತಿತ್ತಲಾಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಜಾಮನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತೊಂದರೆಯಾಗಿ ನಿಜಾಮ ಅದನ್ನು ವಶಪಡಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ತನ್ನ ಐಬಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ದಾಖಲಾತಿಗಳು ಪುರಾವೆಗಳು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗಲೂ ಸಿಗ್ತವೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪುಷ್ಕರಣಿ ಇದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನದ ಕಳಶಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿವೆ. ಇಂಥದ್ರಿಂದ ಅದು ಮೂಲ ಅನುಭವ ಮಂಟಪ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಕ್ಷ್ಯಾಧಾರಗಳು ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇವೆ.
The claims in Mandya and Bidar come close on the heels of a similar demand in Mangaluru. Their Hindu groups have said a temple has been found during the renovation of a mosque. After hijab, halal and Muslim traders ban, a new chapter has opened in polarization Nataka. Bureau Report, India Today.
Some news just coming in. A wedding procession has been allegedly attacked in Belagavi. In Karnataka's Belagavi, in fact. Maharashtra Ekikaran Samiti activists are behind this attack. 5 have been injured. The attack on a procession for playing Kannada songs and holding Kannada flags. The Chief Minister of Karnataka has condemned this attack, warning action. An FIR has been filed. 5 miscreants are being questioned. Belagavi Shaka, where a wedding procession has been attacked.
MES ಪುಂಡಾಟಿಕೆನ ನಾವು ತೀವ್ರವಾಗಿ ಖಂಡಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಕ್ರಮ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಭಾಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಸಂದೇಶ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಈ ಪ್ರಕರಣದಲ್ಲಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಈ ಕಾನೂನನ್ನು ಕೈ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳೋದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಯಾವ ಕೂಡ ಸಹಿಸೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಏನೇ ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಕಾನೂನು ಸುವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ನಮ್ಮ ನೆಲದಲ್ಲಿ, ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರಿಗೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಥರ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಉಗ್ರ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತದೆ.
ಸರ್, ಈಗ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಪೆಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಬೆಲೆಯನ್ನು ಕಡಿಮೆ.
Nagarjun is getting us more details on that story. Naga, give us an idea about what really has happened here, and also to tell us, has this got to do anything with the border tensions between Karnataka and Maharashtra?
That is true, Sneha. In fact, Maharashtra Ekikaran Samiti is a political party in Belgaum district where they always support the Maharashtra's side and not the Karnataka side. They had corporators before, they had MLAs before. Now what has happened is when a wedding procession was taking place with Kannada songs and the family of the groom had held Karnataka flags, miscreants from MES party allegedly attacked the family, in fact the groom and the groom's mother, for playing Kannada songs, and they put up banners written in Marathi while the wedding procession was going on. They removed the Kannada banners, they removed the Karnataka flag is what the allegations have come. FIR has been lodged right now. The Chief Minister too has reacted, sir, saying that we condemn such incidents and will not make sure such incidents occur again. We protect the rights of Kannadigas, and if any Kannadiga is troubled, the government will act strictly. But it's bizarre that while a wedding procession was taking place, politics is involved right now, and political party miscreants from that party was being arrested that they attacked the groom for playing Kannada songs during the procession.
All of those details, Nagarjun, with that report on that attack that has taken place on a wedding procession in Belagavi in Karnataka. Horrific assault caught on camera where a woman is being assaulted by a TRS leader. The 29-year-old woman was allegedly stabbed by her ex-boyfriend near the Hafiz Baba Nagar in Hyderabad. The accused TRS leader, Habib, attacked the woman with sharp-edged weapon. She was rushed to the hospital after being injured critically. The police have said the woman and the suspect were involved in a relationship but parted ways recently. This incident again has been caught on camera where a 29-year-old woman was attacked by her ex-boyfriend is what we're learning. Also happens to be a worker of the TRS. The woman has received critical injuries. The police says that they were in a relationship but fell apart very recently. These pictures, in fact, show crowds also in this particular area completely silent as the woman is attacked by this man. Ashish is getting us more details, joining us from Hyderabad. Right now, Ashish, do give us an idea about how the woman A is doing. Also, were the man and the woman in a relationship, or was this a case of the man, stalking this woman? What are the details? What more can you tell us?
So this incident took place under South Zone Police Station jurisdiction of Hyderabad under Chandrayana limits, where this 48-year-old woman, she was stabbed multiple times in a busy road of Hyderabad on Friday afternoon. It is police investigation revealed that the attacker, in fact, he has proposed this woman and he wanted to marry this woman, but the woman rejected his love proposal, and that led to this attack on this woman. Police is investigating the case. The accused is being searched by the police. The South Zone Police is searching for the accused. The accused has political affiliation. He is a ruling party leader, local ruling party leader. Meanwhile, Chandrayana MLA and MIM leader Akbaruddin Owaisi also visited this victim woman who is undergoing treatment at Owaisi Hospital, which is a very renowned hospital of Hyderabad, and inquired about her health.
Thanks for getting us all of those details, Ashish, with that report from Hyderabad city. It's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, we're getting you details of day 94 of Putin's invasion of Ukraine, and Russian offense escalates in East Ukraine. I'm telling you more in just 2 minutes.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
It's the biggest football game of the year, featuring two of the biggest clubs in the world.
Fans from Liverpool and Real Madrid trickle into Paris. Catch all the fans' reactions, celebration and excitement live from Paris.
Watch a special build-up exclusively on India Today at these times on Saturday.
You are watching India Today.
87 people were killed in a Russian airstrike in the town of Desna last Tuesday. It's said to be Ukraine's biggest military death toll in a single strike of the war so far. Russian long-range missiles had hit Ukrainian reserve forces at a training center near Desna in the northern Ukrainian region of Chernihiv. Here's more.
The road to Desna is thick with roadblocks and checkpoints. But the Russian attack that resulted in the single worst loss of military life since the start of the war came from the sky. 4 or 5, some witnesses say 7 missiles hit the army base at the garrison town of Desna on May 17th. The official death toll confirmed only a week later. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, in a speech to Davos, said 87 people were killed, mostly young recruits in training, who had yet to make it to the war. 2 towns over, witnesses say the explosions were loud enough for them to hear and feel, shaking nearby homes. One woman said she was near Desna at the time of the attack.
We are scared of a repeat of Irpin. We don't have enough to keep us safe, and we ask everyone to close the sky. Tanks will not get through here, but helicopters and planes are a big problem.
The military being so close by for those living in nearby towns instills confidence, but also fear.
In the morning, I heard the news that it happened in Desna, which is 30 kilometers from here, but I still heard the explosions. It's very scary. I'm still panicking.
The small city closest to Desna is now home to Ukrainian troops relocated from the base since the attack. Many Ukrainians are asking why relocating troops wasn't more of a priority after similar attacks on army barracks in Yavoriv in the west and Mykolaiv in the south.
The people in this town are very tense. We were just here filming at a local market when a crowd gathered around us and began yelling. They were very upset that we were there. We were escorted away by police to a local government building, and an official there has now asked us to leave. What people here are saying is that after what happened at the army base in Desna, not too far from here, they're worried that their town might be next.
Secrecy surrounds what happens at sensitive military locations. But on social media channels dedicated to raising awareness of missing persons in this war, friends and family are posting the names and pictures of men who were serving at Desna in search of answers. Some of the dead were taken to Kyiv, others were brought to this morgue in Chernihiv. Refrigeration trucks will soon be emptied to fill freshly made coffins. Chernihiv region is no stranger to Russian aggression. The main city bears the scars of this conflict, and the strain of months of fighting, occupation, and continued airstrikes is also visible on people's faces. As the dead from Desna are buried, Ukraine's president reminded the world that 50 to 100 Ukrainian soldiers are dying in this war every day. And even in death, Ukrainian soldiers laid to rest here from past battles were not spared the indignities of this invasion. The ground fighting may now be in the east and the south, but with the skies firmly in Russian hands, the front line, people in towns and villages like this say, is everywhere. Zain Basravi, Al Jazeera, near Desna in Chernihiv region.
It brings us to the end of this edition. For all news and updates, do log on to our website, that's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are
5 days of global brainstorm. 70 plus interviews. 20 plus panel discussions. India Today and Business Today leads the Davos coverage.
So sorry.
जीरो चेक कर लो भैया।
और नहीं जी नहीं, विश्वास है आप पे।
पेट्रोल पंप पे आके गाड़ी अब मुस्काई है। अर्ज किया है पेट्रोल पंप पे आके गाड़ी अब मुस्काई है। चुन्नू मुन्नू दी गड्डी पे फाइनली रौनक आई है। नाच रहा है एक्सेलरेटर और नाच रहा है अब मीटर। अरे नाच रहा है एक्सेलरेटर और नाच रहा है अब मीटर। बड़े दिनों के बाद सबने टंकी भूल कर आई है। कम कर दिए दाम, नहीं करे लिफ्ट। आपको दे रहे हैं सेंटर की तरफ से ये गिफ्ट मित्रों।
On Tech Today this week, we have the Realme Pad Mini. We're going to unbox this and review this and tell you whether this budget tablet is truly a bang for your buck. And the team at Tech Today is also gearing up for the big Apple WWDC event. All that and a lot more on this special episode of Tech Today. The Realme Pad Mini looks like a device which a lot of us in India can own. It's targeted at the 10 to 15,000 rupee segment. There's not a lot of products over there. Samsung and Xiaomi have gone and tried to compete straight with the Apple iPad range, and I guess this is in a league of its own, which is a lot more accessible, affordable. But the question that I'm asking is this, well, the ideal travel companion? And if not, then what is the ideal travel companion? Well, let's find out. For those of you who tune into the show regularly, you know for the last couple of weeks, we've taken the show on the road. We've been all over the UK. You saw the Dyson exclusive. You also saw all the things that we were doing in London with MG and the like. Well, at that time, this was the device that I took along with me, of course, with my daily driver, which was the iPad Air M1. Now that is the ideal device. In fact, I can safely say that that's a device that you can actually take and perhaps replace your MacBook or your Windows computer. I've done that. And I think within the Apple ecosystem, there is nothing better for me. It pairs seamlessly with the AirPods. It does a fantastic job with the Magic Keyboard. It is fast, it's powerful. The only little shortcoming with that is actually twofold. The first one is the fact that iPadOS hasn't really caught up with macOS, but I think Apple does that intentionally. And the second thing with that device is something that happened to me on a domestic flight. Then I asked myself the question, maybe this device is too big to be the ideal travel companion. If you're going in the Apple scheme of things, you come down to an iPad mini with M1, very powerful, but very expensive. What if I told you for a fourth of that price, or maybe 20% of that price, Android has an option, and it comes in the form of a Realme Pad Mini, between 10 to 15,000 rupees, 8.7 inches, slightly bigger than an iPad mini, or shall I say, slightly different aspect ratio from an iPad mini. Well, this device seems to be the right size, the right fit, it's easy to handle, it's easy to pocket, but how does it travel? That's when we did a deep dive in actually understanding what its specs are like. So for instance, when we were flying with the Realme Pad Mini, it was quite easy to hold it with one hand, watch a lot of content. I think that was quite a bonus with this device because it's big enough to watch content and it's much bigger than a phone, but it's smaller than bigger tablets or 13-inch MacBooks or laptops. So I think that's a sweet spot in terms of size. But that's where all the compliments stop, because when you go in for an entry-level tablet, you're going in for an LCD display. And in 2022, especially on an Android tablet, when Android's trying to catch up, and looking at what Samsung's doing with all their display prowess, then you ask yourself the question that an LCD display pales in comparison. So my recommendation, my advice in this space is that if this device had maybe an OLED panel, it would be great for battery and it would be fantastic for content consumption. That said, I paired this up with my Samsung Buds and I've used it on a bunch of flights, long haul, short haul flights. The display is all right, the sound is okay. It doesn't really lag if you are using an OTT streaming service. You can download your movies and it's great. Now I looked at this form factor and I saw the size as an 8.7-inch display. And yes, it's an LCD, maybe not the ideal, well, content consumption device when it comes to video or even audio. But then again, there's a device called an Amazon Kindle. And I see a lot of people who like to read books on the go. And even I do at times. But then often I use my iPad or other devices to actually read those books because I don't understand why I need to carry a separate tablet only to read a book. And that's when this one seems like an interesting proposition. Now, you're not going to buy this only as an e-reader, but that is an additional service which works really well with this form factor. You can hold it in one hand, you can switch pages with one hand, you could continue eating your meals and still use this. So again, the form factor and size really works to its advantage, and I think that is a great use case for the Realme Pad Mini. Now when you're talking about this sort of a device, it reminds you of those Samsung phablets or that weird era that we went through. And yes, it comes in that size or form factor as well. It comes with an 8-megapixel rear camera, I think a 5-megapixel selfie camera. But then again, when you're in this price bracket and you're dealing with a budget tablet, I don't think a camera should matter to you because you have your phone with you. This is for another use case. Now, when we were traveling with it all over London, yes, there are scratches that have come on the surface. So maybe if you're purchasing this, buy a stand or a cover, which also helps to actually watch this, because on flights, we've had a tough time placing it in weird places. But I think it's been an ideal travel companion, even at cafes. Sometimes when you want to just do some quick navigation, you don't want to use your phone, you're stopping in the middle of shoots, and all of a sudden, well, you have your phone, which is on charge in that cafe, and then you have this to do, well, content consumption, navigation, stuff like that. It really worked. The battery was also decent. We got more than a day on it, especially for our type of usage. And I did a bunch of video calls as well. Games, I don't think you should be playing on this because this is not hardware which really supports it. I think it comes in a 4 gig version. We had the LTE version, which is on the top end, which is, I think, 15,000 rupees. You do have the cheapest version, which is Wi-Fi only, which actually comes for 10,000 rupees. And that's where I'm really squaring in, because at that price point, in this budget space, it is all right. If you need a tablet for gaming, well, then skip it. You should consider other options in the space. If you're looking at a tablet which is for basic home use or for, you know, something for your kids or just basic work and checking your emails, reading a Kindle, watching basic videos, not relying on in-flight entertainment which the airlines give you, then this is a great companion to start, well, your tablet journey. If you're into something way more advanced and you have money to spare, of course, this can come nowhere close to an iPad mini with M1, but that's not really an apples to apples comparison. So in this space, if you have just 10,000 to 15,000 rupees to spare, I repeat, this is a great place to start. Well, it's that time of the year again. Apple's WWDC is here. This is a developers conference and there's all sorts of software announcements each and every year. They really set the tone for what you're going to get, maybe in the big September event, the fall event, when the new iPhones come about. But I heard from a little birdie that there's going to be a hardware surprise as well. Is it just a rumor? Well, let's find out.
Again, that's right, Ayush. Apple has announced its developer conference, WWDC, which will begin on the 6th of June, where it's expected to announce the iOS 16, the macOS 13, and a lot more for its iPhone, its iPad, Watch, and even the MacBook. In fact, this is one of the most awaited events for Apple enthusiasts, as it now determines how Apple's ecosystem is developing in the year to come. Now, there are sure to be some surprises in store for users, developers, and also tech geeks. If we go by past events, Apple CEO Tim Cook will kick off the keynote address on the 6th of June, and this event will, of course, be live streamed online for you to watch. And now from what we know, Apple will most certainly be introducing the iOS 16 at WWDC, which is the next iteration of their operating system, which will power the iPhone. So if you're really waiting to buy an iPhone 14 later this year, this would certainly give you a sneak peek on whether or not to wait for it or whether it's worth buying at all. If rumors are to be believed, then we could certainly expect also some upgrades to the Apple Health app and a new approach to the iPhone notification as well. From what we hear, we could also possibly see the introduction of a buy now, pay later scheme, a feature that will also be rolled out. And it goes without saying here that these changes will also apply to the iPad OS. And of course, we could also get to see some upgrades there to the Apple Watch, most certainly. And another key highlight is the announcement of macOS 13. Apple has been announcing a new macOS every year, as we know, since 2012. And speaking of Macs, Team Tech Today is fairly certain that a MacBook Air with M2 could be announced soon. It was due to the launch earlier this year, and of course, this becomes a mega platform and an event that might be the right place for them to make that announcement. Stay tuned to Tech Today for more on that. On the Apple VR headset, there is a slim chance of Apple showcasing its rumored VR/AR headset at WWDC. In fact, we've known for long now that they've been working hard on this one, and it does show up in their line of developer code this year. But maybe they'll also save it for a separate event later this year. More importantly, I'm sure that our team will be looking forward to the sleek production of the Apple event broadcast, as they do each year. And that wraps up what Team Tech Today believes will be a mega mid-year Apple event coming to you June 6th onwards.
Well, trust Nabila to get all the right news and rumors on Tech Today. Thanks so much for that update, Nabila. And for all of y'all who are expecting a few hardware surprises, let me tell you something. I'm going to leave you with this when we go into a commercial break. There is going to be a big Tech Today surprise when we're talking about this big event. Well, for that, you'll have to wait and find out and come back on the other side of this commercial break.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching.
It's the biggest football game of the year, featuring two of the biggest clubs in the world.
Fans from Liverpool and Real Madrid trickle into Paris. Catch all the fans' reactions, celebration and excitement live from Paris.
Watch a special build-up exclusively on India Today at these times on Saturday.
Mbps, 4 Mbps, really bad speed. Oh, you guys are back. Welcome back to Tech Today. I'm your host Ayush Alavadi. Now, sometimes you get frustrated with very slow internet speeds. You could be on a 3G network, 4G network. A couple of weeks ago, we were in London and we were talking about 5G networks, which have, well, ultra low latency and ultra high speeds. But sometimes you get frustrated when you have to make that Zoom call, or maybe do a FaceTime call, or do something like an upload on WeTransfer. And that is when slow internet speeds can really bog you down. So Shivan, my colleague, well, he has a tech hack on your phone. By actually doing what he tells you, well, maybe you can bump up your speed on the same device with the same connection. Have a look.
We got some amazing feedback from the tech hack that we shared with you earlier. We've got you another tech hack this time, which has another secret code attached to it. The amazing part about this one is everybody can use it, because this is relating to your internet speed, which you get on your phone. This code will help you increase the internet speed on your phone. So, you know, we all face this issue of having alternating 4G internet connectivity speeds. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. What do you do in that case? So there is this code which will help you increase the internet speed. But before we apply the code, it is important to understand that the code works, that we do a quick speed test to find out what speeds you're getting right now before we use the code. So to do that, you just need to simply go to your phone's browser, and there are many websites which will help you tell what speed you're getting at the moment. So initially when we check the speed, we're getting something between 1.7. Now that the initial speed has been set, now we'll apply the code. Now what you do, simply just go to your phone's calls app, and over here you need to punch in *#* 4636 #*#*. You don't need to dial anything. Immediately it will take you to the testing page. Over here you get phone information. Scroll down and you'll see this row SMSC. Over here you get two options, update and refresh. Go to update, wait for a few seconds and then refresh it. Now the way to do it is, after this, just quickly you need to shut down the phone and then restart it. After the phone comes on, now do the speed test once again. Again, you go to your phone's browser, and when you go to the phone's browser, use the same website that you used earlier to check the speed and have a look at the speed once again now. Stand at the same place where you were standing earlier and check the speed. So you see the speed has already jumped by several points, and we're currently at 12:13. Let's see where it finally stops. There you go. So from 1.7 we've jumped to 10 Mbps, and we tried this on many other devices as well. So there is an instant bump of about 3 to 4 Mbps of speed. So we tried this on several phones, and we found that no matter what speeds they were getting, even if they were getting good speeds earlier, they got even better later. If it was bad speed, that also got better. So the code will help increase the speed. There are two things to keep in mind as far as this code is concerned. Number one, it only works on Android phones. You can't really use this one on iPhones. And secondly, the speed will be increased for a limited period of time. It's not going to just go on and on and on. It's going to be limited to probably an hour at the most. So I know people have been asking us for more and more tech hacks. We'll keep this segment going. And if you need to know something in specific, please let us know. Write into us as well. We'll be back with more tech tricks and hacks from our pockets on the next Tech Today show.
BMW i4 electric sedan. Now BMW claims this is sheer driving pleasure like other BMWs with a tech angle because this is still an EV. Well, we want to test that claim on Tech Today. Alright, getting in the car is not that much of a task, though someone of my height, if the sunroof is actually pulled all the way to the front, we'll find it a little difficult. Of course, you can adjust the seat. This was adjusted for the previous driver, but I think it feels just like a mid-size sedan. You know, the first thing, as soon as you sit in this car, if you're a tech geek, you're going to look at this panel. And this is where all the magic happens. And of course, in terms of user experience, you got to like swipe and see what it feels like. Honestly, after the Tesla, this is the first time, and well, kudos to the German engineering with this car, that I am enjoying a touchscreen panel. The Mercedes does a good job as well, but on Tech Today, we want to be happy with the Audi, especially the one that we got on the electric experience. I'm going to take it out for a little bit of a spin just to see what driving pleasure is all about, right? Is it truly driving pleasure? Well, let's find out. Also, fast charging. You can go to BMW dealerships and charge this beast. But how many such dealerships are there in Mumbai and Delhi? Maybe 4 or 5. What is their partnership like? Towards the end of IMG Drive, MG actually announced that they're going to be tying up with a bunch of petrol stations and stuff like that. We went to so many Indian oil stations where they have these Tata charging booths and stuff like that. So many of them were out of order. So many of them had long waiting queues. Look, that range anxiety exists. But if this car claims 591 kilometers, I'm guessing when we take this out into the real world, if it gives you even anything between 400 to 450, anywhere closer towards 500, this is no mean feat when it comes to EV technology. All right, the minute you put this in reverse, you can see that this is like an OLED display on a fantastic TV. The camera is amazing. gives you, well, an eerily sharp image just like the Tesla did. And the minute you put it back in drive, then of course you get the front camera. This has 360 cameras all throughout. There's a reversing assistant, of course, and it gives you this nice 3D mapping sort of an image as well, which we saw on the MG ZS EV, but it looked like we were playing a Nintendo game from 1995. This looks like a step into the future. Well, I'm going to put the car in park right now, and while I take it out for a drive, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about this car. And something that they've been talking about a lot is that it's the longest range you will get on an EV in India. They're claiming 591 kilometers on a full charge. If this car claims 591 kilometers, I'm guessing when we take this out into the real world, if it gives you even anything between 400 to 450, anywhere closer towards 500, this is no mean feat when it comes to EV technology. When you're at the back, you know that this is incredibly comfortable, and hence you can confirm that this is a sedan. It's a mid-size electric sedan, and like I was saying, BMW says sheer driving pleasure. So I thought, let's sit in the back seat as well, because if this is going to be a family car, or if it's going to be a chauffeur-driven car, and I don't know why you want a chauffeur in this one, because it drives like heaven, 0 to 100 in 5.7 seconds. This one's going to be fun. In terms of leg room, there is plenty of leg room. Even if someone around 5'7", 5'8" is sitting in the front, I'm nearly 6 feet, and this feels like a luxury sedan. Of course, there's a little bit of a bump here, so for a third person to fit over here, that might be a little bit of a problem. Maybe a baby or a kid could sit right here, but two people at the back, fantastic. The BMW i4 Electric exclusively on Tech Today. This was the first look of the car. We're hoping to test the claims a little later when it comes to range, but we can promise you it is an incredibly smooth ride. If you've enjoyed this smooth show, an action-packed show, and are waiting for the surprise next week and the week to follow, well, then tell us on our social media handles. Until next week, adios.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
5 days of global brainstorm. 70 plus interviews. 20 plus panel discussions. India Today and Business Today leads the Davos coverage.
So sorry.
जीरो चेक कर लो भैया।
और नहीं जी नहीं, विश्वास है आप पे।
पेट्रोल पंप पे आके गाड़ी अब मुस्काई है। अर्ज किया है पेट्रोल पंप पे आके गाड़ी अब मुस्काई है। चुन्नू मुन्नू दी गड्डी पे फाइनली रौनक आई है। नाच रहा है एक्सेलरेटर और नाच रहा है अब मीटर। अरे नाच रहा है एक्सेलरेटर और नाच रहा है अब मीटर। बड़े दिनों के बाद सबने टंकी भूल कर आई है। कम कर दिए दाम, नहीं करे लिफ्ट। आपको दे रहे हैं सेंटर की तरफ से ये गिफ्ट। मित्रों,
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
5 days of global brainstorm. 70 plus interviews. +20 panel discussions. India Today and Business Today leads the Davos coverage.
You are watching India Today.
Good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. The headlines this Saturday afternoon first. Prime Minister Modi and Union Home Minister Amit Shah kickstart their visit to pole-bound Gujarat. Modi inaugurated the newly built Matushri Multispeciality Hospital in Rajkot, addressing a mega event in Patidar-dominated Saurashtra. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami announces a drafting committee to implement the Uniform Civil Code. Opposition calls it anti-minority. Suspense is mounting over 8-hour Gyanvapi survey report. The Banaras court is going to release the highly anticipated survey video on Monday. Both the Hindu and Muslim side are opposing this. From Mandya to Bidar, clamour grows to reclaim allegedly demolished temples in Karnataka. Hindu outfit VHP has demanded madrasa run by the Jamia Masjid be vacated, saying it was a Hanuman temple. Horrific assault caught on camera. 29-year-old has been assaulted by a TRS worker, allegedly her ex-boyfriend. Prime Minister Modi is on a one-day visit to Gujarat. He inaugurated a 200-bed multi-speciality charitable hospital in Rajkot. He held a massive rally in Rajkot, attended by over 3 lakh people, saying that his government is committed to working for the underprivileged. He's also recalled the sacrifices of Mahatma Gandhi and Sardar Patel. Slamming the Congress, he said BJP refrained from dynastic politics. Later, in about 2 hours from now, he will be addressing a seminar of leaders of various cooperative institutions at the Sahakar Se Samriddhi event in Gandhinagar, where he's going to be accompanied by Amit Shah, the Home Minister. The Prime Minister's visit is being seen as an attempt to woo the Patels of Gujarat. Support of the Patidar vote bank is seen as crucial for the assembly elections round the corner in the state. Questions also looming on whether Hardik Patel will join the BJP.
इन 8 सालों में हमने पूज्य बापू और सरदार पटेल के सपनों का भारत बनाने के लिए ईमानदार प्रयास किए हैं। पूज्य बापू एक ऐसा भारत चाहते थे जो हर गरीब, दलित, वंचित, पीड़ित, हमारे आदिवासी भाई बहन, हमारी माताएं बहनें, उन सबको सशक्त करे। 2014 पहला गुजरातમાં એવા અનેક પ્રોજેક્ટ હતા કે દિલ્હીમાં એવી સરકાર હતી કે અહીંથી પ્રોજેક્ટ જાય ને તો એમને પ્રોજેક્ટ નહોતો દેખાતો, એમને અંદર મોદી જ દેખાય અને એવું મગજ ફટકે તરત જ કેન્સલ રિજેક્ટ બધા કામોને તાળા મારી દીધા હતા। इन वर्षों में हमने गरीब की सेवा, सुशासन और गरीब कल्याण को सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास, इस मंत्र पर चलते हुए हमने देश के विकास को नई गति दी है।
Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami-led government on Friday announced drafting committee to implement the Uniform Civil Code. In this notification, the Dhami-led government has said the panel is going to examine and report on all relevant laws governing the individual civil affairs of all citizens residing in Uttarakhand. This committee is going to be chaired by Supreme Court Justice Ranjana Prakash Desai, retired. Other members of the committee are former Sikkim High Court Chief Justice, former Uttarakhand Chief Secretary, and also Doon University Vice Chancellor, along with social activist Manu Gaur. The opposition has hit out at the implementation panel, calling it unconstitutional and against minorities.
जस्टिस रंजना देसाई के अध्यक्षता में एक 5 सदस्यीय कमेटी हमने गठित कर दी है। हम जो कहते हैं वो करते हैं और हमने पहले ही कहा था कि हम इस पर हमारी सरकार ने निर्णय ले लिया है। चुनाव से पहले हमने संकल्प लिया था। चुनाव के बाद पहली जो हमारी मंत्रिमंडल की बैठक हुई थी, पहली शपथ ग्रहण के बाद हमने उसमें ये सर्वसम्मति से फैसला ले लिया था कि हम उत्तराखंड के अंदर सभी के लिए समान नागरिक संहिता लाएंगे और उसके लिए कमेटी बनाएंगे। आज हमने वो कमेटी बना दी है और कमेटी जल्दी ही ड्राफ्ट तैयार करेगी और ड्राफ्ट तैयार होने के बाद हम उसको लागू करेंगे।
सरकार की नीयत बहुत साफ है, किसी को तंग और परेशान करने की नीयत नहीं है। जो ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जो देश के लिए खतरा है, प्रदेश के लिए तो है ही है, साथ में देश के लिए भी खतरा है, तो वो कैसे यहाँ पर बिना परमिशन के यहाँ आ रहे हैं, कैसे रह रहे हैं, उनकी एक्टिविटीज़ क्या है, वो क्या कर रहे हैं, इन सारी चीज़ों को देखते हुए कॉमन सिविल कोड की बात मुख्यमंत्री जी ने कही है, जिसका सभी ने समर्थन किया है, पूरा प्रदेश साथ में है।
ये जो इनके तर्कस में जितने सारे एजेंडा हैं, वो एजेंडाओं पर ही बहस चल रहा है, तो इसलिए यहाँ होड़ लगी हुई है कि कौन आगे बढ़ के कितना ज़्यादा लोगों को चुट्टी काटने वाला, कितना ज़्यादा लोगों को में तनाव पैदा करने वाला कार्यक्रम करता है। वही सबसे बड़ा सफल इनका मुख्यमंत्री है, वही सरकार है।
यूनिफॉर्म में करना मैं समझता हूँ कि मुश्किल ज़रूर है, लेकिन अगर राज्य सरकार की ये का प्रयास है तो ठीक है, वो उसका मसवदा तैयार करे और मसवदा को पेश करे और उस पर बहस होनी चाहिए, उस पर चिंतन होना चाहिए। अगर ये इतना आसान होता यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड, तो ये कब का बन गया होता।
ऐसे मामलों में जो सभी जो स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, प्रमुख उनके जो लोग हैं, उनको कॉन्फिडेंस में लेकर एक सर्वदलीय बैठक करके, सर्व समुदाय की बैठक करके और सबको साथ लेके, उनका सबकी सहमति लेके एक तभी कार्रवाई सब पूरी होनी चाहिए।
The suspense is growing over Gyanvapi survey report. The court is all set to release the survey video on the 30th of May. Multiple pleas have been filed in court to not make the report public from the Hindu side and from the Muslim side. Both the sides have been saying that this is in public interest and that in the interest of communal harmony, the video content of the survey must not be made public. Meanwhile, the Hindu side's lawyer has made a shocking charge. He is claiming that half-inch thick and 63 centimeters deep hole has been made into the alleged shivling. The Muslim side says these are false claims.
Sensational claim made by the lawyer for the Hindu petitioner in the Gyanvapi case in Varanasi.
Advocate Vishnu Shankar Jain claimed that an attempt was made to tamper with the evidence in the Gyanvapi case at the mosque premises.
मेरा क्लेम ये है कि जब ये उनकी पोजीशन में था, इसको एक फव्वारा बनाने की कोशिश की गई है और इसमें छेद किया गया है और वो चक्री जो इनकी पूरी थ्योरी है फाउंटेन की, वो वहाँ से उत्पन्न हो रही है. इसलिए मेरा ये कहना है कि ये जो इन्होंने छेद किया है इसमें, ये इंटेंशनली किया है और इसको फव्वारा बताने की कोशिश की है, जो कि एकदम गलत है.
The Hindu side has made a huge claim that an half-inch thick and 63 centimeters deep hole was made into the oval-shaped structure they describe as the shivling.
एडवोकेट कमीशन की जो रिपोर्ट है उसमें स्पष्ट रूप से लिखा हुआ है कि उसमें 63 सेंटीमीटर का छेद है और वो छेद जाहिर सी बात है हम लोगों ने नहीं किया, क्योंकि वो हमारे पोजीशन में नहीं था. पिछले 40-50 सालों से वो एरिया, अपर एरिया जो मस्जिद का है जहाँ पे शिवलिंग मिला है, वो मुस्लिम पक्ष के कब्जे में था और जिसको वजू खाना बनाने की कोशिश की गई.
The Hindu side also claims that an attempt was made to remove a disc-like object from the basement of the Gyanvapi premises after the place was sealed on orders of the court, and that alert security personnel prevented the removal of the evidence in the form of a disc-shaped object similar to the shape that was found on top of the structure, being described as the holy shivling.
कोरोबोरेटेड बाय गवाही जो वहाँ के केयर टेकर है, उनसे पूछा गया कि इसके ऊपर क्या रखा है आपने, तो उन्होंने कहा कि इसके ऊपर फव्वारा चलता था जो 12 साल पहले चलता था, फिर बोला 20 साल पहले चलता था. और उसके बाद नेक्स्ट कोरोबोरेशन ये है कि अभी रिसेंटली वहाँ से कुछ लोग, एक चक्री थी जो स्टोर रूम में रखी हुई थी मस्जिद के, वहाँ से उसको ले जा रहे थे. जब सीआरपीएफ ने मना कर दिया तो उसको वापस अंदर रख दिया गया, क्योंकि वो रेड जोन है, ना उसमें कोई सामान ले जा सकता है ना ला सकता है.
The Gyanvapi Masjid Intizamiya Committee, on the other hand, has disputed the claims of the structure being a shivling or an attempt being made to drill a hole in the structure. They insist there was no tampering with evidence either with the structure or at the premises, especially with the entire sealed off area now being in control of the Central Reserve Police Force.
झूठ की भी कोई सीमा होती है. ऐसा झूठ बोलने और झूठ को बढ़ावा देने वालों के लिए हमारी गुजारिश है कि कम से कम सीमा के अंदर झूठ ही अगर बोलना है तो कम से कम सीमा के अंदर तो रहकर झूठ बोले. आप खुद अंदाज़ा लगाइए कि जिस दिन ये सब मामला सामने आया है उसी दिन से वो वज़ू खाना सील कर दिया गया, तो कौन जाकर छेड़छाड़ कर रहा है उससे.
There are no details yet in public domain when the attempt was allegedly made to remove the evidence from the premises or to drill a hole in the structure being described as the shivling by the Hindu side. Advocate Vishnu Shankar Jain claims they will bring up the matter in court. With Samarth Srivastav and Kumar Abhishek in Varanasi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Jamaat Ulama-e-Hind held a huge gathering of Muslim bodies in UP's Deoband amid a controversy involving Gyanvapi Mosque, also the Qutub Minar. The meeting was organized to discuss issues surrounding mosques in Gyanvapi, Mathura and monuments like Qutub Minar. The group has passed a memorandum against alleged Islamophobia amid the ongoing Mandir Masjid controversy. 3 proposals were also passed at the meeting. The Muslim outfit has said Muslims are being maligned, they're being targeted. They're also all set to hold another gathering in UP's Deoband tomorrow, where at least 500 Muslim organizations are going to participate. The BJP is hit out at this group's gathering, saying it is spreading hatred and promoting fear-mongering.
Ever since the Gyanvapi matter has come to court, there are certain gangs of Papi in the name of Gyanvapi and Samvidhan Papi who are trying to constantly incite, fearmonger, provoke for the sake of vote bank politics. Today a huge gathering has been called in Deoband. One hopes that there is no fearmongering and incitement done in the name of vote bank politics, like we have seen from the likes of Asaduddin Owaisi and Akbaruddin Owaisi, who have been constantly trying to provoke. They went on the mazar of Aurangzeb.
ना किसी को डरने की ज़रूरत है, ना किसी को डराने की ज़रूरत है, ना किसी को भय का भौकाल खड़ा करने की ज़रूरत है और ना भ्रम का भूत खड़ा करने की ज़रूरत है. जहाँ तक सवाल है कानून अपना काम कर रहा है. कोर्ट में कोई मैटर है तो कोर्ट के फैसले का इंतज़ार करना चाहिए और देश के सौहार्द को बिगाड़ने की किसी को भी इजाज़त नहीं दी जा सकती. सभी लोगों की ये सामूहिक जिम्मेदारी है कि देश के भाईचारा, देश की एकजहती, देश का सौहार्द किसी भी तरह से बिगड़ने ना पाए, किसी तरह से भी बिगाड़ने की कोशिश न होने पाए।
मोहब्बत के चिरागों को जो आंधी से डराते हैं, उन्हें जाकर बता देना कि हम जुगनू बनाते हैं, उन्हें जाकर बता देना कि हम जुगनू बनाते हैं। और ये दुनिया दो किनारों को कभी मिलने नहीं देती, ये दुनिया दो किनारों को कभी मिलने नहीं देती। चलो दोनों किसी दरिया पे मिलकर पुल बनाते हैं। तो जरूरत इस बात की है कि हिंदू, मुसलमान, सिख, ईसाई एक ऐसा मोहब्बत का पुल बनाएं कि जहां पूरा मुल्क आकर के तिरंगे झंडे के साथ खड़ा हो और कहा जा सके कि हिंदुस्तान जिंदाबाद।
जो है आपका ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद का मुद्दा है, ये कोई आज के पैदा थोड़ी हुए है, इतने अरसे से चल रहा है, हर जमाने में रहा है। तो क्या इसके देश हमारा रुक गया? ये ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद और ये मंदिर वहाँ पहले से है, सब लोग इबादत करते रहे, हिंदू अपने हिसाब से कर रहे हैं, मुसलमान अपने हिसाब से कर रहे हैं, लेकिन क्या हमारा देश रुक गया? नहीं, हमारा देश चलता रहा और हम उसको इस मुद्दे के साथ साथ भी हम साथ में काम करते रहे। तो अब ऐसा क्यों, अचानक ऐसा क्यों कि बिल्कुल सड़क के ऊपर जंग छिड़ जाए? तो हमारा यही कहना है कि ये मुद्दे हैं।
The Gyanvapi fire is spreading in Karnataka now. From Mandya to Bidar, many mandir masjid disputes are growing in the state. Here's more.
Gyanvapi fire is spreading across the country. Clamor to reclaim allegedly demolished temples is growing. From Mandya to Bidar, many mandir masjid disputes are brewing in Karnataka. The latest claim is from Mandya, where the Vishwa Hindu Parishad has demanded madrasa run by the Jamia Masjid be vacated. The VHP claims the mosque was once a Hanuman temple.
ಹಿಂದೂ ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕ ಚಿಹ್ನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕಂಬಗಳಲ್ಲಿರುವುದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಮದ್ರಾಸವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸುವಂಥ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ನಮಾಜು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುವಂಥವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಆ ವಿಗ್ರಹಗಳನ್ನು ನಾಶಪಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಪ್ರಕರಣವನ್ನು ದಾಖಲು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಾವು ಡಿಮ್ಯಾಂಡನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು 20ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಮೇ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಶ್ರೀರಂಗಪಟ್ಟಣದ ತಹಸೀಲ್ದಾರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಮೆಮೊರಾಂಡನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ. 14 ದಿನದ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ FIR ಅನ್ನು ದಾಖಲು ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಮಾನ್ಯುಮೆಂಟಿನ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿನ ವಿರುದ್ಧವಾಗಿ ಏನು ವಾಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಮದ್ರಸವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಮತ್ತು ನಮಾಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅಡುಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ತೆರವುಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಆಗ್ರಹವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. 14 ದಿನಗಳ ಗಡುವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ. 14 ದಿನಗಳು ಅಂದರೆ 14ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಆ ಗಡುವಿನ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಏನಾರ ನಮ್ಮ ಡಿಮ್ಯಾಂಡನ್ನು ಈಡೇರಿಸದೇ ಇದ್ದಲ್ಲಿ 4ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಶ್ರೀರಂಗಪಟ್ಟಣ, ಜೂನ್ 4ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಶ್ರೀರಂಗಪಟ್ಟಣ ಚಲೋವನ್ನು ಕರೆಯನ್ನು ವಿಶ್ವ ಹಿಂದೂ ಪರಿಷತ್ ಬಜರಂಗ ದಳ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಘಟಕ ಕರೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
Senior BJP leader Ishwarappa has backed VHP's claims.
36,000 ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಗಳನ್ನ ಧ್ವಂಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಸೀದಿಗಳು ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೊಸ ಮಸೀದಿ ಕಟ್ಟುವಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೂ 1,000 ಕಟ್ಟಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ನನ್ನ ಅಭ್ಯಂತರ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಮಸೀದಿಗಳು ನಮಾಜ್ ಮಾಡಲಿ, ಸಂತೋಷವಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡಲಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಈಶ್ವರನ ಲಿಂಗವನ್ನ, ಸೋಮನಾಥ ಲಿಂಗವನ್ನ, ಕಾಶಿ ವಿಶ್ವನಾಥ ಲಿಂಗವನ್ನ, ಮಥುರಾದ ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಲಿಂಗವನ್ನ, ಅಯೋಧ್ಯೆಯ ಶ್ರೀರಾಮಚಂದ್ರ ಭೂಮಿಯನ್ನ ಪುಡಿ ಮಾಡೋರನ್ನ ನಾವು ಬಿಡ್ತೀವ? ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ, ಆ 36,000 ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಗಳ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಗಳನ್ನು ಪುಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಸೀದಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿದಾರೋ ಆ 36,000 ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಹಿಂದೂಗಳ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನಾಳೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಕಾನೂನುಬದ್ಧವಾಗಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಯಾವ ಕಾನೂನು ಇಲ್ಲ.
In Bidar, the VHP has claimed a dargah at Basava Kalyan was a temple of Basavanna earlier.
ನಿಜವಾಗಿಯೂ ಅದು ಬಸವಣ್ಣನ ಒಂದು ಪುಣ್ಯ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಂಥ ಮೂಲ ಅನುಭವ ಮಂಟಪ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇತ್ತಿತ್ತಲಾಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಜಾಮನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತೊಂದರೆಯಾಗಿ ನಿಜಾಮ ಅದನ್ನು ವಶಪಡಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ತನ್ನ IBಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ದಾಖಲಾತಿಗಳು, ಪುರಾವೆಗಳು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗಲೂ ಸಿಗ್ತವೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪುಷ್ಕರಣಿ ಇದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನದ ಕಳಶಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿವೆ. ಇಂಥದ್ರಿಂದ ಅದು ಮೂಲ ಅನುಭವ ಮಂಟಪ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಕ್ಷ್ಯಾಧಾರಗಳು ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇವೆ.
The claims in Mandya and Bidar come close on the heels of a similar demand in Mangaluru. Their Hindu groups have said a temple has been found during the renovation of a mosque. After hijab, halal and Muslim traders ban, a new chapter has opened in polarization Nataka. Bureau Report, India Today.
Some news just coming in. Well, after Udupi, hijab controversy has resurfaced in Karnataka. 12 hijabi girls have entered classroom in Mangaluru. Hijabi girls have remained defiant. Students have been sent back. The college principal urged the girls to remove the hijab. The controversy refuses to die down in spite of the court stepping in, asking for status quo, asking for no use of hijab or saffron tolls. But this is being We have more news as far as the Ram Sene chief Pramod Mutalik is concerned. He is provoked once again amid the Mandir Masjid dispute. Mutalik's big dare says we'll take back all 30,000 temples. The Muslim community can't stop us. Polarization is ongoing, as you can see in the state of Karnataka, which of course is poll-bound. There have been claims and counterclaims, with many within the BJP also saying that there are over 30,000 temples in the state of Karnataka which have been raised down to build mosques and that they are going to claim back these temples. Ram Sene chief Pramod Mutalik is provoking once again, saying that this is going to be done.
ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನವನ್ನ ಒಡೆದು ಮಸೀದಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿದಿರಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನೂ ವಾಪಸ್ ತಗೊಳ್ತೀವಿ. ತಾಕತ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ತಡಿ, ಕಾನೂನು ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನಾವು ತಗೊಳ್ತೀವಿ ವಾಪಸ್. ಅಯೋಧ್ಯ ಇದೇ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ನೀವು. ಬಾಬರ್ ಮಸೀದಿ ಹೊಡೆದ್ರೆ, ಬಾಬರ್ ಮಸೀದಿಯನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ರಕ್ತಪಾತ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂದು ಹನಿ ರಕ್ತ ಬೀಳ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಕಟ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ? ಸೊ ಮಣಲಿ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಒಂದೇ ಅಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮಗೆ ನಾಚಿಕೆ ಮಾನ ಮರ್ಯಾದೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಇದ್ರೆ, ಈ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೌಹಾರ್ದತೆಯನ್ನು ಉಳಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದ್ರೆ, ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಮಸೀದಿಯನ್ನ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನವನ್ನ ಒಡೆದು ಕಟ್ಟಿದಿರೋ ಅದನ್ನು ವಾಪಸ್ ಕೊಡಿ. ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ಉದ್ಧಟತನದ ಹೇಳುವಂತ, ಸೋಕ್ಕಿನಿಂದ ಹೇಳುವಂತ ಇದನ್ನ ಇನ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಡೆಯುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಪ್ಪ ಕೂತಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಸೊ ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ಹೇಳಿಕೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸೌಹಾರ್ದತೆಯನ್ನು ಬದುಕೊಂಡು ಕಳೀರಿ ಅಂತನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಾನು ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸಂವಿಧಾನದ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ತಗೊಳ್ತೀವಿ.
More news from Karnataka. In a shocking incident, 5 people were injured in Karnataka's Belagavi after activists of Maharashtra Ekikaran Samiti allegedly attacked members of a wedding procession for playing Kannada songs and holding Kannada flags while dancing. At the Jamnagar, the activists waylaid the procession, abused the groom, assaulted 5 youth. Karnataka Chief Minister has condemned this attack and has said that the government is going to be not going to be tolerating such incidents. He's also said that appropriate action will be taken when Kannadigas are in trouble. FIR has been filed and 5 people are being questioned.
MES ಪುಂಡಾಟಿಕೆನ ನಾವು ತೀವ್ರವಾಗಿ ಖಂಡಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಕ್ರಮ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಭಾಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಸಂದೇಶ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಈ ಪ್ರಕರಣದಲ್ಲಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಈ ಕಾನೂನನ್ನು ಕೈ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳೋದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಯಾವ ಕೂಡ ಸಹಿಸೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಏನೇ ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಕಾನೂನು ಸುವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ನಮ್ಮ ನೆಲದಲ್ಲಿ, ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರಿಗೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಥರ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಉಗ್ರ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ.
ಸರ್, ಈಗ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಪೆಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಬೆಲೆಯನ್ನು ಕಡಿಮೆ
Well, after the Udupi controversy over hijab, this matter has resurfaced in Karnataka. 12 hijabi girls entered classroom in Mangaluru. They remain defiant. Students have been sent back. The college principal has asked girls to remove the hijab. The hijab controversy refusing to die down in the state of Karnataka. The hijab showdown continues to simmer in Karnataka, where students wearing hijab tried to enter a college and they were denied entry to college. The school principal, in fact, asked them to go back. Remember, this comes at a time when the matter at least legally has been settled by the court, where the court has said that hijabs and saffron stoles, both of these items will not be allowed. They've been defined. They did not want to take the hijab off, is what we are learning. The principal asked them to take it off or go back, and they chose to go back, is what we know.
ಶಾಸಕರು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನನಗೆ ಜೋರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ನೀವು ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಯಾರು ಪ್ರಭಾವಿ ಶಾಸಕರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು ನಮಗೆ ಜೋರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾರ ಮಾತು ಕೇಳಿ ನೀವು ಕ್ಯಾಂಪಸಲ್ಲಿ ತೆಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ. ಇನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಲೋಕಲ್ MLA ಅವರು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ನೀವು ಯಾಕೆ ಪಾಲಿಸಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ನಾನು ಗಣನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನನ್ನ ಸಹೋದ್ಯೋಗಿಗಳ ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ನಾನು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್
ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಪಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗಳ ಆಡಳಿತ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗದೆ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಅವ್ರು ನಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಇಲ್ಲದಿದ್ದರೆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಕಾನೂನು ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಕ್ರಮ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನೋಡಿ, ಯಾರು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಆದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ತಲೆಬಾಗಬೇಕು. ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಆಡಳಿತ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಳುತ್ತೆ.
ಒಂದು ಹಿಜಾಬ್ನ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಆ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಯನ್ನು ಉದ್ಭವ ಮಾಡಿಸೋಂಥ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಕೆಲವರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟು ಮಾತ್ರ ಹೇಳಬಲ್ಲೆ, ಕೆಲವು ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಅವ್ರು ಹಿಂದೆ ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ತೆಗಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇನ್ನು ಅವ್ರು ಹಿಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ್ರೋಹಿಗಳು. ಆ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ್ರೋಹಿಗಳನ್ನು ಗುರುತಿಸಿ ಖಂಡಿತ ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕಠಿಣವಾದ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ತಗೋತೇವೆ. ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ್ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯರ ಮನಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಈ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ ಪ್ರಜೆಗಳಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಮುಂದುವರಿಬೇಕು. ಆ ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ.
ದೇಶದ ಸಂವಿಧಾನ, ಕಾನೂನು, ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟಿನ ತೀರ್ಪು ಇವುಗಳಿಗೆ ಗೌರವ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕಠಿಣ ಕ್ರಮ ಕೈಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಇದರಿಂದ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಡಿಬಾರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
The district administration can't keep sit quiet. They should come, they should call the vice chancellor, they should call the principal, take the law and see what is the rule and what is the law. Let the district commissioner give the judgment and every student should agree and all will agree.
12 hijabi girls entered a classroom in Mangaluru and they were sent back. The principal says that they made an attempt to convince the girls to take it off, given that the court's orders also say that these can't be worn. But they did not relent, is what we're learning. We'll go across to my colleague Nagarjun, who's getting us more details on that story. Naga, what really has happened there?
In fact, after the Hindu students took up a protest day before yesterday in Mangalore University, the hijabi students were sent back, and this college development committee had put a notice on the wall saying that no hijab will be allowed inside the classroom. They will be given a separate room where they can enter the campus, remove the hijab, and then attend the classroom. But today what has happened is 12 of the 40 students wore the hijab and tried to enter the classroom, while the college authorities stopped in saying there's a high court order, you cannot do it, and you have to remove the hijab and enter. But they were persistent, saying that no, this is our fundamental right to wear such scarf. We would enter the classroom, but then they were sent back after relentless negotiations that took place between college authorities as well as the students. The students who wore hijab were persistent that hijab is more important than classes, and they were sent back today. After Udupi, right now it's happening in Mangalore University, where more than 12 students are persistent that hijab has to be allowed in the college campus.
Naga, thanks for getting us all of those details from Karnataka. Horrific assault is being caught on camera where a woman is being assaulted by a TRS worker. 29-year-old woman was allegedly stabbed by her ex-boyfriend near Hafiz Baba Nagar in Hyderabad. The accused TRS leader, Habib, attacked the woman with a sharp-edged weapon. She was rushed to the hospital after being critically injured. The police have said the woman and the suspect were involved, reportedly in a relationship, but parted ways very recently. That brings us to the end of this edition. For all news and updates, do log on to our website, that's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thank you for watching.
are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@ajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Five days of global brainstorm. 70 plus interviews. +20 panel discussions. India Today and Business Today leads the Davos coverage.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching.
It's the biggest football game of the year, featuring two of the biggest clubs in the world.
Fans from Liverpool and Real Madrid trickle into Paris. Catch all the fans' reactions, celebration and excitement live from Paris.
Watch a special build-up exclusively on India Today at these times on Saturday.
காலையில விடியல பார்க்க போறது யாருங்கிறத இயற்கை தான் முடிவு பண்ணும். ஆனா இந்த காட்டுல யாரு எங்க எப்ப விடியல பார்க்க போறாங்கிறத முடிவு பண்றது இயற்கை இல்ல. நான்
ரூல்ஸ் அண்ட் ரெகுலேஷன்ஸ் எங்களுக்கு இல்ல, உங்களுக்கு இருந்தா மீறப்படும்.
I have with me superstar Kamal Hassan. Thank you so much for joining us and welcome to India Today Television.
My pleasure, ma'am.
Sir, I would like to ask you first about your Cannes experience representing India. How was it? I mean, was there any biggest takeaway?
India played
place. It always had a place in Cannes. Now it was in inverted commas, which is a proud moment. And it was long overdue, and even some of the officials at Cannes felt that all kinds of cinema should be shown. And there is another school who believe that only the truly path-breaking cinemas should be shown in Cannes. Well, it's a debate which is still going on. I belong to both kinds of cinemas, so I was happy to be there.
Sir, how was your experience shooting Vikram? You know, it was during the pandemic, and talk to me about your behind the scenes. And you were coming back to movies after 4 years.
Yes, I was away doing politics, and I still am. And I had a fantastic team right from production. This is the kind of team I've been dreaming of. This way, if you have things in place with experts in each field working and taking care of their position and defending their positions properly, and then the product itself will become better. Then the content has to be right, written well. All that happened this time. I hope it happens more number of times.
Of course.
We've been in production for 40 years, and we've tried to keep the quality of films we do and make it successful also.
Absolutely. I want to ask you about, there's this one song in the film which has caused controversy because of this one term that is being used. It's undriyam.
Undriyam could mean so many things, but one has to see the film. Why is the film in a song? Because it suits the film.
Yeah.
But we are naughty people, filmmakers, and I'm a politician too. So punning is something we like to do. And this is nothing new. But I think India has forgotten the word tolerance and has also forgotten the word criticism. There should be no criticism for what you do. Thank goodness that I'm not like that. I expect criticism for any of the films that I do. And I redeem myself, correct myself, depending on how sensible, justifiable the criticism is.
So, but many are translating it, or, you know, they are making sense of it as if the song are targeting the union government, because that term means union.
Every union government should be targeted, whatever party it belongs to. The state should look at it and comment, critique it. That's democracy. Any government, anybody, whichever the party it is. I'm a centrist, so I will think like that. And you must let that kind of thinking grow and take that. That's the humility of leadership, to take criticism when it comes and check it out whether it's justifiable, instead of just squashing or silencing it.
Yeah. Let's go back in time and trace your cinematic journey in India. You know, everybody knows that you started off as a child artist, but I would also want to know some anecdotes. You know, your first performance, breakthrough performance in 1975, then you won a national award, first national award in 1983. And then, of course, you have given so many films, back-to-back hits, including Chachi Char Subis, Indian, Vishwarupam. Of course, there is Apu Raja, Sadma. There are innumerable films that you've given. And I would want you to take us through all of your good memories and best memories from the film.
Good memories are easy to forget. It's only the bad ones you remember. Good memories are good that has happened to you. You never say enough times thank you for what you've received. I have had some of the best teachers one could get. I see people queuing up in front of engineering medical college, selling half their wealth to become a doctor, an engineer, whatever they want to be. But for me, my education came not only for free, but they paid me also. That's the kind of teachers I had. From as a child actor, I was like a trained parrot. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't even know I was moving with such great stars. It's only when I lost my first 2 teeth, my market as a child star ended. And I was no more a child, and I was growing up into a boy and then into a man. So those times I was an ordinary man, and suddenly I realized how lucky I had been as a child to rub shoulders with MJR, Shivaji. I've seen Shami Kapoor Saab, though I was only a Tamil film actor. They used to make those films in Chennai as well at that time. AVM produced many Hindi films. Things were happening. Mohammad Rafi Saab would be singing in AVM recording theatre.
Yeah.
I've seen all that, and I didn't realize that Ghadi Ghadi Mera Dil Dhadke, those rushes. The other directors were watching, and I used to walk in and watch it for free.
Yeah.
I didn't know what kind of dream world I lived in.
Yeah.
I longed for it, and I went back as a technician because I wasn't sure I wanted to be an actor at all. And I wanted to be a director. Then I befriended directors. I was an assistant director. Then I started writing as early as 18. Somebody was indulgent and he made me his assistant. And I was writing, and he gave me even credits. And then Mr. Balchandra found me and brought the reluctant actor out of me. People say that he discovered me. Yes. I say that he invented me. I never thought I'd be an actor. And I've done 36 films with one director, my mentor, Mr. K. Balachandra, which, according to me, very few actors have done in India. And these awards, my father, probably the whole family has that attitude. At 19, I got my first Filmfare Award. And I was very happy because they weren't sure that I was treading the right path. All the rest of the family were highly educated, and I wasn't. I was a high school dropout, so that stigma was on me. And
were they supportive of you?
About the art, yes, they were all connoisseurs of art, and some of them, if they had tried, could have become great artists as well. They didn't. They thought it. Not that they thought of it as infra-dig, they were interested in something else. So when I sent a telegram to my father to tell him, I was in a hurry, couldn't even wait for, in those days you had to dial and wait and call for a trunk call. So I just sent him a telegram saying, I won the Filmfare Award, I'm 19. I said, and he sent back a telegram, excellent, congratulations, when is Oscar? So I was so deflated, and that's how we should look at awards as. The applause is even more worthy and greater. It goes away, it fades after some time, but it stays in your mind and gives you, it's an elixir, equal or more than awards. And so the industry gave me opportunity to write, produce, direct films, and I'm grateful. And they think, some believe that I'm good in it, so I also believed in it. And now
I was actually coming to that, because you've done direction, you've acted in films, sang songs, choreographed, danced, did everything. But is there any one favorite part of making a film that you enjoy the most?
The best part is watching it with the audience. Truly. It's not humble or a wise line. The best part about movie is when it's all complete and there's a captive audience watching your work, admiring it, even disliking it, but you'd like to see it with them. That's the greatest experience for me.
Sir, I also want to know your very first meeting with Rajnikant sir. I mean, it's more than 40 years, I'm assuming, that you have been friends. Yeah. Have the dynamics changed between both of you?
No, as a matter of fact, it's improved. I had a very close friend of mine who's no more now. He was like a brother to me. His name was Govindarajan, but we used to call him Govindahasan. He's become a part of the family. And he was also a lawyer like my brothers. So they also got along like a house on fire. So he was elder to me. And suddenly one day during the a film shooting, something, they said he was unwell. We used to meet almost every day. And then suddenly they pronounced that he's got a malignant cancer. So I didn't know how to take it. I was a little too young. I didn't understand then that death is part of life. And for me, I was traumatized. And I was doing a film with Mr. K. Balchandar at the time where I was the lead. There was another cameo performance in that role for which they had selected a person called Shivaji Rao, who was from the local Chennai Film Institute, but from Bangalore. That's all I knew about him. I've said hello a couple of times. And his first shot was happening. And that day, my friend insisted on coming to the shooting because he was unwell, but you have this rare remissions that he wants to come out of. And I said, you come. And he had a French beard at that time. Because my makeup man was the company makeup man, our conversation about Mr. Govindarajan was so much. He made up Rajinikanth exactly like him. He also had straight hair. And that role, he was dying of cancer.
Oh.
So he wanted to know, hey, I like that guy, man. He's got style. What's the role he's playing? And I couldn't tell him. Somehow all that emotion turned as affection for Rajini. I keep telling him that. So I think I superimposed that image of a friend onto him, and it stuck. And we've been together. We agree to disagree, but still we are friends.
Absolutely. Sir, you have never shied away from speaking your mind. You have always been vocal about your opinion. I want to know your thoughts about the current language debate that is going on, especially at a time when, RRR, KGF and Pushpa are doing so well. And if you see Hindi territory, these films are doing very well. So what are your thoughts on it?
See, this idea of a country is a fantastic idea. We were princely states. Now we made it into a country. It's almost an impossible thing. If you ask somebody in 1911, or when the time this hotel was built in 1937, nobody would have believed it as possible. We made it happen, and we must keep at it and continue with such a tradition. And this language issue is silly because it's juvenile to talk about such a diverse country and fight between the strength of our country is that we communicate with each other, yet we are different, and we have a single culture. See, a mosque, a temple, a church is common to all of India. Kashi is common for anybody in the south. Rameshwaram is common for anybody in the north. Religion unites it in spite of language, but you don't have to politicize religion. That's my complaint. And that's my critique on what is confusing the people now. Hate is the easiest thing to do. Loving takes time. Learn it from your mother. Learn it from Mother India.
Sir, also because you've worked in so many regional films also. You've worked for Hindi cinema, you've worked for Telugu, you have Tamil and other various languages. I want to understand your perspective, your thoughts on work ethics in each of the industry that you may have noticed.
It keeps changing. Opulence and abundance brings about certain amount of lethargy and laziness. When you have a tight budget, you work harder. You want your idea to get through onto the screen. I come from that background. So discipline is the only way to be. There's no other way. There's no margin for error. When your budget increased, there was margin for error in Vikram. But the same producer who made the first film didn't have that first Vikram, which we made 36 years back. We didn't have that margin of error. So we were more disciplined than even this. But I think just because we have money, we don't have to squander it. We'll have to be more and spend more time on the product instead of on life. Life will happen anytime, but spending time with the project that is bringing you money is very important. That's a sign of a true craftsman, whether you make shoes or cinema.
So what does a day look like in your life when you're not shooting for a film or you're not on a political assignment?
I watch films. I'm a film fan. I'm ever grateful to OTT platforms because I can watch 3 films a day. If I push myself, I can watch about 5 films a day and not complain about it the next day. It's a great heady feeling, and you don't have a hangover.
Sir, I was also reading somewhere that, initially you hesitated entering politics, but eventually in 2018 you started your own.
That's a mistake, I'd like to confess. I should have come when I was even much younger. I would have been bolder, I would have been in jail, but that doesn't matter. But I would have done the right thing. But at least now I should do the right thing. Everybody should do it. Everybody should not necessarily enter politics, but they should be aware of it. I said in another interview that you must take care of your politics like your bank account. Keep checking. It is very important that we do it. Whatever your belief is, whatever, you belong to the right, left, or center, like me, it doesn't matter, but keep checking. It's very important that you keep an eye on politics because you are politics. That's democracy.
Going forward, how do you see the political scenario of the country, sir?
Like the way I dream of it. I want my dream to happen. Somebody else wants their nightmare to happen. Somebody else, they don't have an idea as to what should happen. And I'm more concerned about them. They should be either consulted with, converted, and not be confused.
All right, sir. One last message that you want to give out your fans. And sir, I would request you to just say one favorite dialogue of yours from Vikram.
What you can make out of the trailer is what I can say. Are sambhalenge is the thing in the film. That's the dialogue of a Yodha. When he goes to war, he said, yes, we have done our best. Formidable opposition is there. Sambhalenge. In Tamil, I say Patagalam. In Telugu, I say Chuskundam. So that's what I'm asking people to do. Keep sambhalo. Keep an eye on politics, whatever be your politics, but keep an eye on it and be clear about what you want and what is good for your life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for talking to us and joining us on India Today. Thank you so much.
Namaskar.
Once upon a time, there lived a ghost.
Vikram. Vikram.
Vikram!
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@ajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Pancherghat Tire. अब हवा नहीं निकलेगी. Powered by NECC. Sunday हो या Monday, रोज खाओ अंडे. Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dog, no dhabba. Only beautiful walls. Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Powered by Berger Paints, paint your imagination. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-powered by NetMeds, India की अपनी pharmacy.
Hello and welcome. We live in unprecedented times. Very rarely have so many different kinds of crises played themselves out at the same time. Nobody quite knows where this geopolitical uncertainty will lead to next. But what we are doing here at the India Today studio at the World Economic Forum in Davos is setting up a very high quality conversation with some of the world's leading experts. There is no way we could have assembled this kind of a panel at the same place at the same time at any other place. I am privileged to welcome at this time, and I'll start from the far corner by introducing Ian Bremmer, one of the world's leading experts on global political risk. He runs the Eurasia Group, so welcome, thank you. Flanking him is Kishore Mehbubani. He's been former president of the United Nations Security Council, top Singapore diplomat, academic. He's been on several of our shows, and we're seeing him in person for the first time. It's great to have you with us. We have Ivana Klimpush, Member of Parliament in Ukraine, Chair of the Parliamentary Committee on Integration of Ukraine to the EU. I want to introduce a special guest joining us on India Today television for the first time, Alexander Stubb, former Prime Minister of Finland, a top expert on the European Union, very respected voice here in Europe. He's the director and professor at the School of Transnational Governance in Florence. He's been finance minister, foreign minister, trade and Europe minister in Finland. Thank you, Mr. Stubb. It's great to have you with us. One of my favorite global commentators, Martin Wolf, chief economics commentator for the Financial Times, widely tracked. Everyone knows him. Everyone wants to know what Martin Wolf is saying. So we're delighted that you could join us. Thank you so much. And our very own Samir Saran. He's been lighting quite a few fires. They're calling him a fire starter here in Davos. President of the Observer Research Foundation. Samir, welcome again. I want to start by asking Ian Bremmer, because you look at risk very carefully. Everyone watching at this time, and nobody really knows what happens next. But if I were to say, given the fact that we're now months into the Russia-Ukraine conflict, where do you see this war head militarily? And then we'll talk geopolitically.
Well, it's obviously too early to say what we think the outcome of the war is going to be. The Ukrainians have fought incredibly admirably, and NATO has come together to provide support. Will that continue to be the case in 3 months, in 6 months, in 12 months? Most people that I know at Davos and on this panel believe that this war is not going to end anytime soon. And so I think a level of humility around how uncertain the outcome is going to be is still a smart thing to do. But one thing that I think we can be very clear on is that Europe does feel an existential threat on the basis of this invasion. It is a threat to democracy, is a threat to their territorial integrity. It is the end of the peace dividend. They know they must spend real money on defense and prioritize national security going forward. That we know. The second thing that we know is that the level of decoupling of Russia from the advanced industrial democracies, not from the entire world, not from the democracies in the entire world, Lord knows India, but from the United States and its wealthy allies, that feels to me near complete and effectively permanent. I mean, for the long term, as long as Putin is in charge of Russia, as long as Russia looks like it does today, there is some form of Cold War between Russia and the West. But I think beyond that, there's still an awful lot to recognize that we don't know today.
Martin Wolf, your sense of what could be the next step in this war, where do you think things are heading?
Well, I would be an absolute fool, which I try to avoid, to predict the military outcomes. If Ian isn't prepared to do that, I won't. I think, to me, leaving aside that, this war obviously creates huge economic consequences. It's had big effects on energy prices, coming on top of already important energy price movements. It's creating a real risk and increased worry about famine, because this is the grain basket, or a grain basket of the world. That will have profound implications for developing countries. I think serious unrest is very likely in important food importing countries and energy importing countries, sometimes the same. And this is in the context of a still very unsettled world economy. The COVID shock is still there. We have exceptional inflation surges. So I think we have to look at this in addition to the tragedy there, the uncertainty about the outcome of the war, and I agree with everything Ian said. It's existential, clearly, for Europe. This is a very big global moment at a time of substantial economic stress, and we don't know how that will play out either.
So let's deal with the economics for a moment, leaving aside the military aspects. There's a lot of talk about the potential of famine. How real do you see the fear being, especially in places like North Africa? And economically, where do you see this war lead to next?
Well, the general rule that all economists have learned basically from the work of a very famous Indian economist, Amartya Sen, is that famine is a policy choice. That is to say, we basically never had a situation when there was generalized food shortages and where anybody, at least in the modern world, the last 100 years or so, has had to starve to death. It's a policy choice. There's certainly enough food. The question is whether, given the prices and given where the stocks are, the food will be found and moved from the countries that have it to the countries that don't have it. This is a policy choice that has not yet been made. The IMF's managing director has made that very, very clear. I am optimistic, but it's a very big issue, that the wealthier countries of the world, including some very big food producers like Canada, Australia, the United States, and others, will be able to find ways, and Europe is actually very comfortably self-sufficient, to manage this. But it's a question of management. Like the debt crises, we are certainly going to see, given what's happening to the dollar and what's going to happen to interest rates, there is going to be a succession of significant crises in the developing and emerging world. And the question is not whether we can deal with them, there's no question we can, but whether the people will deal with them. And there's one important element in some of them, but not all, and that's China. If we're dealing with a debt crisis, China is now one of the biggest creditors of the developing and emerging world, and cooperation between the West and China on debt is essentially non-existent. So there are policy challenges I see rather than fatalities.
Very few people outside China understand China quite the way that Ambassador Mehbubani does. Looked at from your perspective, where do you see this crisis head next? Also possibly from a Chinese point of view?
Well, there's no doubt that the Ukraine war has hit China very badly. And it's been negative for China on at least 4 counts. Number one, President Xi Jinping wanted in the year 2022 calm and stability because it's an important political transition coming up. Instead, he's got to deal with the domestic challenge of ending COVID-19, zero policy, and also dealing with Ukraine. Number two, his number one strategic partner, Russia, has been seriously weakened. That's a loss for China. And number three, President Xi wanted to deal with a separate United States and a separate Europe, but Ukraine has completely consolidated Western solidarity, and so that's a setback geopolitically also for Xi Jinping. And fourthly, of course, I think probably the biggest shock for China was the fact that they thought they had $3.2 trillion of assets in their foreign reserves. Now they realize they can be seized overnight, just like half the central bank reserves of Russia was seized. So you can see how it's been negative for China on several counts. But having said that, I think it's very important to counterbalance the short-term shocks that we are facing with the long-term trends that are happening. And if you do a kind of a long-term trend, for let's say take this decade of 2020s, I can confidently predict that, and I'm going to say this even though I'm not the expert, for the 1.3 billion people in India, for the 1.4 billion people in China, and for the 700 million people in Southeast Asia and ASEAN, that this makes it 3.4 billion people, at the end of this decade, they'll be much better off. Because there's profound, deeply instituted policy changes have been put in place to ensure that growth will happen in this region. So let me just conclude with one statistic so you understand what I'm talking about. In the year 2000, the combined economy of ASEAN was 1/8 the size of Japan. Japan's economy was 8 times bigger. Now Japan's economy is only 1.5 times bigger. By 2030, ASEAN's economy will be bigger than Japan's.
Mr. Stubb, from a European point of view, we're seeing greater European consolidation, EU looking more purposeful than it's seemed forever, at least on the outside. How do you see this war play itself out from here on, from an EU and Europe perspective?
Yeah, certainly in the beginning there was an unprecedented unity between the European states, and in many ways the exact opposite happened to what Putin had wanted. You know, Ukraine became European, Europe became united, NATO found its new purpose, Transatlantic Partnership 2.0, and the icing on the cake, of course, Finnish and Swedish NATO membership. But I've been speaking with Ukrainian MPs today, and I'm warning of this sentiment of war fatigue. We're into day 90 of the war now, and the problem here is that our political leaders are not communicating the price of war. And we're pretty much in a situation whereby the focus is soon going to move towards inflation. It's going to move towards higher energy prices, higher food prices, the asylum crisis. And this is going to cause, I think, a lot of unrest in Europe and a conversation on a political level. I predict that this will start sometime around August, September. So this unity is unfortunately going to be a little bit shorter than expected.
You don't think it'll stay this way? You don't think this is a new EU which is seeing the risks posed by Russia, possibly moving away from China, at least the countries which seem to be coming into China's grip, now realizing potentially the challenges posed by China?
Sure, to a certain extent. I mean, there's nothing that unites you more than a common enemy, and I guess, you know, Putin has done his best to do that on the European front, and this has revived the transatlantic relationship, and in that sense, taken a little bit away the focus from the US antagonism towards China. But I'm an old enough EU nerd to understand that, you know, the European Union is not a utopia. It's always more than an international organization, less than a state, and there's always going to be bickering. And the more of us we have in the European Union, the more we're going to bicker. And in many ways, I say that it always advances in three stages. 1 is a crisis, 2 is chaos, and 3 is suboptimal solution. So that's, you know, the EU that we live with.
And that's very interestingly put, and it reflects a bit of what happens back home in India as well on most issues. But Ivana, Mr. Stubb made an important point about fatigue. Everyone here outside of Ukraine wants the war to get over, as do people in Ukraine. But there's a certain sense of growing fatigue about where this ends. When you hear all of this, as a member of parliament, as a representative of the Ukrainian people, what's going through your head? Where do you actually see things go next?
Well, for sure, we Ukrainians do not have the right to be fatigued or tired, because it's not only existential for Europe or for the free world, as far as I believe. It's totally existential for us, because what Russia is trying to do is trying to erase us from the map of the world, so as a nation and as a state. And therefore, for us, is the only choice to fight till we regain our territories, till we restore our territorial integrity, sovereignty and independence. And there we definitely need this backing from the free nations, which, you know, I would be more optimistic in terms of hoping that there will be finally an understanding in the EU and transatlantic-wise that values are important, specifically when they are defended, and they should not be taken for granted, as several generations of Europeans and Americans have been already thinking of values.
One of the themes that we pick up here in Davos is that we're talking so much about war, whereas we should also be talking about peace and what can potentially lead to that peace, and that there isn't enough of a conversation at this moment about how Putin can possibly get off the ramp and how we can find a way of establishing peace.
Well, first and foremost, there is no way for any face-saving exercise for Putin, because Putin doesn't have a face. That's one thing. Secondly, what's important to understand that this war, in order to ensure that there is security after this war is finished, needs to be ended in victory of Ukraine and the free world. And so if that is well understood, that means that we will restore the security in the world, the rule-based order, which is definitely vanishing at this particular moment because of Russian actions, and that we will be able to actually think of the future not only exclusively of Ukrainian peaceful future, but actually much wider, not only region-wise, but also world-wise.
Samir, Ukraine isn't losing, Russia isn't winning. far from what should happen, tell us what do you think is most likely to happen next?
I don't know, and I think Ian is right. We all need to be a little humble here. We are in uncharted territory. Firstly, because in the 21st century, violating someone's territorial integrity is unacceptable, should be unacceptable, was not something that most military planners were planning for. So I think this is in some sense a grace one, because we knew it was coming and it came. It came faster than we thought it would come. Now, having said that, I think there are three interesting perspectives that have been shared in this particular discussion. The first is on EU and its role going ahead. Can this be the moment when EU really becomes a political, strategic security actor? Or as the conflict lingers on, will we see a reversal? And will we see back to the old ways? Will we see trade and transactionalism trumping any other value-based framework that EU today believes is fundamental to defend and fight for? I think that's one thing that we need to watch. The second, what about the other votes that were garnered in the first big UNGA vote, 140 odd votes that came? How many of them are going to feel the same a few months from now, 3 months, 6 months? Are we going to poll similar numbers, or are we going to begin to see those outside of the proverbial West really begin to get exasperated by a never-ending family feud? Because some are going to see this as a European problem and are going to begin to get on with their lives, as Kishore mentioned. And that's the third point. Most of Asia sees this decade as important for their transformation. And for us sitting in India as well, I mean, yes, we'll have to steady the boat. We are being buffeted by inflation and challenges around some commodities and energy supplies. But I think there is also an opportunity in this crisis. And I can think of a few. The first, of course, is can we right-size some of our relationships? This is the moment to reflect. Can we I'm talking about dependencies, all sorts of dependencies on Russia, on the West, on some other important contributors to our political economy. And I think that right sizing of relationships is one thing. And you mentioned China, but I'm sure most countries are being faced with a few questions that they need to respond to today. And certainly India is going to be engaging with that, or should be engaging with that, in terms of resetting its relationships. That's first. The second, of course, is the economic question. And here I think there is a positive side to it. We are seeing growth and momentum, and we're beginning to see many folks unlock their economic potential in the fourth industrial revolution. But we are also seeing that what was the basis, the undergirding of the fourth industrial revolution may actually be a political arena. For example, technology. Technology is not apolitical. When Uncle Sam decides that we need to cancel Russia, technology companies cancel Russia. And so how safe is the fundamental assumption that our growth based on international platforms is sanguine? And I think that's the second question. And final question that I really want to leave here is what does it do to the world's approach to China going ahead? Now, is a value-based war only applicable in Europe, or is that a global?
So let me build on that and ask Ian Bremmer whether the war in Ukraine and the impact on Russia increases, in your view, the probability of China going to war on Taiwan, or does it decrease the probability, and why?
Well, I would say that it decreases the possibility, except that I thought the possibility was very, very low before Russia invaded Ukraine. So it's about the same. Why is that? Well, unlike Russia, which is a country that has been in decline, that viewed the Soviet collapse as a humiliation, as a geopolitical debacle, China is not. You've heard this in the panel. China's a country that feels like its future is ahead of it, and it is. And so as a consequence, they have the ability to be strategically patient. Furthermore, this is a tough year for China, not just because of Xi Jinping's third term that needs to be gone through smoothly, but also because the economy is going very badly. Now that they have, this big challenge with Russia, you've heard all of that before. Taiwan is the absolute critical semiconductor producer in the world for China and for others. They're not going to risk that suddenly. Furthermore, if they've learned any lesson from the course of the last 3 months, it's that the West is prepared to respond collectively when there is a crisis, when there is a true challenge. Not 2008 in Georgia, which was marginal. Not 2014 in Ukraine, which was at the margins. But, the Chinese frequently learn from the mistakes of the Russians. When Gorbachev decided to engage in political and economic reform simultaneously, they said, that was a really bad idea. Let's not do that again. And indeed, they haven't. Full throttle on economic reforms, no political reform whatsoever, no decentralization. I see exactly that going forward right now. Putin thinking that he has an easy way forward to grab Ukraine and no one's going to respond. You think the Chinese are going to say, let's roll the dice a second time on that one, or they're going to let Putin flail around a bit? I would make a strong bet on the latter.
But that is assuming that there's a rational mind and a rational decision. The reason I say it, for example, if you look at some of the policy choices, just over the past few weeks, the continuing with the zero COVID idea that you can somehow lock the pandemic away, which isn't very clearly the case. And some of Putin's policy choices also, at least outside Moscow, have seemed rather irrational. And so does zero COVID seem at this moment. So is Xi Jinping going to act in a completely rational, strategic way?
Look, on an Indian show, I understand that presuming rationality for the Chinese leadership is not necessarily a common perspective. But to go farther than that, I would say that over the course of the last 3 years, the Chinese government thought, understandably, that their zero COVID policy was working. They were the one economy in the world in the G20 that actually grew in 2020. Furthermore, they were in nightclubs and their businesses, supply chain was working back when the Europeans, the Americans, the Indians were locking down or couldn't, right? And over the last 2 years, what do they see? 1 million dead in the United States, 1 million dead in Europe, thousands in China. I think that Xi Jinping believes that the Americans and the Europeans have been irresponsible libertines that don't care about their old and their sick. And the Chinese believe that they do. And to say that the Chinese government is irrational because they are willing to take significant economic pain and they're willing to actually throw away some individual liberties to ensure that 1 million don't die, I think that that's a fairly nationalist perspective.
Alexander Stubb, you make this point yesterday in your panel at the World Economic Forum where you said, don't assume that Vladimir Putin is an irrational actor. From a Russian point of view, a lot of what he's doing is the perfectly logical thing to do. Can you try and explain, because looked at from an Indian perspective, some of what Vladimir Putin's been doing looks completely irrational.
Yeah, and probably from a Western perspective as well. But I think we need to look a little bit deeper into Russian history and understand that there was a period of unrest before the 1600s. And that's when the Romanovs came in and stabilized the situation. And the Russian leader has always been supreme, either with God-given rights or class-given rights. And the starting point is that the Russian leader tries to unify Russia. And that is his rationality. He wants to see a historic Russia with one language, one religion, and one leader. And that is what his basis is. He also wants to cement his own legacy. He sees himself as Stalin or Peter the Great. This is his starting point. That's why for us it doesn't seem rational, because we ask the question, why is he doing that, and why is he mixing tactics and strategy and making these huge mistakes? But he is in this sort of historical power nostalgia frenzy and can't get out of it. That's why from his perspective he's doing the rational thing. Just because we don't think he's rational doesn't mean that he isn't.
Martin Wolf, your sense of what Beijing is picking up from the war in Ukraine, and does it increase Xi Jinping's chances of getting more aggressive with Taiwan? Why I ask this question is also because we've got the People's Liberation Army amassed in our perspective in a completely irrational, illogical fashion against India and refusing to go back.
Well, again, I try not to get involved in discussions on subjects which I don't regard myself as having any expertise upon. I think Ian's analysis is completely convincing. So if they were even borderline sane, they will not invade Taiwan. And I would, if I were having to bet my life on it, I would take very, very long odds against that happening. But if I've learned anything from my life history, I mean, I've made this point often enough. I was thinking about what Alexander was saying about Putin's motivations. My parents were both refugees from Hitler, who had very similar motivations. So one of the things I believe very, very determinedly is that by and large, you can assume that from time to time, a psychopath will get into power and will do things that most people would regard as completely unreasonable, because that's the sort of people that tend to get into power. My guess, very strong guess, is that Xi Jinping is not one of them. And therefore I'm reasonably confident that he's not going to do something which would certainly damage China, I think, immensely, quite apart from its damage to the world. So I hope that Mr. Putin is, at least for my lifetime, a one-off in this regard. And I think we all have to pray that. The problem is, and we haven't discussed it, of course, he owns about 4,000 nuclear weapons, and nobody knows what he will do if it becomes obvious that he's going to be beaten. And I share completely the desire for Ukraine to win, absolutely. But the question is, how does Russia lose? I don't see that.
So then where do we go?
I'm happy to leave it to the immensely wise people who run our foreign affairs and our governments to handle this very major mess. But I do think, actually, this is one point I've had this discussion with Kishore, it is in China's interest to help the West in this case. It is in both to help end the war. And she is one of the very, very few people who has the position, the standing, the relationship with Putin to encourage, cajole, influence him in the direction of saying, this is enough. Let's get this over with. Because I do think otherwise I don't see how this is ending.
Kishore Mehbubani, the contra perspective on that is that it suits the Chinese people, Chinese civilization, for Russia to be weakened even further. As a state dependent on Beijing, the weaker Moscow gets, the better it is, and therefore, contrary to what Martin Wolf is suggesting, it actually suits Xi Jinping for this war to go on.
Well, I think the biggest mistake we can all make is to underestimate the Chinese mind. Because the one strategic advantage the Chinese have when they enter into discussions about geopolitics is they never look at this year and next year. They look at the next 10 years, the next 20 years. And they have a very clear idea of where they're heading 10 years, 20 years from now. And they are absolutely certain that they'll become the #1 economy in the world within 10 to 20 years. And they are absolutely certain that when they become the #1 economy in the world, there'll be a reshuffling of the world order. Because countries, in some ways, in a very natural way, fall into place. They acknowledge, okay, there's a new top dog in the room, and we have to work
Very
with
often it doesn't happen in a bloodless, peaceful fashion.
Yes, exactly. But that's exactly my point about not underestimating the Chinese mind. They also realize that the biggest mistake that China can make is to engage in a war in the next 10 to 20 years. Because they learned from Sun Tzu, that's a couple of thousand years ago, that the best way to win a war is to not fight it. And that's why they would avoid the use of massive war. And frankly, the big lesson I'm sure they learned from Ukraine is that you can have all the tanks in the world, you can have all the aircraft in the world, you don't necessarily win a war. So at the end of the day, it's in China's interest to have as much stability and order as possible. So if they can find a way of, in some way, bringing about an end to the war, certainly they'll be inclined to do that. But at the same time, a weakened Russia is not in China's interest. Because frankly, if you want to be absolutely cynical, and frankly in geopolitics it's better to be cynical than to be naive and altruistic. If this war in Ukraine drags on for 10 years, and it completely preoccupies Europe and the United States, China will get a free decade, just as it got a free decade after the United States invaded Iraq. I can tell you, I was in the Security Council when the discussions came about whether or not to support the United States invasion of Iraq. In theory, China opposed it. In reality, China was so happy that the United States invaded Iraq. So when it comes to geopolitics, assume that you're dealing with a master chess player with a long-term horizon and that can move and adjust and adapt in a way that many in countries.
Do you share Kishore's point of view, Samir? Because that almost makes it seem like the 10-feet soldiers, they play 6-dimensional chess, and that there's no way India or anybody else can outmaneuver them.
No, I think.
But India cannot maneuver them.
I think it's based on a few assumptions, Rahul. First is that Martin's, I call it the Martin threshold. Is Xi Jinping a psychopath or not? I think that's the first test. And if he has similar nostalgic yearnings for the Middle Kingdom, Alex, as clearly someone else does, of Ruski Mir, you know, the question is, will that in many ways override the rationality we are attributing to China as an actor? And some would suggest, sitting in this part of the world where we live, Rahul, that we are seeing a degree of irrational aggression from China in more than one space. And I do not want to give a certificate of sanity to Xi Jinping just yet. I think this is a space to watch out for, and it would be to our detriment if we were to give that certificate. We will have to contend with two realities vis-a-vis China. One, China, an economic actor that is going to be overwhelmingly numero uno in the next decade, in the coming decade, and that may be true. But we will also have to contend with our own response to that, which means building our economic resilience, but also building political muscularity to rebuff any adventurism that clearly we have begun to see emerge from Beijing in the last decade. And to pretend that the 2010s did not happen would be insanity. Now, I mean, you know, I want to just make one more point. And I think the Chinese lesson from Ukraine is yet to be learned. Let's not reach a conclusion that the Chinese believe that the 3 months have taught them a lesson. The Chinese play the long game, as Kishore mentioned. In 1 year time, the Chinese may have learned that this is all the response the Europeans could muster, and they may reach a very different conclusion. They may realize that it was all bluster. They are paying in rubles for energy. The political relationships with the rest of the world are fine. Everything has been normalized. Let's make a go for it. So I think the idea that the Chinese have taken any negative lesson as of now may not be valid, and we may have to yet wait it out to know what would be the implications for the business.
As we come to the last part of this conversation, I just want final words, and I'll start with Ivana. You spoke very passionately about Ukraine's desire to win, and most people watching would share that emotion that the people of Ukraine are dealing with an unjust, unfair war, and that ideally Ukraine should win. But in a realistic military sense, how do you think this battle could end, this war could end in a way with the Zelensky and the Ukrainian army and people winning?
Well, we definitely very well understand that our courage and our heroism of our armed forces is not enough to win. And even the unity of all the society is not enough to win. Nevertheless, what we are counting on, and that's why we are reaching out to all the nations who can provide us with some backing, is to give us instruments in order to be able to win. And that envisages a couple of things. First is heavy weaponry given to Ukraine so that we can push Russians out from our soil. That's one thing. Secondly, definitely we see the difficulties in holding this unity with sanctions in the EU right now with the 6th package of sanctions. But I think that exactly sanctions should be another leverage of pressure on the Russian Federation. And third, we definitely need the understanding that there is a financial backing for Ukraine in order to be able to just meet the basic needs that are there today. Not to mention, I think that even during this Davos forum here, a lot has been surfacing with regard to potential food crisis. And I would like all of us to understand that food crisis is not because someone has imposed sanctions on Russian Federation, but that is because Russian Federation invaded unjustly, unprovokedly Ukraine. And that means that maybe we can get more nations on board with helping Ukraine to reach to that point to win.
What's your sense, Mr. Stubb, before I end, of whether these sanctions are working as a tool of war? Have economic sanctions done enough damage? And what more should or could the EU be doing to try and put greater pressure on Putin to end the war?
Sanctions are never a magic bullet, but they are an instrument of war. And we've seen 5 waves of sanction coming from the European Union, 6th one on the way. We've seen sanctions from the UK, the US, many other places. We have to understand the base case here, and that is that Russia will be utterly and completely isolated. That means politics, finance, economics, culture, sport, transport, and eventually energy. These just happen step by step. Now, I live in a country with 1,340 kilometers of border. Do I feel comfortable living to the biggest North Korea in the world? No, I don't. But this is the harsh reality and the value-based choice that we have to take in this particular situation. So sanctions are a big part of what's going on. Will they be enough? Never. But without them, we would not be where we are at the moment.
Martin Wolf, your sense on whether the economic sanctions that have been imposed have done enough punitive damage? Do they act as a deterrent? Are they really hurting Putin in the way that they should?
They're certainly hurting Russia, but unfortunately sanctions are always a limited tool, and the particular difficulty here is that because energy prices have risen, and because Russia is an energy exporter and is able to continue to export energy products, oil worldwide and gas to Europe, its actual fiscal revenue from energy exports and its energy export revenue has risen. So we have to recognize this is why the war is such a difficult challenge for, obviously for Ukraine, but for all its allies, that the tools we have at the moment are economic tools are of only modest effect. And that's why the military support and the support for Ukraine directly, financially and so forth, is so crucial. Russia will not be destroyed by our sanctions. The Russian society will be profoundly transformed as a result of Putin's choices.
One of the points made by the International Monetary Fund is the fear of technical recession in certain geographies. Are you concerned that with rising commodity prices, with rising inflation, with interest rates going up, that the whole bounce back on the back of the pandemic is now badly derailed in some geographies, including potentially the US, could definitely see slowing growth and possibly even recession?
I think in the West, in Europe, because of the things you've mentioned, plus the risk of an energy cut-off, which would certainly be very damaging economically, that's just a fact. And in America, because of very high inflation, the tightening which will follow, a very significant slowdown, if not a recession, is probable, and not possible. And the rest of the world will be affected by that for completely different reasons, mainly related to the COVID policy. China's economy is clearly slowing down dramatically. I don't think it will go into a technical recession, but it's slowing dramatically. That will start bringing commodity prices down, by the way. But yes, we are, I think, very clearly moving into a year, the next 12 months, of very considerable economic slowdown in the major economies of the world.
And which is problematic, Samir, from an Indian perspective, because each time it seemed that corporate taxes being brought down would lead to an investment cycle. The pandemic happened, now the Russia-Ukraine crisis, energy crisis, potentially a food crisis. So everyone's been talking about and waiting for the India story to kickstart, and somehow something happens which is beyond control, which stops that or pushes it back into the future.
Rahul, clearly this is a tough period for economic planners in most parts of the world, and India is no exception. Of course, we have a double imperative of not only sustaining growth, but actually also responding to our development needs. And I think that's the bigger challenge for India, that how does it cater to its SDG goals and objectives in this decade of action, even as it spurs investments and growth. But, I just want to, my final thought on this, I think, I'm not sure the world has been creative enough in its pursuit of peace, as it has been in its implementation of measures to respond to the invasion. And by the way, I'm not in any ways condoning what has happened. I think it must be responded to. But I think we will have to, at some point, knock heads and come up with a framework that allows this conflict to end. And perhaps start thinking about a new multilateral arrangement that will prevent similar situations from arising in other parts of the world. Let us be honest here. What was devised in 1945 is no longer valid, relevant, or even going to stand the test of time in the days ahead. We'll have to rethink multilateralism and the global order. And Ukraine is a wake-up call for all of us to invest in pursuit of peace for the decades ahead.
Let that be a very quick final word. Kishore Mehbubani, do you think the pursuit of peace hasn't been pushed as much as it should or could have? Do you have any diplomatic creative solutions which can potentially create space for peace?
Well, I must say I would agree with Samir that at the end of the day, the war has to end. It's either going to end this year, next year, 5 years. It has to end. And I believe that we should try and end it as quickly as possible, also to save lives in Ukraine. But as you know, Henry Kissinger just said yesterday at the World Economic Forum that it's better for us to work harder to find solutions. And as a diplomat for 33 years, I would say that good diplomacy at the end of the day can find solutions, and it's called what they call creative fudges. And if creative fudges have to help to save lives and end wars, I think we should do it. And I think, by the way, we should continue to use the United Nations. And to be fair, the United Nations did condemn very clearly the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And I would don't give up on the UN. The UN will always come alive again just when everyone says it's dead and gone.
Europe come alive. Hopefully the UN will also prove it's a body which still serves some purpose in this era. Thank you very much to all of you for joining us. Everybody has really stretched busy schedules at the World Economic Forum, and I'm deeply thankful for you to take out time and join us in this very insightful conversation. Thank you. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Kishore. Thank you very much.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@ajtak.com or call 9999892171. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@ajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
It's the biggest football game of the year, featuring two of the biggest clubs in the world.
Fans from Liverpool and Real Madrid trickle into Paris. Catch all the fans' reactions, celebration and excitement live from Paris.
Watch a special build-up exclusively on India Today at these times on Saturday.
You are watching India Today.
Here's some big breaking news coming in. 18 arrests have been made in PFI's Alapura hate rally. Local cops detained the father of the child who was openly hate-mongering. Brazen murder threat to Hindus and Christians. The PFI hate rally now under scanner, with the cops making 18 arrests in the case. 18 arrests have currently been made in the PFI's Alapura hate rally. Local cops detaining the father of the child mongering. In fact, the boy there was heard hate-mongering, giving out brazen threats to Hindus and Christians. After a week or so, the Kerala cops now decide to arrest at least 18 people in Alapura after carrying out a massive rally under the PFI's wing. Let's cut across to take a listen at the reaction coming in on that. All right, Akshaya now joining us for more on that. Akshaya, local cops have taken about a week to detain 18 people of the PFI, all linked to this huge rally that was carried out where we saw kids openly hate-mongering, giving out brazen threats of murder to Hindus and Christians. Now, the father of that boy who was carried on the shoulder of a PFI worker who was openly chanting slogans of hate, he's been arrested along with 18 others. Give us the right details here.
Well, Nabila, we're seeing that the police officials in Kerala have taken into custody 18 people, including the father of the child who had raised those slogans which had caused a huge stir in Kerala. It was a PFI protest which had witnessed those kind of brazen hate-mongering. And what was seen is that the father has now come out justifying the act. He said that during the CAA NRC protest as well, these slogans were raised and the child learned these slogans during those protests that had happened during CAA and NRC. And he's also gone on to question that if there was no problem during the CAA NRC protest to raise slogans like this, what is the big deal now? He's also gone on to say that there was nothing there. They were not attacking any Hindus or Christians, but only indicating those slogans towards the Sangh Parivar. And the father has also stated that he's not a continuous member of the PFI, but only participates in huge rallies like the one that was recently seen where the hate-mongering speech was also heard. Nabila, at this point of time, police officials have said that the Alapura police have taken into custody the man, the father of the child, and questioning is underway. And they've also said that they will be registering the arrest after that and also filing the legal course of action on that story. Apart from that, they've also said that the child, the juvenile, is currently at home and he will be given child lines help, and there will be counseling sessions that will be given to the child, is what we have got from the officials there, Nabila.
Thank you very much, Akshaya, for joining us with those details. But here's the father of that boy who was chanting hate slogans at that PFI rally in Alapura. He's been arrested along with 18 other people who've conducted that rally as part of the PFI. Now, the Kerala police has taken one person into custody in the case over alleged provocative slogans that were raised by a minor boy during a march by the Popular Front of India in Alapura. In fact, the PFI unit president, Nawaz Wadan, as well as the secretary, Mujib, are the first and second accused in this case. Let's have a listen at this detailed report.
A young child on the shoulders of PFI activists shouting hate slogans and shooting off violent warnings. That's right, even kids are not spared from PFI's hate propaganda. This horrifying video from Kerala's Alleppey from a PFI rally has gone viral, has re-upped the chorus for a ban on this radical organization. The little child you see on your screens is issuing a warning to Hindus and Christians that Lord Yama, the god of death, is coming for them.
There is a video circulated through Sanghi medias. It is not against the Hindu or Christian community.
Okay.
The slogan raised these children against the Hindutva terrorism. Officially, we are giving the slogans. this boy also raised the slogan against RSS. But the organization is a few lines, 2-3 lines are not favor for our view
movement.
or our movement or our ideology.
India Today cornered the PFI over this hate video, and while little children are being radicalized for their own propaganda. The PFI spokesperson maintains there's absolutely nothing wrong in what was chanted.
These people who do this must be brought to books, and we want to see the result. Not just saying, sorry, we are secular, we are for everybody, but where is it? I mean, it's very shocking, disgusting. This kind of things must be absolutely be nipped in the bud.
This video of how a young child has been radicalized and made to chant such a violent rant has sparked outrage across the country, with the BJP putting the onus on the Kerala government to crack the whip against the Popular Front of India.
In Karnataka, when the Congress was in power, they withdrew cases against the PFI. They even allied with the SDPI. Now in Kerala, the left parties, which once upon a time said PFI was the avatar of Simi, is allowing them this kind of free run, giving them patronage, defending them when they indulge in murders of nationalists in Kerala. And today, this kind of hatred and bigotry seen on the streets of Kerala. But where is that entire Islamophobia ecosystem, that ecosystem of so-called secularities? Why aren't they taking a position on this? Will they come out and call out the left government for allowing a free pass to the PFI, people for incitement?
The same group that carried out this rally just months ago, showing a man in saffron wearing a mask of Yogi Adityanath being beaten and dragged with his hands tied, is once again back to brazen provocations. There's been complete silence so far from the Pinarayi Vijayan government, which has turned a blind eye to the abuse of little children, now by the PFI. Will this dangerous radicalization continue completely unchecked in Kerala? Bureau Report, India Today.
Speculations are rife over Putin's health after videos of Putin surfaced that hinted at an ailing Putin. Ukrainian military and intelligence chief, however, made a shocking claim here, saying that Putin is in bad physical health. He has various illnesses, including cancer. Here's a detailed report.
April 2022. Russian invasion of Ukraine was about 2 months old. Russian President Vladimir Putin had a meeting with his defense minister, Sergei Shoigu. In the video recording and the photographs of the meeting, the Russian president's physical appearance raised a few eyebrows. He's seen slumping and clinging to the edge of a tiny table as if to steady himself against a tremor or vertigo. He did not let go of the table in the entire 12 minutes of the video. Putin moves his feet up and down, appears restless and tense, and clears his throat a number of times while listening to the minister's briefing. Within another couple of weeks at the Victory Day parade in Moscow, the Russian president is seen sitting among the veterans with a warm blanket covering his lap. He was the only one on the dais with a blanket. Then came an explosive interview of the man heading Ukraine's intelligence agency.
We can confirm that Putin is in very bad psychological and physical condition. He is very sick. He has various illnesses at the same time, one which is cancer.
In the second week of May, a US magazine reported on an audio recording of a conversation between a Western venture capitalist taped in mid-March with the Russian oligarch close to President Putin. In this secretly recorded conversation, the magazine reported that the oligarch refers to the Russian president and says he absolutely ruined Russia's economy, Ukraine's economy and many other economies. He even goes on to say that the problem is with his head. One crazy guy can turn the world upside down. The information is not verified, but there are certain factors that can't be ignored. The fact that the man at the helm of Kremlin affairs completely isolated himself throughout the COVID-19 pandemic and seemed paranoid with screenings of guests raised few sincere questions about his sound health conditions. Russian independent media reported that anyone who wanted to meet or get close to the Russian president were asked to take a PCR test and even provide fecal samples. Vladimir Putin had meetings with foreign visitors both before and during the war at medieval banquet-length tables that ensured complete social distancing, but neither he nor any of his guests ever wore a mask at any of these meetings. This October, Vladimir Putin will turn 70 years old. He is no longer the agile alpha man in his late 40s, who took charge of the Russian presidency for the first time in 1999 December. Moscow grapevine is ripe with rumors and doubts about the president's physical and psychological well-being.
All right, on that note, it's a wrap on this edition of the Bulletin. Stay tuned for news and updates on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are...
It's the biggest football game of the year, featuring two of the biggest clubs in the world.
Fans from Liverpool and Real Madrid trickle into Paris. Catch all the fans' reactions, celebration and excitement live from Paris.
Watch a special build-up exclusively on India Today at these times on Saturday.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@ajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching are watching India Today.
A very good evening. You're watching India Today with me, Nabila Jamal. Our top focus, Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah in Gujarat. They're going to be holding a joint talk, tracking those details. First, the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah kickstart their visit to pole-bound state of Gujarat. Modi inaugurated the newly built Matushri KDP Multispeciality Hospital in Rajkot and addressed a mega event in Patidar-dominated Saurashtra to woo Patel voters. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami announced a drafting committee to implement the Uniform Civil Code. Opposition attacks the UCC panel, calling it an unconstitutional and anti-minorities move. Suspense mounts over 8-hour Gyanvapi survey report. The Varanasi court will release a highly anticipated survey video on Monday. Both the mosque panel and the Hindu side oppose the video release. From Mandya to Bidar, clamour growing to reclaim alleged demolished temples in Karnataka. Hindu outfit Vishwa Hindu Parishad, the VHP, now demanding madrasas run by Jama Masjid be vacated. Claims that the mosque was once a Hanuman temple. A horrific assault caught on camera. 29-year-old woman was allegedly stabbed by a TRS leader, Habib, with sharp-edged weapon on a busy street in Hyderabad. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on a one-day visit to Gujarat. He inaugurated a 200-bed facility, charitable hospital in Rajkot. The Prime Minister held a massive rally in Rajkot, attended by over 3 lakh people. He said that his government is committed to work for the underprivileged. He's also remembered Mahatma Gandhi and Sardar Patel. He slammed the Congress, saying that BJP refrained itself from dynasty politics. Shortly, he will now be addressing a seminar of leaders of various cooperative institutions at the Sahakar Se Samriddhi event in Gandhinagar. In fact, he will be accompanied by Home Minister Amit Shah, who will stay in Gujarat for 2 days. Modi's visit is largely seen as an attempt to woo the Patels of Gujarat. Supporters of the Patidars vote bank they're seen as a crucial vote bank here for Gujarat polls for the BJP. Now, as this visit comes, questions looming large on where the Patidar leader, Hardik Patel, will be formally joining the BJP after dumping the Congress. Modi's visit, coupled with Shah's 2-day, quite some pompous visit there, suggests quite a big Patidar outreach by the BJP, but yet to be seen if Hardik Patel will formally join the party in the presence of the Prime Minister and the Home Minister.
In 8 सालों में हमने पूज्य बापू और सरदार पटेल के सपनों का भारत बनाने के लिए ईमानदार प्रयास किए हैं। पूज्य बापू एक ऐसा भारत चाहते थे जो हर गरीब, दलित, वंचित, पीड़ित, हमारे आदिवासी भाई बहन, हमारी माताएं बहनें, उन सबको सशक्त करे। 2014 પહેલા ગુજરાતમાં એવા અનેક પ્રોજેક્ટ હતા કે દિલ્હીમાં એવી સરકાર હતી કે અહીંથી પ્રોજેક્ટ જાય ને તો એમને પ્રોજેક્ટ નહોતો દેખાતો, એમને અંદર મોદી જ દેખાય અને એવું મગજ ફટકે તરત જ कैंसल रिजेक्ट बद्दा कामों ताला मार दीता था। इन वर्षों में हमने गरीब की सेवा, सुशासन और गरीब कल्याण को सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास, इस मंत्र पर चलते हुए हमने देश के विकास को नई गति दी है।
All right, that's Prime Minister Narendra Modi ahead of elections in Gujarat. This is a huge poll outreach. The Patel community is where the target is. Prime Minister Modi there, along with Home Minister Amit Shah, they're going to be present on the same stage with the Prime Minister speaking and reaching out to the Patel audience. This is what's on the cards as per what we see and hear.
यहाँ पर संबोधित करेंगे, वो भी अपने आप में बेहद महत्वपूर्ण है। प्रधानमंत्री पहुंच चुके हैं राजकोट। ये सीधे दृश्य
Minister Narendra Modi, who's all set to speak on a stage. It's a one-day visit, Gujarat visit, that he's also all set to inaugurate a 200 multi-speciality charitable hospital in Rajkot, a 200-bed facility. Prime Minister Modi held a massive rally in Rajkot, attended by over 3 lakh people. He said that his government is committed to work for the underprivileged. He's also remembered Mahatma Gandhi and Sardar Patel. He slammed the Congress, saying that BJP refrained itself from dynasty politics. Shortly, he will be addressing a seminar of leaders of various cooperative institutions at the Sahakar Se Samriddhi event in Gandhinagar. He will be accompanied by Home Minister Amit Shah, who will stay in Gujarat for 2 days. Let me cut across to Saurabh Akhtania, joining us for more on that. Saurabh, give us the agenda for Prime Minister Modi's visit in Gujarat ahead of polls. We know this is a massive Patidar Patel community outreach. But of course, the one thing that all of us are curious to know is Hardik Patel going to be formally joining the BJP in the presence of the top leaders?
So Nabila, the Patidar event which actually took place in Atkot is now over. He delivered a speech and it was clearly a fierce attack on the UPA government, and he also claimed that how so much of development has been done in Gujarat after 2001, after which the Modi and the BJP government came into power. The inauguration of the hospital was over, and now this particular event which currently is happening is in Gandhinagar. Behind me you can see the visuals that the society, the cooperative society members are present over here. The most important part over here, Nabila, is that first time after a very long time, let me tell you, after a very long time, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be sharing a stage together in this particular event. This is the cooperative society event where around 7,000 leaders of the cooperative society from all over the Gujarat are present over here. Let me tell you, the virtual opening of a nano urea plant will also be done from over here. So clearly it's a mega development boost ahead of the Gujarat Assembly election. The first important event which held was at the Patidar dominated belt in the Saurashtra area. Patel Seva Samaj have built the hospital which was inaugurated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi earlier. He also addressed a huge public meeting. Around 3 lakhs people were present, and now Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be here in this particular event where Amit Shah will also be sharing the stage with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. They both are going to deliver a speech, after which Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Gujarat gets over, but Amit Shah is going to stay back tomorrow. There are several rounds of meetings as well as important events of Amit Shah's are scheduled, after which he's also going to watch the final of IPL at Narendra Modi Stadium in Motera. The major takeout from this whole visit, Nabila, is about the development project, the development which has been happening in Gujarat. He clearly said that the industries are being built. There are so many pharmaceutical companies which have been built, the roads of Gujarat, and so many things. So what Prime Minister Narendra Modi clearly is saying over here, that the UPA government earlier failure and how the BJP government is looking at the development of Gujarat and making up and putting up the example in all over India. So clearly this is the third visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Remember, after the result of 5 state results were declared, and the third visit. So clearly Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself on the ground, on the campaigning ahead of Gujarat Assembly election.
Right, Saurabh, at this point, we also know that Gujarat elections, as it comes close, like you did say, Prime Minister Modi reaching out to certain sections which could have been the Congress's stronghold, which is the Patidar community. Of course, we know that Hardik has pulled off, but does that mean the Congress loses out on its real vote bank within the Patidar circles? Is Hardik the only face from the community which the BJP is also trying to woo now simultaneously?
So, well, Nabila, here we have to understand that the Patidar actually are the kingmakers for the Gujarat Assembly election. They have an influence around 60 to 65 seats. So, what had actually happened in 2015 is that the Patidar committee were very much unhappy, and it showed in the 2017 elections as well, but where the Congress had got a good number of seats and BJP lost many seats in the important Patidar area dominated belt, but it managed to win the elections. But now what the BJP want to do is it want to retain all the Patidar dominated seats, and therefore this particular visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi is very important. As far as Hardik Patel is concerned, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is here, we are cutting across the live visuals from this particular event. And Nabila, look at the scenes over here. There are over 7,000 people who are present over here. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Gujarat CM Bhupendra Patel, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, and the Gujarat State President Shree Patel also present. Most importantly, taking out from this particular event, Nabila, is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah on one stage together after a very long time. It gives a direct, straight message to the BJP workers as well, that it's high time now that they have to kickstart the election campaign. And let me tell you, after this event, we are also been told that there will be several rounds of meetings which will be happening between the BJP leaders of the state. The strategy will be built, and how to go about for the upcoming assembly election, it will be very important. So this visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi is very important. And let me tell you, we talk about Hardik Patel. The sources are clearly telling us that in coming 3 to 4 days, Hardik Patel is very likely to join BJP. Some of the top central leadership might be coming to Gujarat, and at its present, Hardik Patel will be joining BJP.
Right, we see Prime Minister Narendra Modi on stage. He's flanked by the Home Minister Amit Shah. And who are the other leaders there? Do give us a sense.
સાથે મંચ પર બિરાજમાન માનનીય સંસદ સભ્ય શ્રી CR પાટીલનું પણ સ્વાગત કરીએ છીએ.
Saurabh, if you can hear us.
To show you the visual, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is there. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is present. Chief Minister of Gujarat Bhupendra Patel is there. State BJP Chief Shree Patel is present. So the top leaders of Gujarat and the central leadership from the BJP are present over here. The Sahakar Samriddhi, this particular event, when we talk about, there are over highest number of cooperative societies in Gujarat, over 7,000 cooperative societies, and all of the leaders from all these societies are present over here. BJP has won over all the societies, so it is an address to those societies, and it was the first time that ministry was declared, and Union Home Minister Amit Shah had that ministry as well, and therefore Amit Shah, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, CR Patel, Chief Minister of Gujarat Bhupendra Patel, all are present over here. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing all the leaders of the cooperative society. And one more very important thing, that nano urea plant will also be inaugurated virtually from here itself. So back-to-back action-packed program. And in terms of Gujarat Assembly election, a very important third visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the state of Gujarat.
Right. But what's the mood when it comes to the BJP's prospects? Saurabh, give us an understanding on, because we know it was a hard-fought battle for the BJP in 2018. It wasn't a smooth walk for them, undoubtedly. The Congress really picked up pace in 2018, but it appears that Congress also has lost out. A couple of strong leaders have already deserted them. So at this point, even the Congress is not in a bright spot. But what's the BJP's chances, for that matter, of bouncing back? AAP is also trying to make its entry, a strong entry into the state.
Nabila, if you can repeat your question.
Right, Saurabh, what I did ask was that the BJP in Gujarat in 2018, it was a hard-fought battle for them. It wasn't a smooth walk. The Congress also losing ground with leaders like Hardik Patel pulling off. At this point, how do you look at the prospects when it comes to BJP being re-elected? Is this going to be smooth sailing for the party that Modi calls home turf?
So Nabila, what has happened after the 2015 Patidar Andolan, that many of the Patidar community was completely unhappy by the BJP because there were over 150 cases which were registered on the Patidar. Several of the leaders were arrested. Firing also happened. 14 people from the Patidar community lost their life. So the Patidars were extremely unhappy with the BJP, and which reflected in the elections of 2017 as well, wherein the Congress performed very well, but the BJP managed to win the election. Now, what has happened after is that the BJP has become very strong. Several of the top Patidar leaders have joined the BJP party, while in the other hand, when we talk about the Congress party, very important leaders from the Congress party have left Congress and joined the BJP. The Congress has a very strong hold in the North Gujarat, Saurashtra and the tribal belt. But let me tell you, many of the top leaders from the tribal belt have already left Congress and they have joined BJP. So the situation right now is very interesting. For Congress, it's now the time that they show its presence. It's a very difficult situation for Congress, and therefore now they have gone back to the old theory, that is to target the OBC voters, the Dalit, the tribal voters. So that is what the strategy of Congress is right now. For Aam Aadmi Party, it still has to work very hard to make their grounds, because on ground Aam Aadmi Party is not very strong. It will take a lot of time for them to make a strong ground. But for the BJP, the situation is very good. They have a very good hold all over the Gujarat, and with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Amit Shah and all the top leaders coming to Gujarat time and again and boosting the development projects and gearing up for and making a very good strategy, it is going to help BJP a lot.
Right. What time are we expecting Prime Minister Narendra Modi to take the stage, Saurabh? And is Amit Shah also due to speak?
So Nabila, what is going to happen over here is that after a very long period of time, let me tell you, after the campaigning of the BJP was started by Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself. Remember, after the election result of the 5 states were declared, immediately next day, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in Gujarat. He had back-to-back meetings, and let me tell you, 4 road shows actually happened. So this is the 3rd visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and after a very long time, you can see in the visuals over here that Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Amit Shah are sharing a stage together. And let me tell you, Amit Shah is going to deliver a speech, and after which Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be also delivering the speech. So a very important day for BJP, and the kickstart campaign for the Gujarat Assembly election has started in a very different way.
And this time, when it comes to issues over which the population in Gujarat will vote, what are the strong points for the BJP to address, Saurabh? Gujarat certainly has had a tough COVID fight and an experience like never before. Like the whole country, Gujarat also was reeling under the COVID crisis. So take us through the real points that the BJP will have to address if they want to seek votes from their population.
So Nabila, you are bang on where you raised the point about the COVID situation, because Gujarat has seen a very difficult time during the COVID, and lots of people actually died. There were so many questions raised on the number of deaths in Gujarat. So what the point you are raising, Nabila, is very important, and therefore time and again whenever Prime Minister Narendra Modi is here in Gujarat, he is telling about the medical facility. Even today in his speech, he has time again said that the medical facility of Gujarat is very good. He is saying that mini AIMS is being brought in Rajkot. There is an Ayurvedic world medicine which has been built in Jamnagar. Today, the opening of the Patidar hospital which happened in Atkot. He is also saying that before the BJP government in 2001, there was no proper medical facility. There were no good hospital. But after the BJP government came into power, there are good medical facility in the state of Gujarat. Every district has good hospital. medical. So clearly the Prime Minister Narendra Modi is trying to say that the BJP government in Gujarat is successful in providing good medical facility, because several questions have been raised on the government during the COVID times, that how the government failed to tackle the COVID situation.
Right, and apart from that, when it comes to infrastructure, we see that there has been big push by the BJP in the recent past. Give us a few flagship projects that was initiated under the BJP that really will help them bounce back this time.
So the Prime Minister Narendra Modi kept on speaking about the development, the infrastructure project which are happening in the state of Gujarat. He clearly notified 2 to 3 important projects. One was that how one district, one industry project was launched. Then the RoRo facility was started by the government of Gujarat. Around 7 to 8 hours it used to take from Surat to Kathiawad, but now in 1.5 hours you can reach at the Kathiawad area. Other important things are that every single corner of Gujarat there are good roads, there is good connectivity, and also let me tell you, he's also been saying about the bullet project, the bullet train project, that the space at which the work of bullet train project is going on is superb. He's also saying that every district of Gujarat has pharmaceutical company over here. There are big industries who are investing in Gujarat. So like you said, he clearly in his speech kept on saying that there is a mega development boost in Gujarat, and the people of Gujarat do not go out of Gujarat, but they are getting the job opportunity and the working environment in the state of Gujarat. So the Congress, however, is raising a lot of questions on the speech given by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The first question they raised about the medical facility, because they clearly raised the question during the times how there were so many number of deaths in Gujarat. The people did not used to get hospital admission. The people were dying on roads. So clearly, Congress have attacked the government of BJP in the state of Gujarat. But Prime Minister Narendra Modi is trying to convince that how developed Gujarat is and how able it is in the medical facilities. So today the hospital inauguration was done. Now the cooperative
Saurabh, Amit Shah has just begun speaking. We want to try and understand what he has to say.
आदरणीय नरेंद्र भाई, गुजरात राज्य के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री श्रीमान भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल, मोदी जी की मंत्रिपरिषद में मेरे साथी स्वास्थ्य और पेट्रोलियम रसायन मंत्री श्रीमान मनसुख भाई मांडविया जी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी गुजरात प्रदेश के अध्यक्ष और नवसारी के सांसद श्री CR पाटिल जी, गुजरात राज्य के सहकारिता मंत्री श्री, वर्चुअल माध्यम से इफ्को के प्लांट पर उपस्थित इफ्को के अध्यक्ष श्री दिलीप संघाणी जी, उनकी पूरी टीम और देश भर के इफ्को के खाद्य वितरण केंद्र पर उपस्थित होकर प्रधानमंत्री जी का संदेश ग्रहण करने के लिए आए हुए सारे किसान भाइयों बहनों, और आज महात्मा मंदिर की इस सभागार में उपस्थित गुजरात के कोने कोने से आए हुए सहकारिता आंदोलन के प्यारे पदाधिकारी भाइयों और बहनों, आप सभी को नमस्कार। आज यहां पर इस मंच से 2 कार्यक्रम एक साथ हो रहे हैं। एक सहकारिता से समृद्धि, ये सम्मेलन गुजरात के सभी सहकारिता आंदोलन के साथ जुड़े हुए कार्यकर्ताओं का, संचालकों का यहां होने जा रहा है, जिसमें सभी क्षेत्र के अंदर सहकारिता में प्राण फूंकने वाले सभी दिग्गज सहकारी नेतृत्व यहां पर उपस्थित है। और दूसरा, आज ही के दिन मोदी जी ने जो कल्पना की है कि पानी भी प्रदूषित न हो, भूमि भी प्रदूषित न हो, हवा भी प्रदूषित न हो, ऐसे निरामय भारत की रचना के लिए एक और कदम आज उठाने जा रहे हैं। नैनो का तरल यूरिया, जो नैनो यूरिया तरल स्वरूप में इफ्को ने बनाया है, इसकी आज फॉर्मल देश भर में शुरुआत होने जा रही है। मित्रों, आप सब जैसे जानते हैं, गुजरात सहकारिता आंदोलन का आज पूरे देश भर में एक सफल मॉडल माना जाता है। कोई भी क्षेत्र हो, गुजरात ने सहकारिता की आत्मा को बचाए रखने का काम करा है। देश भर में बहुत कम प्रांत बचे हैं जहां पर पैक्स से लेकर एपेक्स तक सहकारिता बहुत अच्छे तरीके से चलती हो, इसके सिद्धांतों के अनुरूप चलती हो और कमोबेश पारदर्शिता के साथ चलती हो। इसमें से हमारा गुजरात एक है। इसका सभी गुजरात के सहकारिता आंदोलन के कार्यकर्ताओं को गौरव है, मुझे भी गौरव है। आज यहां पर जब हम इकट्ठित हुए हैं तब हम सबको याद है कि सहकारिता आंदोलन आजादी के समय से ही स्वावलंबन और स्वदेशी, ये दो स्तंभों के आधार पर सरदार पटेल, मोरारजी भाई देसाई, ये दोनों ने गांधी जी के नेतृत्व में इसकी शुरुआत करी थी। बाद में त्रिभुवनदास पटेल से लेकर वैकुंठ भाई मेहता से लेकर अनेक कार्यकर्ता इसके साथ जुड़ते गए। पूरा जीवन उन्होंने सहकारिता को मजबूत बनाने के लिए खर्च किया और इसी का कारण है सरदार पटेल और त्रिभुवन भाई ने बोया हुआ वो बीज आज एक वट वृक्ष बनकर विश्व और भारत के सामने आज खड़ा है। मित्रों, आज मैं सबसे पहले सभी सहकारिता आंदोलन से जुड़े हुए भाइयों बहनों को और देश भर के करोड़ों किसानों को एक बात कहना चाहता हूं। मैं बहुत कम आयु से सहकारिता आंदोलन से जुड़ा। जब से जुड़ा तब से सहकारिता क्षेत्र के सभी लोगों की एक मांग थी कि केंद्र सरकार में सहकारिता के लिए एक अलग मंत्रालय बनाया जाए, मगर इस पर किसी ने ध्यान नहीं दिया। जब नरेंद्र भाई प्रधानमंत्री बने, नरेंद्र भाई ने करीब करीब 1 साल पहले एक क्रांतिकारी कदम लिया कि सहकारिता मंत्रालय की रचना भारत सरकार में। और ये एक कदम कहने को तो एक मंत्रालय की रचना का है, मगर देश के करोड़ों करोड़ों किसान और अनेक क्षेत्र में काम करते हुए सहकारिता आंदोलन के सभी कार्यकर्ता जानते हैं कि ये कदम आने वाले 100 साल तक सहकारिता आंदोलन को नया जीवन देने वाला है, उसमें प्राण फूंकने वाला है। और मित्रों, मंत्रालय बनने के साथ ही कई ऐसे सारे निर्णय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में इस बजट में लिए गए। सबसे पहले सालों से चीनी की मिलों वाले, गन्ना मिलों वालों का एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या थी, जो कोऑपरेटिव गन्ना मिलें थी, कि जब जो ज्यादा मुनाफा होता है और किसानों को वो ट्रांसफर करते हैं तो उस पर इनकम टैक्स लगता था। इस बजट के अंदर मोदी जी ने वो व्यवस्था समाप्त कर किसानों को 8,000 करोड़ से ज्यादा का फायदा किया। सहकारिता आंदोलन की सारी हमारी इकाइयों पर सरचार्ज 12% लगता था, जबकि कंपनियों पर 7% लगता था। मोदी जी ने वो एनोमली को भी दूर किया और सरचार्ज को 12% से घटाकर 7% करने का काम किया। इसी प्रकार से मैट का जो बदलाव था वो भी करने का काम किया। इसमें भी एनोमली थी। कंपनियों पर मैट 50% कर दिया गया था कई सालों से, मगर कोऑपरेटिव पर मैट घटाया नहीं गया था, वो 18.5% लगता था। इसी बजट के अंदर कोऑपरेटिव पर मैट घटाने का भी काम किया। 18.5% से इसको 15% कर हमें कंपनियों के समकक्ष लाने का काम किया। क्रेडिट गारंटी फंड ट्रस्ट के तहत सहकारी बैंकों को मान्यता नहीं थी। भारत सरकार की सारी योजनाएं सहकारी बैंकों के माध्यम से लाभार्थी तक नहीं पहुंचती थी। 3/2/22 के दिन एक सर्कुलर निकालकर भारत सरकार ने तय कर दिया कि क्रेडिट गारंटी फंड की जितनी भी योजना है अब कोऑपरेटिव बैंक के माध्यम से भी नीचे पहुंच गए। कैबिनेट सचिव की अध्यक्षता में भारत सरकार के सभी सचिवों का एक मीटिंग हुआ और भारत सरकार के सभी मंत्रालय में सहकारिता को कहां प्राथमिकता मिल सकती है, इसके लिए एक पूरे दिन की बैठक कर इसको परिणाम लक्षी बनाने का प्रयास किया गया। और कई फैसले अभी पाइपलाइन में हैं। इसी बजट में घोषणा की गई है कि पैक्स 65,000 से ज्यादा पैक्स जो आज कार्यरत हैं, वो सभी को उसका कंप्यूटराइजेशन करने का काम भारत सरकार और नाबार्ड साथ में मिलकर करने वाले। एक क्रांतिकारी कदम हमारी त्रिस्तरीय कृषि एग्रीकल्चर फाइनेंस क्रेडिट सिस्टम के लिए होने वाला है। पैक्स का भी एक ही प्रकार का सॉफ्टवेयर होगा, अकाउंट का, डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोऑपरेटिव बैंक का भी एक प्रकार का होगा, स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव बैंक का भी एक प्रकार से होगा और नाबार्ड का भी एक प्रकार का सॉफ्टवेयर होगा। नाबार्ड के कंप्यूटर के अंदर हर पैक्स का दैनंदिन जो व्यापार होता है, जो रिकवरी होती है, वो सब नाबार्ड तक पहुंचेगी। इससे पारदर्शिता इतनी आएगी कि पैक्स बंद करने का हमारा समय ही नहीं आएगा। नई सहकार नीति बनाने के लिए भी भारत सरकार ने सुझाव मांगना शुरू किए हैं। कई सारी सहकारी संस्थाओं के साथ हमने मीटिंग करी है, वेबसाइट पर भी सुझाव मांगे हैं। एक सहकारिता का डेटा बैंक आज तक देश में नहीं था। पैक्स हो, मछली पालन की सहकारी समितियां हो, दुग्ध उत्पादन सहकारी समितियां हो, घास चारा इकट्ठा करने वाली महिलाओं की सहकारी समितियां हो, या फिर किसी भी प्रकार की सहकारिता समिति हो, उसका एक बड़ा डेटा बैंक भी भारत सरकार अभी बनाने जा रही है। और पैक्स को बहुउद्देशीय बनाने के लिए भी भारत सरकार काम कर रही है। ऑर्गेनिक कृषि उत्पादों के मार्केटिंग के लिए आज कोई व्यवस्था नहीं है। अमूल के तत्वाधान में भारत सरकार ने इनिशिएटिव लिया है। अमूल कुछ ही समय के अंदर एक पहली इसकी लेबोरेटरी गांधीनगर के हमारे अमूल फेड की डेयरी के अंदर बनाएगी और धीरे धीरे इसका विस्तार करते करते हर जिले में इसकी लेबोरेटरी बनने से सर्टिफाइड ऑर्गेनिक कृषि उत्पाद लोगों के पास पहुंचेंगे, तो किसान को इसका फायदा मिलने की बहुत बड़ी संभावना है। एक बड़ा नेटवर्क भी बनने जा रहा है और कोऑपरेटिव बेस पर ये नेटवर्क बनेगा। इसी प्रकार से मल्टी स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी एक्ट के अंदर भी हम ढेर सारे सुधार करने जा रहे हैं। मित्रों, ये जो नई शुरुआत हुई, सहकारिता मंत्रालय श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी के बनाने के बाद मुझे लगता है इसके बाद जो बदलाव आने वाले हैं, हमारी रिक्रूटमेंट के अंदर भी पारदर्शिता आएगी, हमारी परचेज के अंदर भी पारदर्शिता आएगी, हमारी ऑडिट की सिस्टम को भी बदलने के लिए हम सभी राज्यों से चर्चा कर रहे हैं। ये सारी चीजें जब हो जाएगी, सहकारी आंदोलन की विश्वसनीयता देश की जनता में बढ़ेगी और एक नए प्राण लेकर सहकारिता आंदोलन फिर से एक बार मोदी जी के $5 ट्रिलियन के स्वप्न को साकार करने के लिए, इसके अंदर कंट्रीब्यूशन करने के लिए सज्ज होकर खड़ा होगा। आज नैनो यूरिया लिक्विड फॉर्म में इसका भी आज यहाँ पर मोदी जी के हाथ से लोकार्पण होने वाला है। बहुत सारे फायदे हैं, प्रधानमंत्री जी स्वयं बताने वाले हैं। इससे हमारी भूमि भी बचेगी, पानी भी बचेगा, हवा भी प्रदूषित नहीं होगी, किसानों का स्वास्थ्य भी सुरक्षित रहेगा और एक बैग की जगह 500 ml की छोटी सी बोतल अपने कुर्ते के पॉकेट में डालकर किसान घर पे जा पाएगा। कोई ट्रांसपोर्टेशन की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी और बहुत सारा श्रम भी इससे बचने वाला है। और यूरिया जब हम डालते हैं तब 25% यूरिया ही उत्पाद बढ़ाने के काम में आता है, 75% यूरिया हवा में पिघल जाता है। जब नैनो यूरिया का यूटिलाइजेशन करेंगे, 99% यूरिया हमारे उत्पाद बढ़ाने के काम में आएगा और 100% उपज बढ़ाने का एक बहुत नया तरीका इफ्को के साइंटिस्टों ने ढूंढा है। मैं आज इस अवसर पर इफ्को को और उनकी इस प्रकल्प के अंदर जो साइंटिस्ट लगे हैं उनको, और इसमें बहुत सारा इनिशिएटिव मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में हमारे मंत्री मनसुख भाई ने लिया है, उनको भी बहुत बहुत साधुवाद और धन्यवाद देता हूं। आप सबको मैं इतना ही आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत सरकार और भूपेंद्र भाई के नेतृत्व में गुजरात सरकार सहकारिता आंदोलन को मजबूत करने के लिए कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ेगी। इतनी बात कर मेरी वाणी को विराम देता हूं। वंदे मातरम।
धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री महोदय आपका, आपके मार्गदर्शक वक्तव्य के लिए। नवी ज माटी नवा ज मूળ નવી મહેક છે આજે, સહકારથી સમૃદ્ધિનો મંત્ર ગુજરાત શ્વસે છે આજે। ગુજરાત રાજ્યના માનનીય મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈ પટેલ પ્રત્યેક ક્ષેત્રમાં સર્વસમાવિષ્ટ વિકાસ સાધવા કર્તવ્યબદ્ધ છે। આપને માનનીય મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી આમંત્રિત કરીએ છીએ આપના વક્તવ્ય માટે।
પાટનગર ગાંધીનગરને આંગણે ગુજરાતના ગૌરવવંતા સહકારી ક્ષેત્રના નવયુગના આરંભ સાથે રાજ્ય સરકારના સહકાર વિભાગ દ્વારા આયોજિત સહકારથી સમૃદ્ધિ કાર્યક્રમમાં આપણી સૌની વચ્ચે મંચ ઉપર ઉપસ્થિત આત્મનિર્ભર ભારતના પ્રણેતા, દેશના યશસ્વી વડાપ્રધાન આદરણીય શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદી સાહેબ, ગાંધીનગર લોકસભાના પ્રજાવત્સલ્ય સાંસદ તથા કેન્દ્રીય ગૃહ અને સહકારિતા મંત્રી માન્ય શ્રી અમિતભાઈ શાહ સાહેબ, કેન્દ્રીય મંત્રી શ્રી મનસુખભાઈ માંડવિયા, નવસારીના લોકપ્રિય સાંસદ ભારતીય જનતા પાર્ટીના પ્રદેશ અધ્યક્ષ આદરણીય શ્રી સી આર પાટીલજી, ઉદ્યોગ તથા સહકારિતા મંત્રી શ્રી જગદીશભાઈ વિશ્વકર્મા, ઉપસ્થિત સૌ મારા મંત્રીમંડળના સૌ સભ્યશ્રીઓ, ધારાસભ્યશ્રીઓ, સાંસદશ્રીઓ, રાજ્યના વિવિધ જિલ્લામાંથી પધારેલા સહકાર ક્ષેત્રના સૌ અગ્રણીઓ, પ્રતિનિધિશ્રીઓ, પ્રેસ મીડિયાના મિત્રો, આજે ગુજરાતના ખૂણે ખૂણેથી જ્યારે સહકારી આગેવાનો અહીં પધાર્યા છે ત્યારે આપણે સૌથી પહેલા આદરણીય વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીને તેમના વડાપ્રધાન પદના કાર્યકાળના 8 વર્ષ પૂર્ણ કરવાના અંગે તાળીઓથી ખૂબ ખૂબ અભિનંદન આપીએ। આ 8 વર્ષમાં
All right, Prime Minister Modi is just about to speak. Our continued coverage right here on India Today. Slip into a short break. We'll be right back.
કે દેશના ઇતિહાસમાં
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@ajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
We know that plastic causes pollution, but did you know microplastics can also be a cause of pollution? Microplastics are plastic particles with dimensions less than 5 millimeters. Some are so small, they are invisible to the naked eye. Nylon and polyethylene, for example, are mixture of polymers and additives, are themselves microplastics created from tiny pellets known as nurdles. These elements are found in everyday products like shower gels and cosmetics, as well as fertilizers, detergents, and paint. Another major source of this pollution is car tire wear. Difficult to filter, these microplastics get everywhere, in rivers and then the oceans, on land or in the air we breathe. Billions of items of plastic waste taking hundreds of years to break down litter beaches all around the world. All living species in the oceans that are part of the human food chain, from zooplankton to whales, are likely to ingest microplastics. The impact of microplastics on organisms or on ecosystems is unknown, but the additives they contain are potential chemical contaminants.
You are watching.
It's the biggest football game of the year, featuring two of the biggest clubs in the world.
Fans from Liverpool and Real Madrid trickle into Paris. Catch all the fans' reactions, celebration and excitement live from Paris.
Watch a special build-up exclusively on India Today at these times on Saturday.
You are watching India Today.
Now, the Kerala police is cracking down on those in connection with the PFI sloganeering case after a viral video emerged of a young boy in a PFI rally chanting hate slogans. 18 more people have been arrested this Saturday in connection with the sloganeering case. While the father of the 10-year-old boy has also been taken into custody, the Kerala High Court has now come down heavy over provocative slogans raised during PFI's rally. Kerala High Court has directed police officials to take strict action against those responsible. The young boy in this video here could be seen chanting hate slogans against other communities during that PFI rally, thus sparking wide condemnation.
എല്ലായിട്ട് പറയുന്നത് മുമ്പ് പിടിച്ച മുദ്രാവാക്യങ്ങൾ വിഭിന്നമായിട്ട് ഇത്തവണ ക്രൈസ്തവരെയും ഹൈന്ദവർക്കും എതിരായിട്ടുള്ള മുദ്രാവാക്യം പിടിച്ചു കുന്തിരിക്കൊരു കരുതി വെക്കണമെന്നുള്ള തരത്തിലുള്ള മുദ്രാവാക്യം പിടിച്ചെന്നാണ് പറയുന്നത്. അതിനെതിരെയാണ് ഈ ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള പോലീസ് ഭാഗത്തു നിന്നൊക്കെ ശക്തമായ നടപടി വേണമെന്നുള്ള ആവശ്യം വരുന്നത്. അത് എന്തെങ്കിലും കരുതിക്കൂട്ട് പിടിച്ചിരുന്നാണോ അതോ?
ഒരിക്കലും അങ്ങനെ അത് നേരത്തെ ഉള്ളതൊന്നും അതിൽ കൂട്ടിച്ചേർത്തിട്ടൊന്നുമില്ല. ഇത് ഈ മുദ്രാവാക്യം
ആലപ്പുഴ പോലീസ് വന്ന് ആലപ്പുഴ പോലീസിന് കൈമാറി ആലപ്പുഴ പോലീസ് വീണ്ടും ചോദ്യം ചെയ്തതിനു ശേഷം അറസ്റ്റ് രേഖപ്പെടുത്തി ബാക്കി നിയമ നടപടികൾ സ്വീകരിക്കും. കുട്ടിയുടെ വീട്ടിൽ തന്നെയാണ്. ചൈൽഡ് ലൈനുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് നമ്മൾ അതിനുള്ള കൗൺസിലിംഗ് കൊടുക്കാനുള്ള ഇടപാടുകൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത്.
Now, the PFI's hate sloganeering case has led the LDF government's opposition to question how permission was in fact even granted to attain, that was attained by the PFI for that rally. Let's take a listen at some of those political reactions on the same.
I think there has to be accountability in this country. I think all these people who are involved in this kind of things must be in jail. They should not be allowed even bail because they are a threat to the nation. And the earliest the Chief Minister take action, he has the courage to take action, I think will be the better. And I think Congress also, I think they must also change their attitudes. We can't allow this kind of people to be running things in this country.
ഗുരുതരമായിട്ടുള്ള ഇന്റലിജൻസ് റിപ്പോർട്ട് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. സംസ്ഥാന ഗവൺമെന്റ് ആ റിപ്പോർട്ട് അവഗണിച്ചത് കൊണ്ടാണ് ഇത്രയും ദുരന്തം ഉണ്ടായത്. ആലപ്പുഴയിലെ PFI റാലിയെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് അത് നിരോധിക്കണമെന്നുള്ള ഇന്റലിജൻസ് റിപ്പോർട്ട് എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് അവഗണിച്ചതെന്ന് മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി വ്യക്തമാക്കണം. കലാപമുണ്ടാക്കാൻ ആസൂത്രിതമായിട്ടുള്ള നീക്കം നടക്കുന്നുവെന്നുള്ള പോലീസ് റിപ്പോർട്ട് അവഗണിക്കാൻ ആരാണ് നിർദ്ദേശം കൊടുത്തത്? ആരാണ് ആലപ്പുഴയിലെ PFI റാലിക്ക് അനുമതി കൊടുത്തത്? കാതലായ ആലപ്പുഴയിൽ കലാപമുണ്ടാക്കാൻ ആഹ്വാനം നടത്തുന്ന പ്രകോപനപരമായ പരിപാടി നടത്താൻ എന്തിന് സർക്കാർ അനുമതി കൊടുത്തു എന്നുള്ളതാണ്.
Now, the Kerala police has taken one person into custody in the case over alleged provocative slogans raised by a minor boy during a march by the Popular Front of India in Alappuzha. In fact, the PFI and its president, Nawaz Vandan, as well as Secretary Mujib, are the first and second accused in this case. Here's a detailed report on that.
A young child on the shoulders of PFI activists shouting hate slogans and shooting off violent warnings. That's right, even kids are not spared from PFI's hate propaganda. This horrifying video from Kerala's Alleppey from a PFI rally has gone viral, has re-upped the chorus for a ban on this radical organization. The little child you see on your screens is issuing a warning to Hindus and Christians that Lord Yama, the god of death, is coming for them.
There is a video circulated through Sanghi medias. It is not against the Hindu or Christian community. The slogan raised these children against the Hindutva terrorism. Officially, we are giving the slogans. This boy also raised the slogan against RSS. But our organization, a few lines, 2-3 lines are not favor for our view movement. Or our movement or our ideology.
India Today cornered the PFI over this hate video and why little children are being radicalized for their own propaganda. The PFI spokesperson maintains there's absolutely nothing wrong in what was chanted.
These people who do this must be brought to books, and we want to see the result. Not just saying, sorry, we are secular, we are for everybody, but where is it? I mean, it's very shocking, disgusting. This kind of things must be absolutely be nipped in the bud.
This video of how a young child has been radicalized and made to chant such a violent rant has sparked outrage across the country, with the BJP putting the onus on the Kerala government to crack the whip against the Popular Front of India.
In Karnataka, when the Congress was in power, they withdrew cases against the PFI. They even allied with the SDPI. Now in Kerala, the left parties, which once upon a time said PFI was the avatar of Simi, is allowing them this kind of free run, giving them patronage, defending them when they indulge in murders of nationalists in Kerala. And today, this kind of hatred and bigotry seen on the streets of Kerala. But where is that entire Islamophobia ecosystem, that ecosystem of so-called secularities? Why aren't they taking a position on this? Will they come out and call out the left government for allowing a free pass to the PFI, people for incitement?
The same group that carried out this rally just months ago, showing a man in saffron wearing a mask of Yogi Adityanath being beaten and dragged with his hands tied, is once again back to brazen provocations. There's been complete silence so far from the Pinarayi Vijayan government, which has turned a blind eye to the abuse of little children, now by the PFI. Will this dangerous radicalization continue completely unchecked in Kerala? Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, meanwhile, Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami-led government on Friday has announced a drafting committee to implement the Uniform Civil Code in the state. In the notification here, the Dhami-led government stated that the panel will examine and report on all relevant laws governing the individual civil affairs of all citizens residing in Uttarakhand. The committee will be chaired by Supreme Court Justice Ranjana Prakash Desai, retired. Other members of the committee are
श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल, केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल में मेरे सहयोगी अमित भाई शाह, मनसुख भाई मांडविया, संसद में मेरे साथी CR पाटिल, गुजरात सरकार में मंत्री जगदीश भाई विश्वकर्मा, सांसदगण, विधायकगण, गुजरात सरकार के सभी मंत्रीगण, सहकारिता आंदोलन से जुड़े सभी वरिष्ठ महानुभाव, इफको प्रीमाइसिस में भी एक बड़ा कार्यक्रम इसके साथ पैरेलल चल रहा है। वहां उपस्थित इफको के चेयरमैन दिलीप भाई, इफको के सभी साथी, देश भर में लाखों स्थानों पर आज सारे किसान गुजरात के गांधीनगर के महात्मा मंदिर से जुड़े हुए हैं। मैं उन सभी किसानों को भी नमस्कार करता हूं। आज यहां हम सहकार से समृद्धि की चर्चा कर रहे हैं। सहकार गांव के स्वावलंबन का भी बहुत बड़ा माध्यम है और उसमें आत्मनिर्भर भारत की ऊर्जा है। आत्मनिर्भर भारत के निर्माण के लिए गांव का आत्मनिर्भर होना बहुत आवश्यक है और इसलिए पूज्य बापू और सरदार साहब ने जो रास्ता हमें दिखाया, उसके अनुसार आज हम मॉडल कोऑपरेटिव विलेज उस दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। गुजरात के ऐसे 6 गांव चिन्हित भी किए गए हैं जहां पूरी तरह से कोऑपरेटिव व्यवस्थाएं लागू की जाएगी। साथियों, आज आत्मनिर्भर कृषि के लिए देश के पहले नैनो यूरिया प्लांट का लोकार्पण करते हुए भी मैं सच्चे हृदय से बताता हूं कि मैं एक विशेष आनंद की अनुभूति करता हूं। जरा कल्पना कीजिए, आज जब किसान यूरिया लेने जाता है, उस दृश्य को जरा मन में लाइए और होने वाला क्या है उसका मैं वर्णन करता हूं, उसको जरा मन पर लाइए। अब यूरिया की एक बोरी, उसकी जितनी ताकत है, यानी यूरिया की बोरी की ताकत एक बोतल में समा गई है। यानी नैनो यूरिया की आधा लीटर बोतल किसान की एक बोरी यूरिया की जरूरत को पूरा करेगी। कितना खर्चा कम हो जाएगा ट्रांसपोर्टेशन का, बाकी सब चीजों का। और कल्पना कीजिए छोटे किसानों के लिए ये कितना बड़ा संबल है। साथियों, ये जो आधुनिक प्लांट कलोल में लगा है, इसकी कैपेसिटी अभी 1.5 लाख बोतल के उत्पादन की है, लेकिन आने वाले समय में ऐसे 8 और प्लांट देश में लगने वाले हैं। इससे यूरिया पर विदेशी निर्भरता कम होगी, देश का पैसा भी बचेगा। मुझे उम्मीद है ये इनोवेशन सिर्फ नैनो यूरिया तक ही सीमित नहीं रहेगा। मुझे विश्वास है कि भविष्य में अन्य नैनो फर्टिलाइजर भी हमारे किसानों को मिल सकते हैं। हमारे वैज्ञानिक उस पर आज काम कर भी रहे हैं। साथियों, फर्टिलाइजर में इस नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी में आत्मनिर्भरता की तरफ जो कदम हमने रखा है, वो कितना महत्वपूर्ण है, ये मैं चाहूंगा हर देशवासी ने समझना चाहिए। भारत में फर्टिलाइजर के मामले में दुनिया का दूसरा सबसे बड़ा कंज्यूमर है, लेकिन उत्पादन के मामले में हम तीसरे नंबर पे हैं। ऊपर से 7-8 साल पहले तक हमारे यहां ज्यादातर यूरिया खेत में जाने के बजाय काला बाजारी का शिकार हो जाता था और किसान अपनी जरूरत के लिए लाठियां खाने को मजबूर हो जाता था। हमारे यहां जो बड़ी यूरिया की फैक्ट्रियां थी, वो भी नई टेक्नोलॉजी के अभाव में बंद हो गई थी और इसलिए 2014 में सरकार बनने के बाद हमने यूरिया की 100% नीम कोटिंग का बीड़ा उठाया, उसको किया। इससे देश के किसानों को पर्याप्त यूरिया मिलना सुनिश्चित हुआ। साथ ही हमने उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार, झारखंड, उड़ीसा और तेलंगाना, वहां जो 5 बंद पड़े खाद के कारखाने थे, उन बंद पड़े हुए खाद के कारखानों को फिर चालू करने का काम शुरू किया और उसमें यूपी और तेलंगाना की फैक्ट्रियां चालू भी हो चुकी है, उत्पादन हो रहा है और बाकी 3 भी बहुत ही जल्द अपना काम करना शुरू कर देगी। साथियों, फर्टिलाइजर की अपनी जरूरतों को पूरा करने के लिए भारत दशकों से बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में विदेशों पर डिपेंडेंट है। हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं, आयात करते हैं। हम अपनी जरूरत का लगभग 1/4 इंपोर्ट करते हैं, लेकिन पोटाश और फॉस्फेट के मामले में तो हमें करीब 100% विदेशों से लाना पड़ता है। बीते 2 सालों में कोरोना लॉकडाउन के कारण इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में फर्टिलाइजर की कीमतें बहुत अधिक बढ़ गई। वो शायद कम था तो युद्ध आ धमका। युद्ध से परिस्थितियों ने फर्टिलाइजर के वैश्विक बाजार में उपलब्धता भी सीमित कर दी और कीमतों को भी कई गुना और बढ़ा दिया। साथियों, किसानों के प्रति संवेदनशील हमारी सरकार ने तय किया कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्थितियां चिंताजनक है। दाम बढ़ रहे हैं। फर्टिलाइजर को प्राप्त करने के लिए दुनिया भर में दौड़ना पड़ रहा है। कठिनाइयां हैं, मुसीबतें हैं, लेकिन हमने कोशिश ये की है कि ये सारी मुसीबतें हम झेलते रहेंगे, लेकिन किसान पर इसका असर नहीं पड़ने देंगे। और इसलिए हर मुश्किल के बावजूद भी हमने देश में फर्टिलाइजर का कोई बड़ा संकट नहीं आने दिया। साथियों, भारत विदेशों से यूरिया मंगाता है, उसमें यूरिया का 50 किलो का एक बैग 3,500 रुपये का पड़ता है। 3,500 रुपये का एक बैग, याद रखिए। लेकिन देश में गांव में किसान को वही यूरिया का बैग 3,500 से खरीद के सिर्फ 300 रुपये में दिया जाता है। 300 रुपये में, यानी यूरिया के एक बैग पर हमारी सरकार 3,200 रुपये से ज्यादा खुद सरकार उस बोझ को वहन कर रही है। इसी प्रकार डीएपी के 50 किलो के बैग पर पहले हमारे पूर्व जो सरकारें थी, उनको 500 रुपये वहन करना होता था एक बैग पर। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बाजार में डीएपी की कीमत में उछाल आने के बावजूद हमारी सरकार ने लगातार प्रयास किया है कि किसानों पर इसका बोझ कम से कम हो। अब हमारी सरकार डीएपी के 50 किलो के बैग पर 2,500 रुपये, 2,500 रुपये खुद सरकार बोझ वहन कर रही है। यानी 12 महीने के भीतर भीतर हर बैग डीएपी पर 5 गुना भार केंद्र सरकार ने अपने ऊपर लिया है। भारत के किसान को दिक्कत ना हो, इसके लिए पिछले साल 1,60,000 करोड़ रुपए की 1,60,000 करोड़ रुपए की सब्सिडी फर्टिलाइजर में केंद्र सरकार ने दी है। किसानों को मिलने वाली ये राहत इस साल लगभग 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा होने वाली है। साथियों, देश के किसान के हित में जो भी जरूरी हो वो हम करते हैं, करेंगे और देश के किसान की ताकत बढ़ाते रहेंगे। लेकिन हमने सोचना भी चाहिए, क्या हम 21वीं सदी में अपने किसानों को सिर्फ विदेशी परिस्थितियों पर निर्भर रख सकते हैं क्या? हर साल ये जो लाखों करोड़ रुपए केंद्र सरकार खर्च कर रही है, ये विदेश क्यों जाए? क्या ये भारत के किसानों के काम नहीं आना चाहिए? महंगे फर्टिलाइजर से किसानों की बढ़ती लागत को कम करने का कोई स्थायी समाधान क्या हमें नहीं ढूंढना चाहिए? साथियों, ये सवाल हैं जो हर सरकार के सामने अतीत में रहे हैं। ऐसा नहीं कि सारे मामले सिर्फ मेरे सामने आए हैं, लेकिन पहले सिर्फ तात्कालिक समस्या का ही समाधान तलाशा गया। आगे वो परिस्थितियां न आए, इसके लिए बहुत सीमित प्रयास हुए। बीते 8 सालों में हमने तात्कालिक उपाय भी किए हैं और समस्याओं के स्थायी समाधान भी खोजे हैं। कोरोना महामारी जैसी परिस्थितियां भविष्य में ना बने, इसके लिए हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर फोकस किया जा रहा है। खाद्य तेल की समस्या कम से कम हो, इसके लिए मिशन ऑयल पाम पर काम किया चल रहा है। कच्चे तेल पर विदेशी निर्भरता कम करनी है, इसके लिए बायोफ्यूल, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन और दूसरे उपायों पर आज बड़े स्तर पर प्रयास चल रहा है। नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी पर व्यापक निवेश भी इसी अप्रोच का परिणाम है। इसी प्रकार प्राकृतिक खेती की तरफ किसानों को प्रोत्साहन देने के लिए जो अभियान देश में चल रहा है, वो भी परमानेंट सॉल्यूशन का हिस्सा है। और मैं गुजरात के किसानों को विशेष रूप से बधाई देता हूं। गुजरात का किसान प्रगतिशील है। छोटा किसान हो तो भी साहस करने का स्वभाव रखता है। और जिस प्रकार से गुजरात से मुझे खबरें आ रही हैं कि प्राकृतिक खेती की तरफ गुजरात का छोटा किसान भी अब मुड़ने लगा है। लाखों की तादाद में गुजरात में किसान प्राकृतिक खेती के मार्ग पर चल पड़े हैं। मैं इन सब किसानों को हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं और इस पहल के लिए मैं उनको प्रणाम करता हूं। साथियों, आत्मनिर्भरता में भारत की अनेक मुश्किलों का हल है और आत्मनिर्भरता का एक बेहतरीन मॉडल सहकार भी है। यह हमने गुजरात में बहुत सफलता के साथ अनुभव किया है और आप सभी साथी इस सफलता के सेनानी हैं। गुजरात के कोऑपरेटिव सेक्टर से जुड़े सभी महारथी बैठे हैं। मैं हर किसी का चेहरा बैठे बैठे देख रहा था। सब पुराने साथी जो आज सहकारी क्षेत्र में गुजरात की विकास यात्रा को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, ऐसे एक से बढ़कर एक दिग्गज मेरे सामने बैठे हैं। आनंद हो रहा है जिस तपस्या से आप इस काम को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं और सहकारी स्पिरिट को लेकर के आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। साथियों, गुजरात तो इसलिए भी सौभाग्यशाली रहा है क्योंकि पूज्य बापू और सरदार साहब का नेतृत्व यहां हमें मिला। पूज्य बापू ने सहकार के से स्वावलंबन का जो मार्ग दिखाया, उसको सरदार साहब ने जमीन पर उतारने का काम किया। और जब सहकारिता की बात आती है, जैसे अमित भाई ने उल्लेख किया, वेंकुट भाई मेहता की याद आना बहुत स्वाभाविक है। और आज भी भारत सरकार एक बहुत बड़ी इंस्टीट्यूट उनके नाम पर चलाती है, लेकिन वो भी धीरे धीरे भुला दिया गया था। इस बार हमने बजट में 25 करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान करके उसको और ताकतवर बनाने का काम शुरू किया है। इतना ही नहीं, हमारे यहां तो हाउसिंग के लिए सोसाइटी, कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी, इसका पहला प्रयोग हमारे यहां हुआ। ये जो हमारे पालड़ी में प्रीतम नगर है, वो प्रीतम नगर उसी का उदाहरण है। देश की पहली सहकारी आवास योजना का वो जीता जागता उदाहरण है। साथियों, सहकारी क्षेत्र में अमूल ने एक अपनी पहचान बना दी। अमूल जैसे ब्रांड ने पूरी दुनिया में गुजरात के कोऑपरेटिव मूवमेंट की एक ताकत का परिचय कराया है, एक पहचान बनाई है। गुजरात में डेयरी, चीनी और बैंकिंग सहकारी आंदोलन के सफलता का उदाहरण है। बीते सालों में तो फल, सब्जी सहित दूसरे क्षेत्रों में भी सहकार का दायरा बढ़ा है। भाई और बहनों, सहकारिता के सफल प्रयोगों में एक बहुत बड़ा मॉडल देश की ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था को सशक्त करने के लिए हमारे सामने है। डेयरी सेक्टर के कोऑपरेटिव मॉडल का उदाहरण हमारे सामने है। आज भारत दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा दूध उत्पादक है, जिसमें गुजरात की बहुत बड़ी हिस्सेदारी है। बीते सालों में डेयरी सेक्टर तेजी से बढ़ भी रहा है और ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था में ज्यादा कंट्रीब्यूट भी कर रहा है। आज भारत एक साल में लगभग 8 लाख करोड़ रुपए का दूध उत्पादन करता है। 8 लाख करोड़ रुपए का दूध, और प्रमुखतया ये कारोबार ज्यादातर हमारी माताएं बहनें संभालती हैं। उसकी दूसरी तरफ जरा देखिए, गेहूं और धान का बाजार अगर हम मिलाकर के देखें तो वो दूध उत्पादन से भी कम है। यानी दूध अगर 8 लाख करोड़ का है तो गेहूं और धान का टोटल उससे भी कम है। आप देखिए दूध उत्पादन में हमारे देश ने कितनी बड़ी ताकत खड़ी की है। इसी तरह हम पशुपालन के पूरे सेक्टर को देखें तो ये 9.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का है। ये भारत के छोटे किसानों, भूमिहीन श्रमिकों के लिए बहुत बड़ा संबल है। साथियों, बीते दशकों में गुजरात में अगर गांवों में अधिक समृद्धि देखने को मिली है तो उसका एक बहुत बड़ा कारण डेयरी सेक्टर से जुड़े कोऑपरेटिव्स रहे हैं। और आपको हैरानी होगी, अगर हम कुछ भी कोई चीज याद कराते हैं तो किसी को लगता है कि हम किसी की आलोचना करते हैं। आलोचना नहीं करते हैं, लेकिन कभी कोई चीज को याद इसलिए करना होता है कि पहले क्या होता था। हमारे देश में, हमारे गुजरात में, कच्छ सौराष्ट्र में डेयरी करना, डेयरी का निर्माण करना, इस पर रोक लगाने के प्रावधान किए गए थे। यानी एक प्रकार से इलीगल एक्टिविटी में डाल दिया गया था। जब मैं यहां था तो हमने कहा भाई ये अमूल बढ़ रहा है तो कच्छ की डेयरी भी बढ़ सकती है, अमरेली की डेयरी भी बढ़ सकती है, हम रोक कर क्यों बैठे हैं। और आज गुजरात में चारों दिशा में डेयरी का क्षेत्र बहुत ताकत के साथ खड़ा हो गया। गुजरात में भी दूध आधारित उद्योगों का व्यापक प्रसार इसलिए हुआ क्योंकि इसमें सरकार की तरफ से पाबंदियां कम से कम रही। सरकार जितना बच करके रहे बचने की कोशिश की और सहकारी क्षेत्रों को फलने फूलने की पूरी आजादी दी। सरकार यहां सिर्फ एक फैसिलिटेटर की भूमिका निभाती है, बाकी का काम या तो आप जैसे सारे हमारे सहकारी का क्षेत्र को समर्पित सारे हमारे साथी कर रहे हैं या तो हमारे किसान भाई बहन कर रहे हैं। दूध उत्पादक और दूध का व्यवसाय करने वाला प्राइवेट और कोऑपरेटिव सेक्टर दोनों एक दूसरे से जुड़े हैं और एक बेहतरीन सप्लाई और वैल्यू चेन उन्होंने खड़ी की है। साथियों, सबसे बड़ी बात, डेयरी सेक्टर में सबसे अधिक हमारे छोटे किसान हैं और जैसा मैंने पहले कहा, हमारी माताएं बहनें इस काम को संभालती हैं। गुजरात में लगभग 70 लाख बहनें आज इस मूवमेंट का हिस्सा है। 70 लाख बहनें ने 50 लाख से अधिक परिवार होंगे ही होंगे जी। 5,500 से अधिक मिल्क कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी आज गुजरात में हमारी माताएं बहनें चला रही है। अमूल जैसे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय ब्रांड को बनाने में भी गुजरात की हमारी बहनों की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। एक प्रकार से सहकारिता ने गुजरात में महिला उद्यमिता को नए आयाम दिए हैं। हम लिज्जत पापड़ तो जानते ही हैं। आदिवासी क्षेत्र की गरीब माताओं बहनों से शुरू किया गया काम आज एक मल्टीनेशनल ब्रांड बन गया है। दुनिया भर में भारतीय पहुंचा होगा तो साथ में लिज्जत पापड़ भी पहुंचा होगा। और पहली बार मुझे गर्व इस बात का है कि इतने सालों से लिज्जत पापड़ का काम बढ़ा, इतना बढ़ा, लेकिन कभी किसी ने उसकी सूंघ नहीं ली। हमने पिछली बार पद्मश्री का अवार्ड उनको दिया जिन्होंने इस लिज्जत पापड़ को, अब तो उनकी आयु 90 से ऊपर हो गई है, मूल गुजराती है, मुंबई में रहते हैं, लेकिन वो माताजी आई और उन्होंने बहुत आशीर्वाद दिए। यानी हमारी सहकारिता का स्पिरिट और हमारी माताओं बहनों का एक कौशल्य, अगर अमूल ब्रांड बन जाता है तो लिज्जत भी तो एक ब्रांड बन गया है। हमारी बहनों बेटियों के मैनेजमेंट कौशल को अगर देखना है तो कोऑपरेटिव्स में हम स्पष्ट रूप से देख सकते हैं। साथियों, सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास, इस मंत्र पर हम चल रहे हैं। ये मंत्र अपने आप में सहकार की आत्मा ही है, सहकार की सीमाओं के अंदर ही है ये मंत्र। इसलिए सहकार की स्पिरिट को आजादी के अमृत काल की स्पिरिट से जोड़ने के लिए हम निरंतर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। इसी उद्देश्य के साथ केंद्र में सहकारिता के लिए अलग मंत्रालय का गठन किया गया और कोशिश यही है कि देश में सहकारिता आधारित आर्थिक मॉडल को प्रोत्साहित किया जाए। इसके लिए एक के बाद एक नए कदम उठाए जा रहे हैं। हमारा प्रयास है कि सहकारी समितियां को, संस्थानों को हम मार्केट में कॉम्पिटिटिव बनाएं, उनको बाकी मार्केट प्लेयर के साथ लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड उपलब्ध कराएं। बीते सालों में हमने कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी से जुड़े टैक्स में भी कटौती करके उन्हें राहत दी है। अमित भाई ने इसका वर्णन कम शब्दों में किया, लेकिन बहुत सारे कदम उठाए हमने। सरचार्ज की बात उन्होंने कही और पहले तो शिकायत रहती थी, इसमें भी सुधार करते हुए हमने सहकारी समितियों को किसान उत्पादक संघों के बराबर करके रख दिया। इससे सहकारी समितियों को ग्रो करने में बहुत मदद मिलेगी। साथियों, यही नहीं, सहकारी समितियों को, सहकारी बैंकों को आधुनिक डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी से जोड़ने का भी एक बहुत बड़ा प्रयास चल रहा है। गुजरात में इसमें बहुत प्रशंसनीय काम शुरू हो रहा है। इतना ही नहीं, मैं जब मुख्यमंत्री था तो सहकारी क्षेत्र में, जो अमित भाई ने थोड़ा वर्णन किया, इनकम टैक्स लगता था और मैं भारत सरकार को चिट्ठी लिखता रहता था। और भारत सरकार में भी ये डिपार्टमेंट वो लोग संभालते थे जो खुद सहकारी आंदोलन से जुड़े हुए थे, लेकिन उन्होंने गुजरात की बात मानी नहीं, देश के सहकारिता के क्षेत्र के लोगों की बात मानी नहीं। हमने जाकर के उस समस्या का भी समाधान कर दिया। साथियों, मुझे बताया गया है कि डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोऑपरेटिव बैंकों ने लगभग 8 लाख किसानों को रुपये किसान कार्ड जारी किए हैं। बाकी बैंकों की तरह ही ऑनलाइन बैंकिंग की सुविधा भी आज किसानों को मिल रही है। जब देश की सभी, जिसका अभी अमित भाई ने वर्णन किया, 63,000 प्राइमरी एग्रीकल्चर क्रेडिट सोसाइटी, PSCS, पैक्स कंप्यूटरीकृत हो जाएगी, कंप्यूटराइजेशन उसका हो जाएगा, तो हमारी कोऑपरेटिव की तस्वीर पूरी तरह बदल जाने वाली है। इससे हमारे किसानों को बहुत लाभ होगा, क्योंकि इन सोसाइटीज में अधिकांश सदस्य किसान ही है। मुझे एक और खुशी की बात है, मुझे बीच में पता चला कि अब सहकारी क्षेत्र से जुड़े हुए कई लोग भारत सरकार का जो जैम पोर्टल है, कुछ भी खरीदी करनी है तो जैम पोर्टल के माध्यम से करते हैं। उसके कारण एक ट्रांसपेरेंसी आई है, गति बढ़ी है और दाम भी कम खर्चे में आवश्यकता पूरी हो रही है। भारत सरकार के जेम पोर्टल को सहकारी क्षेत्र के लोगों ने स्वीकार किया है, इसलिए मैं सहकारी क्षेत्र के लोगों का हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं। साथियों, सहकार की सबसे बड़ी ताकत भरोसा है, सहयोग है, सबके सामर्थ्य से संगठन के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने का है। यही आजादी के अमृत काल में भारत की सफलता की गारंटी है। हमारे यहां जिसको भी छोटा समझकर कम आंका गया, उसको अमृत काल में बड़ी ताकत बनाने पर हम काम कर रहे हैं। छोटे किसानों को आज हर प्रकार से सशक्त किया जा रहा है। इसी प्रकार लघु उद्योगों, एमएसएमईज को भारत की आत्मनिर्भर सप्लाई चेन का मजबूत हिस्सा बनाया जा रहा है। जो हमारे छोटे दुकानदार है, व्यापारी है, उनको भी एक डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी का प्लेटफॉर्म ओएनडीसी, ओपन नेटवर्क फॉर डिजिटल कॉमर्स उपलब्ध कराया जा रहा है। इससे डिजिटल स्पेस में स्वस्थ स्पर्धा को प्रोत्साहन मिलेगा। देश के छोटे व्यापारियों को भी बराबरी का मौका मिलेगा। ये भारत के ई कॉमर्स मार्केट की संभावनाओं को बल देगा, जिसका गुजरात के छोटे व्यापारियों को भी निश्चित रूप से लाभ होगा। साथियों, गुजरात व्यापार कारोबार की परंपरा से जुड़ा राज्य रहा है। अच्छे व्यापारी की कसौटी ये है कि वो मुश्किल हालत में भी कैसे व्यापार को अच्छे से संभालता है। सरकार की भी यही कसौटी होती है कि चुनौतियों के बीच वो कैसे समाधान निकालने के लिए नए नए तरीके खोजती है। ये जितने भी प्रावधान, जितने भी रिफॉर्म बीते वर्षों से हम देख रहे हैं, ये आपदा को अवसर में बदलने का ही हमारा प्रयास है। मुझे विश्वास है कि सहकार की हमारी स्पिरिट हमें अपने संकल्पों की सिद्धि में मदद करेगी। और अब एक बहुत बढ़िया वाक्य भूपेंद्र भाई ने अपने भाषण में कहा। उन्होंने कहा कि आजादी के पहले आजादी का एक शस्त्र था असहकार, आजादी के बाद समृद्धि का एक शस्त्र है सहकार। असहकार से सहकार तक की ये यात्रा समृद्धि की ऊंचाइयों को प्राप्त करने वाली, सबका साथ सबका विकास के मंत्र को चरितार्थ करने वाले हमारी राह है। इस राह पर आत्मविश्वास के साथ हम चले, देश भर के लोगों को भी इस पवित्र कार्य से हम जोड़े। गुजरात की कोऑपरेटिव मूवमेंट का विस्तार हिंदुस्तान के और क्षेत्रों में जितना ज्यादा हो, उस क्षेत्र के लोगों की भलाई के लिए काम आएगा। मैं गुजरात सरकार का बहुत आभारी हूं कि सहकारी क्षेत्र के इन दिग्गजों के साथ आज मुझे मिलने का अवसर मिला, क्योंकि जब मैं गुजरात में था हमेशा उन्हें अपनी शिकायतें लेकर के आना पड़ता था, लेकिन आज वो अपना रिपोर्ट कार्ड लेकर के आते हैं कि हम इतने कम समय में यहां पहुंच गए, हमने हमारी सोसाइटी को यहां ले गए, हमने हमारी संस्था को यहां पहुंचा दिया, पहले हमारा टर्नओवर इतना था, अब हमारा टर्नओवर इतना हो गया। बड़े गर्व के साथ छोटी छोटी सोसाइटी के लोग मिल जाते, कहते हैं हमने तो साहब सब कंप्यूटर पे चलाते हैं, सब हमारे यहां ऑनलाइन होने लगा है। ये जो बदलाव गुजरात के सहकारी क्षेत्र में देखने को मिलता है, वो अपने आप में गर्व करने वाला है। मैं आज आपकी इस तपस्या को प्रणाम करता हूं, इस महान परंपरा को प्रणाम करता हूं, और आजादी के इतने 75 साल जब मना रहे हैं, तब जिसके बीज पहले बोए गए थे, आज वो वट वृक्ष बन करके गुजरात के सार्वजनिक जीवन में, रचनात्मक प्रवृत्ति में, आर्थिक व्यवस्था के आधार सहकारी प्रवृत्ति के रूप में बढ़ रहा है। वो अपने आप में एक प्रसन्नता का, आनंद का विषय में सबको प्रणाम करते हुए, हृदय से आपका धन्यवाद करते हुए मेरी वाणी को विराम देता हूं। मेरे साथ पूरी ताकत से बोलिए भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। धन्यवाद।
नया संकल्प है, नई है ऊर्जा, नया है मंत्र, नया है प्राण। जो कहते हैं उसे करने का मादा रखते हैं। नए भारत के स्वप्नदृष्टा प्रधान सेवक माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपके प्रेरणादायी संबोधन के लिए। आओ
Here, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, right ahead of elections in Gujarat, a big outreach that he makes to the Patel community, and also spoke further about farmers extensively. Prime Minister Modi's outreach here, speaking on 2 lakh farmers who will get relief. There are a couple of other projects that he unfolded, laid the foundation stone for today. He also spoke about how several other sectors, including the dairy sector, will be intensively developed. Gujarat outreach, speaking of a double-engine Sarkar, that's where he bounced off with the speech today. A huge day for the BJP in Gujarat, as Prime Minister as well as the Home Minister, Narendra Modi and Amit Shah, both of them sharing the same stage on that platform. They make a huge, a united appeal for people of Gujarat to vote for a double-engine Sarkar. Also extensively spoke about the farmers and how there have been several subsidies made for the farming community, and it was all done under the BJP government. And here is Prime Minister Modi, who's just about ended his speech, meeting and greeting with several of those BJP karyakartas. He also was flanked with the BJP Chief Minister of Gujarat, who is also alongside with him, Saurabh Tania, who's right there tracking those developments. Saurabh, key takeaways from Prime Minister Modi's speech right there on a stage in front of a huge audience in Gujarat ahead of polls.
So, Nabila, the current speech which was given by Prime Minister Narendra Modi clearly was about the cooperative societies of Gujarat. He says that the cooperative society of Gujarat have made a revolution work, and it is an example which will be set for the whole of the country. He first of all said that, gave an example of Amul, that how the milk production has happened in Gujarat, and currently let me tell you that India is the highest producer of milk, in which Gujarat has the most important contribution. He also said that over 70 lakh women are directly connected with this society, which is the cooperative society in production of milk. Not just the milk production, but let me also tell you that the cooperative society have also helped in the banking sector, in the sugar industries. So clearly he was trying to say that we should work more towards this cooperative sector. He also said that for that a separate ministry for cooperation was established last year, and it has been headed by Union Home Minister Amit Shah, and he too was present over here. If I can show the visuals currently, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is still over here. He's meeting all the MLAs, MPs and the top leaders of the cooperative society. So clearly what the Prime Minister Narendra Modi tried to give out the message from this particular Gujarat visit was that the Gujarat is in the path of development. There are several mega boosting development projects are happening, not just in the infrastructure wise, but the medical health facility for the cooperative societies. So the visit was very important in terms of development, and it was also very important in terms of the Gujarat Assembly elections as well. What we have been told now, that once this particular event is over, he will be also meeting the top party leaders from Gujarat, a proper strategy and how the BJP is moving ahead for the upcoming Gujarat Assembly election. What are the strategy? What are the key important issues which the BJP is focusing? So all of that will be discussed, and later in the evening, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be heading back to Delhi. I can again like to show the visuals. Still, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is inside this particular hall. Amit Shah is also here. The state BJP president Shree Patel, along with the Chief Minister of Gujarat Bhupendra Patel, all of them are over here. He's still meeting the leaders of the cooperative societies who were present in this particular event. A very important society which has highest number of society in Gujarat, and what Prime Minister Narendra Modi clearly said that such cooperative society should be made in other parts of India as well, so it can boost financially the middle class and the lower middle class people as well.
Thank you very much for joining us with those details. Well, Prime Minister Modi right now meeting and greeting with several of those BJP karyakartas in Gujarat. A high-pitched speech by Prime Minister on that stage ahead of polls in the state of Gujarat. We're going to take you through those details. For now, a short break. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@ajtak.com or call 9999892171. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@ajtak.com or call 9999892171.
You are watching India
Why does PM Modi prefer to travel at night during any foreign visit? While Modi visits Japan to attend the Quad Summit in Tokyo, he follows the same travel pattern he does. One of his party members even pointed it out. But what's the reason behind this? Is it a preference or a strategic choice? During his foreign visits, PM Modi has always followed a fixed pattern. He mostly boards flights at night to save time. He then attends engagements and meetings the next day and flies overnight to the next stop. During his recent trips to Germany and Denmark, PM Modi spent just one night in Germany and Denmark each. By turning this into a habit, PM Modi has managed to save time and resources during his foreign trips. During his Quad visit, Modi had a total of 23 engagements in around 40 hours of stay in Japan. Some sources even said that he does it to tune his sleep cycle according to Indian time. So, in short, it's his preference, not something to do with his security.
You are watching India Today.
On your screens are the victims of jihadi terrorism in Kashmir. More than 5 innocent unarmed civilians were shot dead, their minor-age children injured. In Jammu and Kashmir just in past 1 month. Angry protests erupting against these targeted killings by Pakistan-sponsored terrorists. Next half an hour, I'll be taking you through the recent developments from the Kashmir rally. In a series of latest targeted killings by terrorists in Kashmir, the latest victim was a young Kashmiri woman, an actor with local television station, a social media influencer, but she was shot dead in cold blood right outside her house. Terrorists then also shot at and injured her 10-year-old nephew. The question we're asking today, are radical Islamists now targeting even liberal Kashmiri Muslims, and why? Take a look at this report.
She loved to sing, dance and perform. Her talent made her a well-known figure in the Kashmir Valley. But radical Islamists in Kashmir fumed at her popularity. On Wednesday, she fell to terrorists' bullets. Kashmiri television actor and social media star Amreen Bhatt was shot at right outside her home. Just like policeman Saifullah Qadri's 9-year-old daughter, who witnessed her father's killing and was shot and injured by terrorists, in this case as well, Amreena's 10-year-old nephew also was shot at and was injured. Family and colleagues are in shock that Amreen became an innocent target of terror.
पौने 8 बजे 2 बंदे आए, उसने ढूंढा अमरीना, मेरा छोटा भाई उधर, उसी को बोला अमरीना कहाँ, उसने बोला वो अंदर है कमरे में, उसने बोला उसको आवाज़ मारो यहाँ निकालो बाहर। अमरीना आया बाहर उधर, उसने बोला 2-3 दिन हमारे साथ आओ शूटिंग पर। मैं शूटिंग कहाँ, वो बड़गाम के साइड में, उसने बोला हम उधर आज नहीं आऊँगा, मैं 5-6 दिन रेस्ट करूँगा। बस इसने पिस्टल निकाला तो मारा फायरिंग, मारा गोली यहाँ बच्चे को आए यहाँ।
2 बंदे आए थे, मेरी बीवी यहाँ पर गाय को दूध लेने गई थी, वो इस साइड में थी, तो अंदर से ये वो थी मेरी सिस्टर और मेरा बेटा है छोटा। तो 2 बंदे आ रहे हैं, वो कह रहा है कि 2 बंदे आए, उन्होंने बुलाया उसको, कहा कि हमारे आज बड़गाम में शूटिंग है, इधर देखो। वो तो गेट पे निकली उस दरवाजे पे, तो उन्होंने फायर खोला, वहाँ से फायर 2-3 मारा उनको, इतना ही पता है। फिर मैंने नमाज खत्म किया, तब तक वो भाग चुके थे।
India Today has found out that Amreen was being regularly trolled and shamed by radical Muslim handles on her social media profiles for her videos. A month leading up to the murder, comments on her Instagram profile turned into blatant threats and intimidation. Comments read, "Aren't you ashamed to dance and upload videos as a Muslim woman? I know where you live. You have brought shame to Kashmir." And after her murder, there was celebration, with laughing emojis and one even shockingly stating, "Dance in hell now, well done boys." Amreen is the latest victim in an orgy of terror unleashed by Pakistan-based terror groups in the Kashmir Valley, which has seen Kashmiri pundits, police personnel on leave, and non-local residents being murdered in targeted attacks. Bureau Report, India Today.
In less than 24 hours, the Indian Armed Forces gunned down the killers of Kashmiri TV actor Amreen Bhatt. Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists who had killed the TV actor and also injured her nephew have now been neutralized in Kashmir's Avantipura. This next report will tell you the details.
Justice for Kashmiri TV actor Amreen Bhatt.
ये जात है, एक कहावत है कश्मीर में, मुसलमान मुसलमान को मारता है। क्या करे, मेरी बेटी ने क्या किया उसको, क्या खाया उसको? अपना काम कर रहे हो, अपना बाप को पालता है, बेटी दूसरे बहन को पालता है, इसके बच्चे को पालता है। इसने क्या गुनाह किया उसने?
Within 24 hours of her murder, Bhatt's killers are eliminated. Two Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists allegedly behind the assassination were killed by security forces in an encounter in Avantipura. The police say both suspects were fresh terror recruits. They were allegedly acting on directions of Lashkar-e-Toiba commander Latif.
LT का टेररिस्ट मारा गया है और हम सब को याद है कि 2 दिन पहले एक टीवी एक्ट्रेस को मारा था। हम लोग तभी से उसको ट्रैक कर रहे थे, उसमें से दोनों मारे गए हैं। लतीफ के डायरेक्शन पर दोनों ने किल किया था।
Amreen Bhatt, who was accompanied by her nephew, was gunned down by the terrorist in front of her house on Wednesday. While Amreen succumbed to the shots, her 10-year-old nephew was injured. The child is still in shock.
मुझे दुकान पे जाना था, वहाँ से 2 लड़के आए, उन्होंने बोला अपनी मौसी को बुलाओ। मैंने जब बुलाया तो वो आई, उन्होंने बोला उसे बड़गाम में प्रोग्राम है, वो आ गई। फिर मेरी मौसी ने बोला उनको आप कौन हो? उन्होंने उसी वक्त गन निकाला और फायरिंग की। उसके बाद मुझे पता नहीं।
This attack came just days after Jammu and Kashmir constable was shot dead and his daughter fired at, sparking massive condemnation and a violent crackdown on terror.
नया ट्रेंड है टेररिस्ट का कि लोगों में टेरर फैलाना, भय फैलाना, इसलिए सिविलियन को, वुमेन्स को, छोटे बच्चों को टारगेट कर रहा है।
मरकजी सरकार है वो जूं की तू है, उनकी जो उनकी मस्कुलर पॉलिसी है, दबाव की पॉलिसी है, दोन्स की पॉलिसी है, उसका ये नतीजा है कि दिन ब दिन जम्मू कश्मीर में हालात बेहतर होने के बजाय बिगड़ रहे हैं।
Justice for Amreen delivered. Now to ensure justice for Safa. With Ashraf Ani in Srinagar, Bureau Report, India Today.
On 24th May, constable with the Jammu and Kashmir police, who was on leave at his home, was shot dead by jihadi terrorists while he walked out of his house to drop his daughter to a tuition center nearby. The 9-year-old girl watching this killing clung to her father's arms, but these inhuman terrorists shot at her also. The killing of Saifullah Qadri has sent shockwaves across India for its sheer brutality by the terrorists. Take a look at this report.
This is 9-year-old Safa. Blooded by terrorists in Kashmir while her father was shot dead. On Tuesday, terrorists fired indiscriminately at Saifullah Qadri, constable of the Jammu and Kashmir police, who was on leave. He was targeted right outside his house in Saura's Ganai Mohalla in Srinagar. Watching the shots fired, this 9-year-old girl ran to save her father, clung to his arms as he battled for life. Heartless terrorists did not spare the child either and fired at her. Both received critical gunshot injuries and were rushed to the hospital, where the policeman succumbed. The child has suffered heavy blood loss, but is said to be stable at present.
पूरी सोसाइटी को सोसाइटी, कश्मीर सोसाइटी एज ए होल सोसाइटी को इसका क्रिटिसाइज करना चाहिए, इसको करना चाहिए, हम सब क्रिटिसाइज करना चाहिए। और टेररिस्ट की फैमिली को भी समझना पड़ेगा कि उनकी फैमिली को भी आगे आके टेररिस्ट के खिलाफ बोलना चाहिए।
One more innocent life has been snuffed out by radicalization and terrorism in Kashmir. Bureau Report, India Today. From a Kashmiri Pandit government employee Rahul Bhatt to wine shop employee from Rajouri Ranjit Singh to a Muslim woman actor Amreena Bhatt, Pakistan-backed radical Islamists have killed more than 5 residents at least of Jammu and Kashmir in just past 1 month. Remember, all of them were unarmed and innocent civilians, but all the murders were targeted killings. This report now coming up sheds some light on some of these killings that have happened in the past few days.
Rajouri, Bandipora, Baramulla, Sunjwan, Pakistan-sponsored terrorism continues to bleed Jammu and Kashmir, molding itself into new forms such as hybrid terrorism and now narco-terrorism.
पाकिस्तानी टेररिस्ट जो है पिस्टल यूज करता है। हैदरपुरा इनकाउंटर हो, चाहे हैदराबाद का इनकाउंटर हो या खनियार का इनकाउंटर हो, इसमें जो पाकिस्तानी टेररिस्ट मारे गए सारे के पास से पिस्टल मिला है। पिस्टल से इसको कंसील करने में ईजी होता है, मूवमेंट में दिक्कत नहीं होती है और टारगेटिंग करना ईजी होता है। ये हम लोग के लिए एक इमर्जिंग नया थ्रेट है।
In a span of just 5 months, targeted killings have been on the rise. Hindu minorities, security forces, all are in the line of fire. Not just the mode of terror, the network itself is getting a revamp. New terror outfits have sprung which uses cadres of banned terrorist organizations like Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Hizbul Mujahideen. While forces across the border are trying hard to revive terrorism with sustained operations carried out by our security forces, at least 145 terrorists have been killed this year alone. The Naya Kashmir that is taking shape will not bow to terror. Bureau Report, India Today.
Terrorists killed innocent people in Kashmir Valley and also left behind orphaned children and families in shock. This report now brings focus on the children who are growing up without their parents, killed by gunmen supported by Pakistan.
Wake up, Dadu, the 3-year-old kept repeating between sobs. 65-year-old Bashir Ahmed Khan was dead. The construction work supervisor was caught in a crossfire in Sopore on 1st July 2020. Militants opened indiscriminate fire on a CRPF patrol party near model town of Sopore. Bashir Ahmed, with his grandson, was on his way to the construction site nearby, unaware of death lurking in the way. 52 kilometers from Srinagar, on that fateful morning, 3-year-old Ayad escaped unhurt physically, but scarred for the rest of his life by the militant firing. 1 CRPF personnel and 1 civilian killed. His grandfather was killed in the terror attack. Ayad and Safaz live in almost every house of Kashmir. September 2015. A screensaver on a mobile phone is the last photo that remains of 3-year-old Burhan. He was sitting on his father's lap when 2 armed men broke into their home in Jammu and Kashmir, Sopore, and opened fire. Burhan's father was a reformed terrorist. For 15 years, he has been trying to lead a life of a fruit seller with his family. But that didn't spare him or his son's life. Terrorist bullets killed them both. Burhan had just started going to school. These are children who bear the cross of terrorism in the valley. On 26 June 2021, a 10-month-old baby nestled in her mother's arms was kicked to the ground by 2 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. Almost the entire family of Special Police Officer Fayaz Ahmed Bhatt was wiped away that night by the terror outfit killers. The slain policeman's 21-year-old daughter died of bullet injuries a couple of days later. Her parents were shot dead in front of her at their home in Hariprigam village of Avantipora. Brandishing AK-47 rifles, terrorists come with their faces covered and they kill indiscriminately. Children become orphans if they survive, and their lives are destroyed forever. August 2021. A toddler was killed while 6 others were injured in a grenade attack on the BJP leader's house in Rajouri. The BJP leader and his 5-month-old son were injured. Veer Singh, the 2-year-old who succumbed to his injuries, was BJP leader Jasbir Singh's nephew. A terror bullet knows no religion, age or reason. It kills to thrive on misery and terror. Innocence of Kashmir pays the price each time the bullet kills or injures one more in the name of terror. Bureau Report, India Today.
Delhi court on 25th May awarded life imprisonment to terrorist and Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front chief Yasin Malik in a terror funding case. The NIA court found Yasin Malik guilty of 7 charges under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. Malik himself also pleaded guilty to these charges related to terror funding, spreading terrorism and anti-India secessionist activities in the Kashmir Valley, the case dating back to 2017. Here's a report on the life imprisonment sentence against Yasin Malik.
It has taken decades, but justice is finally done. Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front chief and terrorist involved in many attacks in the valley, Yasin Malik gets life imprisonment in a terror funding case. An NIA court in Delhi has found the JKLF leader guilty of 7 charges under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. The court has also imposed 10 lakh rupees fine on Malik.
On 18th of April, I was appointed as an amicus curiae. As on that day, in the Honorable Court, the Yasin Malik says that he don't want to contest the trial as he is ready to plead the guilty for the offences for which he is charged. I met him, Yasin Malik, twice in a Tihar jail, where I tried to convince him to rethink about his decision of pleading guilty. And today the matter was fixed for the argument on sentence, in which the Honorable Court has convicted him under 121 IPC and 17 UAPA, life imprisonment along with 10 lakh fine under Section 17 UAPA Act.
Ahead of the verdict, Malik's supporters gathered outside his house in Srinagar and started sloganeering. The police had to fire tear gas to disperse the protesters and restore normalcy.
जो इन पर और केसेस है हत्याओं के या माहौल वहाँ पर ख़राब करने के, पाकिस्तान के इशारों पर काम करने के, किसी का अपहरण किया, किसी को मारा गया, ये सब ये जो अपराध हैं जब साबित होंगे तो निश्चय ही इससे भी सख्त सज़ा होनी ही चाहिए। तो अभी टेरर फंडिंग का और हवाले का मामला है।
Malik had pleaded guilty to charges related to terror funding, spreading terror and secessionist activities in the Kashmir Valley in 2017. Malik is also accused of attacking Kashmiri Pandits and killing 4 Indian Air Force personnel in the valley. Nirmal Khanna, the wife of the slain squadron leader Ravi Khanna, who Yasin Malik allegedly killed, called the verdict a big win and added that Yasin should also be convicted for her martyr husband's murder.
एक ही प्रेसिडेंट बनाना चाहिए, एक कानून बनाना चाहिए। जैसे इतने कानून बने हैं, उसमें कानून जो है देश विद्रोह में जो कानून है उनको थोड़ा सा हटके और कड़े तरीके से तैयार करना चाहिए, ताकि आने वाली जनरेशन्स को ये मैसेज जाए कि हमने देश हित में खड़े होना है, देश द्रोह के लिए हमें अपने आप को तैयार नहीं करना।
Malik is also facing trial for the kidnapping of Rubaiya Saeed, daughter of the then Union Home Minister Mufti Muhammad Saeed, in December 1989. Rubaiya was freed in exchange for 5 terrorists. Among the first homegrown terror leaders of Kashmir, Malik has lost clout in the valley over the last few decades. With Kamaljit Sandhu in New Delhi, Sunilji Bhatt in Jammu and Ashraf Wani in Srinagar, Bureau Report, India Today.
As I wrap up this bulletin, it is pertinent to remember that the security agencies and the courts are ensuring that terrorists do not get away. But the question for you is, what as a society are we doing to ensure that radicalization and terrorism in Kashmir Valley does not increase? A question for the sake of our children in Jammu and Kashmir. Thank you for watching. Take care.
You are watching
Fashion industry is all about new designs, styles and creations. Well, now fashion designers have a new playground for their creations, the Metaverse. This digital world where thanks to an avatar that gives us a virtual twin, we can evolve and act just as we would in the real world. We enter it through wearing a virtual reality headgear or by watching a computer or smartphone screen. The Metaverse is a space for experimentation and testing out new products, allowing designers to push the boundaries of their creativity. This has economic advantages too. By testing out their collection in the Metaverse, they can then analyze public reaction in it and adapt demand accordingly to avoid surplus production and unsold items in the real world. In other words, an eco-friendly approach. For other designers, their creations will stay digital. On specialized platform, brands commercialize their virtual clothes by attaching to them an NFT or a non-interchangeable unit of data stored on a blockchain that can be sold and traded using cryptocurrency. This kind of marketing saves brands from their worst nightmare: fakes flooding the marketplace. With the second-hand market booming, reselling a pair of virtual shoes associated with an NFT will give the designer royalties on each transaction. Some brands link a virtual fashion item with its counterpart in reality.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
It's the biggest football game of the year, featuring two of the biggest clubs in the world.
Fans from Liverpool and Real Madrid trickle into Paris. Catch all the fans' reactions, celebration and excitement live from Paris.
Watch a special build-up exclusively on India Today at these times on Saturday.
So sorry.
जीरो चेक कर लो भैया। और नहीं जी नहीं, विश्वास है आप पे। पेट्रोल पंप पे आके गाड़ी अब मुस्काई है। अर्ज किया है पेट्रोल पंप पे आके गाड़ी अब मुस्काई है। चुन्नू मुन्नू दी गड्डी पे फाइनली रौनक आई है। नाच रहा है एक्सेलरेटर और नाच रहा है अब मीटर। अरे नाच रहा है एक्सेलरेटर और नाच रहा है अब मीटर। बड़े दिनों के बाद सबने टंकी भूल कर आई है। कम कर दिए दाम, नहीं करे लिफ्ट। आपको दे रहे हैं सेंटर की तरफ से ये गिफ्ट। मित्रों,
It's the biggest football game of the year, featuring two of the biggest clubs in the world.
Fans from Liverpool and Real Madrid trickle into Paris. Catch all the fans' reactions, celebration and excitement live from Paris.
Watch a special build-up exclusively on India Today at these times on Saturday.
So sorry.
जीरो चेक कर लो भैया। और नहीं जी नहीं, विश्वास है आप पे। पेट्रोल पंप पे आके गाड़ी अब मुस्काई है। अर्ज किया है पेट्रोल पंप पे आके गाड़ी अब मुस्काई है। चुन्नू मुन्नू दी गड्डी पे फाइनली रौनक आई है। नाच रहा है एक्सेलरेटर और नाच रहा है अब मीटर। अरे नाच रहा है एक्सेलरेटर और नाच रहा है अब मीटर। बड़े दिनों के बाद सबने टंकी भूल कर आई है। कम कर दिए दाम, नहीं करे लिफ्ट। आपको दे रहे हैं सेंटर की तरफ से ये गिफ्ट। मित्रों,
You are watching India Today.
PM's massive Gujarat outreach assures farmers of relief in the coming days, says double-engine Sarkar has lifted Gujarat. Prime Minister Modi also inaugurated the newly built Matushri KDP Multispeciality Hospital in Rajkot, addressed a mega event to woo Patel voters. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhabi announced a drafting committee to implement the Uniform Civil Code. Opposition attacks the UCC panel, calling it an unconstitutional and anti-minorities move. And suspense mounts over 8-hour Gyanvapi survey report. The Varanasi court will release a highly anticipated survey video on Monday. Both the mosque panel and the Hindu side opposed video release. From Mandya to Bidar, clamour grows to reclaim allegedly demolished temples in Karnataka. Hindu outfit Vishwa Hindu Parishad has now demanded madrasa run by the Jama Masjid vacated. It now be vacated. They're asking for it. Now claims are that one of that mosque was built on a Hanuman temple. A horrific assault. A 29-year-old woman was allegedly stabbed by the TRS leader Habib with sharp-edged weapon on a busy street in Hyderabad. Now, the fire over the Gyanvapi Mandir Masjid dispute had reached Deoband. The issue was raised at the two-day gathering of Jama Ulama-e-Hind, where the chief of the group, Maulana Mahmood Madani, has claimed that it was getting difficult for Muslims to walk on the streets. The Muslim cleric and former MP has claimed that Muslims were being provoked and their patience now being tested. The comment comes amid the issue of Gyanvapi Mosque, where an alleged shivling was found during the court-ordered survey. BJP has slammed Madani's comments, calling it an attempt to disrupt communal harmony.
अगर जमीयत उलमा का ये फैसला है कि हम जुल्म को बर्दाश्त कर लेंगे, अगर जमीयत उलमा का ये फैसला है कि हम दुखों को सह लेंगे लेकिन अपने मुल्क पर आंच नहीं आने देंगे, तो ये फैसला कमजोरी की वजह से नहीं है बल्कि जमीयत उलमा की ताकत की वजह से है।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी शुचिता के साथ पूरे देश के सभी नागरिकों को साथ लेकर के चलती है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जो नारा दिया, सबका साथ सबका विकास सबका विश्वास, उसी के तहत हम सब काम करते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना के तहत सभी गरीबों को मकान मिले हैं, उसमें हमारे मुस्लिम समाज के भी भाई हैं और सब लोग हैं। इस प्रकार की बातें भारत के संदर्भ में कहना बिल्कुल उचित नहीं है।
All right, let me cut across to Shreya Chatterjee joining us more on that. Shreya, a quick word on this Muslim leader who says that it's increasingly becoming difficult for Muslims to walk on the streets and their patience are being tested. They feel harassed and marginalized at this point. Take us through exactly what was his sentiments while he spoke.
Well, Nabila, this meeting was actually held by the Jamiat Ulema Hind, and this was a national governing body meeting where the President, Mahmood Asad Madani, he broke down also while addressing the gathering, saying that there is an atmosphere of negativity towards the minority community, and he also said that it's a time when their patience is being tested. However, he said that they will not respond in the line that the minority community is right now being expected to respond to. The other rhetoric that we saw across all speakers in that gathering was they wanted the 14th of March to be observed as the International Islamophobia Day. So that's something that was also, given a call in that very meeting. There are resolutions that the governing body is looking forward to pass. They say this is a roadmap to come forward with a constructive policy so that there could be a positive approach towards the minority community. So they are right now, this is a 2-day meeting that will go on till tomorrow. But if you talk about the president of Jamaat Ulema Hind, he was very categorically saying that there is an atmosphere of divisive politics where the minority community is facing harassment.
All right. You know, at this point, the leader says that people are finding it hard to walk on the streets. When he said that, it seems like there was high sentiments running at this point while he was on that stage. And also further goes on to say that this is increasingly becoming difficult for them to bear.
Well, yes, Nabila. If I exactly say what he mentioned on the stage, he said that we see leaders speak about Akhand Bharat. However, when we see the current scenario, then the Muslims feel increasingly threatened to walk on the streets. What is the mention of Akhand Bharat if we don't feel safe? So that was the line that on which he spoke. We also saw that the crowd erupted in cheers when that statement was made. So there was a reception of the sentiment that Madani was also speaking and evoking amongst the crowd. But largely there was this unanimous call that was being given from across the speakers that the Muslim community is facing harassment, and they wanted to come forward with some resolutions and roadmap on what could be done. Now, one more thing, Nabila, that I would want to say, they acknowledge the fact that issues like Gyan Vapi and Qutub Minar, and in past the issue of Ayodhya, is something that has not been historically dealt correctly. So probably there should be a better dialogue, and to ensure that these issues are dealt correctly. That was also an acknowledgement that they mentioned from that very state. So tomorrow's day become extremely crucial as they hope to pass on a few more resolutions. But one thing that they ask for is a national day to mark Islamophobia, and also they want a separate law for punishing people who incite violence. Those are a few of the resolutions that were passed today. Some more will be coming in tomorrow.
All right, thank you very much, Shreya, for joining us with those details. But here we're looking at a Muslim cleric who says that it's increasingly becoming difficult for Muslims to walk on the streets as they're being targeted. In fact, this comes in the wake of the Gyan Vapi controversy. The fire over this Gyan Vapi Mandir Masjid dispute has really reached Deoband now. The issue is also raised, it was raised at that two-day gathering of the Jamaat-ul Hind, where chief of the group, Maulana Mahmood Madani, has claimed that it is now becoming increasingly difficult for Muslims to walk on the streets. In fact, this Muslim cleric and former MP has also claimed that Muslims are being provoked and their patience increasingly being tested. The comment comes amid the issue of Gyan Vapi Mosque, where an alleged shivling was found during the court-ordered survey. BJP has slammed Madani's comments, calling it an attempt to disturb communal harmony. Let's have a listen to his reaction on that once again.
अगर जमीयत उलमा का ये फैसला है कि हम जुल्म को बर्दाश्त कर लेंगे, अगर जमीयत उलमा का ये फैसला है कि हम दुखों को सह लेंगे लेकिन अपने मुल्क पर आंच नहीं आने देंगे, तो ये फैसला कमजोरी की वजह से नहीं है बल्कि जमीयत उलमा की ताकत की वजह से है।
All right, now the Jamaat-ul-Ulama-e-Hind held a huge gathering of Muslim bodies in Uttar Pradesh's Deoband amid this row involving Gyan Vapi Mosque and Qutub Minar. The meeting was organized to discuss issues surrounding mosques in Gyan Vapi, Mathura, as well as monuments such as Qutub Minar. In fact, the Jamaat-ul-Hind passed a memorandum against alleged Islamophobia amid ongoing Mandir Masjid row. 3 proposals were also passed at that meet. The Muslim outfit claims that Muslims are being maligned across India. The outfit is set to hold another massive gathering in UP's Deoband tomorrow, where at least 5,000 Muslim organizations are all set to participate. Meanwhile, the BJP has slammed the Muslim outfit's gathering, claiming that it's spreading hate and promoting fear-mongering.
Ever since the Gyan Vapi matter has come to court, there are certain gangs of Papi in the name of Gyan Vapi and Samvidhan Papi who are trying to constantly incite, fearmonger, provoke for the sake of vote bank politics. Today a huge gathering has been called in Deoband. One hopes that there is no fearmongering and incitement done in the name of vote bank politics, like we have seen from the likes of Asaduddin Owaisi and Akbaruddin Owaisi, who have been constantly trying to provoke. They went on the mazar of Aurangzeb.
ना किसी को डरने की जरूरत है, ना किसी को डराने की जरूरत है, ना किसी को भय का भौकाल खड़ा करने की जरूरत है और ना भ्रम का भूत खड़ा करने की जरूरत है। जहाँ तक सवाल है कानून अपना काम कर रहा है। कोर्ट में कोई मैटर है तो कोर्ट के फैसले का इंतजार करना चाहिए और देश के सौहार्द को बिगाड़ने की किसी को भी इजाजत नहीं दी जा सकती। सभी लोगों की ये सामूहिक जिम्मेदारी है कि देश के भाईचारा, देश की एकजहती, देश का सौहार्द किसी भी तरह से बिगड़ने ना पाए, किसी तरह से भी बिगाड़ने की कोशिश न होने पाए।
जो है आपका ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद का मुद्दा है, ये कोई आज के पैदा थोड़ी हुए, इतने अरसे से चल रहा है, हर जमाने में रहा है। तो क्या इसके देश हमारा रुक गया? ये ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद और ये मंदिर वहाँ पहले से है, सब लोग इबादत करते रहे, हिंदू अपने हिसाब से कर रहे हैं, मुसलमान अपने हिसाब से कर रहे हैं, लेकिन क्या हमारा देश रुक गया? नहीं, हमारा देश चलता रहा और हम उसको इस मुद्दे के साथ साथ भी हम साथ में काम करते रहे। तो अब ऐसा क्यों, अचानक ऐसा क्यों कि बिल्कुल सड़क के ऊपर जंग छिड़ जाए? तो हमारा यही कहना है कि ये मुद्दे हैं।
Now, advocate for the Hindu petitioner in the Gyanvapi Shringar Gauri case has claimed that attempts were made to remove evidence from the Gyanvapi premises and that alertness of the security personnel prevented removal and destruction of the evidence. The Masjid Intizamiya Committee has claimed there are diversionary tactics as there is evidence of a fountain which the Hindu side claimed was a shivling. Here's a report on that.
Sensational claim made by the lawyer for the Hindu petitioner in the Gyanvapi case in Varanasi. Advocate Vishnu Shankar Jain claimed that an attempt was made to tamper with the evidence in the Gyanvapi case at the mosque premises.
मेरा क्लेम ये है कि जब ये उनके पोजीशन में था, इसको एक फव्वारा बनाने की कोशिश की गई है और इसमें छेद किया गया है और वो चक्री जो इनकी पूरी थ्योरी है फाउंटेन की, वो वहाँ से उत्पन्न हो रही है। इसलिए मेरा ये कहना है कि ये जो इन्होंने छेद किया है इसमें, ये इंटेंशनली किया है और इसको फव्वारा बताने की कोशिश की है, जो कि एकदम गलत है।
The Hindu side has made a huge claim that an half-inch thick and 63 centimeters deep hole was made into the oval-shaped structure they describe as the shivling.
एडवोकेट कमीशन की जो रिपोर्ट है उसमें स्पष्ट रूप से लिखा हुआ है कि उसमें 63 सेंटीमीटर का छेद है और वो छेद जाहिर सी बात है हम लोगों ने नहीं किया क्योंकि वो हमारे पोजीशन में नहीं था। पिछले 40-50 सालों से वो एरिया, अपर एरिया जो मस्जिद का है जहाँ पे शिवलिंग मिला है, वो मुस्लिम पक्ष के कब्जे में था और जिसको वजू खाना बनाने की कोशिश की गई।
The Hindu side also claims that an attempt was made to remove a disc-like object from the basement of the Gyanvapi premises after the place was sealed on orders of the court, and that alert security personnel prevented the removal of the evidence in the form of a disc-shaped object similar to the shape that was found on top of the structure, being described as the holy shivling.
कोरोबोरेटेड बाय गवाही जो वहाँ के केयर टेकर है, उनसे पूछा गया कि इसके ऊपर क्या रखा है आपने, तो उन्होंने कहा कि इसके ऊपर फव्वारा चलता था जो 12 साल पहले चलता था, फिर बोला 20 साल पहले चलता था। और उसके बाद नेक्स्ट कोरोबोरेशन ये है कि अभी रिसेंटली वहाँ से कुछ लोग, एक चक्री थी जो स्टोर रूम में रखी हुई थी मस्जिद के, वहाँ से उसको ले जा रहे थे। जब सीआरपीएफ ने मना कर दिया तो उसको वापस अंदर रख दिया गया क्योंकि वो रेड जोन है, ना उसमें कोई सामान ले जा सकता है ना ला सकता है।
The Gyanvapi Masjid Intizamiya Committee, on the other hand, has disputed the claims of the structure being a shivling or an attempt being made to drill a hole in the structure. They insist there was no tampering with evidence either with the structure or at the premises, especially with the entire sealed off area now being in control of the Central Reserve Police Force.
झूठ की भी कोई सीमा होती है। ऐसा झूठ बोलने और झूठ को बढ़ावा देने वालों के लिए हमारी गुजारिश है कि कम से कम सीमा के अंदर झूठ ही अगर बोलना है तो कम से कम सीमा के अंदर तो रहकर झूठ बोले। आप खुद अंदाज़ा लगाइए कि जिस दिन ये सब मामला सामने आया है उसी दिन से वो वज़ू खाना सील कर दिया गया, तो कौन जाकर छेड़छाड़ कर रहा है उससे?
There are no details yet in public domain when the attempt was allegedly made to remove the evidence from the premises or to drill a hole in the structure being described as the shivling by the Hindu side. Advocate Vishnu Shankar Jain claims they will bring up the matter in court. With Samarth Srivastav and Kumar Abhishek in Varanasi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Meanwhile, the Kerala police is cracking down on those in connection with the PFI sloganeering case after a viral video emerged of a young boy in a PFI rally chanting hate slogans. 18 more people have been arrested this Saturday in connection with the sloganeering case, while the father of a 10-year-old boy who has been taken into custody. In fact, the Kerala court has now come down heavy over this provocative slogans raised during the PFI rally. Kerala High Court even directed police officials to take strict action against those responsible. The young boy in this video could be seen chanting hate slogans against other communities during the PFI rally, thus sparking wide condemnation.
എല്ലായിട്ട് പറയുന്നത് മുമ്പ് പിടിച്ച മുദ്രാവാക്യത്തിൽ വിഭിന്നമായിട്ട് ഇത്തവണ ക്രൈസ്തവരെയും ഹൈന്ദവർക്കും എതിരായിട്ടുള്ള മുദ്രാവാക്യം പിടിച്ചു മുസ്ലിക്കും രാജിവെക്കണമെന്നുള്ള തരത്തിലുള്ള മുദ്രാവാക്യം പിടിച്ചെന്നാണ് പറയുന്നത്. അതിനെതിരെയാണ് ഈ ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള പോലീസ് ഭാഗത്തു നിന്നൊക്കെ ശക്തമായ നടപടി വേണമെന്നുള്ള ആവശ്യം വരുന്നത്. അത് എന്തെങ്കിലും കരുതിക്കൂട്ട് പിടിച്ചിരുന്നാണോ അതോ
അങ്ങനെ അത് നേരത്തെ ഉള്ളതൊന്നും അതിൽ കൂട്ടിച്ചേർത്തിട്ടൊന്നുമില്ല. ഇത് ഈ മുദ്രാവാക്യം
ആലപ്പുഴ പോലീസ് വന്ന് ആലപ്പുഴ പോലീസിന് കൈമാറി ആലപ്പുഴ പോലീസ് വീണ്ടും ചോദ്യം ചെയ്തതിനു ശേഷം അറസ്റ്റ് രേഖപ്പെടുത്തി ബാക്കി നിയമ നടപടികൾ സ്വീകരിക്കും. കുട്ടിയുടെ വീട്ടിൽ തന്നെയാണ് ചൈൽഡ് ലൈനുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് നമ്മൾ അതിനുള്ള കൗൺസിലിംഗ് കൊടുക്കാനുള്ള ഇടപാടുകൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത്.
Now, the PFI hate sloganeering case has led the LDF government's opposition now to question how permission for this rally was attained by the PFI. Let's have a listen to some of those political reactions.
I think there has to be accountability in this country. I think all these people who are involved in this kind of things must be in jail. They should not be allowed even bail because they are a threat to the nation. And the earliest the Chief Minister take action, he has the courage to take action, I think will be the better. And I think Congress also, I think they must also change their attitudes. We can't allow this kind of people to be running things in this country.
ഗുരുതരമായിട്ടുള്ള ഇന്റലിജൻസ് റിപ്പോർട്ട് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. സംസ്ഥാന ഗവൺമെന്റ് ആ റിപ്പോർട്ട് അവഗണിച്ചതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഇത്രയും ദുരന്തം ഉണ്ടായത്. ആലപ്പുഴയിലെ PFI റാലിയെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് അത് നിരോധിക്കണമെന്നുള്ള ഇന്റലിജൻസ് റിപ്പോർട്ട് എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് അവഗണിച്ചതെന്ന് മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി വ്യക്തമാക്കണം. കലാപമുണ്ടാക്കാൻ ആസൂത്രിതമായിട്ടുള്ള നീക്കം നടക്കുന്നുവെന്നുള്ള പോലീസ് റിപ്പോർട്ട് അവഗണിക്കാൻ ആരാണ് നിർദ്ദേശം കൊടുത്തത്? ആരാണ് ആലപ്പുഴയിലെ PFI റാലിക്ക് അനുമതി കൊടുത്തത്? കാതലായ പ്രശ്നം ആലപ്പുഴയിൽ കലാപമുണ്ടാക്കാൻ ആഹ്വാനം നടത്തുന്ന പ്രകോപനപരമായ പരിപാടി നടത്താൻ എന്തിന് സർക്കാർ അനുമതി കൊടുത്തു എന്നുള്ളതാണ്.
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to Akshaya joining us more on that. Akshaya, we know that this rally that was conducted by the PFI, all eyes and focus on how they got permission, what kind of hate mongering that was carried out in that rally, and more importantly, that small young boy who was chanting hate slogans being carried on a shoulder of a PFI member. His father has now been detained and booked. Take us through exactly what the police is now investigating into as they crack down on this massive rally by the PFI.
Nabila, it's a very shocking incident that had come to light from Kheda, where a child was, making slogans, hate slogans against Hindus and Christians. And it was seen that it was a PFI rally, and immediately it was flagged up, and it did send out shockwaves across the state. And immediately we had seen how the police officials start working on trying to nab the people behind it. We had also seen how the PFI officials had also stated that they did not have anything to do with it. It was a long rally, and people in different sections were having different slogans raised. Meanwhile, today we're hearing the father of the child speaking out, and he said that the child had picked up the slogan from the CAA protest and the NRC protest that had taken place in the state earlier, and during multiple protests, these slogans were raised, and that's how the child had learned about this entire slogan. And we'd also heard not just the child, but others also repeating that slogan, not correcting the child at that moment of time as well. And meanwhile, the father has also gone on to say that this was a slogan that was raised against the Sangh Parivar and not against the Hindus or the Christians in the state. And he also goes on to say that when no issue was created during the CAA NRC protest, why now? Why harass my child? And meanwhile, the police officials have taken into custody 18 people, including the father of the child. And he has gone on to say that, the father is being questioned by the Alapura police, and the Alapura police, after investigation, will be booking charges against him and recording his arrest as well. And meanwhile, the child is being given counseling by the Childline from Kerala as well. So that way, help is being provided to the child. But Nabila, we need to dig deeper into this issue, because the kind of slogans that was raised, if it was raised earlier as well, then why were no actions taken then? And how did the LDF give permission for such a rally? These are very pertinent questions that have been raised, and the Chief Minister as well as the other dignitaries and other officials of the state will be responsible to answer how there was a lapse in, properly channelizing such a massive protest that had been conducted in Kerala.
Thank you very much, Akshay, for joining us with those details. All right, shifting focus here, Indigo Airline is now staring at a 5 lakh rupee penalty for refusing boarding to a specially able child in Ranchi. The Directorate General of Civil Aviation imposed this fine on Indigo. The special needs child was refused boarding at the Ranchi airport, sparking wide condemnation from citizens. Indigo has claimed that they refused boarding as the child was in a state of panic. The DGCA, in its probe there, has stated that had Indigo's ground staff behaved in a more compassionate manner, then there wouldn't have been the need for this child to be deboarded. All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, Uttarakhand Chief Minister announces a drafting committee to implement the Uniform Civil Code. More details up next.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching You are watching India Today.
Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami led government on Friday has announced a drafting committee to implement the Uniform Civil Code in the state. In this notification, Dhami led government has stated that the panel will examine the report on all relevant laws governing the individual civil affairs of all citizens residing in Uttarakhand. The committee will be chaired by Supreme Court Justice Ranjana Prakash Desai, retired. Other members of the committee are also former Sikkim High Court Chief Justice Pramod Kohli, former Uttarakhand Chief Secretary Shatrugna Singh, Doon University Vice Chancellor Surekha Dangwal and social activist Manu Gaur. Opposition has now slammed the UCC implementation panel, calling it unconstitutional and anti-minorities.
जस्टिस संजना देसाई के अध्यक्षता में एक 5 सदस्यीय कमेटी हमने गठित कर दी है। हम जो कहते हैं वो करते हैं और हमने पहले ही कहा था कि हम इस पर हमारी सरकार ने निर्णय ले लिया है। चुनाव से पहले हमने संकल्प लिया था। चुनाव के बाद पहली जो हमारी मंत्रिमंडल की बैठक हुई थी, पहली शपथ ग्रहण के बाद हमने उसमें ये सर्वसम्मति से फैसला ले लिया था कि हम उत्तराखंड के अंदर सभी के लिए समान नागरिक संहिता लाएंगे और उसके लिए कमेटी बनाएंगे। आज हमने वो कमेटी बना दी है और कमेटी जल्दी ही ड्राफ्ट तैयार करेगी और ड्राफ्ट तैयार होने के बाद हम उसको लागू करेंगे।
सरकार की नीयत बहुत साफ है, किसी को तंग और परेशान करने की नीयत नहीं है। जो ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जो देश के लिए खतरा है, प्रदेश के लिए तो है ही है, साथ में देश के लिए भी खतरा है, तो वो कैसे यहाँ पर बिना परमिशन के यहाँ आ रहे हैं, कैसे रह रहे हैं, उनकी एक्टिविटीज़ क्या है, वो क्या कर रहे हैं, इन सारी चीज़ों को देखते हुए कॉमन सिविल कोड की बात मुख्यमंत्री जी ने कही है, जिसका सभी ने समर्थन किया है, पूरा प्रदेश साथ में है।
देखिए, जो वादा उत्तराखंड के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री जी पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी ने चुनावों से पहले किया था कि लिंग न्याय, महिला सशक्तिकरण के लिए वो प्रदेश में यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड को लागू करने की प्रक्रिया शुरू करेंगे, आज उस वादे को वो पूर्ण तरीके से निभाने का काम कर रहे हैं और इसीलिए आज एक कमेटी भी गठित की गई है। परंतु यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के नाम पर मिस इन्फॉर्म करने वाली जो अनसिविल कमेटी है, वो बार बार इस मामले पर भी अब राजनीति पर उतर आई है।
यूनिफॉर्म में करना मैं समझता हूँ कि मुश्किल ज़रूर है, लेकिन अगर राज्य सरकार की ये का प्रयास है तो ठीक है, वो उसका मसवदा तैयार करे और मसवदा को पेश करे और उस पर बहस होनी चाहिए, उस पर चिंतन होना चाहिए। अगर ये इतना आसान होता यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड, तो ये कब का बन गया होता।
All right, for more information on that, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app. For more, stay tuned. News and updates on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@ajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
It's the biggest football game of the year, featuring two of the biggest clubs in the world.
Fans from Liverpool and Real Madrid trickle into Paris. Catch all the fans' reactions, celebration and excitement live from Paris.
Watch a special build-up exclusively on India Today at these times on Saturday.
So sorry.
जीरो चेक कर लो भैया। और नहीं जी नहीं, विश्वास है आप पे। पेट्रोल पंप पे आके गाड़ी अब मुस्काई है। अर्ज किया है पेट्रोल पंप पे आके गाड़ी अब मुस्काई है। चुन्नू मुन्नू दी गड्डी पे फाइनली रौनक आई है। नाच रहा है एक्सेलरेटर और नाच रहा है अब मीटर। अरे नाच रहा है एक्सेलरेटर और नाच रहा है अब मीटर। बड़े दिनों के बाद सबने टंकी भूल कर आई है। कम कर दिए दाम, नहीं करे लिफ्ट। आपको दे रहे हैं सेंटर की तरफ से ये गिफ्ट। मित्रों,
The eyes of the entire footballing world will be on Paris tonight, because what we're about to witness is arguably the biggest game in football of the year, and it has become even bigger considering you have two footballing giants going head to head. On one side you've got Real Madrid from Spain, and on the other you've got Liverpool from England, and between these two clubs 19 UEFA Champions League titles have been decided. Who will it be tonight? That's what is going to be our focus in the next half an hour. I'm Nikhil Naz, and guess what? We are also going to take you live to Paris, because that's where all the action is. Joining us from there would be our correspondent Himanshu Dikshit. We'll try and get the entire atmosphere, how it's building up, what the fans are up to. Also joining us, a former Liverpool player in Mark Seagraves. We'll get to him. He'll help us analyze the game. We're building it up exclusively on India Today. But let me start with you, Himanshu. You're in effectively ground zero. That's where I can see you're already turned into a fan. I see the Liverpool scarf on you. But I believe at the moment the entire city of Paris has turned red, because close to 60-70,000 fans have come across the border.
Well, Nikhil, I've been living in Paris for 8 years, and I have never seen so many Englishmen here for obvious reasons. And the City of Lights has turned into City of Red. And as they say, do as the Romans do. So I have turned into a Liverpool fan. And with me, I have a lot of red Indian Britishers who are here, who are supporting Liverpool. Hey. Thank you so much for joining us. First of all, what do you think will happen tonight? Of course, according to you, Liverpool will win, but how much?
This game's going to be spectacular. I think it's going to be a 2-0 today. And Mane's been knocking on that door. I think Sadio's going to score the first. And then the script's written for Mo Salah to just put the icing on the cake. 2-0.
How do you guys plan to celebrate tonight if they win?
Well, it's a big, big day today. It's also my big 50th birthday, so I think it's going to be the icing on the cake, and we're going to celebrate all the way through the night.
What about you?
Yeah, well, we're going to celebrate. Yeah, we're all together. It's his birthday, and we had a great time last night celebrating. But tonight, it's even going to be better with the win. Yeah, against Real Madrid, 2-0.
And what about you? You have been to previous Champions League finals. Can you tell me which one is this one yours for?
Well, this is my 5th one. So I've done 2005 in Istanbul, the famous AC Milan 3-0 down. Athens, unlucky. Then we went to Kiev, the Real Madrid at the elbow. And then Madrid, fantastic, sunny Madrid. And now this is my 5th one.
And who do you think in Real Madrid scares you, if at all there is somebody?
If we don't keep an eye on the mastermind himself, Luka Modric, he can then open us up and destroy us. So long as we've got an eye on him, I think the rest are easy. Virgil van Dijk will have Benzema in his pocket, so we don't even fearful of him at all.
What about you? Why do you support Liverpool, and what made you come to Paris? Can you come here a bit closer to me?
Right, okay. So ever since a child, first ever game I was taken to was a Liverpool game. Ever since then, I've been a supporter. Yeah, so coming to Paris had to be done. Yeah, it's a final against one of the two best clubs in Europe. Yeah, had to be here, especially for my friend's birthday as well.
What's your prediction for the score tonight?
It's going to be 2 or 3-0 to Liverpool.
And what about Mo Salah saying that it's a revenge? How do you take it? Like, do you think it's a revenge for Liverpool tonight?
Absolutely. I was there in Kiev. It hurt. The day was perfect. And there's some underhanded tactics played by Real Madrid. I think we're much more wiser, much more stronger mentally. And I think Jurgen Klopp's going to drive them through straight to the front.
Can you give us a bit of a Liverpool anthem or song for all our viewers back in India?
We conquered all of Europe and we're never going to stop. Paris down to Turkey. We've won the lot. But Paisley and Bill Shankly on the fields of Anfield Road. We're the loyal supporters and we come from Liverpool. The big shout out to in India today. Fantastic channel, and to my uncles in Mumbai and to Gujarat. Jai Shri Krishna, we're going to win Liverpool.
Well, Nikhil, I hope you got that.
Yep.
So clearly, Liverpool is going to win, according to all the fans over here. And I will not be surprised if that happens, considering how much support they have in Paris today.
All right, the game hasn't even started and we can already see the party has begun for all the Liverpool fans there. Himanshu, don't go anywhere because plenty more to talk to you about. Show us the sights and sound of Paris. We'll come back to you, but plenty on the show as well. While, you know, it is the biggest battle between two of the biggest clubs, let's take a look at which team actually holds the edge in Champions League encounter. Real Madrid at the moment are the most successful team in the history of the tournament. That's because they won this title a total of 13 times, and that's close to almost double of who is at the next position, and that is AC Milan. But Liverpool are chasing history themselves. Remember, they've got 6 titles. They would be aiming to be joint second, tied with AC Milan, but Real Madrid would want to extend that lead. The big clubs that are also part of the list, as you can see, Bayern Munich and Barcelona come in next with 6 and 5 titles respectively. So now you know what's at stake. That's why it's considered the biggest game of football in the year. But while it's the battle between two of the biggest clubs, there's also very interesting plots to this encounter. Now, because if there's Mo Salah on one side, there's Karim Benzema on the other. If Madrid have the pace of Vinicius Jr., Liverpool have a big goal scorer in Sadio Mane. So what will it be? 14th title for Real Madrid or 7th for the Reds? Here's how the two teams stack up ahead of the big encounter.
It's a clash of the titans in the Champions League final.
But is it too late? Carlo Ancelotti
13-time winners Real Madrid take on 6-time champions Liverpool in what surely is expected to be a mouth-watering clash.
Liverpool are back in front in the tie.
Liverpool may have missed out on an unprecedented quadruple due to Manchester City winning the Premier League, but they will be keen to add a 7th European title to their trophy cabinet.
Tucked it away, and that's
However, standing between them and the title are Real Madrid, who just don't know how to lose a game. And in Carlo Ancelotti, they have a manager who's won the trophy thrice, including once with the Real itself.
Gets too tight, and now there's a problem. He's quick.
Real Madrid also boasts of a better head-to-head record over Liverpool in the Champions League. And the last time these two sides met in the final was in 2018. And it was Real Madrid who ran out winners. But Liverpool have not forgotten about that match. Indeed, Mohamed Salah, who was forced off with a shoulder injury during the 2018 final, has already made his intentions clear.
I remember when I went out after 30 minutes or something, that was like the worst moment in my career. I was really down in that time because like playing the Champions League, I had a good season that time, and just playing the Champions League, you came off after 30 minutes, like the worst thing could happen to any football player. And after the game, I knew the result because I was in the hospital. I came back, I knew the result from Hindu, to be fair. And I was like, we cannot lose this way. Like I really was like, I never felt that feeling before in football.
Liverpool, however, will need to quell the threat of Karim Benzema and Vinicius Jr. Both have scored key goals in the Champions League knockout stages and work well in tandem. But Real also need to watch out for the threat of Mohamed Salah and Sadio Mane, both of whom have tasted wins in the Champions League final before and will be keen to do so again. For sure, in Paris, all roads will lead to Stade de France as the world awaits its new European club champions. Sports Bureau, India Today.
Let's get some analysis going now. Joining us is a former Liverpool player in Mark Seagraves. Mark, looking ahead to this big encounter. First up, Liverpool. I know that's not probably the stat that I should be sharing with an ex-Liverpool player, but I'll share it anyway. Liverpool have been winless in the last 5 encounters to Real Madrid in the Champions League. Drawing 1, losing 4. Will it be 6-time lucky for your former club?
Well, I'm hoping so. The quadruple is no longer available to them, so we'll settle for the treble. They owe Real Madrid one after, I think, 2018. So, yeah, I think Real Madrid will go into this game as slight underdogs. Liverpool will go in as favourites, which they weren't the last time they played. Liverpool are in scintillating form. They've had a few injuries, and the few injuries have come back now, and they're okay. So, it's a great game. We've seen Real Madrid, get lucky to a certain extent, scoring 2 in the last minutes of games and coming back against big teams. But they have the players as well within the ranks to cause Liverpool problems as well.
Okay, interesting there, Mark saying that Liverpool go in as favourite. But for Madrid, Karim Benzema will be the key. We know that. The man has scored 15 goals so far. But you reckon the Los Blancos are overly dependent on their French striker?
No, obviously you're going to be dependent. If you look across the board, Liverpool are dependent on Salah. Bayern Munich are dependent on Lewandowski. Spurs are dependent on Kane. So if you've got a player he scored 44 goals this season, Benzema, again, in all competitions. And every manager that's gone into Real Madrid has always played him. So he's obviously got some I think he's a world-class striker myself. And we've seen that in the games just in this year's Champions League, where he's, I think he scored a hat-trick against Chelsea. And he's got them back into the game. So he's absolutely fantastic. But the emergence as well of Vinicius Jr. on the left-hand side, he's had a great season this year. He scored and created lots of goals for Real Madrid. And that'll be an interesting battle for me, because that's where I think Liverpool could be the weakest, is defensively on the right-hand side, because I think Trent Arnold is better going forward than he is defending. So that'll be an interesting matchup for me.
All right, Mark, stay on with us. You talk about those subplots. We'll dwell a little bit more into that as we go along. But for the moment, we were talking about Karim Benzema for Real Madrid. But on the other hand, you've got Mo Salah for Liverpool. These are the top 2 strikers. Let's see how they match up. Now, since the start of 2017-18 season, Salah has scored 33 goals in the UEFA Champions League. And that's a lot of goals. And then he's also assisted 11 goals for the Reds during that period. So he's not only getting you the goals, he's also very, very crucial when it comes to the assist. Only Lewandowski and Mbappe have been involved in more goals compared to what Mo Salah has done. So what that tells you about Mo Salah is not just a goal-scoring machine, but he's very essential as a team player as well. Let's take a look at Benzema now. He scored 15 goals, in the UEFA Champions League this season. He's also chasing a few records, that of Ronaldo, who's at 17. Leading goal scorer in the competition this term is Karim Benzema. That's why, he's that danger man that everyone's marking at the moment. Now, only 2 goals behind CR7's all-time single-season record of 17. Now, that just tells you how good Karim Benzema has been for Real Madrid. Now, shifting our focus to the fans and the atmosphere in Paris, thousands of fans from both Madrid and Liverpool have descended on Paris ahead of the big Champions League final tonight. Both sets of supporters have reasons to believe that tonight it's going to be their team that will be lifting the trophy. Here's an exclusive report straight from the French capital that's been gripped by football fever.
We are the champions.
Hours to go for the big Champions League final, but the party has already begun. What with over 100,000 fans of both Liverpool and Real Madrid already in the French capital.
I mean, as we can see, the party has already started. So is it safe to assume that you're very confident against Real Madrid?
Yeah, we're confident. Obviously, I know there's lots of fans here already, so hopefully a lot more will be here, obviously, in the next few hours and tomorrow morning at the fan park.
It is Liverpool's third Champions League final in 5 seasons, and considering their star-studded team, fans are confident of winning their 7th European crown.
Who do you think will be the player of the match? Sean, turn around. That's who we think. That's who we think. So big Mo Salah fan. And what about you? Who do you think will score?
I think Mane will score at least one, and yeah, we'll win by a goal or two.
3-0 to Liverpool.
2-0. And who do you think will score?
I'm going to say that Liverpool, with Salah.
Salah gets 2. Bobby Firmino comes on as a substitute. He gets a 3rd. And 2 to Salah, 1 to Firmino.
Such bonhomie between both sets of fans is a rare sight, especially because the Reds are eyeing revenge from the Los Blancos for their heartbreaking loss at the same stage of the tournament 4 years ago.
Is there anyone in Real Madrid that you fear that you can...
Modric.
Not Karim Benzema?
No. Modric is the man who makes it all work, so...
While only 20,000 supporters, each from Liverpool and Real, will be officially allowed to watch the match at Stade de France, the rest of the travelling party are just happy being in the host city and soak in the festivities.
Right behind me is Stade de France in the suburbs of Paris, which will be hosting the biggest game of the football season so far, Real Madrid versus Liverpool in the final of the Champions League. There will be approximately 80,000 football fans in the stadium, and the match promises to be a modern-day classic, with the raw talent of Real Madrid taking on the guile and the perfection of Liverpool. In Paris, for India Today, Himanshu Dikshit.
Let's take you back to Paris live. Himanshu joins us there, just asked to go for that big game. Himanshu, I know that you're wearing that Liverpool scarf. Earlier you were talking to Liverpool fans. Is it because you're supporting the Reds, or you can't really find a Real Madrid supporter in the whole of Paris, or have you found someone at the moment?
Nikhil, you couldn't have asked a better question right now. I will just give you a bit more numbers. 60,000 Liverpool fans have actually flown into Paris. 20,000 go and watch the match. 40,000 are left scattered around the city and having their own time. But I have managed to find one Real Madrid fan who is very interesting, is wearing a very interesting jersey. Let me ask him a few questions. So, first of all, can you come here, please, and show what you have on the back?
On my back of my jersey.
So there you go. You have PSG, Chelsea and City over there, and he says that he will put Liverpool.
I'm going to put Liverpool on it tomorrow, but we need to win tonight. But we are going to win. I know it. We win 4 years ago in Kiev, 3-1 with 2 big mistakes of Karius.
Yes.
And now we have Benzema. Benzema is in French. He's a French player. He is going to win tonight in Saint-Denis, and after bring the Champions League, he can bring the golden ball.
Do you have any reply to him?
Listen, he knows there's no Sergio Ramos this time to help him cheat and break people's shoulders. This is going to be easy. And Benzema, you know, he's going to be sitting in Virgil van Dijk's pocket. He's not going to even touch the ball today.
I know he takes us. I think Mo Salah it's too thinking about the revenge. He wants a revenge. He's going to miss his penalty shootout. I tell 1-1 and penalty win on shootout. Penalty shootout, and Mo Salah is missing.
The final banter back to him. What do you have to say to him?
Listen, they've had their moments. They're finished. Ancelotti is now getting too old. He hasn't got the will in the way. Jurgen Klopp has got a machine here, drilled to completion, and this is going to be a complete. Total domination of football from Liverpool. They're going to win 2-0 within no penalties, no extra time. It's going to be done today.
No Jurgen Klopp, we have Ancelotti, only manager to have win the 5 big championship in Europe, the only manager to go to the 5th Champions League final. We know Ancelotti, the Champions League final, Real Madrid this year, it's amazing. 3 remontada, we can see it on my jersey. We know the mind is at the top.
Of his shirt now.
The mind is at the top. We know we are going to win.
Okay, final prediction. What do you think will be the scoreline tonight?
I tell him 1-1, and I think Real Madrid are going in penalty shootout, and it's Mo Salah who are going to miss his penalty because he's still thinking about the revenge of 2018.
Okay, and your final prediction for the score?
Oh, definitely a 2-0. I don't know what he's dreaming about penalties. He's going to have that chance today. Today is going to be a clinical, professional finish.
Well, there you go, Nikhil. You can clearly see there was a mild banter happening over there already. You can only imagine what will happen in Stade de France with 80,000 people watching tonight and having this multiplied by God knows how many numbers.
All right, I must say that I love that Real Madrid fan's jersey, very, very creative. And I also love the fact that he was all alone, surrounded by Liverpool fans, but he held his own. And it's going to be an exciting encounter, great banter between the two sets of supporters. Just imagine what the scenes would be like once the game gets going. But Himanshu, thanks so much for joining us and giving us those latest updates. But I'll go back to Mark. Mark, just still a bit more analysis to do. I was reading some stats that, Real Madrid's goalkeeper, Courtois, has saved more than 50 shots on goal this Champions League campaign. While this reflects very well on him, what does it tell you about Real Madrid's defense?
It tells you defensively they mightn't be that good, because if he's having to produce that many, it tells you that the team defensively, not just the defenders from the top to the back, is not great. But having said all of that, it'll be interesting to see how many opportunities they have the other end to score goals. Forget about the scoring of the goals. How many chances have they created that way? So I think Real Madrid and Liverpool to a certain extent, Liverpool have got their defensive unit really solid now. But these are the teams that can go out and score 3 and 4 and 5 goals in the space of 20 minutes. And, I can see a high-scoring game, Liverpool versus Real Madrid in the Champions League final. My goodness, because of the quality and the way they play the game now. It's a different game to what it was 20, 30 years ago when I was around. It's quicker, it's more fast-flowing. The systems are different. They create more opportunities and chances. And the defending is not as good. So, yeah, it's all of them things.
Okay, and finally, Mark, before we let you go, I want your predictions, and predictions based on a football analyst, not as a former Liverpool player.
My head says Liverpool. My heart says Liverpool. I'm going to go a Liverpool 3-1 win.
I should have expected that. But Mark Seagrave, thanks so much for taking our time and speaking to India today. As you can see, the stage is set for the biggest football game of the year. Will it be 14th title for Real Madrid, or will Liverpool land their 7th UEFA Champions League title? Well, all I can tell you as a neutral, let the best team win. Thanks so much for joining us on this special on India Today.
NFT is an acronym that stands for non-fungible token, which means guaranteed to be unique. The NFT is a digital certificate of authenticity associated with an object, which can be a digital file such as an image, a video, it could be an animation, photo, sound, or text. It proves that its owner is the sole legitimate holder. This certificate is theoretically tamper-proof and cannot be duplicated. It is designed using blockchain technology, which is a decentralized and secure network for storing and transmitting information that keeps track of transactions and has enabled the rise of cryptocurrencies. An NFT owner has a digital wallet in which they store the digital certificates they have purchased. NFTs introduce the notion of scarcity into sectors as diverse as art, music, design, video games, or even fashion. The system allows creators to earn income from their work when the NFT is resold. NFTs arrived to the general public in 2017 with the platform CryptoKitties, a game in which players can buy and breed digital kittens whose value has skyrocketed.
You are watching India Today.
Matushri.
जीरो चेक कर लो भैया। और नहीं जी नहीं, विश्वास है आप पे। पेट्रोल पंप पे आके गाड़ी अब मुस्काई है। अर्ज किया है पेट्रोल पंप पे आके गाड़ी अब मुस्काई है। चुन्नू मुन्नू दी गड्डी पे फाइनली रौनक आई है। नाच रहा है एक्सेलरेटर और नाच रहा है अब मीटर। अरे नाच रहा है एक्सेलरेटर और नाच रहा है अब मीटर। बड़े दिनों के बाद सबने टंकी भूल कर आई है। कम कर दिए दाम, नहीं करे लिफ्ट। आपको दे रहे हैं सेंटर की तरफ से ये गिफ्ट। मित्रों,
5 days of global brainstorm. 70 plus interviews. +20 panel discussions. India Today and Business Today leads the Davos coverage.
You are watching India Today.
Very good evening. You're watching India Today with me, Nabila Jamal, taking you through the top news. First, the headlines. Prime Minister's massive Gujarat outreach assures farmers of relief in the coming days, says double-engine Sarkar has lifted Gujarat. Prime Minister Modi has also inaugurated the newly built Matushri KDP Multispeciality Hospital in Rajkot and addressed a mega event to woo Patel voters. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami announced a drafting committee to implement the Uniform Civil Code. Opposition attacks the UCC panel, calling it an unconstitutional and anti-minorities move. Suspense mounts over 8-hour Gyanvapi survey report. The Varanasi court will release a highly anticipated survey video on Monday. Both the mosque panel and the Hindu side oppose video released. From Mandya to Bidar, clamour grows to reclaim demolished temples in Karnataka. Hindu outfit Vishwa Hindu Parishad has now demanded the madrasas run by the Jama Masjid be vacated. Claims that a mosque was built on once that prevailed, a Hanuman temple at that point. "18 people, including father of the boy who chanted hate slogans in a PFI rally in Kerala, has been arrested. Father, in fact, defends the boy, says he had learned slogans during anti-CAA and NRC rallies. At that point, there was no arrest. Why arrest now? Horrific assault caught on cameras. A 29-year-old woman was allegedly stabbed by a TRS leader, Habib, with sharp-edged weapon on a busy street in Hyderabad. All right, here's a big news and an update coming in on the Aryan Khan case. In fact, right after that whole ordeal, Aryan Khan and many of the co-accused went through post a charge sheet that was laid out. In fact, allegations that were laid out. Here is the NCB that comes out to say many of those allegations were not true. 7 big revelations here to take you through, but precisely what that report really says by the NCB says that the probe officer who carried out the investigation into the Aryan Khan case could have been motivated only to implicate Aryan Khan. The procedure to seize the mobile was not followed in the first place. Moreover, that report further says by the NCB, which in fact has given Aryan Khan and 5 others clean chit, has also said further that no seizure memo for Aryan's phone. They were not done as per protocols. A certain set of protocols needs to be followed by any investigating officer when they arrest and investigate into a matter, and those protocols were fully defined. No drugs recovered from Aryan Khan and those 5 others who were arrested. Of course, this also a big reason to why clean chit was given to Aryan Khan and 5 others. No medical examination, lack of sufficient evidence is what the NCB officer says very clearly, saying that there is lack of sufficient evidence to really implicate Aryan Khan and the 5 others who've been let off on a clean chit, saying that there was really nothing that could be probed into. When there is nothing, how can we implicate someone? How can we accuse someone of being guilty? Here, NCB further saying that Aryan Khan asked others not to carry drugs. In fact, the NCB further giving Aryan Khan a full clean chit, saying that Aryan Khan was a man who showed some kind of moral responsibility, also told his friends very clearly not to carry drugs. The other 5 accused who were also arrested and now have been given a clean chit, all of them, a bunch of them in fact, were owners and organizers of that event company. In fact, all right, let me quickly cut across to a full timeline of this case. Here's a big relief for Shah Rukh Khan's son, Aryan Khan. Undoubtedly, the Narcotics Control Bureau has been given a clean chit in this drug bust case. The NCB says there is no evidence against Bollywood superstar's son, Aryan Khan, and 5 others who were booked in this case but now been let off on a clean note. The Home Ministry has also asked the competent authority to take a look into Sameer Wankede's shoddy investigation into this entire case, saying that this could have been Wankede's conspiracy to lay out quite a plot to trap some of the accused in the case here, including Aryan Khan, who's now out free.
Shah Rukh Khan's son Aryan Khan gets a clean chit in the Cordelia cruise ship drug scandal that rocked the country last year. The Special Investigation Team of the Narcotics Control Bureau on Friday filed a 6,000-page charge sheet in a Mumbai NDPS court. While 14 people are charged, Aryan and 5 others are let off. The NCB says Aryan, who spent 26 days in jail as part of the investigation, was never in possession of drugs and there is no evidence he consumed any.
We found in our investigation that his friend stated in his own statement that the drug that he was carrying was not meant for Aryan. So the basic premise that a drug that was found on his friend was is baseless or fallacious.
The SIT has elaborated why a case was not made out against Aryan. Aryan did not undergo any medical test. His WhatsApp chats were not related to the case. Aryan did not take any drugs and dissuaded others from doing so. Sources also say that NCB did not find any evidence that linked Aryan with any international drug trafficking network. Several questions have cropped up after the NCB's U-turn. First, what proof did Narcos claim to have that they don't now have? Second, can action be taken against Narcos for Aryan chat leaks? And last, will Shah Rukh's family demand action against the Narcotics Control Bureau? For SRK and family, Aryan's clean chit comes on a special day. It is Shah Rukh Khan's son Abraham's 9th birthday. Aryan was arrested in the Mumbai cruise drugs case on October 2nd. After several court hearings and lots of drama, the Bombay High Court granted him bail on October 28th. Aryan walked out of jail on October 30th.
Cordelia drug cruise case went on to become the most high-profile drug case of the country as Aryan Khan was arrested in it. But when the charge sheets are filed, no charge is seen against Aryan Khan, which reflects badly on the anti-drug agencies and their work done, because it puts them in bad light, saying if the most high-profile case was done without evidence, how many such other cases have been done by the agency? With cameraman Sahil Chavan, Mustafa Sheikh for India Today.
All right, I'm going to quickly quickly cut across to two of our guests joining us. We have Gopalji Anand, who is the owner of Namaskre, Samir Sehgal, who is also the co-owner of Namaskre. Namaskre is the event company that organized this party on that Cordelia cruise ship. And we do know that event company came under a lot of fire for allegedly organizing a drugs party on that cruise ship. Thank you very much for joining us. Gopalji and Samir, both of you are now on a clean chit. Both of you all were also booked in the case. You all are out on a clean chit. The NCB says no incriminating evidence to pursue a case against any of you, including Aryan Khan. So this must have come as huge harassment, embarrassment, and at this point, since you all are out, what is it that you want to say? We hear that you are furious with the way this investigation was carried out, and you want to speak your mind. Gopalji, you first.
Right. First of all, I would want to thank the SIT team that did this investigation in a very thorough and a proper manner, which I think is very clear now. Initially wasn't the case when the Mumbai team was doing it. But yes, we are very happy to be out now, like completely out of the case. And we were never, like, we couldn't even imagine in the wildest of our dreams that, we will be implicated in a case like this.
No, I mean, at this point, we know that the Narcotics Control Bureau were keeping a close watch on this case. And while the NCB further probes into it, they say that a bunch of them who've got a clean chit did not have drugs on them. But on that Cordelia cruise ship itself, we hear that there was rampant usage of drugs on that ship, and the needle was pointing straight at the events company, saying the events company encouraged drugs within the premises of that Cordelia cruise ship, and it was a drugs party that was organized by Namaskre. How would you clear those allegations?
No, ma'am, it was never a drugs party which was organized on the cruise. It was neither us nor the cruise, right? And all these contrabands which were found, they were all already got. The NCB team got it at the port itself. And then, see, the first thing that you need to realize, it's an international port. Right, the security is completely with the CISF. They are probably the most trained people to be carrying out searches like this, right? And then on top of that, on the cruise itself, the entire security is, as per the maritime law, is with the captain of the cruise. So if we don't have any access or control over the security, how do you expect us to be like controlling all these things? Number one. And we are never into this, as I said earlier as well. We couldn't have even imagined in the wildest of our dreams that, we can be implicated into something like this. We are just a bunch of passionate people who really love partying and have the passion to be organizing some very good events in the country. And that is what the whole idea of Namaskre is on the first place.
Samir Sehgal, you are also yourself, you were booked in the case and then now you're out on a clean chit. It must be a huge relief for you and people like Aryan Khan. We know the kind of trauma and torture that Shah Rukh Khan's family had to go through. I'm sure your family had to go through the same. Do you feel this was a plot to or a conspiracy to defame you or the company or Aryan Khan itself? How would you look at the investigation of this case, which the Narcotics Control Bureau today deems as flawed?
Well, since we already know that Mr. Samir Wankre is already under a lot of investigations in different cases, so I think we would not want to comment on this as of right now and let the investigation take its due course of time.
Right. Samir, the question was to you.
Slowly and steadily, as in this case, that we are sure that the truth will prevail.
Gopalji, for the moment, my question to Samir. Samir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, Samir, the same question goes to you. The trauma must have been unbearable. We know that you are out on a clean sheet yourself. You were also booked. And as an event organizer, I'm sure the kind of, the kind of allegations that have been leveled against Namaskre as an events company, which is well known across India, today seems to be, colored with all these allegations and people accusing it of organizing a drugs party on that cruise ship. So the needle is pointed at you, not on Cordelia cruise ship, not on the people who are on that party, but on that events team itself who organized this alleged drugs party. As you get your clean sheet, how would you receive this piece of news?
See, like Mr. Gopalji also said, we would sincerely like to thank the SIT team for their efforts and to get to the bottom of this and realize where all of this actually went south and where it went wrong. And second of all, we're not a party that promotes drugs. We are not a party that promotes any kind of contraband or other kind of substances or abusers of them. We are arts and musical experience that just is looking to provide international level of music experiences to the Indian audience. We have a very good crowd control policy in our parties. We try and make sure that we only get the right kind of crowd to be coming for our festivals. And the investigation that went through had a lot of flaws in it in the beginning, which have completely been cleared out today. Yes, it's a big relief for all of us to be out and to know that what we knew already, that we are not at fault and we've not done anything illegal or against the law, to come out to the public.
You know, I'm sure that you must be relieved, but at the end of it, the visuals that we saw, in fact, I'd like my panel director to play up those visuals of that cruise party itself. We saw that guests at that party certainly looked like they were on contrabands. How do you think that happened, Gopalji? Because we know that the officials who raided the cruise ship did find some amount of drugs on that ship.
I would love to see those videos that you're talking about, because I really fail to understand that where are these videos coming from. We never happened to see it. I was there on the cruise myself, and initially some people of your fraternity from the media, they said that Gopalji Anand Bhagoda hai, he's absconding. Wherein I was on the cruise itself. That's number one. Then, well, as far as these allegations goes, we were even linked with Taliban in between. I saw a clip like that as well, wherein it was a terrorist-funded party which was organized. I don't know from where all these things they come up, but yeah, some people definitely have some real weird imagination.
No, but we saw, you know, the videos that you're saying that I'd like to see. We saw quite some videos that showed all sorts of props, you know, like your rolling papers, your stash, and all of that nicely gift wrapped and boxed and kept in different rooms. You know, these are, I mean, not to signify that these are doubts that one raises that what were those props really doing there if drugs weren't consumed?
No, ma'am, nothing of that sort happened there. And when we talk about the rolling papers, they are legal all over the world. They are legal in India as well. That is why they are manufactured on the first place. Why did the government give a permission if there is something wrong with the rolling papers? So internationally, you should know that rolling tobacco is getting more into the scene now because of the cigarettes being very, very expensive all over the world. And rolling papers are used to roll tobaccos and nothing else, as far as we know.
You know, Gopalji, you spoke of the videos. You said that where are the videos that shows that drugs were found, but you had the officials who raided the cruise ship who claimed that they had found drugs on the cruise ship. Where do you think it came from?
They raided the port. So yeah, there was this another thing that I heard in the media after coming out of the jail. That was that apparently the NCB team, they came into the waters, they stopped the ship mid-water. The ship was going from Mumbai to Goa. I think nobody had a clue what was going on. Everybody was speculating anything that was just coming to their mind, anything that was appealing enough, like to make it like a very good Netflix series, but it wasn't like that. The raid happened at the port. They caught people, whatever they are saying, with contrabands. It was at the port. It was never on the cruise.
What motivated people to come on the port, turning up with drugs on them?
If somebody is doing something, it is completely at their own will. We never promote it. You check any of our social media networks or any of our profiles. We always discourage use of drugs. We never promote them.
But are you responsible to filter, to frisk for security while people enter? Isn't it also the events team who actually checks and frisks people who enter so that they don't enter with contraband? Is security your responsibility at all?
Ma'am, it is an international port. It is like an airport. How can we have the security? It is with the CISF. Everything is going through all the scanners. And if people are stupid enough to do something like this, we can't help it.
So you're saying as Namaskri, you have no responsibility whatsoever for security at that ship? Why do you organize that party?
We never had. That's what I mentioned to you earlier as well. The security at the port is with the CISF. CISF is a government. It's a different government security entity. You need to understand that. It is CISF is everywhere on all the ports in the country. That includes the airports as well. It's the same security which is there. It's an international port.
So you're saying there's absolutely no responsibility on your end as an events team. So what exactly and primarily was your role as an event organizer there, which now we know
we were the entertainment service providers. So the arrangement was that Cordelia, as the cruise was the organizer, we were the event service providers. That means we organized everything that was happening on the cruise with respect to the show itself. That means what artist will play, what time will he play, what kind of lights are going to be used. The entire blueprint of the show was with us. So that is what our job was.
So in that case, are you trying to say that you were completely targeted? Why were you arrested in that case? You and few others?
We are still trying to find an answer to that, which nobody has. And probably that is the reason why there is a case now. In fact, an investigation, not the case, let me rephrase. There's an investigation going on against Sameer Wankhede.
So you say that you were targeted?
Sorry?
You say that you were targeted?
Yes, ma'am, definitely yes.
And Aryan Khan was also targeted in that case, in your view? In your view, even Aryan Khan was targeted. This was a conspiracy to frame you all.
Ma'am, probably yes. He's a star kid. I can assure you one thing. He did not have any contrabands on him. Because I was there at the cruise at the time when Aryan was detained. I was definitely standing there. And I was the one who went up to Sameer Wankhede and asked him that, why are you detaining him?
So you're saying that you met Aryan Khan, you interacted with him, and he had no contrabands on him?
No, he did not. Being one of the heads in the company, I was there on ground that day because there was another issue of check-in failure that had happened, and there was a major chaos because of the check-in. So at that point of time, I was on ground, and when they detained Aryan, I was standing right there.
And when they detained Aryan, when you were right there, did you interact with him? Did you know what were they doing? What did the officials try to do at that point when they met Aryan or saw Aryan? Did they recognize him?
Ma'am, it's again in the pending investigation. Let it all go through, and you will know all the facts by yourself.
Did you interact with Aryan Khan?
Sorry?
Did you interact with Aryan Khan?
At that point of time?
Yeah.
No, ma'am.
So how do you know that nothing was found on him? You saw that
because I was standing right there when they frisked him.
All right, but his friends had something on them?
Sorry?
His friends had something on them?
Ma'am, it's again pending investigation. Let it go through, and then we'll all get to know about this.
Now that you've got a clean sheet, would you look into a defamation case for all that for all the trolls and the allegations and how your company has been defamed?
Ma'am, we have already gone through a lot of hell because of all this. It's a very different kind of a trauma that one can only experience once they go through it. It actually felt in those days that we were literally out of a TV screen and into a Netflix series, wherein everything was just happening around us, and we did not know how to react or what to do at that point of time because it was all very, very new to us. We had never been in a situation like this in our lives.
And how long have you organized parties of such nature?
Sorry?
How long have you all organized parties of such nature, which the officials had called a drug party? How long have you all organized?
Just because the officials are calling it, they called it a drug party, wherein it was not. So it doesn't make us stop doing our business, no?
Sure. A final question, both of you. We know the trauma must have been painful. We'd like to hear from you itself. What is the message you want to convey to the officials who thought you were the ones who organized this drug party and you're directly responsible for whatever happened on that Cordelia cruise ship? All fingers pointed at you for that party that you organized. Would you want to justify as a final explanation here?
Well, I think the justice has already been done by the due diligence and what the government has looked into the case, and they've done quite a long investigation regarding this case, and the charge sheet was also filed 2 months later. So they had enough time to get to the bottom of this and find out every loophole that was there, and post that I think the honorary judge has given his decision, and it's for everyone to see.
And you welcome this, Gopal.
I would want to request all the officials sitting in that kind of with that kind of power that you have to be very sure in what you are doing, and never like try to misuse it, because you never understand what is the kind of trauma that the families and everybody goes through with it. It's not that one individual that you are putting behind bars or doing something ethically wrong with, but a lot of people, they get affected because of this. And it's a long-term effect. It is not something that can be just covered, initially very quickly or in a very small period of time.
So you say that this has scarred you for life and your family?
Maybe yes, because it's definitely a trauma. Every time I tend to think about what had happened, what we all went through, and what my family must have gone through when we were inside for no reason. And I think the worst part here was that we could not even understand that what wrong did we do. So it kind of leaves that very bad taste in your mouth, and it's kind of a very bad memory that always every time it's talked about, it just becomes very dark.
All right. Really appreciate that you took the courage, because we know the kind of trauma that you may have gone through. You just spelt it out. Samir and Gopalji, appreciate your time, and I'm happy for you that it's all clear now. Both of you have got a clean sheet, and so has Namaskar. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Ma'am, one more thing.
Yeah.
Government to encourage and rather to let us do this in a very bigger manner, wherein the government supports us into this, because end of the day, as Samir also mentioned earlier, we want to make India as a destination wherein people from abroad, they come in to enjoy these kind of events and festivals.
And one should not chase them away. But that said, Gopalji, there should be a way to also restrict people coming up, showing up with drugs so brazenly, thinking that it's all right and it's allowed and they can enter the cruise ship with drugs on them. There should be a way from either end to discourage this kind of rampant usage of drugs.
Definitely, that is why I mentioned that we would want the government to support us in the same, right. And wherein we can just figure out with a way that these kind of illegal activities should not happen anywhere.
Right. Gopalji, appreciate your time. Thank you very much, Gopal, for joining us on that. Well, you heard what the owners of Namaskar, the event organizers, had to say, but we have some more reactions on that. In fact, here's Samir Wankhede, who has been accused of trying to conspire and plot against some of them, including Aryan Khan. But over that, Aryan Khan's lawyer has now hit out at the entire investigation, saying that the NCB has troubled quite many of them for the last 3 years. This is Satish Manishinde, who now comes out, a lawyer for Aryan Khan, one of the council, who comes out to say that the last 3 years, the NCB has really troubled a lot of people. Action is needed against these people. He says that there were just WhatsApp chats and no test was done. When Aryan Khan's case showed that false case had been made, which had continued since the time of Riya Chakravarti's case and controversy, the new investigation was opened. Now I demand and request that all such cases handled by these people be inquired. In fact, further he goes on to say, taking sympathy at many of the Bollywood stars who've been targeted by the Narcotics Control Bureau, saying that Bollywood actors have life of 10 to 20 years only, and they have to be fit, which can't be done with the usage of drugs. But for popularity, they did this and paraded stars. I want to request leaders not to get involved. Here is Satish Manishinde citing Riya Chakravarti and the trauma and the controversy that surrounded that case, and also citing Aryan Khan's case, saying that this kind of torture and harassment by some of the Narcotic Control Bureau chiefs or the officials must end at the earliest. Let's have a listen.
देश के जाने माने एडवोकेट सतीश माने शिंदे इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। सर, आर्यन खान केस में तो एक तरीके का क्लोजर आ गया है, लेकिन हमें याद पड़ता है कि यू हैव बीन वेरी क्रिटिकल ऑफ द स्टाइल एंड फंक्शनिंग ऑफ द एनसीबी जब रिया चक्रवर्ती और उनके भाई शौबिक चक्रवर्ती का केस आया था। क्या कहेंगे अब आप?
देखिए, पिछले 3 सालों से लगातार एनसीबी ने झूठे केसेस रजिस्टर करके बहुत से लोगों को तकलीफ दी है। जब तक हम इनके खिलाफ एक्शन नहीं लेंगे तो ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा। रिया चक्रवर्ती और उसके भाई के केस में उनके पास कुछ बरामद नहीं हुई थी, सिर्फ व्हाट्सएप चैट्स थे और कोई कनेक्शन था नहीं इनका, और रिया चक्रवर्ती और उसके भाई को टेस्ट भी नहीं किया था। फिर भी उनको एनसीबी ने अरेस्ट करके हिरासत में रख के उनको तकलीफ दी थी और हम हाईकोर्ट से मांग की थी कि इनके खिलाफ एक्शन लेवे और बेल एप्लीकेशन में हमने जिक्र भी किया था कि ये टोटली सरासर झूठा केस है और वही मुद्दा हमने किसी और केसेस में भी बहुत से केसेस में लिए थे लेकिन जब आर्यन खान का केस खुलासा हो गया कि ऐसे झूठे आरोप लगा के एनसीबी के जो 3-4 ऑफिसर्स थे पता नहीं ये क्यों कर रहे थे लेकिन पूरे बॉलीवुड इंडस्ट्री को इन्होंने रिया चक्रवर्ती के टाइम में बुला के उनको तकलीफ देके हर एक स्टार को बदनाम करके पता नहीं किस दौर से वो कर रहे थे उस टाइम.
That's Satish Manishinde, one of the lawyers of Aryan Khan and also who fought for Riya Chakravarti, saying this kind of harassment and targeting and defaming Bollywood stars must end. Well, we're going to continue tracking those developments on the other side of a short break. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome to this week's episode of World Today. This week, Japan hosted the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, or the Quad Summit, where the United States of America launched the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework to enhance trade among partner nations and counter China's expansion in the Asia-Pacific or the Indo-Pacific region. We'll talk about that in detail, but first up, the headlines. At least 19 children and 2 teachers were killed in a shootout at Texas's Robb Elementary School, raising again the debate on law regarding gun violence in the United States of America. The US launched the IPEF during Quad Summit hosted by Japan. French President Emmanuel Macron has urged Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan to respect the sovereign choice of Finland and Sweden to join NATO. And actor Kevin Spacey has been charged with 4 counts of sexual assault against 3 men. The horrific Texas elementary school shooting shocked the world. An 18-year-old gunman opened fire inside an elementary school in Texas. A total of 21 people were killed in the incident, including 19 children and 2 teachers. The suspected shooter, Salvador Ramos, was shot dead by the cops. He was armed with a handgun and a rifle.
Innocence lost to school carnage. Smiles wiped out by mindless savagery. The victims of Texas shooting horror who fell to volleys of automatic gunfire by a gunman who was just 18 and himself perished. Children not older than 10 years old and their teachers in their US primary school were the latest victims of United States gun culture. The butcher this time, an 18-year-old, Salvador Ramos, who opened fire on children and staffers at Robb Elementary School. Using handgun, automatic rifle and high-capacity magazines. Clad in body armor, Ramos had just shot his aging grandmother before bursting into the school premises. He was eventually gunned down by security personnel who responded to distress calls. But by that time, America had seen one of its biggest school slaughters.
I can confirm right now that we have several injuries, adults and students, and we do have some deaths. The suspect is deceased at this point. DPS is assisting with the investigation. And at this point, the investigation is leading to tell us that the suspect did act alone during this heinous crime.
Our job is multifold. First, to make sure we address exactly what happened at this crime scene, and then second, to make sure we take that information and do everything that is necessary to ensure that crime scenes like this are not going to be repeated in the future.
Bewildered parents waited late into the night at a nearby civic center to learn whether their young children had survived. The now deleted Instagram account of Ramos shows his obsession with guns, where he had tagged strangers in images of automatic weapons. The carnage shocked US and the world, and once again put the glare on the need to impose gun curbs.
Why are we willing to live with this carnage? Why do we keep letting this happen? Where in God's name is our backbone to have the courage to deal with it and stand up to the lobbies? It's time to turn this pain into action. For every parent, for every citizen in this country, we have to make it clear to every elected official in this country, it's time to act.
Enough is enough. As a nation, we have to have the courage to take action and understand the nexus between what makes for reasonable and sensible public policy to ensure something like this never happens again.
There have been more mass shootings than days in the year. Our kids are living in fear every single time they set foot in a classroom because they think they're going to be next. What are we doing? This only happens in this country and nowhere else. Nowhere else do little kids go to school thinking that they might be shot that day.
Tuesday's tragic events mark the deadliest school shooting in nearly a decade, since 26 children and adults were killed at Sandy Hook Elementary School in 2012. When will the US wake up and put an end to slaughter of innocence? Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, Texas shooting has reignited America's contentious debate on the Second Amendment of the US Constitution, which states the gun reforms. Let's have a closer look at gun laws that America's Constitution guarantees for all.
We can do so much more. We have to do more.
Why do you go through all the hassle of getting this job, of putting yourself in a position of authority, if your answer is that as this slaughter increases, as our kids run for their lives, we do nothing?
When are we going to do something?
I'm tired. I'm so tired of getting up here and offering condolences. Enough.
The American people want is for NRA to stand for not relevant anymore in American politics.
After Texas school shooting, U.S. gun laws are back in debate. And we will now try to look into it. But first, what happened in Texas? 24th May 2022, 19 children lost their lives and 2 adults included. 18-year-old lone gunman opened fire in the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde in the state of Texas. The gunman used an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle and high-capacity magazine. The incident is depressingly familiar to America. It's only 10 days since 10 people were killed in a mass shooting in New York. The situation is such that children are undergoing mock drills for what to do when a gunman enters their classroom. Now, what's back in debate is America's Second Amendment of the Constitution. What is the Second Amendment, which legalizes guns in the United States of America? Guns in America are viewed as a constitutional right under the U.S. Second Amendment, which states, and I quote, "A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed." The federal law covers it all, from manufacturing to the background checks for keeping a gun. But about what type of gun can be carried and where is defined by the laws set by states in particular. For Texas, it was in September last year when the state controversially brought a law to anyone 21 and older can carry a handgun without a license to carry. The rifle AR-15 used in the Texas school shooting was banned in 1994 by then-President Bill Clinton under the Public Safety and Recreational Firearms Use Protection Act, but the law lapsed in 2004 after a study which stated law's unnoticeable impact on the gun violence in the United States of America. Now, gun laws in itself are a polarizing and a polarized political issue. US is headed into midterm elections in November this year, and there are pro-gun activists on both sides of the political spectrum. In a debate, anti-gun activists say that introducing background checks and other stricter measures can reduce gun violence cases, whereas pro-gun activists see any such attempt as an act of infringement on the Second Amendment. Advocating for gun rights is the strongest pro-gun lobby, National Rifles Association, or the NRA. The biggest gun rights advocacy group, NRA, also has a grading system for politicians on the basis of their stand on gun rights. Thus, NRA has the ability to change outcome in polls. A survey conducted in 2017 by Pew Research Center shows 77% of NRA members who own guns are either Republicans or lean Republican. Now, what do the figures really show? Switzerland-based research project Small Arms Survey conducted in 2018 stated US has more guns than citizens. And the number of private gun owners in the US has risen extensively in the past decade. There were 417 shootings in the US in 2019, and the number has only risen since then to 693 in 2021. This year alone, US reported 212 mass shooting incidents and 27 school shootings so far. A new economic bloc comprising 12 countries of the Indo-Pacific region was launched by the United States President in Tokyo on the sidelines of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity, primarily aimed to counter China's economic dominance, but without drawing up a formal free trade agreement. With prices on an all-time high globally and inflation reaching record levels, is this a move by Joe Biden catering to his domestic audience, or is it a desperate move to become a credible economic counterbalance to China? Here's a report.
The Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity has taken off. An initiative of the United States, the IPEF plans to bring more economic heft to its regional policy.
The future of the 21st century economy is going to be largely written in Indo-Pacific, in our region. The Indo-Pacific covers half the population of the world and more than 60% of the global GDP. And the nations represented here today and those who will join this framework in the future are signing up to work toward an economic vision that will deliver for all people.
The US had been missing in action on this front ever since it withdrew from the Trans-Pacific Partnership in 2017. In contrast, China and 14 other countries are part of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, that is, the RCEP trade agreement that came into force in January this year. Along with the US, initial participants in the framework include major economies like Australia, India, Japan and South Korea. Developing countries, Indonesia, the Philippines, Malaysia, Thailand and Vietnam. And smaller nations like Brunei, New Zealand and Singapore.
Whatever the name of the regional cooperation framework, it should promote free trade instead of engaging in protectionism in disguise. It should contribute to the world economic recovery rather than destabilizing the industrial chain. It should promote open cooperation instead of geopolitical confrontation. The US should earnestly act in compliance with the rules of free trade instead of creating a new set of rules impacting the existing regional cooperation structure and revising the process of regional integration.
While China has made its objections public, India made its intentions very clear. Peace was essential for stability and economic prosperity in the region.
मेरा मानना है कि हमारे बीच रेजिलिएंट सप्लाई चेन्स के 3 मुख्य आधार होने चाहिए: ट्रस्ट, ट्रांसपेरेंसी एंड टाइमलीनेस। मुझे विश्वास है कि यह फ्रेमवर्क इन तीनों स्तंभों को मजबूत करने में सहायक होगा और इंडो पैसिफिक क्षेत्र में विकास, शांति और समृद्धि का मार्ग प्रशस्त करेगा।
The IPEP would include 4 different modules covering fair trade, supply chain resilience, infrastructure and decarbonization, tax and anti-corruption. IPEF is neither a pact nor a deal. It is a loose contract of Asian countries to create resilient supply chain to counter the dominance of China. But with China spearheading a comprehensive free trade effort in Asia, especially with the operationalization of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, the US and other democracies of the region have a long way to go.
There's a lot of focus on the tariffs right now. Tariffs are a tool in the economic policy toolbox. There are a lot of other tools at our disposal, and all tools are on the table as we think about our short-term and our medium and long-term needs.
With the Russia-Ukraine war, there has been a huge surge in global food prices, and food shortages are being felt across the globe. Will economic blocs such as this be able to counter a Russia-China dominance of food and supply chains in the region? The problem is not intent, but timing. The West is running out of time if countries in the East are asked to take sides.
To discuss this issue a little more in detail, we have Asian geopolitical columnist and expert Liam Gibson, based out of Taiwan. Liam, many thanks for joining us here on World Today. My first question to you is, how do you think an IPEF, that is the IPEF, will fare with 12 countries coming together in this loose grouping to counter China, which has more strength and a stronger, more resilient economic bloc?
There is still a lot of work to be done. It's very early days, and we're only seeing the very humble beginnings of this multilateral economic project. As you said, it is a loose grouping. And like other loose groupings meant to counter China, like, say, the Quad, for instance, it will ebb and flow before finding its feet and really starting to gain strategic weight. So this brings us to the question, what is the IPEF or IPEF exactly? I mean, well, we first need to understand what it is not. IPEF is not a free trade agreement. It is not designed to lower tariffs. Instead, it is more of a norm-shaping mechanism that the US hopes to leverage to build regional consensus on strategic issues such as supply chain resilience, intellectual property, and the digital economy, and a host of other important areas. So, it seeks the benefits of trade partnerships but it also seeks to insulate Americans from the downsides of trade liberalization. So the US wants to get back influence in the region over China without really exposing its domestic workers to the pains of free trade agreements. So this sounds like a good idea in theory, but will it really work in reality, Geeta? It's kind of a bit too soon to tell. We're finally getting a sense of what IPEF might become, but it's very early days. And so I think the US should actually be doing this in tandem with the CPTPP, of course, which is the most comprehensive and most, the deepest and most high quality trade agreement in the region right now.
Right, but Liam, many thinkers, political analysts, strategic experts now believe that this is only the second Quad summit and that it was done in a rushed manner. Do you think this is a desperate move by Biden to cater to his own domestic audience, because US is suffering from very high inflation and food prices? Is that one of the reasons why Biden has made this move?
Well, you know, Geeta, I don't think IPEF really caters to the domestic audience so much, since that most American voters, I would say, are probably keeping their eyes more on prices at the pump and, you know, rising costs of living than the specific details of free trade agreements or economic partnerships, you know, on the other side of the world. So I'm not so sure that's really the target audience for this particular economic framework. Now, we know the Biden administration came in saying that it would first prioritize building back better the American economy at home, reviving the economy after the pandemic and investing in infrastructure and jobs, etc. And it's done that. You know, to its credit, it has really prioritized, you know, taking care of the American economy. However, of course, that kind of comes at a cost to those of us waiting in Asia. You know, Asia's been waiting. It's been almost 18 months since Biden took office, and we're only now just starting to get an outline of what IPEF could be. It's a little late, you know, coming to the party, as it were. And of course, the foreign policy establishment in Washington will be pleased to get this up and away. But as I said earlier, the US really needs to build more and bring more to the table for countries in the region if it's going to leverage the size of its economy and get back some of that influence from China. So, you know, who is IPEF for in terms of the players in the US that are really probably lobbying for this and want to see this project get up and underway? It's probably the foreign policy establishment, of course. However, I think, as I said earlier, you know, if the US is not prepared to join a free trade agreement or, you know, rejoin the CPTPP, then they'll need to get a lot more involved in making this IPEF much more substantial if it is going to have any chance of trying to rebalance the region and try to win back some of that leverage from China.
Finally, not as a new entrant, but as someone who is new to the entire Quad meet, which is the new Prime Minister in Australia. Now, do you see dynamics changing with China from the harsh rhetoric of Scott Morrison to a softer, more diplomatic approach by the new Premier of Australia?
Thank you, Geeta. That's a great question. In terms of rhetoric, yes, it will probably be a little less harsh, but I would still say firm. Okay, that's probably the change in tone we're seeing from new Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. However, I don't see a softer approach toward China coming out of Canberra. At least the Prime Minister is very practical and very clear-sighted about where the ball is, metaphorically, in terms of this court. The ball is in China's court. Of course, China changed its ways. It changed its behavior and its treatment of Australia. And so, you know, the new Prime Minister has already said there's no justification for Beijing's unilateral trade barriers and unofficial tariffs on Australian products. And so it's up to Beijing to correct those and to change those illegal tariffs and to fix the relationship with Australia, not the other way around. So I would say you're going to probably see more practical diplomacy from Australia, but I don't see Anthony Albanese simply giving in or succumbing to sort of Beijing's demands without some sort of compromise from China. China needs to realize that the Australian public is not happy with the way it's conducted bilateral relations, and it is not going to be intimidated by that kind of bullying, economic bullying. And Anthony Albanese is very aware of that. And I don't believe he's going to take such a soft approach as to simply give in to Beijing's demands.
Thank you, Liam Gibson, for joining us here on World Today. With that, not shifting our focus, staying on the story. This is a new government we're talking about that has come in place in Australia with Labour Party back in power. Will ties with China be on the mend? Chinese government broke a more than 2-year freeze on contact with Australian ministers after Premier Li Keqiang sent a congratulatory message to Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. But his first engagement was also the Quad Summit in Tokyo. So where are relations headed? Here is a report.
China and Australia's prickly diplomatic relationship dominated the latter's foreign policy in recent years. Provocative rhetoric and public spats led to rapid decline in relations. A tit-for-tat trade war, decision to ban Huawei, accusations of political interference, coupled with Canberra's call for a probe into the origins of COVID-19. It all led to complete breakdown of ties. But a change in government is being seen as a window of opportunity.
We note that Mr. Albanese led the Australian Labour Party to a victory in the federal election. And we offer our congratulations. China is willing to work with the new Australian government to take stock of the past, look to the future, uphold the principles of mutual respect and mutual benefit, and promote the sound and stable development of China-Australia Comprehensive Strategic Partnership.
中方愿同澳大利亚新一届工党政府一道。
While China has made the first move, the new Albanese administration remains cautious amid growing pressure from its own industries to ease tension.
What I have said and we maintain is that the relationship with China will remain a difficult one. I said that before the election. That has not changed. It is China that has changed, not Australia. And Australia should always stand up for our values, and we will in a government that I lead.
Australian businesses like the meat industry body has been calling on the federal government to repair its relationship with China following another export ban where Taze Australia's export license was revoked for its facility in South Australia's southeast by China. The 10th Australian abattoir to have come under Chinese ban. Australia exported 300,000 tons of beef and 100,000 tons of sheep meat to China every year. The red meat was worth $3 billion annually. While the Quad is looking at resilient supply chains to counter China, for Australia seeking new markets with the European Union and the UK is not enough.
I've become Foreign Minister at a time when our region faces unprecedented challenges. But we will face these challenges together. And we will achieve our shared aspirations together. We want to help build a stronger Pacific family.
While the Labour Party was accused of being soft on China, Prime Minister Albanese admits that China has changed since Labour was last in power in 2013. The same year, Xi Jinping became president, and therefore the idea is to engage countries in Southeast Asia more and strengthening relationship in the region. Given China's ongoing aggression towards Taiwan and increasing influence in the Pacific, Australia's military and defense policies across the region appear unlikely to change. But the Albanese administration could take the diplomatic route to manage China cautiously.
That's all we have in this edition of World Today. Stay tuned to India Today for all the latest news and updates.
India's India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
You are watching.
The Narendra Modi government is celebrating its 8th year in power. The economy remains its biggest challenge and potential opportunity. Is the economy in a better place than it was 8 years ago? Is inflation the biggest risk to growth? Will the global recession threaten the future? The Manmohan economy versus the Modi economy. Then and now, the big debate.
Hello and welcome. This week, the Modi government completes 8 years in power. 8 years in which there's been a ferocious debate on a range of issues. While social and political issues often grab the headlines, some of the more far-reaching decisions involve the state of the economy. In fact, the economy presents possibly the biggest challenge and also potential opportunities for the Narendra Modi government. Now, as the world also faces the prospect of recession and high inflation, those challenges are bang in the focus once again. Can India ride out the storm? Is the Modi government better placed today than the Manmohan Singh government was 13 years ago in the aftermath of the global financial crisis then to handle the situation? How should one be comparing the track record of Team Modi and Team Manmohan when it comes to handling economic challenges? The big economic debate. Joining me today are two very special guests, some of the country's finest economic minds, Dr. Kaushik Basu, Professor of Economics, Cornell University and former Chief Economist and Chief at the World Bank and also Chief Economic Advisor during the Manmohan Singh years, and Dr. Arvind Panagria, Professor at Columbia University, former Vice Chairman of the Niti Aayog. He's joining me from New York and Dr. Basu is in Ithaca. Thank you both very much for joining me here on this special program. Let's start with you, Dr. Panagria. We are in May 2022. Do you believe we are in a better place today than we were 8 years ago when Narendra Modi became Prime Minister for the first time in May 2014 when it comes to the state of the economy?
That's an easy one, Rajdeep. I think one will have to be blind not to see that we are in a much better shape today than we were in 2014. Just a few numbers to indicate where we were in 2014. Inflation was close to double digits. Current account deficit had been about 4% for 2 years, and in the last year, 13-14, it declined a little bit. but nevertheless quite high. And fiscal deficits in the preceding years had been extra high. There was huge paralysis in the government. Decision making was simply not happening. And a number of laws had also been passed, which I expected will be detrimental to future growth, which turned out to be true. I could name, for example, the retrospective taxation that happened. Then there was the Land Acquisition Act, even Right to Education Act. These were all laws actually which I felt were steps backwards, not forward. And at the time when I met actually, one of the leaders of the BJP, I had said that, that just as Prime Minister Vajpayee had to reverse many of the things that Prime Minister Indira Gandhi had done, there are some more things that have now been enacted, which will have to be reversed by the new government should the BJP come to office. So that was the state of affairs. You can read all the media at the time. The morale was extremely low. Today, we stand in a much better shape. Certainly, we have come out of the pandemic, and so, considerable stress resulting from that. Nevertheless, obviously, in any case, we have grown about, if I take the full periods, about 6.8% in the first 6 years. Now, the last 2 years have been a wash naturally. If you take them together, we are back to where we were in 1920. So I really see 1920 as the sort of point, which is where the per capita incomes are today, when they were in 1920. So we grew over that entire period 6.8%. If you take the first 5 years of Modi government, the growth was 7.4%, and first 4 was 7.7%. So by all means, this has been pretty good growth. Macroeconomically, we are much more stable. For the first time, there were about 6 or 7 years of consecutive years when we had fiscal deficit declining. And then, of course, the pandemic hit and things did change after that. So all in all, I think, poverty levels are definitely down. We don't have good numbers that I would trust. But there is no question, that we have seen much of the evidence has shown very decisively that growth lowers poverty, and so I have no doubt that poverty today is well below where it was in 2014.
I'll come to all the numbers you've thrown at me later in the show, but you've broadly said you believe the macroeconomic situation is much better today than it was in 2014. Dr. Kaushik Basu, do you agree with that we are therefore better placed, as Dr. Pranigriya suggests, to perhaps tackle a potential impending global recession and high inflation, for example?
I have some agreement with Arvind, but also disagreement. So let me clarify. Point-wise comparison that you're doing, 2013 was a bad year. So inflation was still high. Inflation was coming down. I believe it had just gone below a double digit. It had come down, but growth had done very poorly in that year. So inflation with low growth, that particular year is not very good. So when you're comparing year to year, there is a problem. But the overall comparison and the mood and the prospects, I feel, are worse now. And let me explain, also with a few numbers. You see, 2014, 15, even 16, the economy was doing fine. Actually, 2016, the Indian economy grew very rapidly. But from 2016, and it is not really just the COVID period, growth begins to drop every year compared to the previous year, all the way up to 2020. Last year, of course, growth has picked up again. We are getting back. But 5 years, where each of 4 years the growth is less than the previous, certainly had not happened from 1970 onwards. I've looked at the Indian data. So it has been from 2016 generally poor performance on the growth front. Right now, if you look at the current situation, it is very difficult. But there, it's not a matter of what the government policy is. Currently, I do believe that the inflation that is hitting India, which is troubling everybody, is a global phenomenon. That is not at the doorstep of the government having caused it. That's not the case. It has come from outside. But the way it is being dealt, the kind of expertise that is being brought in is worrying me. So prospect-wise, I do feel very worried that 4 years of growth dropping each year from 2016. It is true there is a pickup in 2021, 22, but the overall situation is more depressing, and for the following reason. See, the inflation which has come from outside has a very interesting analog with 1998, soon after the East Asian crisis hit. And what is worrying me is not enough analysis is taking place in India, professional analysis, to get us out of this situation. Arvind should have been there. He would have done that better. But go back to that Asian period. Wholesale price inflation was very high. And the reason is, again, very similar. The inflation is coming from outside, wholesale prices picking up. And what you saw within a year, the retail price inflation picked up. And my own hunch is, right now, wholesale price inflation at 15.1% or 15.08%. The inflation in retail price, consumer price, is roughly 7.8, 7.9%. It's going to increase because the wholesale price is pushing it. So retail is certainly going to cross 9%. Nothing much can be done about that. But the worry is, with wholesale price inflation so high, retail price inflation high, but there are many other countries doing worse than India. But this gap becoming stretched between wholesale and retail means small businesses in India are being hit in a way that has not happened for a long time. That is being reflected in unemployment. And the youth unemployment data coming from the World Bank, India is way above most Asian countries. Central sort of Middle Eastern countries in turmoil, India's youth unemployment rate is over 24%. Malaysia, Indonesia, Bangladesh, all around 14%. India's comparable really to economies in deep trouble. And that is happening because small businesses and micro enterprises are faring very poorly. So, though the point comparison 2014 or 2013 with now, there are two ways of looking at it, I agree. But if you look at the deeper problems, they are deeper today. And also, society has got fractured. This is not a mistake in economic policy, but when it is so polarized, trust goes down, investment goes down. So prospect-wise, no, I'm not feeling cheerful at all. I have said repeatedly, and I'll say again, in terms of fundamentals, India is very strong. It has an entrepreneurial class. It has higher education. But it has become so polarized that investment rate has dropped. Over the last 6 years, investment to GDP has been dropping each year. And the unfortunate thing is the kind of discussion that we are having now, you're seeing too little of serious discussion taking place. It is political fighting that is going on. And so it does leave me very worried about the medium-term prospects of the Indian economy.
You know, these are two very contrasting perspectives being offered in a way. Dr. Panigrahi, you want to respond to that? That while Dr. Basu seems to be agreeing that the macroeconomic situation at various levels does give cause for optimism, he believes there are serious concerns. He's highlighted inflation, highlighting youth unemployment, highlighting investment to GDP ratio as three potential areas which are of concern as this government enters its 9th year.
Well, I don't know where to begin, Rajdeep. First of all, you know, the UPA problem was not the problem of the last year. I mean, 12-13 was as bad as, probably worse than 13-14. 13-14 probably had a slightly higher growth of 6.4%. 12-13 was only 5.5%. And before that was only 5.2%. So it was a long-term problem. And a lot of the reforms, you know, 10 years the country lost. There had been a huge momentum of reforms under Prime Minister Vajpayee, and then nothing for 10 years. Growth happened, but that's because all the reforms had been done earlier by Prime Minister Rao and Prime Minister Vajpayee. What did the Manmohan Singh government do? What did the government do when Kaushik was serving there? Hardly any reforms happened.
But can I just for a first moment intervene to say that both of you could well cherry pick the years that you choose. Dr. Basu chose Dr. Panigrahi the period post 2016 when an economy that was seemingly growing into double digits, 10%, post demonetization slips into 5%, and post 2018, post pre-pandemic, before 2020 March, has several consecutive quarters of declining growth. Was 2016 an inflection point in your view, and therefore we must look at life pre-2016, post-2016, just as Manmohan Singh's government
No, it was not.
pre-2008 and post-2008?
No, it's not actually. Look, I mean, there is a cycle of growth rates. So just because growth rate is coming down doesn't mean growth rate is low. I think this is completely misleading way to look at the picture. I mean, growth rates, I can look at the growth rates rising from 5.2 to 5.5 to 6.4 to 7.4. I mean, these are the years where the previous government was finishing its term. These are rising growth rates. For 4 years, I give you from 5.2 to 5.5, 6.4, 7.4, 8.
Yes.
Is that high growth? That's very poor rate of growth. Actually, these growth rates, when even while declining, there are high rates of growth. From 8, you're going from 8 to 8.3 first, then you come to 7, then you come to 6.1. And yes, 1920 I can accept. 1920 was an exceptional year when the growth rate fell to 4%.
Yes.
But what was the cause of it? The cause of it goes back to, again, the UPA years. 2008 onwards, the kind of reckless lending that happened during that period. And this is a problem of NPAs, which always takes very long. And its manifestation ultimately into the decline in the growth rate is also much later. And that's what you see, actually, that 4% decline in the growth rate. But even during the pandemic years, the government has done enormous number of reforms, which will pay off as we go forward.
Give me, what according to you is that big ticket reform that you believe places this government in a better position to tackle the kind of challenges of a potential global recession and indeed high inflation?
Oh, wait a minute. First of all, the reforms I'm talking about are the insolvency and bankruptcy code,
yes,
for which I had been writing for 15 long years. It didn't happen. Finally, it was done by the Modi government. GST, labor law reforms, bringing the corporate profit tax to the global levels. So we are now competitive there. So these are 4 big ticket reforms. First, of course, the farm reform got reversed, but
yes,
I'll leave that. Now, on inflation, I think we are agreeing here. Kaushik is also saying that the source is outside, but don't overstate it. Inflation has been at the target level, which is about 6%. Margin is 6.0 or 6.01 or 0.7 is hardly different from 6. So the last 2 months. So let's wait and see what happens. And there is a base effect going on, by the way. So the base effect is, we'll see what happens in May. Some decline we might see simply because of the base effect. Actually, if you look at the index itself, November, December, January, it is declining, the index itself. But the base effect was the one that was driving the inflation rate. So let's see, base effect actually will be favorable in May.
Let me take that to you, Dr. Basu, because, I can add to the reforms that were just spelled out by Dr. Panagriya, the digital infrastructure, the so-called tech stack that has been created. The fact that you have many more UPI payments, the fact that you've got through Aadhaar better delivery of services or indeed payments that are being made through the digital system. Are we therefore finding the greater formalization of the economy that the Narendra Modi government keeps speaking of as a strength? Or do you believe it hides or masks some of the weaknesses, particularly of the small and micro sector that has perhaps been the most hurt post-2016?
Razdeep, let me just back up and get into this. I took off my jacket thinking it's going to be a tough argument that Arvind is presenting, but it's not. So let me explain. It is not just a question of this political party and that political party in power. India's good growth period is from 2003 to 2011. If you look at that period, barring a 1 year very sharp drop during the Great Recession, growth is hovering around 8% per annum from 2003 to 2011. Remarkable run. Poverty is declining, it's doing very well. Then, yes, there are difficult years, I'm agreeing with Arvind. But the current situation is by no means so rosy. This is disappointing me that if you play down the inflation, which is plaguing the country, retail inflation, I agree, 7.9%. There are worse countries, but it's going to rise because wholesale price inflation is pushing from behind. And the other thing that has to be kept in mind, which needs to be pointed out, growth, yes, in the year 2021-2022, growth has picked up. 9%, 9.2%, there are different figures coming. Whatever it is, you have to remember that the previous year, Arvind was talking about base effect, India's economy had tanked by minus 7.3%, one of the biggest dips anywhere in the world. When you get 9.2% after a dip of 7.3%, the actual growth over the 2-year period is very, very small. So the growth that we've got per annum, just flatten it out over a 3-year period, even bring in the next year, it's around 3% per annum, which is shockingly low. When you get inflation, it is true inflation now is less than what inflation was there when I was in government. But when you get this kind of an inflation with growth as low as it is now, it begins to hit a segment. And I feel the biggest pain that the inflation is causing. And this is where I feel you do need to just bring the minds together. India has it. In fact, in some ways, I appreciate the kind of discussion that we are having. Bring people in that the working classes, the farmers are suffering in a huge way because growth is so low and the inflation is coming on top of that.
No, but you're saying, and let me stop you for a moment. You're saying that you're worried about low growth, yet growth this year is predicted to be 8%, the highest among the big countries. The IMF predicts that by 2027, India will be the world's 5th largest economy with a GDP of roughly $5 trillion at market prices. Your current account deficit is in a much better situation now than it was 8 years ago. Your foreign exchange reserves remain relatively healthy. I just spoke about the digitization substack that the government has in place. Would you therefore agree, Dr. Basu, that in that sense, some of the reforms that Dr. Panagriya speaks of keeps us in a better place at the moment in these tough times with global headwinds to meet these challenges? You've got the Economist cover story saying this is India's moment.
But Economist cover story, that is the cover. But as soon as you read a little bit more into the Economist story, it points out that it could all be undone by the politics of polarization and hate. That is being pointed out by the Economist very, very clearly. But let me come back, Rajdeep. Some reforms I agree. For instance, the bankruptcy code, the GST. GST was, it had a lot of bumps in the road bumps in the end, but it was a very good move. And the bankruptcy code, I had that time meetings when it was being initiated. I think it's a very good move. I didn't know that Arvind had played a very major role. But the prospects and the IMF figure that you're giving, growth of 9%, when it comes on the heels of minus 7.3%, that is not a huge growth, that is climbing out of there. And on inflation, the base effect that was pointed out, wholesale price inflation is in double digits now for 13 months, which means when you're comparing inflation now with 1 year ago, there is no base effect explaining this inflation. It is on double digit. You've again got double digit, in fact, 15%. So wholesale price inflation is very bad, and it's not surprising. We have not seen as high wholesale price inflation as we are having now. After 1998, we have not seen that. And what we did know then is that soon it filters into the retail inflation, and that also picks up. So I think it is a dangerous moment. And yes,
but you've got the government. Let me continue to press you. You've got the government at the moment acting on some of the worried about inflation. You've got a hike in rates that the RBI has put in place. You've got a wheat export ban at the moment. You've got sugar exports that are now being restricted. You've got import duties on cooking oil that have been reduced. So clearly the government has recognized the challenge. It is a global challenge, as both of you are accepting, Dr. Basu.
Yeah. So, no, the immediate couple of these moves again immediately, trying to lower the price of fuel, etc., I feel are again right moves. But, Rajdeep, I think it needs to be recognized that there are things going wrong structurally. And all these things about IMF saying 5 years later, first of all, GDP being the 5th greatest with a country as large as India's in terms of population, it will be. That's not the important thing, per capita income.
What is the before I go back to Dr. Panagriya, what is the structural problem that you find, Dr. Basu, at the moment? What is that structural problem? What is the structural issue, Dr. Basu?
Sorry?
What is the structure? You say what is the structural issue?
Two things I will point out. Investment to GDP ratio has been falling for about 5-6 years.
And the second?
This is something from textbook economics. We know it's one of the biggest drivers. And there is a very subtle connection. There are studies which show that the level of trust in society, whether people are acting together, and this is not putting blame at someone's doorstep. It is true that India is very fractious. And once it becomes fractious, trust begins to go down. From the studies of Francis Fukuyama to laboratory tests, we show that the economy begins to do poorly. So that is worrying me. That is the
third time you've said that. So I think Dr. Panagria deserves a response, because Dr. Panagria, the cover story of The Economist is India's moment, but will the Modi government blow it? And one of the factors being suggested even in that report is the potential that political divisions and polarization can have on economic growth. 3 times today, Dr. Basu has focused on that. You want to respond to that?
Well, look, Rajdeep, I don't go into political debates.
Yes,
but
do you see it affecting the economy? No, do you see it affecting the economy?
Yeah. Let me simply say that, look, the fractious politics of India has always been there. I mean, for decades, all political scientists have focused on predicting Indian elections based on caste politics. And if you really think that this was going to blow it up, why hasn't it blown it up for the last 8 years? I mean, if your Modi era is the problem for you, then show me the evidence. I mean, that has been the government has been there for 8 years, and even before Prime Minister actually won the election, by number of people, these predictions were being made.
No, so are you saying? Are you saying, Dr. Panagria, that any potential social chaos will have no impact on the economy? Do you believe this is fear-mongering? Do you believe Dr. Basu is doing fear-mongering?
No, I am asking you to show me the evidence. Show me the evidence. I am just saying that he's imagining. That's what is happening. I think, we are a robust society. We are, it's a society that has been there for millennia. It's not like India was born only 75 years ago. We are a robust society, and we have differences, and we deal with those. That doesn't bring things to, I mean, if really what Professor Basu is saying is true, then I should be seeing riots all around. I don't see any riots happening anywhere. In fact, the riots are far fewer than they used to be. So anyway, I mean, to me, this is not the big issue. This is, and you have not given me the evidence of the impact in any case. But let me come back to some of the things that Professor Basu said. Look, first of all, I'm not contesting the base effect in the present year, in the year that just ended. Numbers I will correct that the growth decline actually was 6.6%. Not there is an old figure he's using, and the recovery was 8.9%, not 9.2%. But we don't have any disagreement on that one. What I think you said, Rajdeep, was that IMF is forecasting the growth for the coming year, 22-23, which is over 8%. And that forecast being over 8% is definitely not a base effect, because we have already in 122 grown 8.9%. So the base effect is gone. So the optimism that the IMF is expressing, the World Bank is expressing, predicting, 4.7 trillion. I think the World Bank predicted about 4.7 trillion for the year 24-25 or 25-26 probably. So after all, that's coming from somewhere. Ultimately, and if you don't recognize that and you keep mentioning factors that are in your mind, but I don't see the manifestations of it actually happening outside, then it is a hard point for me to tackle.
Can we just settle this once and for all, Dr. Basu? Because, you keep emphasizing what you believe social polarization as you see it will do to economic growth. Do you want to quickly respond to that, and then we'll move on?
Yeah, I'm not saying this is certainly going to cause India's growth to tank, because we may begin to correct ourselves. And when Arvind is talking about evidence, the trouble is we are looking into the future. So I'm not giving evidence into the future, nor is he giving evidence into the future, because that's not possible to give. But these things about trust and breakdown of growth There are cross-country studies, there are laboratory studies that groups that trust one another begin to do better, and it stands to reason. So that does worry me. But I am still, as I say, that I think India has strong fundamentals. It had higher education, which was very strong. It has an entrepreneurial class, which is very strong, and a lot of skill. If we can begin to make corrections, yes, India could grow. But these forecasts, the IMF, World Bank, I've sat in one of those and done it when you're talking about something 2 years later. This is really, again, without evidence, you're doing pen on paper, a couple of things. And one more thing I will point out, that the base effect is not gone, even if next year the growth is 8%. It having been, yes, 6.6, say minus 6.6, 8.9, still it's very tiny growth over a 2-year period. So on the trajectory, India went flat, and then it picks up. So again, if you draw a straight line, I can do this all on television. It's not such a huge growth because we are still climbing out of one of the biggest. India's growth drop during the COVID is one of the worst performance in the world.
Can I stop you?
I disagree with that. I disagree with that. Number of countries actually declined as much as India did or more.
During COVID. You're saying during COVID?
I've written about that. I don't have the numbers in front of me right now. But that is a false claim.
So you're saying during COVID, a number of countries declined. Don't just look at India's decline. You're looking at it as a global decline. Am I correct, Dr. Panagriya?
Yes. Yes. Yes, I am saying that.
Can I, though, push both of you on a concern that many people have, rising inequality? Again, this is not something that didn't exist pre-2014, but the fact is when you see a certain concentration of wealth at times, Dr. Panagriya, when you see the inequality reports that emerge, the top 10% accounting for more than 60% of incomes, does that worry you? That while we grow, there is also an element of cronyism settling in. You referred to various reforms like the insolvency and bankruptcy code, all positive, but there's also a concern of monopolization and cronyism that is emerging in our economy. Does that worry you at all?
So my take always on this, Rajdeep, has been that for a developing country, poverty problem trumps the inequality problem. At the end of the day, poverty is something about which I can do something. But inequality, there's a lot of intellectual discussion, including international inequality and all. But give me one instance where actually inequality has been massively kind of tackled.
So you're saying, Dr. Panagriya, poverty levels have declined in the last 8 years. There is an IMF report that seems to now suggest it. The government's attempt to provide welfare benefits, free ration during COVID being an example, helps to offset possibly the difficulties that people face. You've got the Krishi Samman Yojana. You believe these schemes work. Am I correct? You don't see them as doles, you see them as direct benefits.
No, they definitely do help. But to me, much more important is the fact that the country has grown. I think when the country grows rapidly, these transfers can also grow with it.
It's not trickle-down economics again, which many people
It's pull-up effect. It's a pull-up effect. You know, growth is an engine that works very effectively in bringing people up. And at least up to 11, 12, the evidence is very clear, actually. You know, not only growth help the poor in general, but every single group.
Right.
If you look at scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, Hindus, Muslims, Jains, Sikhs, every single group, I have done the numbers myself, actually, so I can tell 11, 12, speak with full confidence that poverty declined significantly in every one of those groups.
But would it be right to say, Dr. Basu, that poverty has declined? Would I be able to find a consensus that both between 2004 and 14, when there was the UPA government, and now in the last 8 years, there is, because of the kind of growth that we've seen in most years in this period, a significant decline in poverty reduction? Can you give credit to both governments? Possible?
I would give credit to both governments, because if you look at just poverty, all the way from about 2001, 2002, poverty has been declining fairly steadily. So I don't know whether I'll give credit to both government or credit to neither government. But on this, I wouldn't distinguish between the two. One disagreement with Arvind, I will point out, this is not really in terms of economic analysis, but a normative position. For me, I agree with him. The most fundamental challenge in a society is poverty. And to that extent, we feel that it's going in the right direction. The COVID period has been a challenge for everyone. I'm not talking about that. But I am also concerned about inequality and cronyism. I don't think you can dismiss that. This is a global problem. And you have to at least be aware of that. The level of inequality in the world today, and this is not a question of my country or that country or this government or that government. Inequality in the world today is shockingly high. So yes, poverty is the biggest challenge, but inequality and cronyism is something, if we look away from that, you are going to, in the long run, damage democracy, people's rights, people's space. So inequality is something that the best minds in the world need to get together. And fortunately, one thing you do see in the United States and even a few in India, where some of the richest people say that I feel good, I've become so rich. But this is a problem when so few people become so rich and so many remain poor. When I hear even some of the super rich join in this debate, I feel a little bit of hope that there are at least people like me who are troubled about the level of inequality and cronyism that we are seeing.
All the unicorns that are coming together are trumpeted by the government, of course, as an achievement. Let me therefore ask you both in conclusion, you Dr. Panagriya first, what do you see as the biggest achievement of this government in the last 8 years on the economy and the biggest failure? What's the achievement and the biggest failure?
Well, the achievement has been to sustain growth at a time when circumstances had been extremely adverse and tackle truly difficult reforms. You know, some of these reforms have been waiting to be done. I had written myself for almost 20 years. So in spite of all the political difficulties, to take the courage and do those reforms, I think that's a huge thing. Mm-hmm. The negative I would point out is again goes to my favorite theme, which is that, you know, on international trade, I think this government has gone back. Mm-hmm. I would like you know, because no country really prospers without succeeding in the global markets, mm-hmm. and that's something I still think will continue to grow 7 to 8%, but our potential is 10%.
May I for a moment, since you mentioned sustained growth, do you therefore in hindsight believe demonetization was the right step or not? How will demonetization, now we are 6 years into it, how will you see it? As a positive, a negative? How do you see it?
Yeah, well, probably you have to have a separate conversation on this, Rajdeep, you know, might say, you know, one thing is not, you know, good or bad is not enough.
But you're not putting it in the debit. You're not putting it in the debit column, are you?
No. Because look, a lot of digitization started from there. Mm-hmm. You know, the digitization really picked up speed as a result. So certainly, I mean, that's only one factor. But
so you're saying sustained growth in your view, and of course the reforms that you claim the Modi government has brought in are the big achievements. Dr. Basu, the big achievement and the failures that you've seen in the last 8 years. Biggest achievement, biggest failure.
Well, I believe personally that the bankruptcy code was a very major piece of legislation. Mm-hmm. GST, with all the stumbling that took place in the beginning, was a very good move. It has a long history of trying to bring that about, but I'm glad that happened. It's two big things. But for me, the fractures that are showing up in the economy, the small businesses doing badly, the micro enterprises doing badly, youth unemployment at a shockingly high, over 24%, which you don't get anywhere else in reasonable Asian countries, only in troubled economies. These are signs of very deep fractures. So while the potential is there and the fundamentals are there, I am feeling very worried about the growth prospects down the road. I don't think right now it is not appearing likely that India is going to maintain growth rate of 8% or so, which from 2003 to 2011 was a commonplace. We were stuck over there. No, the fundamentals are not the fundamentals of the economic structure, but the political fractures are beginning to worry me very deeply. And the fact that the poorest people, the farmers and all, are suffering now is troubling me. Don't take just the poverty line. There I'm agreeing with Arvind. If you take the World Bank poverty line, the population below that, it is going down over time. But there is a large segment of the lower middle class in India who are very badly suffering because of this polarization and also not just of politics, but and the economy, where the inequality is going up. So this segment is being hit very badly, and that's none of this is good in the medium to the long term.
You know, I'm listening to these two fine minds and wondering where I can find convergence. One in New York, one in Ithaca, both who've been deeply, intimately worried as well as involved with the Indian economy. Is there a way, Dr. Panagriya, apart from maybe getting the two of you to have a drink the next time you meet in New York, a way to get you all together? Is there are economists as polarized as those of us who follow politics?
I think the basic difference, Rajdeep, is that I am an optimist. I'm an eternal optimist. And it seems to me that Kaushik is a pessimist. And that's where the problem is, because he sees problems that are not there. Even on this polarization business, we are a civilizational state. And we have lived in harmony, and we will continue to live in harmony. So I'm not sure where he comes from. But the economy-wise, I don't see this youth unemployment that he keeps referring to. That has been there in the data. As the country became more prosperous, the ability of the parents to support the children for a longer period of time has improved, and that has led to some structural change there. So I'm not saying that this is not a problem we need to tackle, but it's
we have a large technological skilled workforce. We have a large technological skilled force, which could be our strength, our demographic dividend. But others also believe that because of automation, you may also have certain struggles. You have small and micro enterprises that have faced a lot of difficulties over the last 5 years. So in a sense, much like a lot of what we've said, it's a mixed bag. I mean, I think that would be a good way to... And then it depends whether you see the glass as half full as you do, Dr. Panagriya. And Dr. Basu, you're being gently nudged by Dr. Panagriya to look at the glass as half full and not as half empty.
But what got me worried is Arvind saying that he's an eternal optimist. I worry about eternal optimists. I'm optimist on some occasions and pessimist on some occasions because I'm looking at the data and the evidence. Eternal optimists do worry me. But Rajdeep, more seriously, you're talking about the economics professions polarization. It's actually not that big because we are discussing contentious issues that we are getting into disagreements. But that's what is worrying me, that you have to bring in professionals who, when they sit down, closed door situation, there's a lot of agreement within the economics profession now, which has really advanced. And there would be a lot of agreement and a lot of little policies. But of course, there are important disagreements. And when we are talking about the disagreements, it appears even more polarized than it.
Can I therefore try to find a way
Rajdeep,
Yes, go ahead.
Rajdeep, one thing, I got to say it here. I mean, Kaushik has been continuously talking about bring the experts. But, during the UPA era, we had all the experts in the world. Actually, you had the Prime Minister was a top economist. You had Montek Singh Ahluwalia there. You had P. Chidambaram there. What happened? And of course, Mr. Kaushik Basu and then Raghuram Rajan. So all the best minds were there. What happened?
Okay,
Why did we not have any reforms?
Too many economists.
Why did we not have reforms?
Too many economists in one room can be a problematic situation, particularly when you don't have a strong government.
No, I don't think so. The basic problem was it is the government. Ultimately, look, advice is always available. Economists, they write everywhere, Right. Do you think Professor Basu's advice is not available to the present government or somebody else's or mine if I'm not in the government? I write there. Our views are there in the public domain. And so it's up to the government, ability of the government to use it. Right. And some governments use that advice and some don't. It's not necessary that everybody, all the time, the best economists have to sit inside the government.
Can I therefore ask both of you, and I just have a minute, what is that one piece of advice that you would give Prime Minister Modi? Dr. Basu, you first this time. If you were to give him advice for the next 2 years leading up to 2024 to get the animal spirits of the economy taking off, what would that one piece of advice be?
One is just holding the country together, making the people that there is a collective, the India is a collective identity that to be nurtured is extremely important, irrespective of people's narrower identities. That ought to be done. On the economic front, I do believe that just by outside writings and op-ed that Arvind is talking about, that's not good enough. For many of the little policies, It's the fine print that matters. When you're designing an auction, the little bits of design that matters. And there have been huge mistakes like the demonetization, simply because the expertise was not brought in and this was being done. So you have to bring that in. It appears intuitive, economic policy making, and some parts of it is intuition and common sense. But there are parts of it also very, very intricate, and countries which go into that and put in the best do much better. So for the long run, if you do emphasize on these two things, India has strong fundamentals, we will grow. But if we don't, I do worry that we are going to begin to stumble.
So therefore, 30 seconds to you, Dr. Panagriya, what's the piece of advice you speak often to Mr. Modi? What's that one piece of advice you'd like to give him now?
Well, if it's exactly one, then I have written about it many times that we need the economy to be more liberal in terms of opening the economy to foreign trade. I think raising custom duties is not the right thing to do. We should lower them. But if we don't lower the custom duties, let us at least sign free trade agreements with the major countries of the world. In particular, I think I would like to see a free trade agreement done with the European Union. That will go some ways towards opening the economy. I think that's a very important ingredient on which all the other reforms will build the country's growth in a very effective sort of way.
On that positive note, in a way, economists sharing their advice to the Prime Minister, two stellar economists who've had plenty of experience doing that, joining me. It's been a pleasure talking to both of you. Dr. Panagriya, Dr. Kaushik Basu, stay well, stay safe. And once again, thank you so much for joining us on this very special economy debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rasti.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. 5 days of global brainstorm. 70 plus interviews. 20 plus panel discussions. India Today and Business Today leads the Davos coverage.
Thousands of fans from both Madrid and Liverpool have descended on Paris ahead of the big Champions League final tonight. Both sets of supporters have reasons to believe that tonight it's going to be their team that will be lifting that trophy. Here's an exclusive report straight from the French capital that's gripped by football fever.
Yeah! Go, Liverpool, go! We are the champions! Come on!
Hours to go for the big Champions League final, but the party has already begun. What with over 100,000 fans of both Liverpool and Real Madrid already in the French capital.
I mean, as we can see, the party has already started. So is it safe to assume that you're very confident against Real Madrid?
Yeah, we're confident. Obviously, I know there's lots of fans here already, so hopefully a lot more will be here, obviously, in the next few hours and tomorrow morning at the fan park.
It is Liverpool's third Champions League final in 5 seasons, and considering their star-studded team, fans are confident of winning their 7th European crown.
Who do you think will be the player of the match? Sean, turn around. That's who we think. That's who we think. So big Mo Salah fan. And what about you? Who do you think will score?
I think Mane will score at least one, and yeah, we'll win by a goal or two.
3-0 to Liverpool.
2-0. And who do you think will score?
I'm going to say that Liverpool. Oh, with Salah. Salah gets 2. Bobby Firmino comes on as a substitute. He gets a 3rd. And 2 to Salah, 1 to Firmino.
Such bonhomie between both sets of fans is a rare sight, especially because the Reds are eyeing revenge from the Los Blancos for their heartbreaking loss at the same stage of the tournament 4 years ago.
Is there anyone in Real Madrid that you fear that you can?
Modric.
Not Karim Benzema.
No. Modric is the man who makes it all work. So
while only 20,000 supporters, each from Liverpool and Real, will be officially allowed to watch the match at Stade de France, the rest of the travelling party are just happy being in the host city and soak in the festivities.
Right behind me is Stade de France in the suburbs of Paris, which will be hosting the biggest game of the football season so far, Real Madrid versus Liverpool in the final of the Champions League. There will be approximately 80,000 football fans in the stadium, and the match promises to be a modern-day classic, with the raw talent of Real Madrid taking on the guile and the perfection of Liverpool. In Paris, for India Today, Himanshu Dikshit.
And that's it for me here. For further news and updates, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. Stay tuned. I'm going to come back with the top headlines.
You are watching India Today.
5 days of global brainstorm. 70 plus interviews. 20 plus panel discussions. India Today and Business Today leads the Davos coverage.
NFT is an acronym that stands for non-fungible token, which means guaranteed to be unique. The NFT is a digital certificate of authenticity associated with an object, which can be a digital file such as an image, a video, it could be an animation, photo, sound or text. It proves that its owner is the sole legitimate holder. This certificate is theoretically tamper-proof and cannot be duplicated. It is designed using blockchain technology, which is a decentralized and secure network for storing and transmitting information that keeps track of transactions and has enabled the rise of cryptocurrencies. An NFT owner has a digital wallet in which they store the digital certificates they have purchased. NFTs introduce the notion of scarcity into sectors as diverse as art, music, design, video games, or even fashion. The system allows creators to earn income from their work when the NFT is resold. NFTs arrived to the general public in 2017 with the platform CryptoKitties, a game in which players can buy and breed digital kittens whose value has skyrocketed.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India.
So sorry.
जीरो चेक कर लो भैया। और नहीं जी नहीं, विश्वास है आप पे। पेट्रोल पंप पे आके गाड़ी अब मुस्काई है। अर्ज किया है पेट्रोल पंप पे आके गाड़ी अब मुस्काई है। चुन्नू मुन्नू दी गड्डी पे फाइनली रौनक आई है। नाच रहा है एक्सेलरेटर और नाच रहा है अब मीटर। अरे नाच रहा है एक्सेलरेटर और नाच रहा है अब मीटर। बड़े दिनों के बाद सबने टंकी भूल कर आई है। कम कर दिए दाम, नहीं करे लिफ्ट। आपको दे रहे हैं सेंटर की तरफ से ये गिफ्ट। मित्रों,
You are watching India Today.
Mega India Today exclusive. Aryan's cruise party organizer exclusive. Days of harassment, now clean chit. Aryan's cruise party organizers open up. After witch hunt, now the truth is out. India Today leads Aryan Khan coverage. And that's our top focus right here on India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal tracking the news right here. We have Aryan Khan, who's now been given a clean chit. And of course, the Cordelia Cruise Party organizers, Namaskar owners, speak exclusively to our channel to tell us what exactly happened and how they now feel finally relieved, thanking the government and the SIT for giving them a clean chit. Also questioning on the flawed manner of investigation in the first place. Taking you through that exclusive interview right after the top headlines. India Today continues to lead the Aryan Khan coverage. In an exclusive conversation, the cruise party organizers open up. Clean chit given after days of harassment and trauma. Namaskar organizers cry foul, alleged false charges that were framed against them, says no drugs found on Aryan. Prime Minister's massive Gujarat outreach assures farmers of relief in coming days, says double-engine Sarkar has lifted Gujarat. Prime Minister Modi also inaugurated the newly built Matushri KDP Multispeciality Hospital in Rajkot, addressed a mega event to woo the Patel voters. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami announced a drafting committee to implement a uniform civil code. Opposition attacks the UCC panel, calling it an unconstitutional and anti-minorities move. Suspense mounts over 8-hour Gyanvapi survey report. The Varanasi court will be releasing the highly anticipated survey video on Monday. Both the mosque panel and the Hindu side oppose video released. From Mandya to Bidar, clamour now grows to reclaim alleged demolished temples in Karnataka. Hindu outfit Vishwa Hindu Parishad has now demanded madrasas run by Jama Masjid be vacated. Claims that mosque was built on once a Hanuman temple that stood. 18 people, including the father of a boy who chanted hate slogans in a PFI rally in Kerala, arrested. Father defended the boy, says that he has learned slogans during anti-CAA and NRC rallies. What's new? Why wasn't he the target then? Instead, he's now been arrested this time. Horrific assault caught on camera. A 29-year-old woman was allegedly stabbed by a TRS leader, Habib, with sharp-edged weapon on a busy street in Hyderabad. All right, here's a big news and an update coming in on the Aryan Khan case. In fact, right after that whole ordeal, Aryan Khan and many of the co-accused went through post a charge sheet that was laid out. In fact, allegations that were laid out. Here is the NCB that comes out to say many of those allegations were not true. 7 big revelations here to take you through, but precisely what that report really says by the NCB says that the probe officer who carried out the investigation into the Aryan Khan case could have been motivated only to implicate Aryan Khan. The procedure to seize the mobile was not followed in the first place. Moreover, that report further says by the NCB, which in fact has given Aryan Khan and 5 others clean chit, has also said further that no seizure memo for Aryan's phone. They were not done as per protocols. A certain set of protocols needs to be followed by any investigating officer when they arrest and investigate into a matter, and those protocols were fully defined. No drugs recovered from Aryan Khan and those 5 others who were arrested. Of course, this also a big reason to why clean chit was given to Aryan Khan and 5 others. No medical examination, lack of sufficient evidence is what the NCB officer says very clearly, saying that there is lack of sufficient evidence to really implicate Aryan Khan and the 5 others who've been let off on a clean chit, saying that there was really nothing that could be probed into. When there is nothing, how can we implicate someone? How can we accuse someone of being guilty? Here, NCB further saying that Aryan Khan asked others not to carry drugs. In fact, the NCB further giving Aryan Khan a full clean chit, saying that Aryan Khan was a man who showed some kind of moral responsibility, also told his friends very clearly not to carry drugs. The other 5 accused who were also arrested and now have been given a clean chit, all of them, a bunch of them in fact, were owners and organizers of that event company. In fact, All right, let me quickly cut across to a full timeline of this case. Here's a big relief for Shah Rukh Khan's son, Aryan Khan. Undoubtedly, the Narcotics Control Bureau has been given a clean sheet in this drug bust case. The NCB says there is no evidence against Bollywood superstar's son, Aryan Khan, and 5 others who were booked in this case but now been let off on a clean note. The Home Ministry has also asked the competent authority to take a look into Sameer Wankede's shoddy investigation into this entire case, saying that this could have been Wankede's conspiracy to lay out quite a plot to trap some of the accused in the case here, including Aryan Khan, who's now out free.
Shah Rukh Khan's son Aryan Khan gets a clean chit in the Cordelia cruise ship drug scandal that rocked the country last year. The Special Investigation Team of the Narcotics Control Bureau on Friday filed a 6,000-page charge sheet in a Mumbai NDPS court. While 14 people are charged, Aryan and 5 others are let off. The NCB says Aryan, who spent 26 days in jail as part of the investigation, was never in possession of drugs and there is no evidence he consumed any.
We found in our investigation that his friend stated in his own statement that the drug that he was carrying was not meant for Aryan. So the basic premise that a drug that was found on his friend was is baseless or fallacious.
The SIT has elaborated why a case was not made out against Aryan. Aryan did not undergo any medical test. His WhatsApp chats were not related to the case. Aryan did not take any drugs and dissuaded others from doing so. Sources also say that NCB did not find any evidence that linked Aryan with any international drug trafficking network. Several questions have cropped up after the NCB's U-turn. First, what proof did narcos claim to have that they don't now have? Second, can action be taken against narcos for Aryan chat leaks? And last, will Shah Rukh's family demand action against the Narcotics Control Bureau? For SRK and family, Aryan's clean chit comes on a special day. It is Shah Rukh Khan's son Abraham's 9th birthday. Aryan was arrested in the Mumbai cruise drugs case on October 2nd. After several court hearings and lots of drama, the Bombay High Court granted him bail on October 28th. Aryan walked out of jail on October 30th.
Cordelia drug cruise case went on to become the most high-profile drug case of the country as Aryan Khan was arrested in it. But when the charge sheets are filed, no charge is seen against Aryan Khan, which reflects badly on the anti-drug agencies and their work done, because it puts them in bad light, saying if the most high-profile case was done without evidence, how many such other cases have been done by the agency? With cameraman Sahil Chavan, Mustafa Sheikh for India Today.
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to 2 of our guests joining us. We have Gopalji Anand, who is the owner of Namaskre, Sameer Sehgal, who is also the co-owner of Namaskre. Namaskre is the event company that organized this party on that Cordelia cruise ship. And we do know that event company came under a lot of fire for allegedly organizing a drugs party on that cruise ship. Thank you very much for joining us. Gopalji and Sameer, both of you are now on a clean chit. Both of you all were also booked in the case. You all are out on a clean chit. The NCB says no incriminating evidence to pursue a case against any of you, including Aryan Khan. So this must have come as huge harassment, embarrassment, and at this point, since you all are out, what is it that you want to say? We hear that you are furious with the way this investigation was carried out, and you want to speak your mind. Gopalji, you first.
Right. First of all, I would want to thank the SIT team that did this investigation in a very thorough and a proper manner, which I think is very clear now. Initially wasn't the case when the Mumbai team was doing it. But yes, we are very happy to be out now, like completely out of the case. And we were never, like, we couldn't even imagine in the wildest of our dreams that, we will be implicated in a case like this.
No, I mean, at this point, we know that the Narcotics Control Bureau were keeping a close watch on this case, and while the NCB further probes into it, they say that a bunch of them who've got a clean sheet did not have drugs on them. But on that Cordelia cruise ship itself, we hear that there was rampant usage of drugs on that ship, and the needle was pointing straight at the events company, saying the events company encouraged drugs within the premises of that Cordelia cruise ship, and it was a drugs party that was organized by Namaskar. How would you clear those allegations?
No, ma'am, it was never a drugs party which was organized on the cruise. It was neither us nor the cruise, right? And all these contrabands which were found, they were all already got. The NCB team got it at the port itself. And then, see, the first thing that you need to realize, it's an international port, right? The security is completely with the CISF. They are probably the most trained people to be carrying out searches like this, right? And then on top of that, on the cruise itself, the entire security is, as per the maritime law, is with the captain of the cruise. So if we don't have any access or control over the security, how do you expect us to be like controlling all these things, number one? And we are never into this, as I said earlier as well. We couldn't have even imagined in the wildest of our dreams that, we can be implicated into something like this. We are just a bunch of passionate people who really love partying and have the passion to be organizing some very good events in the country. And that is what the whole idea of Namaskar is on the first place.
You know, Samir Sehgal, you are also yourself, you were booked in the case and then now you're out on a clean sheet. It must be a huge relief for you and people like Aryan Khan. We know the kind of trauma and torture that Shah Rukh Khan's family had to go through. I'm sure your family had to go through the same. Do you feel this was a plot to or a conspiracy to defame you or the company or Aryan Khan itself? How would you look at the investigation of this case, which the Narcotics Control Bureau today deems as flawed?
Well, since we already know that Mr. Samir Wankre is already under a lot of investigations in different cases, so I think we would not want to comment on this as of right now and let the investigation take its due course of time.
Right. Samir, the question was to you.
Slowly and steadily, as in this case, that we are sure that the truth will prevail.
Gopalji, for the moment, my question to Samir. Samir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, Samir, the same question goes to you. The trauma must have been unbearable. We know that you are out on a clean sheet yourself. You were also booked. And as an event organizer, I'm sure the kind of, the kind of allegations that have been leveled against Namaskar as an events company, which is well known across India, today seems to be, colored with all these allegations and people accusing it of organizing a drugs party on that cruise ship. So the needle is pointed at you, not on Cordelia cruise ship, not on the people who are on that party, but on that events team itself who organized this alleged drugs party. As you get your clean sheet, how would you receive this piece of news?
See, like Mr. Gopalji also said, we would sincerely like to thank the SIT team for their efforts and to get to the bottom of this and realize where all of this actually went south and where it went wrong. And second of all, we're not a party that promotes drugs. We are not a party that promotes any kind of contraband or other kind of substances or abusers of them. We are arts and musical experience that just is looking to provide international level of music experiences to the Indian audience. We have a very good crowd control policy in our parties. We try and make sure that we only get the right kind of crowd to be coming for our festivals. And the investigation that went through had a lot of flaws in it in the beginning, which have completely been cleared out today. Yes, it's a big relief for all of us to be out and to know that what we knew already, that we are not at fault and we've not done anything illegal or against the law, to come out to the public.
I'm sure that you must be relieved, but at the end of it, the visuals that we saw, in fact, I'd like my panel director to play up those visuals of that cruise party itself. We saw that guests at that party certainly looked like they were on contrabands. How do you think that happened, Gopalji? Because we know that the officials who raided the cruise ship did find some amount of drugs on that
videos.
ship.
I would love to see those videos that you're talking about, because I really fail to understand that where are these videos coming from. We never happened to see it. I was there on the cruise myself, and initially some people of your fraternity from the media, they said that Gopalji Anand Bhagoda, he's absconding. Wherein I was on the cruise itself. That's number one. Then, well, as far as these allegations goes, we were even linked with Taliban in between. I saw a clip like that as well, wherein it was a terrorist-funded party which was organized. I don't know from where all these things they come up, but yeah, some people definitely have some real weird imagination.
No, but we saw, the videos that you're saying that I'd like to see. We saw quite some videos that showed all sorts of props, like your rolling papers, your stash, and all of that nicely gift wrapped and boxed and kept in different rooms.
And
these are, I mean, not to signify that these are doubts that one raises that what were those props really doing there if drugs weren't consumed?
No, ma'am, nothing of that sort happened there. And when we talk about the rolling papers, they are legal all over the world. They are legal in India as well. That is why they are manufactured on the first place. Why did the government give a permission if there is something wrong with the rolling papers? So internationally, you should know that rolling tobacco is getting more into the scene now because of the cigarettes being very, very expensive all over the world. And rolling papers are used to roll tobaccos and nothing else, as far as we know.
Gopalji, you spoke of the videos. You said that where are the videos that shows that drugs were found? But you had the officials who raided the cruise ship who claimed that they had found drugs on the cruise ship. Where do you think it came from?
They raided the port. So yeah, there was another thing that I heard in the media after coming out of the jail. That was that apparently the NCB team, they came into the waters. They stopped the ship mid-water. The ship was going from Mumbai to Goa. I think nobody had a clue what was going on. Everybody was speculating anything that was just coming to their mind, anything that was appealing enough, like to make it like a very good Netflix series, but it wasn't like that. The raid happened at the port. They caught people, whatever they are saying, with contrabands. It was at the port. It was never on the cruise.
What motivated people to come on the port, turning up with drugs on them?
If somebody is doing something, it is completely at their own will. We never promote it. You check any of our social media networks or any of our profiles. We always discourage use of drugs. We never promote them.
But are you responsible to filter, to frisk for security while people enter? Isn't it also the events team who actually checks and frisks people who enter so that they don't enter with contraband? Is security your responsibility at all?
Ma'am, it is an international port. It is like an airport. How can we have the security? It is with the CISF. Everything is going through all the scanners. And if people are stupid enough to do something like this, we can't help it.
So you're saying as Namaskri, you have no responsibility whatsoever for security at that ship? Why do you organize that party?
We never had. That's what I mentioned to you earlier as well. The security at the port is with the CISF. CIF is a government. It's a different government security entity. You need to understand that. It is CISF is everywhere on all the ports in the country. That includes the airports as well. It's the same security which is there. It's an international port.
So you're saying there's absolutely no responsibility on your end as an events team. So what exactly and primarily was your role as an event organizer there, which now we know
we were the entertainment service providers. So the arrangement was that Cordelia, as the cruise was the organizer, we were the event service providers. That means we organized everything that was happening on the cruise with respect to the show itself. That means what artist will play, what time will he play, what kind of lights are going to be used. The entire blueprint of the show was with us. So that is what our job was.
So in that case, are you trying to say that you were completely targeted? Why were you arrested in that case? Why you and few others?
We are still trying to find an answer to that, which nobody has. And probably that is the reason why there is a case now. In fact, an investigation, not the case, let me rephrase. There's an investigation going on against Samir Wankhede.
So you say that you were targeted?
Sorry?
You say that you were targeted?
Yes, ma'am. Definitely yes.
And Aryan Khan was also targeted in that case, in your view. In your view, even Aryan Khan was targeted. This was a conspiracy to frame y'all.
Ma'am, probably yes. He's a star kid. I can assure you one thing. He did not have any contrabands on him. Because I was there at the cruise at the time when Aryan was detained. I was definitely standing there. And I was the one who went up to Samir Wankhede and asked him that, why are you detaining him?
So you're saying that you met Aryan Khan, you interacted with him, and he had no contrabands on him?
No, he did not. Being one of the heads in the company, I was there on ground that day because there was another issue of check-in failure that had happened, and there was a major chaos because of the check-in. So at that point of time, I was on ground, and when they detained Aryan, I was standing right there.
And when they detained Aryan, when you were right there, did you interact with him? Did you know what were they doing? What did the officials try to do at that point when they met Aryan or saw Aryan? Did they recognize him?
Ma'am, it's again in the pending investigation. Let it all go through, and you will know all the facts by yourself.
Did you interact with Aryan Khan?
Sorry?
Did you interact with Aryan Khan?
At that point of time?
Yeah.
No, ma'am.
So how do you know that nothing was found on him? You saw that
because I was standing right there when they frisked him.
All right, but his friends had something on them?
Sorry?
His friends had something on them?
Ma'am, it's again pending investigation. Let it go through, and then we'll all get to know about this.
Now that you've got a clean sheet, would you look into a defamation case for all that for all the trolls and the allegations and how your company has been defamed?
Ma'am, we have already gone through a lot of hell because of all this. It's a very different kind of a trauma that one can only experience once they go through it. It actually felt in those days that we were literally out of a TV screen and into a Netflix series, wherein everything was just happening around us, and we did not know how to react or what to do at that point of time because it was all very, very new to us. We had never been in a situation like this in our lives.
And how long have you organized parties of such nature?
Sorry?
How long have you all organized parties of such nature, which the officials had called a drug party? How long have you all organized?
Just because the officials are calling it, they called it a drug party, wherein it was not. So it doesn't make us stop doing our business, no?
Sure, sure. A final question, both of you. We know the trauma must have been painful. We'd like to hear from you itself. What is the message you want to convey to the officials who thought you were the ones who organized this drug party and you're directly responsible for whatever happened on that Cordelia cruise ship? All fingers pointed at you for that party that you organized. Would you want to justify as a final explanation here?
Well, I think the justice has already been done by the due diligence and what the government has looked into the case, and they've done quite a long investigation regarding this case, and the charge sheet was also filed 2 months later. So they had enough time to get to the bottom of this and find out every loophole that was there, and post that I think the honorary judge has given his decision, and it's for everyone to see.
And you welcome this, Gopal.
I would want to request all the officials sitting in that kind of with that kind of power that you have to be very sure in what you are doing, and never like kind of try to misuse it, because you never understand what is the kind of trauma that the families and everybody goes through with it. It's not that one individual that you are putting behind bars or doing something ethically wrong with, but a lot of people, they get affected because of this. And it's a long-term effect. It is not something that can be just covered, initially, very quickly or in a very small period of time.
So you say that this has scarred you for life and your family?
Maybe yes, because it's definitely a trauma. Every time I tend to think about what had happened, what we all went through, and what my family must have gone through when we were inside for no reason. And I think the worst part here was that we could not even understand that what wrong did we do. So it kind of leaves that very bad taste in your mouth, and it's kind of a very bad memory that always every time it's talked about, it just becomes very dark.
All right. Really appreciate that you took the courage, because we know the kind of trauma that you may have gone through. You just spelt it out. Samir and Gopalji, appreciate your time, and I'm happy for you that it's all clear now. Both of you have got a clean sheet, and so has Namaskar. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Ma'am, one more thing.
Yeah.
government to encourage and rather to let us do this in a very bigger manner, wherein the government supports us into this, because end of the day, as Samir also mentioned earlier, we want to make India as a destination wherein people from abroad, they come in to enjoy these kind of events and festivals.
And one should not
That is
chase
what-
them
that is
away.
what the
But
target
that said, Gopalji, there should be a way to also restrict people coming up, showing up with drugs
No,
so
definitely.
brazenly,
That is why-
thinking that
I
it's
explained.
all right and it's allowed and they can enter the cruise ship with drugs on them. You know, there should be a way from either end to discourage this kind of rampant usage of drugs.
No,
If that's,
definitely. That is why I mentioned that we would want the government to support us in the same,
Right.
and wherein we can just figure out with a way that these kind of illegal activities should not happen anywhere.
Right. Gopalji, appreciate your time. Thank you very much, Gopal, for joining us on that.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. 5 days of global brainstorm. 70 plus interviews. 20 90+ panel discussions. India Today and Business Today leads the Davos coverage.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Powered by Berger Paints, paint your imagination. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-powered by NetMeds, India की अपनी pharmacy.
Hello and welcome. Russia isn't winning the war and Ukraine isn't losing. Given the facts in the way that they are, where could the Russia-Ukraine war go next? To talk about the biggest theme at the World Economic Forum in Davos, I'm joined by one of the world's most widely tracked columnists, winner of 3 Pulitzer Prizes, 7 New York Times bestsellers, Thomas Friedman. Thank you so much, and it's fantastic to have you back with us.
We're all great to be back with you.
The biggest conversation in Davos has been around the Russia-Ukraine war. At the end of this week, what's the impression that you're going away with after having spoken to everyone here, spoken to the Ukrainian leaders who are here, in terms of where this war could potentially go from here?
Well, I would say, Raul, the war has reached what I would call its sumo wrestler phase. Okay, so after the original Russian invasion, then the Ukrainian counter push, pushing them back. Now it's all basically focused in the east and the south, around Donetsk and Luhansk. And it's like 2 big sumo wrestlers now grinding and grunting up against each other to see the Ukrainians, can they push the Russians out? The Russians, can they completely consolidate their control of the east and the south so they would have a band stretching from Crimea back to Russia? And the outcome is still to be determined.
How long do you see this war going on for? It's impossible for anyone to know with certainty. But what do you think could be the next step? Because you've been writing a lot about the fear of escalation.
Well, no one knows, obviously, because so much depends on the pressures and counter-pressures on each side. Obviously, the Ukrainians, every day the war goes on, more Ukrainians are injured or killed, and more of Ukraine is destroyed. The longer the war goes on, the more of the Russian economy is damaged, the more Russia's brand globally is destroyed, and the more economic pain is inflicted on Russia, and the more Russian soldiers are killed and wounded. And so we're in that sumo phase of who's going to blink, who says uncle first, and I wouldn't predict.
So let's speak for a moment of the fear of escalation, especially nuclear escalation. We've seen a lot of nuclear rattling by Russian generals, their ministers, even Vladimir Putin himself. How worried are you about the fact that we could slip into nuclear territory?
Well, you have to be worried. This is the first war with a nuclear power, in modern Europe, and one doesn't know what a humiliated and desperate Putin would do if his forces actually were pushed back or his army began to fracture. I wouldn't rule out anything.
We've seen Europe consolidate in a way that Europe hasn't for a very long time. Do you see that continue? Because one of the big topics here has been whether Europe's consolidation will last or will it fragment again?
Well, one of my impressions here, like yours, Raul, is one of the biggest, if I were to draw a picture of my time here, it would be of a fist called the European Union. And the EU members are saying, wow, is that us? Did we make that fist? Look at my fist, okay? And Putin's in Moscow saying, you made a fist, okay? But then everyone here is asking, how long will it last? Is it real or is it not? Is it solid or is it fragile? Nobody knows. But right now, one of the biggest new things out of this war is this EU fist. Wow. Who knows what will happen to it?
So there's so many imponderables, and one of those has been how President Biden has rallied America's cause. You wrote saying that you're impressed by how he's helped shape the Western alliance. Do you think he's coming in for unnecessary flack in terms of his handling of the situation?
I think President Biden's done a superb job of forging the Western alliance together. It's the best job any American president has done since George H.W. Bush in 1989 basically built an alliance to reunify Germany peacefully and bring the Soviet Union in for a soft landing. Biden's done a great job, but like everybody else, this is a long war. It's taxing, less so on Americans. It's literally for us just taxing. We're paying money, but we're not losing any lives. But it takes away from our domestic, focus, and we'll just have to see. I think if this is first semester, Biden gets an A.
The Ukrainians are offended by the question, but the yearning here seems to be that is enough effort being made towards peace. The rest of the world would like to find some way for Putin to get off the ramp and for this war to end. The Ukrainians, though, get very emotional when that is even suggested.
Yeah, it's their country, and we're people around here go around saying, "Well, you should give them this or give them that." I'd be offended too if people were bargaining away my country. My view is I'm ready to support the Ukrainians as long as they want to fight to restore their sovereignty, and I'm ready to support the Ukrainians the moment they say, you know what, we're going to have to negotiate. But to me, the Ukrainians should be taking the lead, and I'm not going to be giving them any advice in that department.
America's intelligence agencies have been giving tip-offs which have helped the Ukrainian army neutralize quite a few Russian generals. And you were concerned about the fact that this could possibly cross a red line. What's your sense of Putin's red lines as they stand at this moment?
Well, we don't really know. My concern is that I don't believe you should, be out there dancing around, proclaiming our role in assassinating, or not assassinating, in killing Russian generals or in sinking a Russian ship. When I grew up in Minnesota, we had a hockey announcer who I was very fond of, who used to end every game broadcast by saying, "When you lose, say little. When you win, say less. Good night and good sports." So I believe that's true in geopolitics as well. When you lose, say little. When you win, say less. Let the facts speak for themselves. I want to help the Ukrainians recover their sovereignty from wherever they are now, right up to the border, but not beyond that. I have no agenda for taking Putin down, for fragmenting Russia. Russia is a country that spans 11 time zones. I want to be very careful about unraveling it on our part, doing anything we would do. That's not my objective. My objective is to restore the principle of the sovereignty of borders, and that no state can wake up one day and say, I think I'd like to rape my neighbor. That's what Putin did.
Your reading of how much in control Putin is of the Russian state, and whether he still speaks for the entire Russian state, or is there a growing sense among some Russian elites that it's possibly better to find somebody else who could do this?
That I don't know. There's really no sign of it. He's got such a tight control over the press, but we do see a Russian diplomat quitting. We've seen reporters, suddenly breaking out with the truth. So it's very hard to know. One of the hardest things for a news person in covering this war, and when it just started, people would ask me, where should you be? And I would ask myself, should I be in Moscow? Should I be in Kyiv? Should I be in Lviv? Should I be in Warsaw? Should I be in Berlin? Should I be in Washington? And I came to the conclusion, as a reporter, there's only one place you want to be to cover this war. There's only one place that matters, in Vladimir Putin's head, because that's the only place that matters. This war emerges entirely out of his head. And the reason we all struggle to ask the questions you've asked is because none of us are in his head.
But I heard Alexander Stubb, a big voice in EU, say Western media is trying way too much to get into Putin's head, and this psychoanalysis is good for columnists like you. It's meaningless because you're almost making it seem as if Putin is an irrational actor, whereas he's not. And he's convinced, his people are convinced that he's acting in the best interest of the Russian state.
Well, again, what his people think, I don't think any of us know. This is a completely controlled society, And people tell me, but they took polls. Yeah, imagine you're a Russian in Moscow. Some guy calls you on the phone and says, "What do you think of Vladimir Putin?" "Oh, I think he's doing a terrible job." "Yeah, how do you spell your name?" "Ivan Ivanovich." Okay, so I don't believe any of that. That's all garbage. And everybody else, I'm not trying to psychoanalyze Putin. I'm only watching what he's doing on the ground. That's the only way to understand what is in his head.
For a moment, if we were to step away from Moscow to Beijing, these zero COVID lockdowns are creating a lot of economic turmoil. Some say, as I heard last night, that China's state is so powerful and resilient, they'll pull through this. Some say, could this be the beginning of the unraveling of the Xi regime? How do you read it?
Yeah, I just have no idea. All I know is what they're doing. It's very hard to see how it can succeed, because basically what China is doing is taking on Mother Nature. China's basically said, I'm going to have a national strategy for a global pandemic. Well, good luck with that. It worked as long as their vaccine worked against the Delta variant, but their vaccine is completely ineffective, virtually ineffective against Omicron. So none of their people are really vaccinated. Meanwhile, because they use this strategy of locking down everything and chasing everyone who had it, no one has herd immunity. So in America, our crazy way of doing things, and it was crazy, ended up actually serving us because half the people didn't believe in wearing masks, so they just went out and got the disease and got native immunity, and half the people were smart enough to get a vaccine and are now at least vaccinated, so they're protected against severe disease. And as a result, we're living with the virus. Not perfectly, not ideally, but we can live with it. China has no one with herd immunity, basically. And so to get from where they are now to where they have some kind of herd immunity, they're either going to have to vaccinate 1.4 billion people with a vaccine that works.
But they don't want to buy international vaccines.
So they want to
have a big Communist Party Congress happening.
Yeah.
She's up for re-election. And he's made it a matter of national pride. All of it very, very dangerous cocktail.
Yeah, well, maybe we have to get past their equivalent of a national election, their party Congress, for them to change policy. But I don't see how they can go along like this, just constantly chasing the virus.
Because you write a lot on mankind taking on Mother Nature and how that never ends well. And for some reason, they don't seem to understand that you can't win against Mother Nature. You can't lock down the virus.
Yeah, I mean, I've said this before, probably on India Today, that when you're up against Mother Nature, all you can do is adapt. That's all you can do, because Mother Nature is just chemistry, biology, and physics. That's all she is. You can't talk her up. You can't talk her down. You can't say, Mother Nature, we're having a bad month in India right now. Could you go easy on us? And so all she's interested in is, what is your adaptation strategy? If your strategy is to deny the virus, she's going to hurt you or someone you love. If your strategy is built on chemistry, biology, and physics as a response, you'll do well. If your strategy is to time your response to a political election, she'll hurt you or someone you love.
Do you think this war and the world's response to the war has increased or decreased the chances of China invading Taiwan?
I definitely think it's decreased. Seeing how many businesses have so rapidly moved out of Russia has to have been sobering for China. China's leadership has to be asking, is our army like the Russian army? Do our guns work as poorly as their guns? And let's remember, China's not fought a war since the war with Vietnam, basically, and didn't actually do very well. So it turns out that actually experience, and coordination and logistics and all those things that go into modern warfare really matter. And so if you haven't fought a war in a long time, you really don't have all those instincts. And I hope China doesn't do anything like that, invade Taiwan. It wouldn't be good for China. It wouldn't be good for Taiwan. I don't know what would happen militarily. I'd make no predictions, but I think this has been sobering for China when it comes to that issue.
Are you seeing the current American administration being able to work closer together with the Chinese, or do you see Washington and Beijing moving further apart?
Right now, they're not moving either closer together or further apart, but they're now further apart. So that means the breach is not being filled. We have a problem there. There's been a breakdown, basically. They still talk to each other, but in terms of the whole U.S.-China economic relationship and therefore the diplomatic and strategic relationship, I'm very worried about it. I personally don't like to use the term China. I much prefer 1/5 of humanity who speak Chinese. Let's keep the scale in mind. So before you say, let's go to war with those guys, let's push those guys around, let's freeze those guys out, let's teach them a lesson. Always remember, you're talking about 1 out of every 5 people out there who speak Chinese. The scale is enormous. So don't play with big systems. This is a big system. Don't play around with this.
But they're getting blocked out of an international conversation currently because of COVID and lockdowns. But there used to be a big Chinese splash. Now, increasingly, there is the United States, there's India, there's Europe, there's Africa. But you aren't hearing and seeing China.
You aren't hearing or seeing them, but they haven't gone away, Ro. Yeah, it's still there. So that isn't advice to give in to every demand of China. It's simply advice to take China seriously, and be careful about how you talk about doing this or that to 1 out of every 5 people on the planet who speak Chinese.
How do you see this crisis is likely to play out from an Indian perspective? And what's your reading? India made a big splash here at Davos, whether it's the Indian states, the government, inside, outside on the promenade. What is it that you're picking up and thinking about?
You know, India's not central to this story. It stayed neutral. People understand. I mean, all your weaponry comes from Russia. India's not central to this story right now. People understand that India gets all its arms from Russia. It was a big supplier of wheat. It's had a long-standing relationship. So there's understanding on that side. At the same time, you know, India historically, as a leader of the third world, has always had a strong moral voice, which is now silent on the fact that Russia has decided to rape its neighbor, unprovoked. And to be silent on that is, it's not the India that I tend to think of, you know. And so I think it's got to reflect on it's got these counter pulls and tugs.
From an Indian perspective, Delhi would say we're not silent, we've condemned the war, but we don't want to take a side like Tom would want us to, because when it comes to America's national interests in Iraq, Afghanistan, DC does what DC wants to do, regardless of how it impacts India and the rest of the world. And in this case, so should India. And we're not silent, we're saying what we want to. You're only hearing what you want to hear, Tom.
That's very good. You're a very good spokesman for the government.
No, I'm just asking a question.
And I actually buy that. You don't see me writing condemning India. I'm just saying India has formally, I know, spoken out against it, and that's good. Look, my net is India is not central to this story.
Sure.
As long as it, how did it vote in the UN?
Abstain.
It abstained. So I wouldn't call it then condemning. You know, it abstained on a pretty big moral principle. But I also understand that you get your weapons in a big trading and food relationship with Russia. India's just not central to the story right now. Even if India decided to be super aggressive against Russia, it wouldn't tip this thing one way or another. So I don't spend a lot of time worrying about the Indian position right now, not because I don't care, but I just don't think it's central to the story right now.
What's your reading of how American politics is like to play itself out in the next couple of years? There's a lot of concern about whether Donald Trump could come back, or somebody who thinks and acts like Donald Trump.
Well, I share that concern of either Trump or someone who's imitating Trump. I have no idea. This thing's going to go 10 different ways, you know, between now and then, and so I make no predictions. I have no idea where it's going to go. Our politics is extremely volatile. You wouldn't understand that in India. We have very stable politics, but ours is our state-to-state politics is very stable. It's very unstable.
So, but what's your sense of how this is likely to play out, and the manner in which forces are playing themselves out right now? Do you think that they're increasing the prospects, possibly, of Trump-like persona, or maybe Trump himself coming back to power?
I think Trump, if you're betting, you would bet that he will run again. But there could be real opposition. Someone may choose to take him on in the primary. You could have real opposition. On the Democratic side, it's wide open. You know, President Biden is not getting any younger. A lot of people have zero confidence in Kamala Harris as his successor. So on both sides, you have very unstable chemicals, and it's not clear who will emerge, who the 2024 ticket will be.
And what is your biggest takeaway from Davos? Like, this happened in the summer, not in the winter. At the end of the week, what is it that you're taking away from here?
I'm taking away where we started, that I think there's a lot of unprecedented European EU collaboration, not just economic, but military and strategic. But a lot of concern among Europeans of whether that will hold, and a lot of people in the developing world, whether it's from India or Africa, really saying what you said, Ru, which is that you want me to worry about these refugees, but you never worry about our refugees. You want to welcome Ukrainian refugees, but people who look like me, who are the same color skin as me, are living under bridges in Europe, and no one's doing a worldwide campaign for them. And so there's that kind of push and pull.
And what would you be forecasting and looking out for? So if you were looking out into the future from here in terms of where things are, what would be the trends that you'd be looking out for most
The
carefully?
only thing I'm looking at is what will be the outcome of that sumo wrestling match now in eastern Ukraine, because that will decide, everything will flow from that. And the other thing I'm watching is what's going on inside Russia, because the most uncovered but important story here is what happens when Ivan Ivanovich goes to his ATM machine and takes out money, or there is no money, or doesn't get a paycheck, or his factory has to close because it's got no microchips, or he can't fly from Moscow to Vladivostok because all the planes have lost their spare parts. We're not seeing that part of the story. And so it's very hard to know what the full pressures are on the other sumo wrestler.
Well, you always have very fascinating insights on questions which nobody has clear answers to, and it's been fascinating talking to you. So thank you so much, Mr. Friedman, for your time. Wish you all the best.
Thanks for all. Pleasure.
Take care. Thank you so much.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. You are watching in 5 days of global brainstorm. 70 plus interviews. 20 plus panel discussions. India Today and Business Today leads the Davos coverage.
Thousands of fans from both Madrid and Liverpool have descended on Paris ahead of the big Champions League final tonight. Both sets of supporters have reasons to believe that tonight it's going to be their team that will be lifting that trophy. Here's an exclusive report straight from the French capital that's gripped by football fever.
Yeah! Go, Liverpool! Go! We are the champions! Come on!
Hours to go for the big Champions League final, but the party has already begun. What with over 100,000 fans of both Liverpool and Real Madrid already in the French capital.
I mean, as we can see, the party has already started. So is it safe to assume that you're very confident against Real Madrid?
Yeah, we're confident. Obviously, I know there's lots of fans here already, so hopefully a lot more will be here, obviously, in the next few hours and tomorrow morning at the fan park.
It is Liverpool's third Champions League final in 5 seasons, and considering their star-studded team, fans are confident of winning their 7th European crown.
Who do you think will be the player of the match? Show him, turn around. That's who we think. That's who we think. So big Mo Salah fan. And what about you? Who do you think will score?
I think Mane will score at least one, and yeah, we'll win by a goal or two.
3-0 to Liverpool.
2-0. And who do you think will score?
I'm going to say that Liverpool, Salah. Salah gets 2. Bobby Firmino comes on as a substitute. He gets a 3rd. And 2 to Salah, 1 to Firmino.
Such bonhomie between both sets of fans is a rare sight, especially because the Reds are eyeing revenge from the Los Blancos for their heartbreaking loss at the same stage of the tournament 4 years ago.
Is there anyone in Real Madrid that you fear that you can...
Modric.
Not Karim Benzema?
No. Modric is the man who makes it all work, so...
While only 20,000 supporters, each from Liverpool and Real, will be officially allowed to watch the match at Stade de France, the rest of the travelling party are just happy being in the host city and soak in the festivities.
Right behind me is Stade de France in the suburbs of Paris, which will be hosting the biggest game of the football season so far, Real Madrid versus Liverpool in the final of the Champions League. There will be approximately 80,000 football fans in the stadium, and the match promises to be a modern-day classic, with the raw talent of Real Madrid taking on the guile and the perfection of Liverpool. In Paris, for India Today, Himanshu Dikshit.
And that's it for me here. For further news and updates, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. Stay tuned. I'm going to come back with the top headlines.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today.